Harry Potter originally intended to journey back in time to prevent those predetermined deaths. He sought to alter the tragic fate of Severus Snape. However, an unforeseen mistake led him to an era where he was never meant to exist. This not only disrupted the timeline, but also altered the destinies of certain individuals. Eventually, when he managed to return to the correct path, he discovered that some events had diverged slightly from his previous experiences. Chapter 1. After the Smoke Clears. May 2nd, 1998, a day that all wizards would forever commemorate. For on this day, Voldemort met his demise in a confrontation with the savior, Harry Potter. Throughout the past years, the shadow of Voldemort loomed ominously over the entire wizarding world. Under his reign of terror, people lived in abject fear and despair, with countless families shattered and loved ones separated. Yet on this day, all that came to an end. With Voldemort's death, his dark forces crumbled, and the Death Eaters scattered, no longer able to coalesce into a formidable threat. In Diagon Alley, the faces of the people radiated joy and excitement as they gathered to celebrate together. They raised their goblets, exclaiming victorious slogans. The entrance to the Leaky Cauldron was adorned with celebratory banners, and the shopkeepers of Diagon Alley generously offered free food and drinks to honor this magnificent triumph. Children dashed through the streets in playful abandon, their laughter echoing throughout the alley, which overflowed with unprecedented joy, happiness materializing in that moment. Harry stood in the shadows, distanced from the crowd, observing the smiles on their faces. His own bitter lips attempted to curve into a smile, yet ultimately failed. In a daze, he recalled those who had already departed. Sirius vanished behind the veil, and Dumbledore, who had fallen from the tower. And then there was the man clad in black for all those years, Severus Snape, who, after leaving Harry with a heart full of guilt, departed forever from this world that had caused him so much anguish. The relentless sacrifices had numbed Harry's heart. He once believed that nothing could be worse than death. Yet, upon witnessing memories that starkly contradicted all he had known, and upon uncovering the entirety of the truth, Harry sank into profound self-loathing. After Snape had repeatedly protected him, Harry had instead targeted him, even contemplating taking his life. What had he truly done? He had called him a coward, attacked him with his own unique spell, and glared at him with eyes full of disdain. Harry was at a loss as to how to confront all of this. If he remained oblivious to these truths until the very end, Snape would have died in such a pitiful manner, bearing all the blame and injustice, with no one to vindicate him. Yet, even if he were to vindicate him now, what difference would it make? The pain he endured in life would not lessen by a single measure. But this was the only thing he could do for that man at this moment. "Harry, what are you hiding here for?" Ron's voice drifted into his ear, interrupting his reverie, and he turned to see his friends approaching him. "Ron, Hermione, I merely stepped out for some fresh air. Is there something you need from me?" Harry responded to their inquiries, clearly failing to satisfy his friends. "Harry, what has been going on with you lately? You always vanish without a word." Ron expressed his discontent. "Hermione and I have to search high and low for you, our missing person." Hermione pinched Ron's arm, signaling him to cease his chatter. "Harry, Ron isn't blaming you. We are simply very concerned about you. Your demeanor has been quite unusual of late," she said, her eyes filled with worry as they gazed at Harry. Unlike Ron, Hermione was perceptive. She sensed that since the battle, Harry had been harboring a multitude of concealed emotions that shackled him like a wall, dividing him into two halves, one living in reality and the other shrouded in shadows. "Harry, do not bear the weight of everything alone. You still have us. Whatever transpires, remember that we are your steadfast support." Hermione felt a profound sadness for Harry's predicament. Her dear friend, once characterized by his bright eyes, had not been seen since the war. He now existed in a solitary manner, making her feel as though she could lose him at any moment. Harry understood his friend's concerns and felt a pang of guilt, but he was at a loss for how to adjust his state of mind. Moreover, he preferred to tackle these emotions on his own, not wishing to involve others. "Hermione, I am merely struggling to come to terms with things. Perhaps in due time, I shall be all right," Harry reassured both Hermione and himself. He did not believe that voicing his guilt and complex emotions would lead to resolution. He felt that expressing certain matters would only burden others with unnecessary worry, serving no purpose beyond that. "Let's hurry back. My mother has prepared a plethora of chicken legs and sweet treats. If we tarry any longer, there will be none left, Ron urged the two of them. To Ron, Hermione seemed to be overly concerned. After all, they had just emerged from a war, and it was entirely normal for everyone to experience a range of emotions. There is no problem that chicken legs and sweet treats cannot resolve, Ron declared to Harry. If all else fails, I will relinquish my share of chicken legs to you. With a pained expression, Ron promised, thinking of the chicken legs he might soon lose. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron, while Harry chuckled at their banter, grateful that his friends were still by his side. This war had cost him dearly, and Ron and Hermione were now his greatest solace. All right, for the sake of Ron's chicken legs and sweet treats, let us make haste. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the trio until they disappeared from sight. Thus, time ambled forward, the anguish wrought by the war gradually fading under its relentless passage. Yet, the memories that loomed in the heart remained entangled, proving difficult to release. The deceased had perished, yet the living paid a price for their survival. In the minds of some, the remnants of the departed lingered, never truly vanishing. Gradually, as each recollection deepened the pain within, every detail from those memories would evoke endless sorrow and regret. Hence, an obsession was born, unknowingly taking root and becoming entrenched. Chapter 2. Time flows like water once again. Harry was jolted awake by the depths of that person's gaze. He rose from his bed, donned his robe, and departed his chamber. Ever since the reconstruction of Hogwarts, he had turned down the Ministry of Magic's overtures and chosen instead to return to Hogwarts. He had succeeded Professor McGonagall as the headmaster and also took on the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. Since Voldemort's demise, it seemed that this position had finally shed its curse. Harry ambled through the castle's corridors, ascending the winding staircases until he reached a towering tower. From this vantage point, one could survey the entirety of Hogwarts, and as night descended, a constellation of twinkling lights adorned the landscape, creating a dreamlike spectacle. He stood there in silence, feeling the chill envelop him. Suddenly, he recalled that person. Had he not stood here countless times before, day after day, alone in this cold and desolate place? Gazing into the distance? What thoughts had occupied his mind then? That question would forever remain unanswered, burdened with too many secrets and sorrows. The world had never shown him a modicum of kindness, yet he steadfastly upheld his promise. Harry mused that there would never again be another like him. The cold wind howled past the tower, but that solitary figure was no longer visible. Harry, do you truly intend to proceed with this? The weighty voice of Dumbledore emanated from the portrait, imbued with a somber tone. Time is the most elusive of elements. No one had ever dared to embark on such a venture before, which meant that regardless of success or failure, the outcome was shrouded in uncertainty. As always, the headmaster's office was quiet. Harry, engrossed in studying a tome on time spells that he had retrieved from the Chamber of Secrets, set the book aside upon hearing Dumbledore's voice. By chance, while monitoring students' nocturnal escapades, he had stumbled upon yet another hidden chamber of Slytherin, which could also be deemed a library, replete with numerous long-lost texts that piqued his interest. Albus, this is the impetus that sustains my will to live, Harry confided to the venerable man who had dedicated his life to the wizarding world. The memories and guilt tormented him ceaselessly. But, Harry, this is not your fault. Victory often demands sacrifice, and we must make difficult choices. The elder's voice conveyed a soothing undertone. Moreover, that was Severus's choice as well. Choice? Harry interrupted, his voice laden with ambiguity. When had he ever been afforded a choice in all that had transpired? When had he possessed the right to choose? Anger surged within him. It was an excuse, but not a justification for imposing all misfortune upon him. And Albus, when you orchestrated those events, even planning your own demise, did you ever consider his fate? Why should his soul be deemed unworthy of redemption? He should not have borne such slander. Harry recognized that he was venting his frustration upon the elder. He was also grappling with his own inadequacies and past foolishness, acutely aware of his own wretchedness. During this time, he had revisited those memories repeatedly, striving to recall every detail he had overlooked. He allowed the pain to gnaw away at him, filling his heart and spreading like wildfire. Yet, the one who had filled him with guilt was no longer present. However, Harry was painfully aware that mere guilt could not alter the past, nor could it grant him a second chance. What was lost was irretrievable, and now he had finally discovered a method to begin anew. Driven by the obsessions in his heart, unwilling to relinquish his pursuit, Dumbledore remained silent, his gaze reflecting remorse for that man. He could no longer amend the decisions he had made. Harry, I am truly sorry for Severus. Yet, I am but a memory now. I cannot hinder you, nor can I assist you, the portrait of the elder stated after a prolonged silence. No, Albus. You need not apologize. You had your considerations. At that time, perhaps your plan was the best course of action. Harry regarded the portrait of the elder, having regained his composure. It was he who had become ensnared in his own stubbornness. This matter had never truly pertained to Dumbledore. Nonetheless, all my current research is for my own sake, unassociated with anyone else. Therefore, whatever the cost, I shall see this plan through. The elder in the portrait sighed at Harry's resolute declaration and fell silent, the room once more enveloped in tranquility. Time flows like water, fleeting in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, 7 years had elapsed since that war. In these 7 years, daily life had been serene, as if the anguish had never descended upon them. Ron had become an Auror, and Hermione had assumed the role of Minister for Magic. At last, this pair of joyful adversaries had celebrated their wedding after 2 years of adjustment, blessed by all, while every life unfolded in an orderly manner. In the headmaster's office, Harry reported to Dumbledore's portrait about his academic findings. The Slytherin library was remarkably comprehensive, encompassing a wealth of precious knowledge and techniques. Through years of practical exploration of the alchemy and spells contained within those tomes, he believed he had successfully mastered the portions that were of utility to him. Though his proficiency may not have reached its zenith, he held sufficient confidence in his studies of time. The elder listened silently, allowing Harry to speak freely. He understood that at present, Harry merely required an attentive ear. Immersed in his research, Harry had become increasingly reclusive, leading to repeated quarrels with Ginny. After several breakups and reconciliations, they ultimately chose to grant each other freedom. Harry recognized that, given his current circumstances, he could not provide the happiness that the girl desired. He could only let her go. This realization weighed heavily upon him, yet he felt powerless. If his plan were to succeed, how would he allow her to choose? It seemed more prudent to release her now. She deserved a life filled with greater joy, rather than enduring suffering alongside him. As he gazed down at the enveloping darkness of Hogwarts from the tower, Harry's heart momentarily lost its vibrancy. The darkest hour is just before dawn. Chapter 3. A successful study. Subsequently, he devoted every available moment to studying alchemical arts and spells related to time. Each day, Harry fervently experimented, striving to uncover a method for the harmonious fusion of alchemy and spells. With no precedent to guide him, his initial attempts were fraught with difficulty. At critical junctures, the spells and enchantments would fail due to an imbalance of energy. Through countless trials and adjustments, he began to conceive a new perspective. Perhaps fusion was not a necessity. Perhaps his prior attempts had been misguided. They belonged to inherently different realms and could not be merged. Instead, he might allow them to function as complementary forces to achieve his objectives. Having abandoned the notion of fusion, he swiftly identified a new direction for his research and practice. He contemplated initially replicating magical runes on alchemical items before subsequently adding spells, and this line of thought instantaneously unveiled another door for him. However, it also signified that all his prior efforts had been misguided, rendered utterly futile. But what did it matter? Harry mused, for what he lacked most at present was time. He could afford to take it slowly, convinced that success would eventually come. He referred to the time turner, yet based on his current progress, he could only be deemed to have merely grazed the threshold, with many unknown challenges still awaiting resolution. After perusing a plethora of materials, he grasped the underlying principles of the time turner's creation. At this juncture, the time turner could not be classified as a true alchemical artifact. Rather, it was merely a timekeeping device. Its capabilities stemmed from a spell of time reversal. Thus its effects diverged significantly from the objectives Harry sought to achieve. In the days that followed, apart from instructing his students, Harry traversed between the Chamber of Secrets and the headmaster's office, at times even forgetting to eat. Thus, after he had meticulously analyzed all the reasons for his failures, he finally stumbled upon a viable method. An owl delivered a letter from Hermione. Since he had embarked on this research, his correspondence with friends had diminished significantly, prompting Ron to voice his grievances repeatedly. Reflecting on his research achievements brought Harry some solace. Perhaps he ought to take a stroll. With this thought, he retrieved a piece of parchment and penned a response to Hermione, detailing the time and place for their meeting. After feasting on some tidbits, the owl set off with his reply. Harry, it's quite a challenge to see you nowadays. Have you become so enamored with studying that you've been possessed by Hermione? Ron expressed his discontent towards Harry, earning a roll of the eyes from Hermione. It's been ages since we've had a proper conversation. What kind of research could possibly engross you to the extent of neglecting your friends for so long? Enough, Ron. Hermione interjected, curbing Ron's complaints. Harry, it's been such a long time. How have you been? Have you encountered any difficulties? Is there anything I can assist you with? Fortunately, nothing of great concern. I'm merely exploring some spells, apart from classes. There's little else to occupy my time at Hogwarts. Harry was reluctant to divulge the specifics of his research to his friends just yet. He preferred to be fully prepared before revealing anything. But enough about me. How have you both been? Any recent developments at the ministry, my esteemed minister? He teased Hermione, who shot him a disapproving glance. We're in peacetime. There aren't many happenings, just the usual factional skirmishes. As long as their interests aren't threatened. My position as minister remains stable. Hermione was displeased with Harry's attempt to divert the conversation. Yet she had no recourse but to share some tidbits about the ministry while also seeking to understand Harry's current life at Hogwarts. Ron, feeling overlooked, lamented. Have you two forgotten that there's another person sitting pitifully beside you? Of course not, Ron. How could I forget you, my dear Ron? Harry chuckled, amused by Ron's sudden disinterest in him. Harry, my mum says you should visit the burrow. She mentioned it's been ages since she last saw you. Ron conveyed his mother's concern. Despite Harry and Ginny's breakup, Mrs. Weasley still regarded Harry as her own child. All right, once I wrap up this busy period, I'll make a trip. I'll let you know via owl when I do. After spending a full day with his friends, Harry returned to the chamber to immerse himself in his research. With a recalibrated focus, he finally found his process on the right track, and in the ensuing days, he felt an overwhelming premonition that success was within his grasp. On an ordinary afternoon, within the Slytherin chamber, as he beheld the radiance emanating from the alchemical array, Harry suppressed his exhilaration. He had finally succeeded. The alchemical array controlling time formed a closed loop on the hourglass clock, and the time reversal spell was flawlessly affixed to it. The new time turner had been successfully crafted. Albus, I have finally succeeded. I can go back. Harry rushed back to the headmaster's office, exclaiming his joy to the portrait of the elderly man, utterly oblivious to the concerned expression reflected in the painting. Harry, while I do not endorse the endeavor you seek to undertake, I am nonetheless pleased with your success. The elder's calm voice reached his ears. Observing the fervor in Harry's eyes momentarily saddened him. In his days as a portrait, he had watched this boy ensnared in memories, slowly sinking into despair, powerless to intervene. Now this child was finally poised to fulfill his wish, and he hoped that in the years to come, Harry would find joy akin to that of this moment. Albus, I am acutely aware of your concerns. However, throughout these years, I have yearned for success, eagerly anticipating this moment every single day. I understand your apprehension, yet this is something I must pursue. Otherwise, my life will be fraught with unrest. It is time to see my friends, Harry thought. I ought to bid them farewell. He resolved to visit the burrow, as Mrs. Weasley had mentioned him previously. If he could sort things out promptly, he could devote himself wholeheartedly to his preparations. Subsequently, Harry instructed the owl to deliver a letter to Hermione and the others, informing them that he would soon conclude his current tasks, and suggesting they arrange a time to gather at the burrow. Having completed these tasks, Harry departed the headmaster's office and ascended to the tower, quietly gazing out at the expanse of Hogwarts, allowing his mind to wander. In that moment, Harry felt a long-lost sense of tranquility. What a splendid day, he thought. Chapter 4, Informing of Plans. At the burrow, Mrs. Weasley was bustling about, preparing a feast for everyone, as Harry had not visited in quite some time, and today she intended to prepare a sumptuous meal. Just as Harry apparat to the burrow, he spotted Ron and Hermione peering out the door. Hey, Harry, you made it, Ron exclaimed, rushing towards Harry with glee. He enveloped Harry in a tight embrace, leaving Harry momentarily breathless. Ron, are you trying to suffocate Harry? Hermione quickly intervened, pulling Ron away. Merlin, what a relief. Harry expressed his gratitude towards Hermione, while Ron, under Hermione's restraint, dared not resist. Mrs. Weasley emerged upon hearing the commotion. Oh, dear, you look rather worse for wear. How have Hogwarts house elves been caring for you? You've lost so much weight, she exclaimed, her heart aching for the gaunt Harry. Come inside. Arthur will be home shortly, and I've made your favorite pumpkin pasties. As everyone settled down, they soon heard Arthur Weasley's voice. Oh, Harry, you're here. I brought some butterbeer. It's been ages since we last saw each other, so we must indulge today. After handing his coat to Molly, Arthur approached the dining table. He placed the butterbeer on the table and remarked, Merlin, the weather has been dreadful lately. It's been perpetually gloomy, and I can hardly remember the last time I saw sunshine. Arthur couldn't help but voice his discontent regarding the weather. Then, the conversation turned to the troubles of their work, and seeing this, Ron joined in, launching into a tirade about the Ministry of Magic. The burrow suddenly became lively, with everyone sharing their recent experiences, each contributing to the chatter. At the dining table, Ron was enthusiastically gnawing on a chicken leg, and despite having not finished the one in his mouth, he had already grabbed another with his hand. Hermione rolled her eyes at the sight, reminding Ron not to behave so embarrassingly. However, after he rebutted her, he cheekily placed another chicken leg onto Hermione's plate, prompting her to exasperatedly ignore him. Harry watched them laugh, taking a sip of butterbeer. Yet, when he thought about the news he had to share with his friends later, the butterbeer suddenly turned bitter in his mouth. He needed to carefully consider his words. How could he convey his plan to Hermione and the others in a way that they would accept? Harry pondered silently. After finishing their meal and spending the evening at the Burrow, Harry bid farewell to Arthur and Molly, leaving with Hermione and Ron. The trio headed to number 12 Grimmauld Place, a place Harry hadn't visited in quite some time. Nowhere else came to mind for him to reveal his intentions to his friends. Inside the Black family home, Ron and Hermione sat on the sofa, utterly astonished after Harry disclosed his intention to utilize the time turner he had crafted to reverse time. Harry, are you suggesting that you want to gamble your life on this unknown object, which no one knows the effects of, to execute this so-called plan? Merlin S. Beard. This is utterly mad, Ron exclaimed, jumping up to stare at Harry. He was nearly beside himself, incredulous at Harry's nonchalant attitude towards such a perilous endeavor. And what do you mean by having only one chance? What will happen if you fail? Have you even considered that? Ron questioned loudly. He could hardly believe his ears. How could Harry speak so casually about something fraught with potential life-threatening consequences? He could not accept this and felt deceived that they had been kept in the dark. Harry, may I know what you're thinking? You've already made your decision, haven't you? In contrast to Ron's agitation, Hermione remained remarkably composed. Though she struggled to accept the situation, she understood that once Harry had informed them, no one would be able to dissuade him. Yes, it is an announcement. Hermione grasped the undeniable tone in Harry's voice. She had always known that ever since the war had ended, Harry had been burdened by an insurmountable obstacle in his heart. She had hoped that with time, he would heal, but it seemed she was mistaken. Regret washed over her. Despite knowing Harry was troubled, she had often been preoccupied with other matters and had overlooked him. This wave of remorse left Hermione feeling somewhat defeated. Of course, Harry said to them, I have spent 7 entire years researching this. I have lain awake every night, unable to bear living my life in guilt and uncertainty. It would drive me mad. But what if you fail? Ron interrupted, unwilling to hear any more from Harry. He could not bear to watch his friend throw away his life so recklessly. No one had ever attempted this. Who knew if it would succeed? And no one knew what success would look like. How is this any different from a death sentence? How could you keep us in the dark about something so dangerous? Do you even consider us friends? Ron's expression was one of agitation, and it was impossible for anyone to calmly accept such devastating news. Ron, this is my fault. But I don't want my selfish thoughts to involve you, Harry replied, lowering his gaze to avoid Ron's eyes. He understood Ron's concerns, but he had to succeed. And even if failure was a possibility, he would not waver. Harry wished for no secrets from his friends. Of course, I cannot guarantee 100% success. There is a possibility of failure. However, regardless of the outcome, I will proceed. Even if it costs me my life. Even if it costs me my life. He affirmed resolutely. At this point, Ron fell silent, unsure of how to convince Harry to abandon his plan. All he could do was turn away, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked helplessly at Hermione. Hermione sighed softly. She had extricated herself from the sudden emotional turmoil. Since you have made your decision, I will refrain from uttering any further futile arguments, but I know I cannot stop you. However, Harry, if Hermione's words were cut short as she found herself unable to contain her tears, choking back her emotions, she struggled to articulate her remaining thoughts, unsure of how to continue. Yes, she could not dissuade him. But this was Harry, her dearest friend since entering Hogwarts, with whom she had faced numerous trials and tribulations. How could she remain indifferent to his actions, which bordered on self-destruction? Although she understood his motivations, understanding did not alleviate her sorrow. No one could predict whether his plan would succeed, but she knew that regardless of the outcome, she would no longer see Harry in the days to come. Just contemplating this sent a shiver of cold dread through Hermione's heart. Harry, seeing his friends with tear-streaked faces, felt a pang of anguish himself. However, he thought that if he let this opportunity slip away, he would never forgive himself. If the rest of his life was to be spent in this tormenting emotional state, he would rather seek a new direction for himself, even if the path ahead was uncertain. When do you plan to begin? Hermione inquired. Since she could not prevent him, she did not wish to miss her last moments with her friend. Ron's gaze was fixed intently on Harry. At the end of this term, after I have arranged everything at Hogwarts and resigned from all my responsibilities. In the time leading up to this final moment, Hermione and Ron put aside all their obligations. They spent what could be the last moments of their lives together with Harry, and despite the deep reluctance they felt, time would not slow its pace for their sorrow. The holidays arrived as expected, and the students returned home. In an instant, Hogwarts fell into silence, much like the hearts of Ron and Hermione. Chapter 5, A Time-Turner Mishap. In the Slytherin chamber, Hermione, Ron, you should be pleased for me. No one has ever had such an opportunity, and haven't you both helped me prepare so much? Harry said as he checked all the items needed for their venture. During the lead-up to the holiday, Hermione and Ron contributed a great deal of thought to ensure Harry's plan was as safe as possible. They researched extensively and collaborated with Harry to create a magical array that would maintain a stable protection over his soul, providing numerous ideas to ensure the Time Turner's success. Additionally, Hermione brewed a flawless potion of Felix Felicis. They did their utmost to safeguard Harry's life, even though they were uncertain of its effectiveness. Hermione even prepared a spatial bag for Harry, filled with galleons and an assortment of items. In her words, it was better to be prepared than caught unawares. During the final moments of aiding Harry, Ron and Hermione gradually came to accept the reality of their situation. One day, while dining, Ron candidly remarked to Harry that upon returning, he must not be treated better than Ron himself. Upon hearing this, Harry burst into laughter, while Hermione appeared as if she wished to delve into Ron's mind to uncover what thoughts resided within. After Harry offered numerous reassurances, Ron relented. Within the magical circle, after Harry consumed the Felix Felicis, he activated the Time Turner, flashing a radiant smile at Ron and Hermione before vanishing from their sight. Although they had prepared for this moment, Ron and Hermione still felt a pang of sorrow. Ron embraced the weeping Hermione, comforting her, "Do not cry. We had an agreement, did we not?" Observing Ron, who despite his own struggles was still offering solace, Hermione ceased her tears. "Ron, we should be joyous for Harry, should we not?" In a hidden corner, the alchemical rune on the Time Turner miraculously merged with the attached enchantment, resulting in subtle changes whose implications remained uncertain. After bidding farewell to his friends, a brilliant white light compelled Harry to shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in an extraordinary realm. Upon regaining his sight, he beheld an elderly man with a white beard standing before him, dressed in attire reminiscent of Dumbledore. The elder smiled upon seeing him and said, "Greetings, young one. Though I am unaware of how you arrived here, the aura surrounding your soul reveals your intentions. Thus, I must impart some advice. Time travel is fraught with peril. Once you successfully reverse time, you must not disclose your true identity to anyone, nor divulge the trajectory of the future." As he spoke, the elder extended his finger towards Harry, gesturing in his direction. "To safeguard the secrets of time, I have implemented certain measures to prevent others from uncovering this memory. Consider it a parting gift. Furthermore, your journey may encounter unforeseen changes, yet perhaps this is the finest arrangement, a gift from Merlin himself." With that, the elder waved goodbye to Harry, who was suddenly engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself at the entrance of Diagon Alley. Reflecting on his recent experience, he silently committed the elder's words to memory. Pondering the meaning behind the elder's final statement, he waved his wand, summoning the time displayed before him. August 1st, 1971. Merlin's beard. He had returned to 1971. Was it not supposed to be 1991? Unsure of where the error lay, Harry felt momentarily adrift, grappling with a situation now beyond his control. He resolved to seek shelter and contemplate his next steps. He tapped his wand against the brick wall, and the cacophony of Diagon Alley flooded his ears. Observing the alley, slightly altered from his recollections, Harry felt a surge of emotion, and suddenly a radiant smile broke across his face. In 1971, he could meet his parents. "Thank you, Merlin. Nothing could surpass this joy." Then, a thought struck him. Was this the situation the elder had alluded to? Remembering the elder's mention of Merlin's gifts, Harry expressed his gratitude once more. Subsequently, he took refuge at the Leaky Cauldron, grateful for Hermione's space pouch and galleons. Otherwise, he might have found himself sleeping on the streets. Sitting quietly on his bed, he examined the Time Turner in his hands, noticing an anomaly. A rune and enchantment had merged, a detail he had overlooked previously. Despite having attempted various methods without success, he had unwittingly achieved his original intention. Studying the peculiar fusion, he realized it was irreparable, meaning he could not return to his rightful time. With no immediate solution, he turned his thoughts to future plans. Years of intense study had bolstered Harry's prowess, but also narrowed his social circle, leaving him uncertain of his next steps. Should he return to his former pursuits? True to his Gryffindor spirit, Harry impulsively pinned a job application to Dumbledore. However, upon completing it, he recognized a significant issue. He had no identity. Indeed, he had appeared out of nowhere, with no trace of a past, which would inevitably draw Dumbledore's attention. Thus, he needed to resolve this predicament. Eventually, he found a way, and with a sum of galleons, he became the heir of a French nobleman, Alison Howard. A graduate of Durmstrang, proficient in spells, yet due to his family's decline, he was now alone and had come to live in England. Through a combination of spells and alchemical items, Harry concealed the scar upon his forehead, embarking on his quest for employment. After sending his letter with an owl to Dumbledore, Harry awaited the headmaster's arrival at the Leaky Cauldron. The old man's figure arrived with the sunlight, and as Harry beheld the younger version of the headmaster from his memories, a surge of thoughts washed over him. Dumbledore, looking at the unfamiliar young man, smiled and inquired, "Are you Mr. Howard?" I have reviewed your letter and believe it necessary to delve deeper into your circumstances. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore, what aspects would you like to inquire about? Harry responded with composure. Mr. Howard, having graduated from Durmstrang, what prompted you to seek a teaching position at Hogwarts? Well, my mother was an alumna of Hogwarts. She had always hoped I would attend, but for various reasons, that did not come to fruition. Now that she is no longer with us, I wish to visit the place where she grew up. Harry's thoughts of his never-before-seen mother momentarily moistened his eyes. Oh, my child, do not be saddened. I have read your letter, and your insights into spells are indeed exceptional. You should be more than capable of fulfilling this role, so do not worry. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly at the young man before him. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I shall endeavor to fulfill my duties diligently. Harry pledged to the elder. Indeed, Mr. Howard. We shall meet again at Hogwarts. After confirming the time and place for signing the contract, the elder departed. Chapter 6. Joining Hogwarts. In the office of Hogwarts Headmaster, Harry gazed at the familiar yet foreign decor with a sense of nostalgia. He had returned here, albeit at an incongruous time. Mr. Howard, in light of your vast knowledge and remarkable spellcasting abilities, Hogwarts welcomes you. Dumbledore affirmed Harry's prowess, surprised at the young man's depth of understanding. Subsequently, Dumbledore assigned Harry an office and introduced him to the other professors at the school. Harry gazed at the faces, some familiar and others unfamiliar, greeting each in turn. He mused silently to himself, reflecting on how Professor McGonagall had always possessed such a serious demeanor, even in her youth. As the start of term approached, Harry had proactively sought out a position to welcome the new students from Dumbledore, beginning his preparations days in advance. The moment he spotted the names Severus Snape and Lily Evans, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. He had engaged in mental fortitude the previous day, reminding himself to remain composed, lest his excitement betray him and cause unnecessary trouble. In Spinner's End, Tobias Snape had begun to unravel early that morning, venting his frustrations on Severus and his mother once again before storming out, clutching the wages Aaron had received just days prior. Severus curled in a corner, feeling the aches in his body, his heart long since numbed to the suffering. When Harry arrived at Spinner's End, witnessing this scene filled him with rage. He could scarcely believe his eyes. How could this scoundrel treat Severus and his mother so callously? Wasn't she a witch? How could she stand by and watch her child endure such brutality? He yearned to confront the wretch and deliver a sound reprimand. Yet he could only remain quietly at the corner, waiting for Severus to rise and for Aaron to restore order before presenting himself at the door, feigning that he had just arrived. Good day, may I inquire if this is the residence of Mr. Severus Snape? After catching the attention of the two within, he continued. I am Professor Allison Howard, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts. You may address me as Professor Howard or simply Professor. I trust you have received your acceptance letters. I am here to escort Mr. Snape to Diagon Alley for his preterm preparations. Observing Aaron's anxious demeanor, Harry sighed inwardly, his heart still unsettled by the earlier sight. He could not fathom why a witch would willingly allow herself to be treated in such a manner by a muggle. He dismissed Severus momentarily, wishing to speak with Aaron. Mr. Snape, I need you to gather your belongings from your room. We shall depart shortly. Once Severus retreated, Harry turned to Aaron. Madam, while I am uncertain of the circumstances that have led you to this state, as a witch, especially a mother, how could you permit another to inflict such harm upon your child? Harry felt a tumult of anger and confusion regarding Aaron's acquiescence to Tobias's mistreatment of Severus, unable to believe that a witch would feel powerless against a muggle. Yet, Aaron merely observed Severus's plight in silence, waiting until it was over to pick up the pieces. She offered no response to Harry's inquiries, lost in her own world. When Harry reiterated his concerns for Severus's safety, she only insisted that Tobias would improve. Realizing she lacked sufficient funds to procure school supplies for Severus, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them once more. Oh, madam, you needn't worry. Hogwarts provides additional assistance for every underprivileged family. However, I hope that when Mr. Snape is next in peril, you will act as a witch ought to, rather than merely standing by and doing nothing. With that, Harry turned away from Aaron. Truth be told, Harry felt a pang of sorrow for Severus's unfortunate parentage, unable to comprehend how Severus had endured such torment throughout his childhood, and the thought of Severus having such a childhood, leading him into a life of suffering, left Harry breathless. He swore to himself that he would change all of this. Before long, Severus emerged from his room, having no extra clothes to change into. He merely wiped the footprints Tobias had left on his garments and washed his face before stepping outside. After bidding farewell to Aaron, Harry led Severus away. As they walked, Harry slowed his pace to walk alongside Severus, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Years of obsession had driven him to strive incessantly, altering his very essence. Yet now, faced with this person again in such dire circumstances, he found himself at a loss for conversation. Should he offer words of comfort, Or would that come across as pity? Mr. Snape, we are to collect Miss Lily Evans next, and then we shall proceed to Diagon Alley to acquire the necessary items for the school year. Do you have any questions for me? Severus merely glanced at Harry without uttering a word. In that moment, Harry sensed a mix of relief and something else stirring within him. They soon arrived at Lily's home, and Harry rang the doorbell. A lovely young girl answered, her vibrant red hair framing her face. Upon meeting her striking green eyes, Harry confirmed her identity. Merlin, this is his mother. Thank you, Merlin, once again. Gathering himself as he caught the questioning look in Lily's eyes, he swallowed the lump in his throat, determined to maintain his composure in front of them. Is this Miss Lily Evans? I am Professor Allison Howard, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts. You should have received your acceptance letter. And I will be escorting you and Mr. Snape to Diagon Alley to procure your school supplies. Harry adjusted his demeanor, striving to appear as natural as possible, though it was clear that none in attendance noticed his emotional turmoil. I now need to inform your parents before we commence our day's journey. Oh, Severus, you're coming to Diagon Alley with me? That is absolutely wonderful. I knew I wasn't a freak. Lily exclaimed, bounding towards Severus with a bright smile, leaping in joy upon receiving confirmation. Severus gazed at Lily, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and Harry felt a flicker of unfamiliarity at this side of Severus. It was surprising to see him smile, not with sarcasm, but with genuine warmth. Such a version of Severus was indeed rare, and Harry found himself studying him intently, earning a dispassionate glance in return. At that moment, Lily's parents emerged, and after yet another round of self-introduction, Harry explained his purpose for visiting. Following a thorough introduction to Hogwarts and Diagon Alley, he found himself bombarded with questions from his grandparents. After satisfying their curiosity about the wizarding world, he led them on their shopping expedition in Diagon Alley. Sunlight bathed the earth, imbuing everything with vitality. As long as the sun shone, hope would continue to gleam brightly within one's heart. Chapter 7. Preparations for the school year. Harry guided them to the entrance of Diagon Alley, and before the two curious onlookers, he produced his wand and tapped several bricks, which transformed into a wide archway before them. Lily could not restrain her exclamation. Wow, this is so cool. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry proclaimed, echoing the words Hagrid had once shared with him. He first took Lily to Gringotts to exchange some galleons, and then they proceeded to Flourish and Blots, where he purchased all the necessary textbooks for both of them. After shrinking the books and placing them into his space bag, he noticed the curious glimmer in Lily's eyes and explained the purpose of the space bag. When Lily inquired about how the books were shrunk, Harry replied, "It is a shrinking charm, which you will naturally learn once you enroll. Now we must procure wands, which are of utmost importance to any wizard." With that, he led them towards Ollivander's wand shop. As they stood outside the shop, Lily and Severus exchanged a glance and halted in their tracks, both looking expectantly at Harry. He understood their unspoken sentiment immediately. This wand shop appeared rather dilapidated. The faded golden sign above the door read, Ollivander, EST 382B, C, Quality Wands. Thousands of narrow boxes containing wands reached the ceiling, and dust swirled in the air, which explained their hesitance to enter. Seeing their trepidation, Harry took the initiative and pushed the door open, causing a tinkling sound that caught Ollivander's attention as he emerged from the cluttered aisles. "Ah, look, two little ones have come back," the elderly man remarked, his unique silver eyes assessing the trio. A face I do not recognize. You cannot be here to purchase a wand from me." Harry, feeling the wand crafted by Ollivander tucked in his sleeve, replied with composure, "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander. I graduated from Durmstrang and am now at Hogwarts. Today, I am here to assist the new students in acquiring their wands." "Oh, then let us find the perfect wand for each of you. Who shall go first?" I, Lily exclaimed eagerly. And Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. His mother was truly delightful and full of life. "Do you prefer using your left or right hand?" "Right hand." Upon receiving Lily's answer, Ollivander took out a measuring tape and began to gather the necessary measurements, leading to a flurry of activity. After trying wands made of oak, elm, and cherry, Lily finally found her match. A willow wand, with a dragon heartstring core, 10¼ inches, an uncommon yet highly suitable wand for healing. "You shall be an exceptional witch." Upon hearing Ollivander's words, Lily beamed with joy as she showcased her new wand to her friends. Next was Severus, who took slightly less time than Lily and quickly found his wand. "Let me see, a birch wand, with a snake's nerve. 13½ inches, an ancient wand imbued with power. You will become a formidable wizard." Harry observed Severus's face light up with happiness, thinking to himself that he was already a powerful wizard, without a doubt. After paying for the wands, Harry led them out of the shop. "Next, we must visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions." Noticing Severus clad in clearly ill-fitting attire, Harry refrained from commenting, but mentally adjusted the budget for Severus's clothing. Madame Malkin's shop was bustling, given the start of the school year. After Harry stated his requirements, Madame Malkin looked surprised. "Are you certain you wish to order so many?" Harry realized she had misunderstood him. "Madam, I mean to reserve all the robes they will need for this year, and I will pay you in one go. Afterwards, you simply need to provide seasonal robes according to their needs." Harry offered a generous budget for this purpose. "Professor, I fear my funds may not suffice." Upon hearing the exchange between Harry and Madame Malkin, Lily tugged at Harry's sleeve, looking bashful. Witnessing such a sweet gesture from his mother warmed Harry's heart. "Miss Evans, do not concern yourself with this matter. Consider it a welcome gift for you and Mr. Snape." Harry smiled at Lily. "I hold both of you in great affection, so there is no need to decline." In truth, he was merely worried that Severus might misinterpret the situation, and though his reasoning was somewhat clumsy, he wished to avoid seeing Severus in ill-fitting clothing, especially as he was to enter Slytherin. Contemplating the Slytherin crowd and the potential ridicule Severus might face due to his clothing, Harry felt compelled to prevent such an occurrence. Since they were already here, he resolved to do his utmost to improve Severus's circumstances, even if just a little. However, it was evident that such a gift felt overly extravagant to both of them. Lily declined several times, but ultimately acquiesced to Harry's insistence. Severus, for the first time, scrutinized the professor before him, noticing how closely the professor's eyes resembled Lily's. "Do you like us?" Severus thought skeptically, surmising that he was merely an afterthought in this gesture. Perhaps the professor felt embarrassed to buy only for Lily. Hence he included Severus as well. After all, who would genuinely care for him? Yet, this was indeed something he needed, especially considering the oversized, tattered garment that constituted his only remaining attire. Severus swallowed his instinct to refuse. Unaware of Severus's inner turmoil, Harry, after settling the payment, allowed Madame Malkin to finalize arrangements with the two before continuing with their day. Upon exiting, he informed them that he had covered the cost of the robes they would need for the year, and they merely needed to contact Madame Malkin via owl. He then guided them to procure the remaining essentials. Time swiftly passed, and Harry addressed the two. "Now that we have acquired everything necessary, it is time to tackle an important matter." Both Lily and Severus looked at him, puzzled about what else remained, as they had already secured all items listed on the enrollment notice. "Now, I require your company for lunch, my dear friends, so tell me what you wish to eat." However, it was clear that the two were not forthcoming with their desires. "Very well, then, I shall decide." He subsequently escorted them to a restaurant, purchasing a sufficient amount of food for both, and treating himself to a mug of butterbeer. Now, he sought a moment of tranquility. This day had been utterly enchanting, one he would never forget. He was profoundly grateful to Merlin for affording him such experiences. After their meal, Harry inquired whether they wished to acquire an owl. Although Hogwarts provided communal owls, having one of their own could prove convenient. After Severus declined, Lily selected an adorably plump owl, naming it Puff for its round and cuddly appearance, a reason she cheerfully offered. Finally, after concluding their day's adventures, Harry escorted them back home, first dropping off Lily. After reiterating the enrollment time and location to her grandparents, he then made his way towards Spinner's Inn with Severus. At that moment, Harry produced a pouch of galleons and said to Severus, "Mr. Snape, this is the remaining allowance after today's purchases." He placed it into Severus's hands. Of course, the amount was not truly that substantial. Harry had discreetly augmented it, but as long as no one mentioned it, how would Severus ever know? Severus grasped the heavy pouch of coins in his hand, feeling an unsettling disquiet. Was the financial assistance from Hogwarts truly this substantial? Yet, he could not articulate what felt amiss, merely accepting it in silence. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Harry, inquiring, "Professor, might you assist me by safeguarding a portion of this? I fear I may misplace it." "Of course," Harry replied, his mind wandering to Severus's home situation. A wave of frustration washing over him. He felt compelled to take action, unwilling to stand idly by while Severus endured such maltreatment. After Severus kept a small number of galleons for himself, Harry escorted him back to his residence. Chapter 8. The new student's arrival before long. The time for the new term arrived, and Harry, along with the other professors, eagerly awaited the arrival of the first years at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, aboard the Hogwarts Express, Severus and Lily encountered James Potter and Sirius Black shortly after boarding. Upon entering a compartment, Severus and Lily were soon followed by James, who tugged Sirius along, joining them in the same space. Severus disregarded the duo, his attention firmly fixed on Lily as she recounted her recent experiences. Lily began by sharing the titles of the books she had read over the past few days, then turned to Severus, saying, "Sev, the professor who came to collect us that day, there's something familiar about him. I feel an inexplicable sense of warmth upon seeing him. And those two students who entered with us, one bears a striking resemblance to the professor. Are they perhaps related?" Hearing Lily's words, Severus glanced at James and pondered. Indeed, he does bear a resemblance. However, he claimed to be a graduate of Durmstrang when we met at the wand shop, so that seems unlikely. But what relevance did this have to them? Severus mused. Lily found his analysis reasonable, and the conversation shifted away from the subject. James, noticing Lily's glance, seized the moment to engage her. Hello, I'm James Potter, and this is my dear friend, Sirius Black. Might I inquire your name, beautiful lady? Sirius, seeing his friend's brazen approach, could only follow suit with a greeting. Lily, responding to him, said, Hello, I am Lily Evans, and this is my good friend, Severus Snape. James immediately took the opportunity to converse with Lily, while Sirius, witnessing his friend's disregard for their friendship, sighed in exasperation, thinking, this man is hopeless. He then glanced at the similarly abandoned Severus, and they exchanged a wordless understanding. Lily brimmed with curiosity about how the sorting at Hogwarts would unfold. I heard from my father that we must battle a troll, she exclaimed. James instantly shared what he knew, enthusiastically detailing the process. However, Lily's countenance paled upon hearing this. Noticing her fear, Severus shot a fierce glare at James. Don't pay any heed to his nonsense, Lily. Hogwarts would never expose young witches and wizards to such peril. That is what my father informed me, Severus reassured her. James, feeling challenged, retorted. That insufferable git cannot be trusted, especially not when he's in Lily's presence. Tell me, Sirius, do you concur? James asked, but Sirius, sensing the tension, quickly distanced himself from the topic. Let us discuss which houses you all hope to join. Do share. I will undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. My family has always been Gryffindors. But, Sirius, given your lineage, surely you will be a Slytherin. Before he could finish, Sirius interrupted. I refuse to be a Slytherin. I'm destined for Gryffindor. While Sirius and James debated, Lily turned to Severus for guidance on the matter, her ignorance of the topic prompting her inquiry. Severus recalled his mother's words and replied, I shall be sorted into Slytherin, as my mother was a Slytherin. You would do well to aspire for the same. James, overhearing this, mocked, Slytherins are a bunch of cunning, treacherous lot. You clearly resemble those serpents and cannot be deemed a good person. How dare you speak of Severus so disrespectfully? You are truly impolite. Lily exclaimed, infuriated by James's behavior. Seeing Lily's anger, James attributed it solely to Severus, blaming the insufferable git for provoking her ire. Instantly, both boys exchanged glances filled with disdain. Severus, irritated by the pompous young man who had upset Lily, retorted, If my vision is not failing me, there is nothing invading your mind that would compel you to spout such absurdities and slander someone with whom you have no connection. Having said his piece, Severus turned his back on the two, leaving Lily in a sullen silence. The atmosphere remained tense until they disembarked the train. James, feeling remorseful, pulled Sirius along behind the two. Did I err, brother? But that insufferable git never seemed to be a decent person. Sirius, observing James's distress, replied, It's all right. There will be another day to teach him a lesson. For now, focus on where you're stepping. Be cautious not to trip. First-year students, gather around me and follow closely. Do not stray. Hagrid called to all the new arrivals. The first years stumbled along in his wake. They traversed a narrow path that led to a dark lake, across which stood an ancient castle. All the while, Lily gazed at everything with wonder and excitement. Oh, Sev, this is simply enchanting. I feel as though I am dreaming. Severus smiled at Lily's exuberance, listening to her exclamations while also keeping an eye on the uneven ground and scattered stones, occasionally reminding her to watch her step. Next, they were to board boats. With only 4 students permitted per vessel, James saw Lily and Severus climbing into one boat, accompanied by another individual, and quickly snatched the last available spot. In light of his friend's betrayal, Sirius had no choice but to board another boat. Aboard their vessel, James racked his brain for ways to placate Lily. But before he could concoct a plan, the boat came to a halt. Reluctantly, he trailed behind Lily and Severus as they moved forward. Sirius, finally catching up to James, couldn't he help but chuckle. Seriously, James, your descent into infatuation is astonishingly rapid. James merely glanced at Sirius, unwilling to engage, for he felt that no one could truly comprehend his emotions. The first years followed Hagrid to the castle doors, where he knocked. As the doors creaked open, they beheld a stern-looking witch standing at the entrance. Hagrid introduced her. This is Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall extended a warm welcome to the new students, outlining the upcoming arrangements. She first introduced the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, before announcing that the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Following her lead, the students walked onward, marveling at the enchanted ceiling above. At that moment, Lily spotted Harry at the staff table and couldn't help but wave enthusiastically at him. Harry, who had long been observing them, smiled and waved. signaling that he had spotted them amidst the throng of new students. As the newcomers entered, they all noticed this moment, prompting Sirius to curiously inquire of James, "Hey, James, could that professor be a relative of yours? He bears an uncanny resemblance to you." James, too, felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Harry, who occupied the professor's seat. Although he had no recollection of this individual, he experienced an inexplicable fondness for him, perhaps due to their striking similarity. He resolved to ask his family about this professor when he returned home, pondering whether there might indeed be some familial connection. As Harry observed his father and godfather, he felt a surge of nostalgia, realizing how close they had been at that time. Contemplating the events that lay ahead, Harry became resolute in his path. No one would be allowed to disrupt their lives again, absolutely no one. Yet, what Harry remained unaware of was that, more often than not, the world does not align with one's desires. Certain matters are predestined, and even Merlin cannot bend them to his will. Chapter 9. The Sorting Ceremony. After Dumbledore had conveyed the school regulations to the newcomers, Professor McGonagall approached the assembly with a lengthy roll of parchment. Beside her on a high stool sat an antiquated hat, which elicited puzzled looks from the crowd. To their astonishment, the hat began to sing with a lively shake. "You may find me lacking in beauty, but do not judge me by appearances. Come, don me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my care, you are entirely safe. For I am a hat imbued with thought." Upon concluding its song, Professor McGonagall retrieved the list of new students and commenced the roll call. One by one, the summoned students obediently took their places on the stool, donning the sorting hat for their allocation. As each name was called, it quickly reached those Harry had been eagerly watching. James Potter. The moment the hat was placed upon James's head, it boomed, "Gryffindor." A resounding applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. Sirius Black. However, it was evident that Sirius did not have the same smooth fortune as James. When he donned the sorting hat, it declared its intention to place him in Slytherin. This met with Sirius's vehement opposition, and after much insistence, the hat reluctantly announced, "Gryffindor." A commotion arose at the Slytherin table, with all eyes turning towards Narcissa Black. Despite her inner turmoil, Narcissa maintained an exterior of composure. She could not afford to lose her poise in front of so many, for she was a Black. Nevertheless, she resolved to have a serious discussion with Sirius at a later time. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in their minds, the sorting continued. Severus Snape. "Oh, a half-blood with ambition, a paradoxical individual, let me ponder where you ought to be." "Ah, Slytherin." After a prolonged silence, the hat rendered its verdict. Lily clapped joyfully for her friend among the crowd, drawing the attention of her nearby classmates. At the Slytherin table, the evident Muggle surname prompted many to scrutinize Severus. Yet no one welcomed his arrival. At the Professor's table, Harry smiled and applauded in Severus's direction, and upon noticing this, Lucius Malfoy contemplated momentarily before joining in the applause, prompting others to follow suit. Severus, however, remained unfazed as he took a seat at the end of the table. Observing the unfolding events at the Slytherin table, Harry's mind began to formulate a plan, considering its feasibility just as Lily was called. Lily Evans. Oh, a spirited and intelligent young lady, quite evidently Gryffindor. The applause from James was particularly pronounced as Severus watched Lily make her way to the Gryffindor table. Sighing with a mix of emotions, he did not intend to force Lily into Slytherin, but why must she share a house with that insufferable arrogant fool? The prospect of them becoming friends in the same house filled him with disdain for James and melancholy over Lily's sorting into Gryffindor. As Harry observed Severus's expression from the Professor's table, thoughts of his own relationships with his father and godfather made his head throb slightly. Dumbledore, noticing Harry's demeanor, inquired if he felt unwell, but Harry reassured him that he was merely anxious about the upcoming lessons, given his lack of experience. Dumbledore and the other professors offered words of comfort, encouraging him to relax, to which Harry expressed his gratitude for their concern. The sorting soon concluded, and the final student found their seat as Professor McGonagall returned to the staff table. She tapped her glass, producing a clear, ringing sound that silenced the bustling crowd. At that moment, Dumbledore stood, casting a sonorous charm with his wand. He addressed the students below, stating, "Before the feast commences, I wish to announce that Hogwarts has acquired a new defense against the dark arts professor this year, Professor Allison Howard. Let us extend a warm welcome to him." Harry promptly rose to acknowledge the faculty and student body before sitting down as Dumbledore continued. "And one last thing. Fools. Crybabies. Rascals. Thank you all." As Dumbledore's words faded, a splendid array of food appeared upon the tables, and the students immediately began to satiate their ravenous appetites. Amidst the din of joyous eating, a throng of ghosts materialized, startling many into dropping their food. Various specters floated beside the tables of the four houses, nearly headless Nick by Gryffindor, the Fat Friar by Hufflepuff, the Grey Lady by Ravenclaw, and the Bloody Baron by Slytherin. Some glided through the students, while others abruptly emerged from the center of the dining tables, causing considerable distress among the newcomers. In the ensuing chaos, the students finally finished their meals. Dumbledore tapped his glass once more, casting another sonorous charm before declaring, "All right. The sorting ceremony is about to conclude. Before we wrap up, let us partake in our final activity of the day, singing the school song." As Dumbledore's words echoed through the hall, a cacophony of magical melodies filled the air, each voice singing its own tune. Harry, having prepared himself with earplugs beforehand, delighted in the sight of the newcomers' pained expressions. Once the song concluded, the new students were led, somewhat dazed, by their house prefects out of the hall, who began introducing them to the staircases of Hogwarts, guiding them back to their common rooms. In the Gryffindor common room, Lily became roommates with a fellow Muggle-born girl, while James naturally shared a room with Sirius. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Severus quietly stood at the back of the crowd after entering. At that moment, the senior leading them addressed the freshmen. "Since you have chosen to enter Slytherin, it is your duty to strive for the glory of Slytherin with all your might. We are the elegant Slytherin, distinct from the vacuous Gryffindors." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and once silence returned, the senior continued, "As Slytherins, we yearn for power and are imbued with ambition. However, we are equally noble and graceful. Now, please all raise your wands. Let us prove ourselves through our strength, and select the most exceptional among you to become the first-year prefect." Severus did not participate, aware that his current abilities were insufficient and uninterested in contending for the position. He pondered the earlier sorting. Although he had felt anger when Lily was sorted into Gryffindor, he had since regained his composure. It was Lily's choice, and as her friend, he must respect it. However, it was evident that he could not remain an outsider, as soon a freshman, displeased with him, launched an attack in his direction. Fortunately, they had just begun their studies, and the spells they knew were quite rudimentary. Nonetheless, Severus found himself evading awkwardly. Before long, the first-year prefect was determined, and the senior reiterated, "The honor of Slytherin must not be tarnished. Remember, do not engage in actions detrimental to the house. I hope you all exercise your intellect when solving problems, and please remember the password for the entrance, which will change. Lastly, I do not wish to see any foolishness resulting in someone being locked out." Everyone returned to their respective dormitories. Due to the limited number of Slytherin students, the dorms were shared by pairs. However, this year's freshmen were an odd number, and thus, Severus naturally became the solitary one. He was indifferent to this arrangement. He had not come to make friends, and living alone would spare him considerable hassle. Chapter 10, The Request. After all the students and professors had departed, Harry suddenly recalled something. As a half-blood entering the pure-blood-dominated Slytherin, how could Severus possibly be accepted without difficulty? He would undoubtedly face exclusion and criticism, and Harry needed to devise a means to resolve this predicament. With this thought, a name immediately surfaced in Harry's mind, Lucius Malfoy. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family and the current head boy of Slytherin, his status within the house was indisputable. If Severus could gain Lucius's patronage, his situation in Slytherin would significantly improve. Having concluded his thoughts, Harry summoned his Patronus to notify Lucius to visit his office. "Good evening, Professor Howard." Lucius greeted the young professor. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour," Harry stated, revealing his purpose for calling Lucius. "Given your esteemed position in Slytherin, I have a favor to ask of you." Observing Lucius's expression, Harry continued, "This task is quite simple. All I require is that you extend a degree of consideration towards one of the new students in Slytherin, allowing him to encounter fewer troubles, and in return, you may make a request within my capacity to fulfill." Lucius listened attentively, his mind racing as he recalled the sorting ceremony and already had a candidate in mind. Although Malfoy was not one to engage in transactions without benefit, and he was still unaware of the professor's true nature, he recognized that the form of the Patronus hinted at the professor's formidable prowess. Moreover, obtaining a position as a defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts suggested that he was a highly skilled wizard. A simple act of kindness in exchange for a favor seemed a worthwhile transaction. Having reached a conclusion, Lucius replied, "Of course, Professor Howard, it would be my honor. I would like to know the name of the fortunate new student you wish me to assist." Upon hearing Lucius's agreement, Harry felt a wave of relief. He was uncertain how to navigate dealings with such aristocrats. He disclosed Severus's name. "His name is Severus Snape, and I hope this conversation remains confidential, including from Snape himself." Lucius raised an eyebrow at the final statement. "Certainly, rest assured, Professor, I possess a degree of integrity." However, he couldn't help but inquire, "I am curious. What sets this student apart to warrant your attention?" "You need not know. Simply ensure you provide him with your consideration," Harry replied, evading Lucius's question. Once Lucius departed, Harry made his way to the tower, a place he had taken to frequent for contemplation at Hogwarts. On his way back to the common room, Lucius pondered the relationship between the new student and Professor Howard. Although the professor was reluctant to divulge details, it was evident from his meticulous consideration of even the smallest matters that their connection was profound. It appeared he would need to enlist his father's assistance to investigate the professor's background, allowing him to determine how best to proceed with his request. He needed to devise a strategy that would maximize his interests while preserving his relationship with the professor. After returning to the common room, Lucius summoned a house elf from Hogwarts and instructed it to transfer Severus's original dormitory to the head boy's quarters before seeking out Severus. Just as Severus was about to open the door to his dormitory, an arrogant voice called out, "Mr. Snape, I need to speak with you." Lucius approached gracefully from a distance. Severus paid him little heed, believing he had no business with this clearly aristocratic individual. He pushed open the door to his dormitory, revealing an arrangement that resembled a storage closet. Lucius observed the state of the room and addressed the disinterested Severus. "Greetings, I am Lucius Malfoy. This room is clearly a storage area, likely a mix-up. I have arranged your dormitory, and your belongings have been moved to the new quarters by the house elf." The self-serving Malfoy would never perform a good deed without recognition. Having fulfilled the professor's request, Lucius thought to himself, and, without waiting for Severus to respond, took his leave. "Good night, Mr. Snape," he said, turning away before Severus could react. Watching Lucius's retreating figure, Severus mused that he likely did not know this senior. However, recalling the events at the long table and the recent encounter, he felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, upon realizing he had little that would interest others, Severus dismissed the matter, concluding that whatever the motive, answers would inevitably reveal themselves. Severus soon located his new dormitory, and upon entering, he was greeted by a stark contrast to the previous cluttered space. The entire room was adorned in shades of silver and green, with dark green drapes, and the bedding embroidered with the Slytherin crest in silver thread. There was also a separate bedside table and desk. After surveying the room, Severus began to unpack his belongings. His luggage contained little of significance, primarily consisting of his robes, which prompted him to reflect on the remaining galleons he possessed. Severus contemplated the prospect of seeking out that professor when time permitted, for he currently found himself devoid of funds. After a brief ablution, he retired to rest. Having toiled throughout the day, it was not long before he succumbed to slumber, experiencing an uninterrupted night of dreams. The following morning, a peculiar discovery was made. The door to the storage room, which Severus had traditionally occupied, bore no trace of his name, while instead, his name now adorned the door of the vacant head boy's quarters. As confusion enveloped the onlookers, Lucius Malfoy appeared, prompting a chorus of greetings from the assembled crowd. Observing the throng gathered at Severus's door, Lucius gestured with his chin for them to disperse, and they promptly followed him to the common room. Although it was still September, the Slytherin common room had already ignited its fireplace, and Lucius took a seat closest to the warmth. The hierarchy within Slytherin was the most stringent among the four houses. Those lacking noble lineage or formidable prowess could only survive on the periphery. Only those of distinguished heritage or exceptional skill were deemed worthy of esteemed positions. Once Lucius was seated, the others gradually followed suit. After all were settled, Lucius spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, some matters are implicitly understood. If you have been sorted into Slytherin by the sorting hat, henceforth, I expect not to witness any of your petty antics." Lucius was evidently elucidating the rationale behind Severus's dormitory reassignment, yet not all were convinced. After all, Severus, being half-blood, despite receiving indirect protection from Lucius, faced a plethora of pure-blood aristocrats within Slytherin. "Lucius, that first year is merely a half-blood. What merit does he possess to warrant such favoritism?" spoke Rabastin Lestrange. As a fervent advocate for pure-blood supremacy, he could not abide the notion of a half-blood enjoying privileges within Slytherin, perceiving it as an affront to their bloodline. And he bore no fear of the Malfoy family. Though he may be half-blood, he is not someone you ought to provoke. I have said my piece. Lucius had fulfilled his obligation to inform. Ultimately, he had merely promised Professor Howard to express his stance. How Severus chose to navigate the ensuing circumstances was beyond his concern. This minor interlude in the common room did not perturb Severus. Having known little comfort since the age of 5, he felt a fleeting attachment to the bed, yet soon rose to gather his belongings, needing to attend to his sustenance before classes. The rare sunny day bathed Hogwarts in light, brimming with vitality. Chapter 11. Conflict and Protection. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, early risers among students and professors alike enjoyed their breakfast, yet the Slytherin table was shrouded in silence. Everyone's attention converged on Severus, some glancing covertly, while others were less discreet. Rabastin approached Severus, issuing a haughty and disdainful warning. "I trust you are acutely aware of your status. Regardless of the means by which you have secured Malfoy's protection, Slytherin is not a place for your kind. This gentleman, whose name eludes me, Severus interjected, though he was still unclear about the situation. However, the mention of Malfoy in his words evoked memories of the previous night. Interrupting another's meal without cause to utter nonsensical words. If this was what purebloods represented, then he considered himself fortunate. Rabaston, clearly perceptive to Severus's insinuation, was taken aback that a half-blood dared to mock him in front of others. Anger surged within him, and he drew his wand, casting a malevolent curse, Shatterbone. Severus, preoccupied with breakfast, had no time to retaliate, as his wand was not at hand. The other Slytherins merely observed the spectacle, none attempting to assist Severus. Lucius, too, intended to witness what made this individual of interest to Professor Howard. Assistance would undoubtedly be rendered, yet not at this moment. It was then that Harry entered the hall, having lingered in the tower longer than intended and arriving late for breakfast. Upon entering, he spotted someone aiming a wand at Severus, and before he could ponder, his reflexes surpassed his thoughts. Years of study had honed his proficiency with spells to an extraordinary degree. First, he cast a shield charm around Severus, then directed a stopping spell towards Rabaston. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had no time to utilize his wand, relying instead on instinct to cast the two wandless spells. Now, not only Slytherin students, but the entire student body fixated on Harry, astonished by his display of power. Professor Flitwick, in his excitement, tumbled from his chair, while Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, exhibited a fleeting, inscrutable emotion that vanished in an instant. Lucius noted Harry's display as well, mentally elevating Severus's standing. Professor Howard's demonstration of wandless magic led him to realize that his previous assessment of Harry's capabilities had been lacking. He believed that even his father could not wield wandless magic with such fluidity, especially not instantaneously. Perhaps only a wizard as formidable as Dumbledore could achieve such feats. Yet Harry was still so young, indicating vast potential to explore. Upon witnessing his curse thwarted, Rabaston turned to Harry, who had cast the spell, remaining silent. Despite his discontent, Rabaston was compelled to temper his ire due to Harry's status as a professor. Harry, relieved that Severus had escaped harm, approached the two. "Sir, I believe this is a time for breakfast, not a lesson in curses, especially ones directed at fellow students. Given your conduct, Slytherin must unfortunately deduct 10 points. Harry dismissed Rabaston's fury, now embodying the authority of a professor. What did it matter to deduct points, especially from Slytherin? He chuckled inwardly, knowing Severus would likely reclaim those points tenfold later. He then turned to Severus, stating, "Mr. Snape, please visit my office after class. I need to discuss something with you." With that, he returned to the staff table to enjoy his breakfast. Once more, silence enveloped the Slytherin table. Having lost points on the very first day of school in front of all the faculty and students, the Slytherins felt a collective sense of shame. Lucius cast an inscrutable glance at Lestrange before departing the hall. Many Slytherins internally criticized Lestrange's recklessness, questioning why such matters could not be resolved at a more opportune time and place. The Slytherins hastily finished their breakfast and exited the hall, while the other three houses buzzed with excitement, lauding the professor's remarkable display. Some students from Ravenclaw were still engaged in analyzing how Harry had cast his spell, for wandless magic was not a skill possessed by everyone. However, soon the bell rang, and everyone hurried to their classrooms. As they certainly did not wish to incur point deductions from the professors on the very first day, like the Slytherins had done over trivial matters. Harry's first class of the day was the 5th-year defense against the dark arts, and he knew of a secret passage that would lead him directly to that classroom. Thus, he leisurely finished his breakfast before rising, as rushing meals was detrimental to one's health. Harry arrived early in the classroom to await the students. This lesson was to be attended jointly by Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The Slytherin students arrived promptly, being the first to reach the classroom, while the Ravenclaw students, engrossed in fervent discussion, nearly missed the start time. Upon their hurried arrival, they found Professor Howard, who had finished his breakfast behind them, already waiting in the classroom. Following the morning's incident with the spell, the Ravenclaw students now had another topic for discussion: how Professor Howard had managed to reach the classroom so swiftly. The Slytherin students shared the same curiosity, albeit less overtly than their Ravenclaw counterparts. Amused by the silent exchanges among the students, Harry addressed them. "Everyone, please put away your textbooks and stand up." As the students complied, Harry waved his wand. With a levitation charm, he moved all the desks and chairs to one corner of the classroom, then employed a space-expanding spell to enlarge the room by more than double its original size. The students gasped in unison at Harry's fluid movements. Once completed, Harry sighed at their excitement yet confusion and said, "Please form 2 lines. It need not be by house, just freely." After the students had arranged themselves into 2 lines, Harry continued, I am Allison Howard, a graduate of Durmstrang, proficient in various spells. You may refer to me as Professor Howard or simply Professor. Now that you are in your 5th year, you will soon face the OWL's exam, followed by the NEWTs. At this moment, I am still unsure of your capabilities. Thus, the primary focus of this class will be paired dueling. The side that disarms the opponent will emerge victorious. The losing side must write a 5-inch essay reflecting on their defeat after class. Upon hearing about the essay requirement for the losing side, the students' spirits heightened. After taking attendance, the students began pairing off for their duels. Harry moved among them, occasionally correcting students on their mistakes, and soon, wands were being sent flying. Time swiftly passed amidst the flurry of spells, and as the class neared its end, Harry observed that only a few students remained engaged in their duels, the majority having concluded their battles halfway through the allotted time. Among those still dueling was Lucius Malfoy, whose performance prompted Harry to silently muse. No wonder he will become a Death Eater. He possesses some skill. Before long, all the students had finished their duels. Harry checked the time. Less than 10 minutes remained in class. I have gained a slight understanding of your abilities. You must realize that the essence of defense against the dark arts lies in learning to defend oneself, to ensure that an opponent's spell does not harm you. Clearly, the vast majority of you do not yet meet this criterion. You must not only memorize theoretical knowledge. This subject emphasizes practical application, the mastery of spells, and the agility of your responses, as well as knowing which spells to counter with. After pointing out various issues the students faced and noting down the names of those who needed to write essays, the class time concluded. Chapter 12, Injured and Unconscious. Once the students had gradually exited the classroom, Harry waved his wand to restore the room to its original state before leaving to wait for Severus in his office. However, after waiting nearly half an hour without Severus's arrival, Harry sensed that something was amiss. Ordinarily, the end time of the first class was uniform. No matter how far Severus's classroom was from his office, it should not take this long. Harry promptly checked the schedule and discovered that Severus's first class was potions. He then made his way to Professor Slughorn's office to ascertain the situation, where he overheard some rather unsettling news. It turned out that Severus's first class was with Gryffindor, and due to the events of the morning, the Slytherin students had arrived early, while the Gryffindor students rushed in just as Slughorn finally entered the classroom and closed the door. As the Gryffindor students entered, Severus caught sight of Lily. The earlier provocation from Lestrange had left him no time to attend to her. Lily, spotting Severus, waved cheerfully, and he smiled in return. This scene was painfully evident to James, who loathed the sight. He cast a venomous glare in Severus's direction, vowing to give that greasy Slytherin a piece of his mind eventually. Sirius, noticing James's expression, knew immediately what had transpired and helplessly pulled him aside, reminding him that they were in class and that any issues could wait until afterward. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. I am Horace Slughorn, and I will be your potions instructor from now on. First, let us take attendance so that everyone can become acquainted before we commence today's lesson. Professor Slughorn began calling out the names of the new students. When he reached Severus's name, James loudly mocked, "How can anyone be named Snivellus? That's just hilarious." This comment was met with uproarious laughter from the Gryffindors. Severus naturally heard this and shot an angry glare at James, while Lily chastised him. "How could you say that about Severus? You are being utterly insufferable." With that, she turned her back on James. At that moment, James was too preoccupied with trying to appease Lily to continue his taunts at Severus. Professor Slughorn swiftly regained control of the somewhat chaotic situation and continued with the roll call. After attendance was taken, he proceeded with the lesson, looking at the students with an inscrutable expression, as if plotting something in his mind. He then displayed the day's topic on the blackboard, brewing a potion for treating scabies. To create a potion that cures scabies, we will require dried nettle, crushed snake fangs, boiled with antennate slugs, and quills from a porcupine. He first explained the necessary potion ingredients before detailing the brewing process. Once the process was outlined, Slughorn emphasized to the class, "Never add porcupine quills while the cauldron is still over the fire. They must be added after removing it from the heat. Otherwise, a corrosive potion will form. When the potion splatters from the cauldron, it will cause the skin in the affected areas to become red and swollen, accompanied by excruciating pain. Therefore, safety must be your utmost priority." He had witnessed numerous students err in this regard. Despite his repeated emphases, a few students' minds remained utterly vacant. When such situations arose, they proved quite troublesome. Not only would he suffer, but it would also adversely affect his fellow students and, more importantly, disrupt the pace of his lessons. At this moment, our future potions master, Severus, was attentively listening to Professor Slughorn's lecture. The content of the lesson was rather elementary for him. However, having never brewed potions before, he approached each step with diligence and caution. In stark contrast to Severus's unwavering focus, James was lurking nearby, whispering conspiratorially with Sirius. He was determined to teach Severus a lesson, compelling him to keep his distance from Lily. Soon, an idea struck Sirius. He gazed at the porcupine quills in his hand and recounted the professor's emphasized points to James. Subsequently, the two of them stealthily approached Severus's side. As Severus intently monitored the cauldron, calculating the brewing time, he was suddenly startled by the unexpected plummet of unidentified objects into his mixture. Turning to discover James and Sirius grinning malevolently at him, he quickly glanced back at the cauldron to assess the damage. To his dismay, he realized that the items they had tossed in were none other than the porcupine quills that Professor Slughorn had explicitly warned against adding indiscriminately. However, it was too late to rectify the situation, for they had introduced an excessive quantity of quills, and the potion erupted violently, corroding the cauldron. By the time Professor Slughorn arrived, Severus was already drenched in the splattered potion. A wave of pain coursed through Severus, and as the agony intensified, his body's self-preservation instincts took over, causing him to faint, much to the astonishment of the surrounding students. Due to the mixed bloodline, no Slytherin student had partnered with Severus. While Lily had initially intended to pair with him, he, aware of the prevailing sentiments among the other Slytherins, feared that her association with him would incite their ire. Thus, he had declined, leaving only him to bear the brunt of the injuries. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness claimed him, Severus felt a sense of relief for having turned down Lily, grateful that she would not share in his misfortune. James and Sirius, witnessing Severus's fainting, found themselves at a loss. They had not anticipated such dire consequences. Panic set in for James. He had merely intended to teach Severus a lesson, not to endanger his life. Professor Slughorn promptly notified Madame Pomfrey and transported Severus to the infirmary. Upon seeing Severus's wretched state, Madame Pomfrey gasped in shock. His garments were tattered and corroded by the potion, and beneath the rags lay wounds that were red and swollen from the caustic liquid. However, the most severe injuries were to his face. The explosion had not only left it inflamed, but also marred it with cuts from the shattered cauldron, blood mingling with sweat from the pain, causing him to shiver even in unconsciousness. Madame Pomfrey sighed in sympathy for the unfortunate young wizard. She first cast a diagnostic charm on Severus, and upon witnessing the results, she felt a sense of relief. Though the injuries appeared grave, with proper potion and a few days of recovery, he would be well. Unfortunately, they had just run out of the necessary potion, so she instructed Professor Slughorn to retrieve it from his office. When Harry reached the door of Professor Slughorn's office, he collided with the hurried professor as he returned to fetch the potion. Noticing Harry standing there, Slughorn inquired about his purpose. Just as Harry was about to ask if potions class had concluded, Slughorn continued, "The children from the Potter and Black families are quite mischievous. They injured a Slytherin student shortly after class began. I'm rushing back to assist Madame Pomfrey with the potion." Upon hearing Slughorn's words, an ominous premonition washed over Harry. "What is the name of that Slytherin student?" he asked anxiously, although he already harbored a suspicion of the answer. "Oh, that student, let me think. I believe it's Severus Snape," Slughorn replied. Before he could finish, Harry interjected, "What potion is needed? I'm about to head to the infirmary. I can deliver it." Quickly, Slughorn retrieved the necessary potion from his cabinet, grateful he wouldn't need to make an additional trip. After receiving the potion, Harry hurried towards the infirmary. Harry found himself in a tumult of emotions. Although he had known about the strained relationship between his father and Severus, the gravity of the situation only became apparent to him now. Their discord surpassed mere animosity. It was a deep-seated enmity. As he ran, he pondered how he might foster reconciliation between them, though such hopes seemed futile. Chapter 13. Into the infirmary. Harry rushed into the infirmary, startled to find Severus lying unconscious on the bed. The severity of his condition took him aback. Upon closer inspection of Severus's injuries, guilt enveloped Harry. He had not anticipated such cruelty from his father and godfather. This was no mere prank. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey entered, addressing him, "Professor Howard, what brings you here?" Seeing Harry at Severus's bedside, she mistook his presence for a request for assistance. "Madam, I'm delivering potions for Professor Slughorn. Also, I wish to inquire about Mr. Snape's condition. How is he faring?" Severus now appeared far less wretched than upon his initial arrival at the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had already treated his facial lacerations and administered other potions. They were only awaiting Slughorn's potion. Harry handed the potion to Madame Pomfrey and, after discussing Severus's condition, stood in silence for a moment, contemplating how he might prevent further conflict between his father and Severus. Yet no matter how he pondered, it seemed impossible to avoid their discord. Not only was there animosity between their houses, but the shadow of his mother also loomed large, ensuring they would never see eye to eye. He exhaled in relief as he observed Madame Pomfrey administering the potion to Severus, which evidently improved his condition. Though she assured him there was no cause for concern, Harry remained uneasy until he witnessed the signs of recovery. He then considered that since conflict appeared unavoidable, he could only equip Severus with means of self-defense. Recalling what he had seen in the Slytherin common room, he felt a spark of determination. He inquired of Madame Pomfrey when Severus might awaken, learning that the current slumber was due to the effects of the draft of living death, which could last for some time. He might not awaken until evening. With that, Harry bid her farewell. He must seize the opportunity in the afternoon to create the gift he intended for Severus. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted Lily hurrying towards the hospital wing. He immediately halted his departure. After all, although both he and his parents were at Hogwarts, their time together was quite limited. Upon reaching the doorway, Lily naturally noticed Harry. Upon spotting him, she exclaimed, "Good afternoon, Professor Howard. Are you here to see Severus? I just went to the Great Hall to bring him some food. Is he awake yet?" Potter and Black are simply insufferable. How could they do such a thing? Seeing the professor who had come to collect her and Severus before the term began filled Lily's heart with joy. She held great affection for this professor. However, due to Severus's plight, her heart quickly transformed into a reservoir of resentment towards James and Sirius. It was their mischievous antics that had left her dear friend in such a precarious state. "Good afternoon, Miss Evans." Harry did not anticipate encountering his mother, but upon reflection, it made sense, as she was now Severus's only friend at the school. He observed Lily's concern for Severus, silently lamenting for his father, who would likely be difficult to placate this time. There is no need for such worry. Madame Pomfrey has given Mr. Snape a dose of the draught of living death to expedite his recovery. He is merely in a deep slumber due to the potion's lingering effects. He has already consumed the elixir I brought him, and I believe he will soon return to his former self. Harry, witnessing Lily's anxious demeanor, sought to reassure her with the information he had gathered from Madame Pomfrey. Upon hearing Harry's words, Lily sighed in relief. It was a relief that nothing serious had transpired, especially since Severus had left the classroom in a rather poor condition. Harry, seeing Lily's expression, accompanied her to check on Severus. Subsequently, as Madame Pomfrey indicated that Severus required rest, the two departed the hospital wing together. They agreed to reconvene after dinner to visit Severus again. As Lily mentioned, she had 2 classes in the afternoon, both with Slytherin, and needed to take notes to share with Severus later. Harry also had a class that afternoon, a third-year session with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Given their youth and the limited spells they learned, he did not employ the same method as he had with the 5th years earlier. After introducing himself and taking attendance, he distributed a test to each student, allowing him to gauge the 3rd year's progress, as the previous professor had left him with no useful information. While the students worked on their tests, he rummaged through his bag and retrieved what he sought, a golden brooch. Recognizing its stark contrast to Slytherin aesthetics, Harry waved his wand and cast a transfiguration spell on the brooch. Drawing inspiration from Slytherin's crest, he transformed it into a delicate little serpent, its body shimmering silver with deep green eyes. He then made slight adjustments to enhance its intricacy. Below the podium, a few distracted badgers, initially preoccupied with their tests, were immediately captivated by Harry's fluid movements. Observing this, Harry tucked away the brooch, realizing he would need to refine it further in his office. He cast a glance at the inattentive badgers and tapped his wand, swiftly dispelling their gaze from him, causing them to focus earnestly on their tests. Satisfied with this turn of events, Harry smiled. The badgers were indeed obedient. Before long, the class concluded, and Harry collected the tests, announcing that there would be no homework for the day, prompting cheers from the badgers and eagles alike. After all, lengthy essays of 5 or 6 inches required significant time and effort, and no student relished the prospect of assignments. Even the eagles, while passionate about learning, were not fond of writing homework. Harry exited with the students, bidding them farewell. He contemplated the time remaining before dinner and recalled an unfinished task. With this in mind, he hurried back to his office. While transforming the brooch was straightforward, adding the necessary enchantments required careful study and attention. Upon returning to his office, Harry examined the brooch, unable to conceive any further modifications. He then unfurled parchment across the desk, plotting how to combine elements to maximize the brooch's protective capabilities. Before long, he had filled 2 sheets of parchment with his sketches of every alchemical array and spell combination he had devised. Yet, as he scrutinized each idea, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to delve deeper, his stomach protested. Glancing at the time, he realized the afternoon had slipped away swiftly, explaining his growing hunger. Deciding to take a break, he ventured to the Great Hall for a meal. After satisfying his hunger, he departed with Lily, who was soon joined by James. Harry regarded his father, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Lily, exasperated, snapped at James, "What are you following us for? Do you think you haven't made Severus's situation miserable enough?" Harry intervened to halt Lily's tirade, believing that if she continued, James would only become more antagonistic towards Severus, and he did not wish to exacerbate the conflict. Mr. Potter, I am also aware of what transpired in potions this morning, and I believe the outcome is not one you would desire, Harry stated. James quickly responded, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I never expected it to escalate this far. He lowered his gaze, regret washing over him. He had not intended for things to turn out this way, especially since Lily had been ignoring him all day. Chapter 14, James apologizes. Sirius had stealthily followed James as he chased Lily out of the Great Hall, needing to keep an eye on his brother, especially with a professor present alongside Evans. Harry noticed Sirius's presence the moment he approached, yet he chose not to expose him. Now, Harry focused on his father. After hearing his words, Harry replied, regardless of your intentions, the current situation is that Mr. Snape has suffered greatly due to your actions, and I believe it is imperative that you apologize to him. Upon hearing Harry's request, James was filled with dissatisfaction. Why should he apologize to that sniveling boy? Especially with Lily present? While he acknowledged his wrongdoing, that boy should not have been clinging to Lily in the first place. Just as he was about to retort, Sirius rushed forward and covered his mouth, whispering in his ear, think of Evans. Sirius then turned to Harry, greeting him, good evening, Professor Howard. I believe you are correct. Today's incident was indeed our fault, so it is necessary for us to apologize to Snape. Upon concluding his words, he prodded James with his finger, prompting a reluctant acknowledgement from James. All right, I suppose you are right. Subsequently, the group made their way to the infirmary. Upon arrival, Madame Pomfrey informed Harry that Severus had only recently awakened. Noticing the food in Lily's hands, she smiled and nodded at her before addressing the group, indicating that although Severus was awake, he would need to remain in the infirmary for another night and could only leave the following day. As Harry observed Sirius, who was still attempting to persuade James, he shook his head and entered the room, reluctantly conceding that his father's behavior was indeed rather deplorable. Upon entering, he noted that Severus's complexion appeared significantly more vibrant than it had at noon, which eased his mind. He turned to Lily and said, please present the food to Mr. Snape. I believe it is precisely what he needs at this moment. Then, addressing Severus, he added, good evening, Mr. Snape. I sincerely apologize for today's events. The words slipped from Harry's lips almost instinctively, fueled by the guilt he felt over his father's role in Severus's injury. Listening to Harry, Severus was perplexed. Professor, I believe you have nothing to apologize for. Realizing his misstep, Harry hastily clarified. Oh, what I meant to say was that I was concerned about your ordeal today. Thankfully, it seems nothing too grave has occurred. Miss Evans has brought you dinner, which I trust you find most necessary at this time. Upon hearing Harry's words, Lily promptly addressed Severus. Sev, your condition today truly frightened me. Please eat something quickly, and we can discuss everything afterward. She placed the food before Severus, who felt a surge of happiness upon seeing the dinner Lily had brought him. He had known she would not easily be deceived by that arrogant, pompous individual. After Severus finished the meal provided by Lily, James and Sirius entered the room. The moment Severus recognized them, the smile on his face dissipated. He had no desire to see these two instigators. Sirius nudged James and said, Snape, today's incident is our fault, so we have come to apologize. We are truly sorry. He then looked at James, who turned his face away from Severus and muttered an almost inaudible, sorry. Severus, observing James's demeanor, couldn't help but scoff. Ah, so this is how the arrogant Mr. Potter chooses to apologize. However, I must regretfully inform you that due to my present condition, your words are rather unclear. James, already reluctant to apologize to Severus in front of Lily, felt his anger surge at Severus's response. You greasy git, just look at yourself. I can't fathom how Lily would befriend someone like you. Sirius, witnessing James's behavior, felt exasperated. He had humiliated himself to apologize to this greasy individual for the sake of his brother's feelings, yet his brother's current demeanor was a disservice to his own efforts. Harry, observing the situation spiraling out of control yet again, felt weary. Although he understood the irreconcilable conflict between Severus and his father, he could hardly bear his father's conduct. Mr. Potter, Harry interjected, compelled to halt the brewing conflict. I believe you did not come here to quarrel with Mr. Snape. Since it was indeed your misstep, I suggest your apology should be more sincere. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Potter? I think Miss Evans would concur as well. In an effort to prevent his father from further provoking Severus, Harry invoked his mother's name. Upon hearing Harry mention Lily, James's clarity returned. Yes, he had initially intended to redeem himself in Lily's eyes. He could not allow this greasy individual to manipulate him. Remembering Sirius's earlier words, James silently admonished himself to endure this for Lily's sake. He then turned to Severus and said, I apologize. Today's events were my fault. Having uttered that sentence, James felt all his patience drain away. He had never endured such indignity throughout his life and vowed to reclaim his dignity in the future. Harry, Observing the suppressed emotions in his father's eyes, sighed inwardly. His father had indeed been overly indulged. Even in recognizing his fault, he was unwilling to apologize to Severus. To be candid, Harry felt a pang of disappointment watching his father behave in such a manner, despite his previous knowledge of his father's actions. Being embroiled in the situation only heightened his sense of disillusionment, further diminishing the image he held of his father. James, noticing the disappointment in Harry's gaze, felt an inexplicable discomfort. Surely, it was due to his embarrassment before Lily that he felt this way. Nonetheless, James had finally offered his apology. Severus, aware of both Lily and Harry's presence, did not wish to engage further with James. Since an apology has been made, I believe you and your friend may take your leave. We have no further words to exchange. Sirius, sensing the tension, immediately pulled James away, fearing that his brother might say or do something regrettable. As the one embroiled in this mess, he felt quite innocent, indeed. Lily, who had intended to speak when James addressed Severus, found her opportunity snatched away by Harry. After witnessing James apologize to Severus once more, she refrained from further comment. Once Sirius had dragged James away, Lily turned to comfort Severus. Sev, since Potter has apologized, there is no need for you to remain upset. After all, you will still have classes together. Severus, contemplating Lily's words, remained inscrutable, but replied, understood. I shall heed your advice. It is getting late, and curfew is approaching. You should return to rest. Lily glanced at the time and realized it was indeed late. She bid Severus good night before departing. Harry looked at Lily and said, Mr. Snape, please rest well tonight. Do come to my office tomorrow. I have something to give you. Severus assumed Harry was referring to the galleons and nodded in agreement. After Harry finished speaking, he left with Lily. It was quite late, and he could not bear the thought of his mother returning alone. After escorting Lily back to the dormitory, Harry returned to his office, needing to continue with his plans. Otherwise, he would have nothing to present to Severus the next day. Chapter 15, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Upon returning to his office, Harry retrieved some parchment and began to mentally experiment with various spells and alchemical arrays he had previously devised. Ultimately, he selected the most effective combination he could conceive. He then took out the brooch and meticulously engraved the necessary runes for the alchemical array onto it. However, due to the brooch's diminutive size, this task proved exceedingly challenging for Harry. After 2 arduous hours, he finally completed the final stroke with great caution. He exhaled deeply. It had been a formidable endeavor. The alchemical array was primarily designed to thwart aggressive curses, and next, a protective charm was to be added. Harry layered upon the brooch his previously enhanced spell, one that could trigger instantaneously and resembled armor for protection. With this, he achieved a dual shield, capable of both deflecting curse damage and preventing external harm. After such fervent activity, Harry's eyes began to grow weary. A glance at the clock revealed that it was already past midnight. No wonder he felt fatigued. He needed to rest promptly, particularly since an early class on defense against the dark arts awaited him the next day. Upon reviewing the timetable, he noted that it was indeed a first-year class, still composed of Gryffindor and Slytherin students. However, the thought of his father induced a slight headache, Merlin above. He hoped his father would behave during class tomorrow. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Harry forced himself into slumber, only to dream throughout the night. In his dreams, his father and Severus engaged in a relentless quarrel, while Harry spent the night attempting to mediate. Thus, before dawn broke, Harry awoke. Pondering what sins he had committed to merit such a dream, he exhaled heavily. Sleep was no longer an option, and he found the situation absurd. Feeling too apprehensive to close his eyes again, checking the time and realizing it was still early, he remained in bed, allowing his mind to drift aimlessly. After approximately 10 minutes, he reluctantly convinced himself to rise, as a sense of hunger began to creep in. Harry arrived at the Great Hall early, where only a few students were present. Most were still lost in their dreams. After greeting Professor McGonagall, who had also arrived early at the staff table, Harry surveyed the breakfast offerings. Pumpkin pasties, his favorite. This sight suddenly reminded him of Ron and Hermione. He wondered how they had fared in his absence. With this thought, he recalled the upcoming defense against the dark arts lesson, further dampening his spirits. Harry hastily finished his breakfast and strolled alone to the edge of the Black Lake. Gazing at the tranquil waters before him, his mood began to lighten. He decided to let things unfold naturally. After all, the conflicts were inevitable, and worrying would change nothing. After lingering by the lake for a while, he checked the time and realized it was nearly class time. Harry stood, brushed off his robes, and gradually made his way toward the classroom. He stood at the lectern, observing as students filed in. Soon, he noticed Severus entering alone, prompting him to call out, "How are you feeling?" Severus, looking at Harry standing at the lectern, felt a wave of gratitude. Despite their lack of a close relationship, having merely been introduced at the start of term, He appreciated that Harry was the first person, aside from Lily, to show such concern for him. "I'm nearly fine. Madame Pomfrey said there's no major issue," Severus replied. He was not averse to kindness from others, as such gestures were rare in his experience. Harry noted Severus's demeanor, which certainly appeared untroubled, and gestured for him to take a seat. He also reminded Severus to visit his office after class, to which Severus nodded in acknowledgement. Harry found the first year's syllabus unchallenging, and the routine before class remained unchanged. When he saw Lily gazing at him with her bright, sparkling eyes, he couldn't help but feel joyful. How could his mother be so endearing? He believed that for those entering Hogwarts, their understanding of defense against the dark arts was still somewhat nebulous. "Allow me to provide an introduction to this course," he began. Defense against the dark arts is a class dedicated to learning how to counteract malevolent curses and sinister creatures, as well as mastering various defensive spells and techniques. This course demands more than mere theoretical knowledge. Practical experience is paramount. You must not only learn various defensive spells and techniques, but also continually practice and hone your skills in real combat scenarios. For only through constant improvement can you hope to stand your ground when true danger arises. That concludes our introduction to the course. I trust that as we progress, you will gain a deeper understanding of what I have described. Now, please turn to your textbooks. Today we will be learning the disarming charm. During the subsequent lesson, Harry first corrected several students' pronunciation errors, then noticed some common issues and called for a pause in their practice. Many of you may hold some misconceptions. First and foremost, spells are executed through the wand, channeling your magical energy. However, this also requires certain techniques and movements to be effective. I will now demonstrate the wand movement and essential components of this charm once more. Observe closely and compare it to your own movements, then make the necessary corrections. Following his demonstration, the students' movements were significantly more refined than before. Although accuracy still needed improvement, at the very least, no one was committing fundamental errors, which brought Harry a sense of relief. However, it soon became evident that his optimism was premature. It turned out that James, despite having apologized to Severus under pressure the previous night, returned to the dormitory seething with anger. Having been indulged for so long, he had never experienced what he perceived as humiliation. Even though he had erred in this matter, as an unrepentant Slytherin, he felt no obligation to bow to anyone. Thus, while everyone else diligently practiced their spells, James was concocting a scheme. He initially pretended to practice earnestly under Harry's watchful gaze, ensuring not to reveal his true intentions too soon. Having already mastered this basic spell at home, he was merely putting on an act, waiting for the right moment to exact revenge on that sniveling little git. Consequently, while the others remained oblivious, James directed his wand at Severus. Expelliarmus. Under James's deliberate targeting, Severus was nearly struck by the spell. However, Harry was all too aware of his father's thoughts. Even before James's eyes sought Severus, Harry had taken notice. He genuinely admired his father's tenacity. It was no wonder his mother had been swayed by him. Keeping a vigilant eye on James, Harry effortlessly countered the impending attack. The other students observed the commotion, and the classroom fell silent, all eyes turning to James and Harry. Some students recalled James's previous actions and began explaining the situation to their confused classmates. It was then that Severus realized James had intended to attack him, only to be thwarted by the professor. Filled with gratitude toward Harry for once again safeguarding him, Severus acknowledged that regardless of Harry's motivations for his protection, he was indeed spared further harm because of him. Harry spoke up, "Mr. Potter, I have instructed you to practice spells, not to engage in duels. As a consequence of your attack on a fellow student, I must declare that you will be reporting to my office for the next 3 days." Harry sought to avoid deducting points and inciting internal conflict within Gryffindor, yet he also wished to prevent James from believing he could bully Severus without facing repercussions. Thus, he opted for confinement instead. James was quite displeased with Harry's decision. It was the same professor once again. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a peculiar closeness to him that diverged from the sentiments of others. However, he had previously inquired with his father about this matter, and his father had unequivocally informed him that there was no relative by the name of Alison Howard in their family. Despite this, James did not contest Harry's words. After all, it was merely a detention, no points were deducted. Observing James's nonchalant demeanor, Harry felt a twinge of pain from the scar he had concealed, as if it were awakening from its slumber. Torn between his father and the person he felt indebted to, Harry believed he was truly beset by difficulties. Chapter 16. The Gift of the Brooch. Before long, the class concluded, and after coordinating a time to meet with Severus in his office, Harry stepped outside, feeling the need to take a stroll. Otherwise, he would surely be overwhelmed by frustration. Only after Harry had departed did James glare menacingly at Severus, proclaiming, "Just wait. You snotty little brat. You won't always be so fortunate." We shall see. Potter, this is entirely your fault, yet you dare to threaten Severus? You are utterly insufferable. Come on, Severus, let us ignore him. Lily tugged at Severus, leading him away without a second glance at James's explanations. Sirius, witnessing the scene, patted his brother on the shoulder, saying, "Come now, must you be so overt? Be a bit smarter. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach that brat a lesson. We should leave now." With his head hung low, James was nudged out of the classroom by Sirius, silently noting down another grievance against Severus in his mind. James had firmly concluded that it was all Severus's fault. Otherwise, Lily would not have been angry with him. Just wait. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Upon exiting the classroom, Harry meandered down the corridor. Due to the recent events concerning Severus, he had scarcely had time to contemplate other plans. After delivering the brooch to Severus today, he would need to seriously consider his subsequent actions. He could not allow himself to be perpetually interrupted by various matters. Although the timing seemed somewhat off, upon reflection, perhaps the current circumstances were more advantageous for him. After all, his parents were unharmed for the time being. If he could resolve those Horcruxes ahead of time, and then meticulously plan for the ensuing events, eliminating danger before it could even arise, then surely there would be no significant issues. However, unbeknownst to Harry, plans are forever outstripped by changes, as he himself constituted the most substantial variable. Observing the students frolicking in the corridor after class, Harry was reminded of how Hogwarts would later descend into silence due to Voldemort. He harbored a fervent hope that he could avert unnecessary sacrifices and prevent history from repeating itself. There was still time. After dining in the Great Hall, Harry returned to the office, glancing at the clock, knowing Severus should be arriving soon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a knock echoed on the office door. Recognizing the visitor, Harry swiftly opened the door. "Good afternoon, Professor Howard. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Upon entering, Severus immediately questioned Harry regarding the reason for summoning him to the office. He speculated that it might pertain to the remaining galleons he was to receive. Yet he pondered what might occur if it was not so. If it were not, would his inquiry prompt the professor to think he lacked trust in him? Especially after having previously stated that the galleons were his to keep? A whirlwind of thoughts tangled within Severus's mind. "There's no need to be anxious, Mr. Snape. I merely have something to present to you." Observing Severus's demeanor, Harry recalled the perpetually somber expression etched on his face and felt a smile tugging at his lips. It was amusing to realize that Severus could also experience moments of nervousness. Harry whimsically thought it should be noted down. Harry gestured for him to take a seat in the chair before his desk, then retrieved the brooch that had consumed so much of his thought and effort. Severus regarded Harry with a perplexed expression. So, it truly was not the pouch of galleons. What, then, did this brooch signify? Noticing Severus's confusion, Harry elucidated. "In light of your recent experiences, I believe this brooch could serve you well for your safety. I have imbued it with certain enchantments to prevent you from being harmed again by the targeting that occurs during class." Severus did not extend his hand to accept the brooch, recognizing its considerable value. Thus, he felt he had no justification to accept such a gift. "This gift is far too extravagant. I believe I have no reason to accept it." Severus expressed his thoughts candidly. Yet Harry could not divulge that the source of Severus's injuries was his own father. To admit that he had crafted the brooch out of guilt for his safety would sound utterly implausible. "I made a promise to your mother to look after you while at school," Harry stated without a trace of guilt. After all, Severus could not possibly inquire with his mother about this now. "Given the recent occurrences, I believe you will require this brooch as a safeguard. Furthermore, I recall mentioning before the term commenced that I hold great affection for you and Lily, so consider this a sign of a guardian's concern for their ward. After all, I have no one left in my own family to care for." As he uttered these words, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of guilt for taking advantage of Severus. Yet simultaneously, a wave of happiness washed over him, as Harry struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Severus misinterpreted this peculiar expression as sorrow for his own family, having just learned that the professor had lost all his family. Severus felt a surge of regret for inadvertently reminding him of such a painful subject. Surely, the professor must be feeling quite distressed. Reflecting on his earlier rejection, Severus cast an apologetic glance at Harry. Seizing upon this moment of remorse, Harry insisted that Severus accept the brooch, thinking that he could now use this convenient excuse to give Severus gifts in the future. At this thought, Harry's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Severus, observing Harry's previously sorrowful expression, albeit mistakenly, now lit up with joy simply because he had accepted Harry's gift, began to question his prior behavior. Perhaps he had been too harsh. Harry discerned that Severus had likely misunderstood the situation, yet since he had accepted the brooch Harry had crafted, his objective had been accomplished, rendering the remaining matters less significant. "You must carry this brooch with you at all times. It will ensure your safety at the very least. Moreover, I have added a tracking charm to it, so should any danger arise, I will be alerted immediately. This feature had been an afterthought for Harry, as he realized that the brooch alone could not shield Severus from all harm. Thus, he included a protective measure. If the brooch were triggered and the situation turned dire, he would be able to locate Severus without delay. This was the most comprehensive plan Harry could devise in such a short time, and he resolved to ponder further on matters of this nature, for a brooch was a consumable item, bound to lose its efficacy after several uses. He needed to devise a method to both extend the lifespan of alchemical items and enhance their effectiveness. Thus, Harry set this task for himself in his mind. It seems imperative for me to revisit the hidden library I previously discovered, as my prior focus had been predominantly on temporal spells and alchemy, with only a cursory understanding of other subjects. I shall seek a solitary moment to venture into the library, to scour for tomes that may aid my research. Oh, and there is one more matter. The funds remaining from my earlier purchases at the start of the term are still in my possession, so you may collect them today. Harry suddenly recalled the pouch of coins that Severus had left with him and retrieved it from his spatial bag to present it to Severus. Given that Severus had classes to attend in the afternoon, their conversation was brief, and Harry bid him farewell, reminding Severus that he could always seek him out for assistance with any unresolved issues. Severus, constrained by the earlier conversation, could only acquiesce, though he harbored no desire to trouble Harry excessively. After all, he was merely a professor. While he appreciated Harry's occasional kindness, he was determined not to overstep his bounds. Harry, perceiving the expression on Severus's face, surmised his thoughts but recognized that acceptance was not his prerogative. He would not relent on this matter. In the afternoon, with no classes to attend, Harry deftly avoided the throngs and made his way to the library, where he unearthed the materials he sought, immersing himself in research once more. In the ensuing days, James, confined to Harry's office, found his opportunities to vex Severus considerably diminished, and Harry silently wished for James to remain there, save for class hours. Of course, this was merely a whimsical thought. He understood the impossibility of such a scenario. Perhaps he could swap James for Severus, rendering James without a target for his antics. Harry was genuinely tempted to experiment with this idea, but he was acutely aware of its impracticality. Why must it be so arduous? Harry gazed at James, who had but one day left in confinement, silently lamenting. Chapter 17, The Slug Club. Due to the brooch Harry had bestowed upon him, Severus enjoyed a significant enhancement in his safety. In the subsequent period, the antagonism between James and Severus persisted, with their conflicts remaining unabated. However, the incidents that had previously resulted in Severus's injury and bloodshed had ceased, though their discord deepened with time. Within Gryffindor, James and Sirius began to forge connections with Remus and others, and as their camaraderie solidified, certain crises began to emerge. Conversely, Severus's situation in Slytherin underwent a marked transformation during this time. This was partly attributed to Lucius's various attentions towards Severus, as it was through Severus that the Malfoy family and Professor Howard could collaborate. Each time Lucius reflected upon that day, he felt a surge of gratitude for being a Malfoy, as it had afforded him the opportunity to engender a debt of gratitude from Professor Howard. After all, it was no trivial task to establish a mutually beneficial partnership with a wizard of such ambition and prowess. Upon agreeing to Harry's condition of looking after Severus in Slytherin, Lucius not only fulfilled Harry's request, but also elevated Severus's quality of life, introducing him to numerous upper-class purebloods within Slytherin. While Severus displayed little interest in such social engagements, he could not deny that they significantly eased his existence within Slytherin. Harry was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement. Hence, before Lucius could formulate any demands, Harry preemptively approached him to discuss matters of collaboration concerning the Malfoy family. Utilizing his extensive knowledge of the tomes within the Slytherin library, Harry provided Lucius with some long-lost alchemical insights. This not only resulted in a continuous influx of galleons for the Malfoy family, but also fostered partnerships with other noble families, garnering Harry considerable praise from Lucius's father. Consequently, Lucius's attitude towards Severus improved day by day, not solely due to Harry's influence, but also because he recognized Severus's inherent abilities. This newfound respect deterred many Slytherins from troubling Severus, thus sparing him numerous inconveniences, particularly as time was of the essence for Severus, who was engrossed in potions and dark magic. Moreover, Severus's demonstrated prowess during this period prompted even those who previously disregarded the Malfoy family's power to reassess their stance towards him. Regardless of the situation, Severus bore the bloodline of the princes, which inevitably signified his remarkable aptitude in potion-making. Severus's fascination with potionology, combined with his innate talent, allowed him to navigate various concoctions with exceptional precision and ease. Thus, with this dual advantage, even Professor Slughorn could not help but acknowledge Severus as a prodigy in potion-making. Beyond potions, Severus possessed a unique understanding of dark magic, enabling him to master it swiftly. While dark magic might be taboo in other houses, within the exceptional realm of Slytherin, it stood as a testament to their power. Therefore, a potion genius well-versed in dark magic, backed by Lucius's protection, naturally rendered him untouchable to any rational individual. It was evident that the students of Slytherin were sufficiently astute and discerning, with only a rare few who dared to challenge Severus finding themselves severely reprimanded. As a result of Severus's extraordinary talent in potion-making, he soon caught the attention of Professor Slughorn. A staunch proponent of elitist education, Slughorn had a knack for identifying and nurturing students with exceptional abilities, inviting them into his esteemed circle and bestowing upon them preferential treatment. To this end, he established the Slug Club at Hogwarts, extending invitations to students from all houses and years, regardless of their blood status. However, those selected for the club were meticulously chosen by Slughorn, comprised of young witches and wizards hailing from illustrious families or possessing remarkable talents. He categorized students into two distinct groups: those he deemed promising and gifted, and those he considered lacking in potential and unlikely to achieve greatness. It was clear that the Slug Club sought the former, while the latter were simply disregarded. Slughorn specifically invited distinguished students, the offspring of notable individuals, and children from families with strong connections within the magical community to join the club. The extracurricular gatherings and soirees he organized for this carefully selected cohort served as a means to cultivate these relationships, functioning as his investment in their futures. Undoubtedly, Slughorn possessed an astute eye for talent. During the time following the establishment of the Slug Club, many of his favored students distinguished themselves, including several prominent figures across various fields, thus significantly enhancing his connections. He relished the ability to influence these young talents, often reaping tangible benefits from his protégés. For the students, the advantages of being chosen to enter this exclusive club were abundantly clear. The exceptionally talented students who were recruited have not only garnered the favor and support of the head of their institution, benefiting from academic conveniences, but they have also broadened their intellectual horizons and expanded their social circles through the platform of the Slug Club, reaping substantial rewards. Furthermore, being invited to join the Slug Club is, in itself, a mark of affirmation and high esteem. This undoubtedly confers invisible advantages for the students as they navigate their future paths in the realm of magic. Severus received an invitation from Professor Slughorn to join the Slug Club, and after much contemplation, he acquiesced, accompanied by Lily. Indeed, this astute witch also captured Professor Slughorn's attention through her own merits. Upon discovering that Lily was also partaking in the club, Severus felt a surge of joy, for it meant he could spend more time with her, free from the interference of that insufferable Potter. However, to his surprise, James also received an invitation, a revelation Severus only came to know after encountering him within the club. Consequently, the flames of rivalry between the two ignited within the Slug Club. Yet Professor Slughorn remained neutral, adhering to his principle of offending no one, regardless of how their conflicts unfolded, as long as they did not escalate excessively. Harry refrained from intervening, for he had his own matters to attend to. He believed that if he were to merely hover around, mediating minor disputes, his efforts would lack purpose. Moreover, it was counterproductive to keep Severus perpetually shielded by his presence, as this would not aid his development in the long run. As Harry gradually shed his initial anxiety, he recognized the extremity of his previous stance. He could not continually cloak his restrictions on Severus's growth under the guise of goodwill, for such actions would be a disservice to Severus. Harry timely adjusted his mindset, understanding that his guilt over the years had fueled his desire to shield Severus from any suffering. Yet, growth is inherently a painful journey, particularly for Severus, who found himself in such circumstances. Now, as a member of Slytherin, he could not forfeit the opportunity to become stronger due to Harry's selfishness. What he needed to do was quietly accompany Severus in his growth rather than interfere at every turn. Thus, during this time, Harry granted Severus the space to develop independently while also allowing himself the time to recalibrate his mental state. Moreover, he had far more pressing matters to strategize, as he needed to account for all factors that could potentially disrupt his plans, ensuring that no momentary lapse in focus would lead to failure. Daily, Harry kept a vigilant eye on the time turner, uncertain of when he might return to his own timeline, compelling him to expedite the execution of his plans. The intricate magical runes entwined upon the time turner showed no signs of separation, prompting Harry to speculate that they would remain bound until he achieved a certain objective. He reassured himself that time was still on his side, provided he acted swiftly. Everything could change. Chapter 18, A New Upheaval. Time eluded the students as they immersed themselves in their studies and revelries, with Christmas rapidly approaching. During this period, aside from his research, Harry ventured to the Slytherin common room located within the girls' lavatory, seeking to locate the basilisk, as he needed its venom to destroy a Horcrux. However, for reasons unknown, after several attempts, he could not find the serpent, which piqued his curiosity. Had the basilisk slipped away from the chamber unnoticed? Consequently, after numerous fruitless searches, Harry began to harbor doubts and suspicions, pondering whether the timing was simply incorrect. Reluctantly, he set aside his quest for the basilisk, realizing that the only Horcrux he could currently access at Hogwarts was the diadem, leading him to the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor. Within the Room of Requirement, Harry devoted several days to his endeavors, and after considerable effort, he finally discovered the diadem. Its presence brought him a measure of solace, alleviating some of his concerns. Perhaps the basilisk's absence was merely due to its current location outside the chamber. Yet, when he reached out to touch the diadem, he found himself inexplicably transported outside the Room of Requirement. This could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. Harry concluded that something he had overlooked was occurring within that space, resulting in such an outcome. Thus, Harry embarked on a series of experiments within the Room of Requirement concerning the diadem, yet no matter the approach he took, the outcome remained unchanged. After yet another attempt, standing once more at the threshold of the Room of Requirement as if he had never entered, Harry felt disheartened. The repeated failures bred frustration. If he could do nothing, what then was the purpose of his presence in this time frame? Feeling defeated, he realized that he bore this burden alone, unable to seek assistance or disclose his troubles to anyone. Nevertheless, Harry refused to abandon hope, convinced that there must be a reason behind these events. At the very least, he had located the diadem, and there had to be a way to destroy it. As he wallowed in his feelings, Dumbledore approached him, having come to discuss Professor Flitwick's request for assistance in preparing the Great Hall for the Christmas feast. It dawned on Harry that Christmas was indeed approaching, and yet he had made no progress, dampening his spirits. Dumbledore, noticing Harry's distracted demeanor, inquired with concern about the troubles weighing on his mind. He held a profound admiration for Harry, appreciating his kindness towards students, coupled with his strength and humility. Every student who had attended his classes held him in high regard. Though Harry could not confide in Dumbledore about his own struggles, the warmth in Dumbledore's gaze stirred feelings of melancholy within him. Thus, he posed a question to the esteemed headmaster. If there were something one had long wished to change, yet upon nearing its realization, one continually faced setbacks for various reasons, did the effort still hold significance? Dumbledore, observing the confusion and sorrow in Harry's eyes, though unaware of the specifics of his plight, drew upon his own vast experiences to respond. He conveyed that despair begets disappointment, disappointment breeds uncertainty, and uncertainty culminates in failure. However, regardless of the outcome, one must never dismiss their efforts. When certain failures are unavoidable, it is paramount to look ahead. One should not cling to the notion that every effort guarantees reward. Life is fraught with disappointments. Do not allow a single setback to ensnare you. You are still young. If this path proves unviable, consider alternative routes instead of lingering at a crossroads, losing your sense of direction. Dumbledore, unable to grasp the full scope of the situation, could only offer such comfort. Youth often falls into this pattern, pouring all their passion into endeavors only to question their choices when faced with adversity. Dumbledore contemplated an individual, yet he could not refute his own choices. Thus, he advised Harry not to deny himself, for such denial would equate to dismissing all that had transpired before. Harry observed the elderly man, who appeared to be lost in reminiscence, and remained silent. He understood that Dumbledore harbored his own regrets and frustrations, yet felt powerless in the moment. After a while, Dumbledore emerged from his reverie. Harry bid him farewell with a smile, and they parted ways. As Harry walked along the path, he resolutely reassured himself that the previous methods must have been flawed, or perhaps certain details had been overlooked. He was determined to find the time to try again, convinced he would ultimately achieve his objective. Upon reaching the tower, Harry positioned himself and soon spotted two familiar figures in the distance, Severus and Lily. They seemed to be embroiled in a dispute, which ultimately concluded without resolution, leading to their rather unfriendly departure. Harry was puzzled. Had they fallen out? Before he could ponder further, he noticed his father and godfather encircling Severus, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Sensing the escalating tension, Harry hurried towards them. As apparition was prohibited within Hogwarts, he resorted to running to hasten his arrival. By the time he reached them, a violent clash was already underway. Although Severus was formidable, James and Sirius were both launching attacks. And even though Remus and Peter merely observed, Severus was inevitably distracted, affording James an opportunity. He fixated on Severus, waiting for a moment of vulnerability, and then unleashed a curse that rendered Severus's leg immobile. The brooch Harry had gifted Severus had successfully deflected numerous spells, but ultimately, it succumbed to a disarming charm from Sirius, fulfilling its purpose. Consequently, James's curse struck Severus, immobilizing his leg and severely limiting his movement. James, witnessing the efficacy of his spell, felt elated and quickly aimed his wand at Severus, eager to unleash his pent-up wrath. The sallow-skinned youth had somehow acquired the brooch, thwarting James's every ambush, and today, at long last, he felt he had the chance to exact his revenge. As Harry neared the fray, he beheld the scene of Severus being hit by James's spell, followed swiftly by James casting a fierce fire curse at Severus. Harry intervened to halt the attack. If it succeeded, Severus would surely find himself in the infirmary once more. With a protective charm shielding him, several spells erupted from Harry's wand, effectively preventing further conflict. Gentlemen, any form of fighting within the school is strictly prohibited, is it not? Harry marveled at the tenacity of these young men. For the safety of your fellow students, and to instill a sense of responsibility, each of you will lose 5 points and serve 3 days of detention, beginning tonight. Ensure you report to my office in a timely manner. Severus remained silent, staring pensively at the remnants of the shattered brooch in his hands, lost in thought. Among the others, James was the most vociferous in his dissent. He could not fathom why, whenever he sought to confront the loathsome Severus, a certain professor would invariably intervene. Yet he found himself unable to harbor any genuine animosity towards him. What a perplexing predicament. Furthermore, James was increasingly frustrated by Harry's consistent assistance to Severus. He could not comprehend what merit Severus possessed to warrant such protection. The cunning and treacherous Slytherin, with an affinity for dark magic, perpetually exuding an air of gloom, was now even being shunned by Lily. It was only after witnessing Lily and Severus's quarrel that James sought to confront Severus. Although he was unaware of the specifics of their argument, it seemed to present an opportune moment for him. Yet before he could adequately reprimand Severus, Harry intervened. James's heart brimmed with frustration. He disapproved of Harry's unwavering support for Severus. Observing the expressions on the faces of those present, Harry slowly spoke. I recognize that there may be some discord between you, but that does not justify harming one another. Initially reluctant to involve himself in their conflicts, he could not stand idly by while Severus was subjected to harm. At that moment, Severus turned to Harry and said, Professor Howard, I sincerely apologize for damaging the gift you bestowed upon me. Severus was genuinely concerned. After all, it was one of the few presents he had received in many years. It was then that James realized the brooch had been a gift from Harry to Severus. Harry, noticing Severus's dismay, offered reassurance. It is of no consequence. The purpose of the gift was to protect you. Its usage was always limited, and I shall gift you something even better next time. Hearing Harry's untroubled words, Severus felt a sense of relief. Although he had initially been reluctant to wear the brooch, he had donned it daily at Harry's insistence. However, today, it had been destroyed by these ruffians, filling Severus with resentment towards them. Harry's kindness towards Severus was devoid of ulterior motives. It was a rare gift in Severus's life, and thus he cherished it deeply. Yet, the more one values something, the more one despises those who tarnish it. Chapter 19. The Christmas holiday. Regardless of what others may have been contemplating, Harry left after arranging the detention for the group. With Christmas approaching, he needed to promptly prepare gifts. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament when the time came. He needed to draft a list of recipients and the corresponding gifts, a significant undertaking that would keep him busy in the days ahead. After dinner, Harry awaited the arrival of the group in his office, anxious they might engage in conflict on their way to detention. Fortunately, they seemed aware of their purpose and did not manifest the chaotic scene Harry had envisioned, which brought him some comfort. He silently chuckled at his own paternal instincts. As he regarded the individuals before him, Harry focused intently on Peter, contemplating whether to deal with the traitor preemptively. However, the uncertainties loomed too large, prompting him to dismiss the thought. Peter, under Harry's scrutinizing gaze, felt increasingly uneasy. He was not particularly well-liked among the students, and sensed a malevolent undertone in Harry's stare. The others were equally perplexed, standing in silence as Harry fixated on Peter without uttering a word. James, however, was unconcerned, having faced detention from professors before. It would pass in no time. Harry broke his reverie, turning to address the group. Regardless of the conflicts among you, Christmas is imminent. And I hope there will be no further incidents like today. Noticing James's indifference, he added, I trust you would not wish for your parents to be summoned before Christmas even arrives, would you? Upon hearing the possibility of parental involvement, the hearts of James and others sank, while Harry perceptively noted their apprehension, exclaiming to himself how effective the threat of calling parents was. All right, your task for this evening is to assist in processing some potion ingredients required by the infirmary, so do handle them with utmost care. You may even have the opportunity to taste the potion crafted from the materials you prepare. Once Harry assigned the tasks, he turned his attention to organizing the upcoming Christmas festivities and selecting gifts for everyone. As curfew approached, Harry ensured that the students spent their detention time diligently working on potion ingredients, maximizing every ounce of labor. He soon finalized the arrangements for the presents. For Lily, he selected a beautifully crafted hairband, as every girl could use such adornments. For Severus, he prepared a new prototype he had been researching, a modified brooch designed to resist dark curses. This new brooch was superior to its predecessor, capable of withstanding a greater number of spells and offering enhanced protection. Given the time constraints, Harry felt this was the best he could manage. James received a set of Quidditch models that animated with a touch of magic. As for Sirius, he was gifted premium materials for wand maintenance, along with woolen socks and a bag of honey-flavored licorice wands for Dumbledore. Harry also tailored gifts for the other professors, understanding the significance of fostering good relations with colleagues. And he inwardly mused, "How clever am I?" Before long, Christmas arrived. Severus, disinterested in returning home, opted to remain at school, while Lily chose to go back, eager to celebrate with her parents. Lucius had intended to invite Severus to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor, but Severus declined, preoccupied with the brewing of new potions and unwilling to engage in idle pleasantries with the aristocracy. Harry, too, remained at school, as he had nowhere else to go, though he needed to find a place soon. Otherwise, he would be stuck in a hotel during the summer. On Christmas Eve, Harry assisted Professor Flitwick in decorating the Great Hall, where several Christmas trees were adorned with colorful ornaments. Within these ornaments, Flitwick had concealed small gifts, and Harry mischievously added a few prank toys, curious to see which unfortunate soul would end up with them. Professor Flitwick, somewhat exasperated by Harry's antics, commented on how professors should not engage in such mischief. Yet, he eagerly offered Harry suggestions on how to increase the chances of students obtaining his cleverly prepared ornaments. Who was it that initially claimed professors should not partake in pranks? Harry silently scoffed at Flitwick's enthusiasm, as Hogwarts was blanketed in snow overnight. The Great Hall mirrored this wintry wonder, with students joyfully anticipating the holiday, for to them, a break signified freedom. With the departure of the Hogwarts Express, the school fell into a tranquil hush, the usually boisterous corridors now eerily quiet, leaving Harry feeling somewhat unsettled. He distributed his carefully prepared gifts, and once everything was in place, the Christmas feast commenced. Among the four houses, some students chose to remain at school, with the upper years represented the most. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere at the other tables, the Slytherin table appeared desolate, for regardless of their backgrounds, Slytherins were expected to return home for social obligations during Christmas. Thus, Severus sat alone at the Slytherin table, but he was indifferent to this solitude. To him, today felt no different from any other day, as he had no friends at Slytherin with whom to share a meal. Seated at the staff table, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing Severus alone. He understood the reasons behind Severus's choice to stay. Truth be told, Harry also felt no inclination to return to a home like that. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Severus, especially since other students remained at school to enjoy time with friends. Reflecting on his own years spent at Hogwarts, Harry recalled that he too had chosen to stay to avoid returning to the Dursleys, yet he had Ron and Hermione by his side, making his situation far more favorable than Severus's. However, as he watched Severus finish his meal and depart, Harry did nothing but ponder the possibility of securing a house near Spinner's End. This way, during the summer, he could provide an excuse for Severus to seek him out in times of need, sparing him from unnecessary hardship. Ever the proactive individual, Harry promptly noted this in his to-do list, thinking that he should take care of it during the current break, lest he find it too late to act by the next long holiday. Upon returning to his dormitory, Severus discovered several gifts awaiting him on his bedside table. He was taken aback, as apart from Lily, he could not fathom who would bestow gifts upon him at Christmas. Perhaps there was indeed one other person. Harry's visage flashing in his mind before he quickly dismissed the notion. The brooch had been a gift from his mother's request, and he doubted there was any other reason for a professor to gift him anything. With that thought, Severus felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain if the gift he had prepared for the professor would be useful. Due to the bag of galleons infused with Harry's good intentions, Severus's life had improved significantly, certainly not resembling the dire straits Harry had witnessed in his memories. Moreover, with Lucius's support, Severus had forged a partnership with the Malfoy family, who provided potion ingredients and recipes while Severus supplied the potions. Although he was merely a first-year student, the quality of Severus's potions was evident, and Lucius would not overlook such an opportunity. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, allowing Lucius to discreetly commend his own cunning. He realized he must secure Severus's cooperation before anyone caught on, for once Severus emerged as a master potion maker, it would be far more challenging to engage him. Thus, thanks to the Malfoy family's orders, Severus found himself with a considerable sum of galleons in his pocket, and the potions he prepared for Harry were intended to alleviate fatigue. Noticing Harry's weariness during class, Severus had prepared several vials of potion for him, complete with instructions for Harry to keep on hand for emergencies. As Severus approached his bed, his gaze was immediately drawn to an exquisitely wrapped gift box. The style was unmistakable. He needed no signature to identify its sender. Upon opening it, he found, as expected, Lucius's name elegantly inscribed on the accompanying card. The gift from Lucius was a pair of cufflinks that epitomized the Malfoy aesthetic, shimmering in a way that confirmed Severus would never wear them. With a sense of disdain, he relegated the cufflinks to the depths of his drawer. Next came a gift from Lily, a warm black scarf that looked incredibly inviting even before he held it. In addition, there were gifts exchanged during the normal social interactions within Slytherin. As the gifts were being unwrapped, Severus discovered the present that Harry had sent him. Perhaps due to the early arrival of Harry's gift, it had become buried beneath others, nearly causing Severus to overlook it entirely. He immediately retrieved it, and upon finding a card adorned with festive greetings from Harry, he read, "May the beauty and joy of Christmas be with you always. Albus Potter." Gazing at the brooch in his hand, Severus also noticed an explanation for its purpose included within the gift box, wherein Harry expressed that, due to time constraints, the modifications were not yet ideal and encouraged Severus to wear it temporarily. Severus was struck by the thought that Harry's fatigue during classes might have stemmed from preparing this gift for him, and a subtle happiness blossomed within him at this speculation. He grasped the brooch tightly, for this was the first time someone had gone to such lengths to present him with a gift. In that moment, within the Slytherin dormitory where sunlight rarely penetrated, a warm ray of sunshine quietly illuminated Severus's heart, settling in an unassuming corner, promising that one day this light would brighten every recess of his soul. Chapter 20. Despair and Turning Point. Upon returning to his office, Harry was delighted to see the potion Severus had gifted him, feeling a sense of satisfaction that his efforts had borne some fruit. In addition to Severus, Lily had also sent Harry a green scarf, reminiscent of the color of his eyes, and he smiled broadly as he held it. The remaining gifts from other professors were unwrapped in succession and gathered together. The Christmas holiday swiftly passed, during which Harry spent 3 full days searching for a residence before finally settling on a courtyard. The house was conveniently located near Spinner's End and close to where Lily's family resided. The owner, eager to sell due to work commitments, fortuitously encountered Harry while he was viewing the property, and they quickly reached an agreement on the price. After Harry exchanged his money at Gringotts, he paid the full amount in one go. The owner, pleased with the swift transaction, left all of his belongings behind, telling Harry he could keep what he liked and dispose of the rest before departing. Once the owner was gone, Harry turned to face the modest house before him and gently pushed open the door. Inside, the furnishings were cozy and indicated that the previous owner had a zest for life. A bouquet of fresh flowers, still vibrant, adorned the table, swaying gently in the breeze as if welcoming Harry's arrival. At that moment, Harry felt the sunlight outside embracing him. He meticulously explored the house, noting the remnants of the previous inhabitant's life. Utilizing several spells, he cleared away the traces left behind, save for the flowers. In the ensuing hours, Harry arranged the house according to his own vision. Although he would not reside there often, it was nonetheless his home. He suddenly halted his actions, scrutinizing the space he had reconfigured. Harry had never truly grasped the concept of home. During his childhood at the Dursleys, the small cupboard had been his only refuge, and after arriving at Hogwarts, he seldom returned to that place. It had never felt like home, merely a place where he could survive, as it belonged to Dudley. With him merely a burden. Later, when Sirius took him to Grimmauld Place, the Black family home, Harry had never felt a fondness for it. Yet, the presence of Sirius brought him joy, and despite the house's unwelcoming atmosphere, at least he had family. However, that too was shattered when Bellatrix relentlessly pursued Sirius, leaving him once more bereft of kin. As for the burrow, it was warm and inviting, and Harry cherished it, envisioning a home filled with a loving mother who fussed over everyone, a father who shouldered the family's responsibilities, and a multitude of occasionally mischievous yet endearing children. Yet, even with Mrs. Weasley's kindness, it was never truly his home. Harry Potter had no home left. Ultimately, after vanquishing Voldemort, everything else became inconsequential. Subsequently, after learning of certain matters, the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets and the headmaster's office became his frequent haunts. Fortunate to have the portrait of Dumbledore to accompany him through those days gnawed at by guilt. Now, as he surveyed the house he had adorned to his liking, Harry silently reassured himself, "Harry Potter, welcome home." Before departing, he cast a cleaning and protective charm over the house and a warding spell outside, leaving with a sense of reassurance. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Harry seized the opportunity to visit the Chamber of Secrets before the term commenced. However, this time he found himself unable to open the chamber. In a frenzy, he rushed to the entrance of the Room of Requirement, fervently whispering, "I need a room to store things." The tiles at the entrance were nearly worn down from his pacing, yet the door remained elusive, driving Harry to the brink of madness. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he adjusted his request. I need a room to practice spells. Just like that. A room materialized before him, confirming his suspicions. Harry was suddenly filled with despair. Was his return to this time merely a jest by Merlin? Cursed be Merlin's gifts. Was he to stand by and watch history repeat itself, once again becoming the boy who lived? Harry's heart sank. Previous failures could be dismissed as miscalculations, but the current situation delivered a stark slap of reality, making him acutely aware that he could not destroy the Horcruxes nor alter the outcome. With a heavy heart, Harry trudged back to his office, relieved that it was still a holiday and the corridors were devoid of students, sparing him the scrutiny that his distressed appearance would surely attract. Unbeknownst to him, his disillusionment charm faltered under the weight of his emotions, revealing the scar on his forehead in stark relief. It was at this moment that Severus encountered Harry. Having spent the past few days in an abandoned classroom immersed in potion-making, he had just completed a brew he had previously struggled with, his heart brimming with satisfaction. However, as he stepped out of the classroom, he came upon Harry, who was passing by without acknowledging him. Observing Harry's ashen complexion, Severus felt a pang of concern. As Harry brushed past him, Severus noticed the scar on Harry's forehead, but before he could discern more, Harry had already moved on. Severus remained worried about Harry's condition but refrained from approaching him directly, deciding instead to wait, pondering whether Harry might prefer to keep his troubles private. Severus pondered that if Harry had not made an appearance in the Great Hall by dinner time, he would seek him out in his office. After all, Harry had assisted him on numerous occasions and had even gifted him an exquisite brooch. Harry, upon returning to his office, felt as though all his strength had dissipated the moment he lay down in bed, rendering him utterly motionless. This latest blow was particularly difficult for him to bear. After years of striving to alter those fateful outcomes, he found himself confronted with the harsh reality that he could change nothing. His efforts had become a mere jest today. As Harry drifted into a haze, he seemed to enter a dreamlike state, only to awaken once more to the sight of the elderly man with the white beard. The old man regarded Harry with a sense of pity, lamenting, "Have you so swiftly reduced your soul to this sorry state? How tragic." Confused, Harry listened as the elder continued, "Pray tell, young one, what calamity has nearly shattered your spirit?" It dawned on Harry that the elder's mention of a shattered soul might imply his imminent demise, prompting an involuntary question to escape his lips. "Well, perhaps it's not quite that dire yet, but it's close enough," the elder mused, stroking his beard with a twinkling eye. "If you have any last words, now is the time to voice them, lest it be too late." Harry, absorbing the elder's words, found himself at a loss for a farewell. What was there left to say? His hopes had been dashed after so much effort. He felt that passing away might not be so dreadful after all, as it would spare him from witnessing the scenes he so dreaded. Observing the lifelessness in Harry's eyes, the elder exclaimed, "Oh dear boy, you are far from the brink of death. Your purpose remains unfulfilled. Would you truly forsake your life now?" Harry, reflecting on the elder's words, felt a flicker of unwarranted hope arise within him. "But I cannot change anything. The chamber remains closed. The Horcruxes are beyond my reach. How can I achieve my goals in such a state? Some events are simply not meant to unfold at the wrong time. Even Merlin's gifts are not omnipotent. And even Merlin himself is not without limitations." The elder, noticing the burgeoning questions in Harry's eyes, continued, "Who claims you are incapable of change? You are, after all, the greatest change of all. Young man, do not narrow your path. If certain things cannot be accomplished, might you not consider a different perspective? Why is your mind not as agile as my own? Reflect on this, and I shall assist you one final time." With a wave, the elder sent Harry back into darkness, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself still on the bed in his office, his position unchanged. Although he did not know the identity of the elder, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. What mattered most now were the words the elder had spoken. As Harry sat up, he recalled them meticulously, finally grasping the profound statement that he was the greatest change. Indeed, Hogwarts, in its original form, had no Professor Howard. Thus, even if he could not destroy the Horcruxes, he could still alter the outcomes he wished to evade. Merlin above. In Chapter 21, Changing Plans, Harry emerged from his previous despondency, disentangling himself from despair. He resolved to devise a new approach, refusing to surrender. He had to believe in his capability. With the path to destroying the Horcruxes now rendered unviable, Harry began to contemplate alternative strategies. If destruction was not an option, he would seek ways to bolster his strength and discover methods to confront Voldemort. Even if failure awaited him at the end, he would accept it. But he could not abandon his efforts without even trying. Recalling Dumbledore's words before Christmas about maintaining a steadfast heart, Harry reassured himself that it was not too late. He engaged in a mental exercise, convincing himself that there was still time, that everything was still within reach. Time passed, and Harry finally felt he had completed his self-encouragement. Rising, he made his way to the washroom to splash cold water on his face and awaken his senses. Gazing into the mirror, he was startled to see the scar on his forehead had reappeared. After a moment of reflection, he realized he had likely been in a daze and had not encountered anyone on his way back. Hastily, he cast a charm to conceal the scar. He reminded himself to be cautious. He must not reveal any vulnerabilities, regardless of whether he could alter the original course of events. He first needed to ensure that his identity remained concealed, as he sensed that exposing it could lead to dire consequences. After washing his face, his stomach began to protest. And glancing at the time, he noted that dinner was approaching. Although still weary, he felt a spark of energy and resolved to head to the Great Hall to satiate his hunger before tackling any further dilemmas. Severus, concerned for Harry, had returned to his dormitory to stow away his potions before heading to the Great Hall. Arriving too early, he found the hall eerily silent, devoid of any other presence. Sitting at the Slytherin table, he reflected on his earlier encounter with Harry. Was the professor injured? Did he bear a scar, or had I merely misperceived? Severus questioned himself, but found no answers. Worrying about Harry's despondent demeanor, Severus felt a deep concern. Since their acquaintance, Harry had always exuded a sense of ease in every situation, making his current state all the more alarming. Most importantly, Harry was the first person to show him genuine concern and kindness without cause, a rarity in Severus's life, which made him dread the thought of anything happening to Harry. When dinner commenced, Harry appeared at the professor's table, and at the sight of him, Severus breathed a sigh of relief. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Harry's forehead bore no scars, leading him to suspect he had simply misjudged the situation, perhaps attributing Harry's earlier demeanor to a mere bout of melancholy. As Harry entered, he sensed a gaze upon him. Observing discreetly, he discovered it belonged to Severus. Though uncertain of the reason behind Severus's scrutiny, Harry smiled in acknowledgement and waved. Severus, realizing Harry had caught him staring, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he had been staring without reason. Quickly, he returned a stiff smile and shifted his attention to the food before him. Harry, noticing Severus's withdrawal of gaze, began to eat his dinner earnestly, for he was quite famished. He indulged heartily, and after finishing his meal, he did not immediately return to his office but opted to take a stroll to aid digestion, believing it better than resorting to the unpleasantness of potions. Severus, observing Harry depart the Great Hall, promptly concluded his meal and followed suit, still feeling a twinge of unease. He justified his inquiry as an act of gratitude, a way to repay Harry's previous kindness, as he reminded himself to avoid feeling awkward. Years of solitude had left Severus uncertain of how to express concern for another. His interactions with Lily had always been her speaking while he listened. Consequently, he found it challenging to reach out to someone with whom he shared no close connection. Incessantly fortifying his resolve, Severus trailed closely behind Harry. As he was on the verge of catching up, he called out, "Professor Howard, might you pause for a moment?" Upon hearing Severus's voice behind him, Harry immediately halted his advance, pondering whether Severus had encountered a dilemma that required his attention. He then heard Severus continue, "I noticed during lunch that you seemed somewhat unwell, and I wish to inquire about your current state, as you appeared rather pale at that time." Once Severus observed Harry had stopped, he promptly inquired about his well-being. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Snape, for your concern. I merely encountered some issues during my research at noon. I was rather engrossed in it and failed to notice you," Harry replied. Suddenly, he recalled a thought. "Did you observe anything unusual during lunch, Mr. Snape? Which aspect do you refer to?" "I am afraid I do not comprehend your meaning," Severus responded, gazing at Harry with a look of confusion. Instantly, Harry felt a wave of relief. If Severus hadn't seen anything, it spared him the trouble of explaining the peculiar scar on his forehead, which was distinctly unique in its shape. "Oh, it's nothing. I must have misremembered. Did you come merely to inquire about this afternoon's events?" Harry felt a bit awkward regarding Severus's concern for him, as his memories portrayed Severus as never having been particularly amiable. Though his intentions were protective, those biting remarks still lingered in Harry's mind. "Yes, Professor. Since you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to Harry, Severus turned and departed, feeling profoundly uncomfortable. He thought to himself that it was best to return to his dormitory. Harry observed Severus's hasty retreat with a hint of amusement. It was endearing to discover this charming side of him. Harry realized that the Severus from his memories felt increasingly distant, replaced by a more vivid version of him. This realization brought Harry a sense of satisfaction. At least he had managed to alter certain aspects. With a lingering discomfort in his stomach, Harry made his way toward the tower, hoping to digest his meal while contemplating various matters, and perhaps enjoy a refreshing breeze. Upon reaching the tower, a gust of cold wind struck his face, causing him to question his decision. Why would he choose to seek out such frigid air? It felt as though the wind might sweep away his thoughts, and thus, he quickly turned back towards his office. Perhaps a potion would suffice. Sometimes, one must endure a bit of self-inflicted discomfort to feel better. Only after returning to his office and sipping a cup of hot tea did Harry feel his mind begin to function again. He then asked himself, why didn't I use the warming charm? Sitting quietly on his bed, he found himself unable to comprehend the folly of his earlier actions. Internally, he chastised himself, deeming it merely bad luck. It was time to re-strategize his forthcoming plans. Since his previous ideas had proven ineffective, he would need to start anew. Though it would require effort, he had ample patience accumulated over the years. However, he recognized that he could not solely rely on himself. After all, this was Voldemort they were discussing. Even though he had fragmented his Horcruxes, his demise had been a result of that protective charm, one that Lily had secured through her sacrifice. If such a charm could inflict harm upon Voldemort, surely there existed alternative methods to confront him. After all, a soul that is unstable presents myriad opportunities for confrontation. This train of thought led him to consider a certain individual, Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard whom Dumbledore had once vanquished. Harry felt an overwhelming urge to learn more about this figure. He sensed that the turning point, or perhaps the breakthrough, might lie within him, prompting the necessity for a targeted plan to secure Grindelwald's assistance. Although the latter was imprisoned in Nurmengard, his past as a formidable dark wizard rendered him far more dangerous than Voldemort in his current state. To avert any untimely demise before forging an alliance, Harry understood the importance of thorough preparation, with the primary principle being that the willing shall be caught. Chapter 22. The Birthday Gift. As a Gryffindor, Harry possessed an abundance of courage, yet he recognized that relying solely on bravery would lead to a swift demise. With the holiday season at an end, Hogwarts was once again enveloped in a lively atmosphere. After a prolonged separation, the students returned with even greater exuberance, sharing tales of their winter adventures and laughter echoing through the halls. Friends exchanged stories, while long-separated lovers held hands in secluded corners, whispering sweet nothings to each other. From the heights of the tower, Harry gazed upon the vibrant scene below, feeling a pang of nostalgia for youth. However, he quickly turned away. Time was a luxury he could not afford. The students' return signified that Harry could no longer sequester himself in the office for research. He was compelled to commence teaching his classes and devise the curriculum. He needed to impart valuable knowledge into their eager minds while also sifting through the nonsensical papers they concocted to fulfill assignments. Indeed, what goes around comes around. The cycle of life is relentless. Reflecting on the assignments he had once submitted to his professors, Harry silently apologized for his past transgressions and dove back into the whirlwind of work. The life of a teacher was truly a busy one. As the students absorbed more knowledge, the rivalry between Severus and James intensified, necessitating that Harry carve out time from his limited schedule to quell their increasingly excessive altercations. Severus' fascination with dark magic constantly stirred discontent within Lily, leading to frequent conflicts. Yet, despite Lily's disapproval, Severus remained undeterred in his studies, merely refraining from discussing dark magic in her presence. However, some issues cannot simply be ignored. Lily could not fathom why Severus was so fixated on mastering dark magic. To her, it symbolized malevolence. Although Severus was sorted into Slytherin, Lily wished for him to remain untainted by the darkness of a dark wizard's path. Conversely, Severus struggled to understand Lily's aversion to dark magic, as he believed it could empower him, granting him the strength to feel secure. Their ideological rift became a concealed threat lurking between them, poised to erupt at any moment due to a mere spark, potentially inflicting irreparable harm. Yet neither was aware that one stubbornly believed they could deter the other, while the other clung to the hope of being understood. The passage of time, however, could be the most formidable adversary. James, in turn, relentlessly targeted Severus' obsession with dark magic, prompting Harry to devise strategies to limit their private encounters. Yet, he found himself at a loss for solutions, feeling quite beleaguered. Ultimately, while rummaging through the materials he required, Harry stumbled upon a somewhat tattered tome containing ancient potion recipes. Its age evident. With Severus' birthday approaching, an idea blossomed in Harry's mind. He now had a gift for him, as well as a means to reduce their private meetings. All rests upon you, Harry declared to the book in his hands, entrusting it with this significant mission. On the day of January 9th, Harry contemplated that Lily would be celebrating Severus's birthday today. Thus, he informed Severus to come to his office before the curfew that evening, and he prepared a birthday cake for him. After all, it was a birthday, and a sense of ceremony was essential. Otherwise, what distinguished it from an ordinary day? Since there were classes to attend, Lily only prepared a birthday gift for Severus, and their time together came to an end with James's arrival. After dinner, Severus made his way to Harry's office, uncertain of the reason for Harry's summons. As he thought about the day, a flicker of anticipation arose within him, one that even he did not fully recognize. Upon reaching the door of Harry's office, Severus realized he was somewhat overly anxious. He then heard Harry's voice inviting him in, prompting Severus to push the door open. "Good evening, Professor Howard. May I inquire as to why I have been summoned?" Observing Severus's slightly nervous demeanor, Harry, though curious, did not dwell on it, attributing it to the instinctive behavior of a student in the presence of a professor. "It is your birthday today, so I thought I would personally wish you a happy birthday." Upon saying this, Harry produced the cake that he had instructed the house elf to prepare. The cake was small yet exquisitely crafted, a testament to the house elf's skill in both appearance and flavor. Severus stood momentarily in shock, despite harboring a vague suspicion. The confirmation of his thoughts left him feeling as though something had lodged in his throat. After a long pause, he finally regained his voice. "How did the professor know today was my birthday?" The immense surprise required Severus to exert considerable effort to control his voice, striving to keep it from sounding overly excited, especially since even his parents had forgotten his birthday. "Well, I came across your records at the beginning of the term and made a note of it. After all, I am responsible for you and Miss Evans, so it was quite easy to remember." After saying this, Harry extended the cake towards Severus, lit the candles, and encouraged him to make a wish. At that moment, all Severus could do was follow Harry's instructions and perform the action. Once Severus awkwardly completed his wish, Harry turned to retrieve a gift that he had prepared over the past few days. "Professor Slughorn mentioned that you possess considerable talent in potions, so I happen to have a fragment of a book on the subject. I believe you will find it quite intriguing." Harry handed the book to Severus, who opened it and was immediately captivated by its contents. When Severus reluctantly diverted his gaze from the book, he realized that quite some time had passed. He looked at Harry with sincere apology. "I am sorry, Professor. I simply find the content of this book to be exceedingly rare. No need to apologize." "I understand your enthusiasm," Harry interjected, cutting off Severus's apology. "This gift is yours, and you may peruse it for as long as you wish. However, there is one matter that must be clarified." Severus looked at Harry, perplexed, unsure of what else needed to be discussed, and remained silent, simply gazing at him. "Since this book is a unique edition, I must retain the original copy as it needs to be returned to its rightful owner," he continued, though that was not entirely true. "However, you are free to explore its contents and conduct research. If you manage to complete the missing recipes, there will also be a reward for you." Noticing Severus's expression indicating he wished to speak, Harry did not give him the opportunity, continuing, "It would be a shame to let such a method go to waste. Most of the potions in the book involve risks during their preparation, so you will have to conduct your experiments in my office. I will not be involved. You will manage everything on your own, but it must be done in a safe environment." Severus understood Harry's words, although he was reluctant to remain in Harry's office for prolonged periods. The allure of those potion recipes was too great to resist. If all else failed, he could memorize the contents and find an abandoned classroom for his brewing. Seeming to sense Severus's thoughts, Harry quickly added, "If I discover you attempting to brew any potions from the book without permission, you will lose access to it. Furthermore, the potion recipes progress in difficulty, and I will place enchantments on the book. Therefore, unless you successfully brew the earlier potions, you will not gain access to the latter recipes, so do not think of memorizing the contents and attempting to brew them on your own." All avenues of escape were blocked by Harry's stipulations, but for the sake of his beloved potions, Severus had no choice but to concede to Harry's requirements. Harry assured him that he would provide the necessary ingredients, considering it compensation for completing the missing components. Severus regarded Harry's unwavering confidence that he could fill in the gaps with a complex mix of emotions. However, in that moment, the trust and kindness Harry extended were feelings Severus knew he would not soon forget. The sunlight was both blinding and warm, when only a single beam existed. It was a unique presence, yet when more light flooded in, that singular beam became part of the greater illumination. Chapter 23: The Arrival of Summer Vacation. Due to the Christmas gift, James had recently returned to school, becoming quite the admirer of Harry, which inadvertently vexed Severus. On this day, observing James approach with enthusiasm to greet Harry, Severus, who had been in high spirits due to progress in his potion research, suddenly felt his mood darken. What an insufferable, arrogant fool. Does the professor know him so well? Watching Harry beam back at James, Severus felt an even greater sense of frustration. What was there to smile about? If he lingered, he would never complete today's potion. Sensing Severus's foul mood, Harry concluded that remaining any longer might incite a fresh round of hostility. So he quickly bid farewell to James and departed with Severus. It turned out that, due to the birthday gift Harry had given, Severus had been reporting to Harry's office whenever he had free time. However, Owing to his commitments to Lucius's orders, his time was still somewhat limited. As a result of these various influences, Severus found himself spending more time in Harry's office than Harry himself. Nowadays, almost all of Severus's potions were brewed in Harry's workspace. To ensure that Severus could brew potions safely even in his absence, Harry had prepared a complete set of protective charms on Severus's workbench, which left Severus utterly astounded upon learning of it. Currently, there was no longer any time for Severus to harbor personal grievances against James, as James could hardly approach Severus. Even Lily rarely encountered Severus during her free time. This led to the unfortunate result that Lily soon found herself ensnared by James, and without Severus's presence, James appeared less intolerable. Severus's corner was being gradually eroded by James's persistent advances. However, Severus had no time to concern himself with such matters. While he still met with Lily occasionally to discuss various issues, her entanglement with James and Severus's preoccupation with potions meant that their time together diminished significantly. Harry never anticipated that his actions would inadvertently aid his father's pursuit of his mother. Could this be the unintended consequence of a seemingly trivial act? Harry had recently found himself quite occupied. In addition to attending classes and grading assignments, he was diligently researching every possible detail regarding Grindelwald. Although such information was notoriously elusive, Harry was never one to shy away from challenges. To avoid drawing any attention, he prepared copious amounts of polyjuice potion to aid in his investigation, to the point where he felt as though he were marinating in the concoction. Severus, who spent the most time with Harry, could hardly fail to notice the unmistakable scent of the potion emanating from him. Yet, Harry's silence prevented him from inquiring further. He merely harbored a concern for Harry's well-being. During this period, Severus not only brewed potions in Harry's presence, but also sought his counsel on numerous inquiries regarding dark magic. This was prompted by an incident when Severus found himself ensnared by a perplexing question about dark arts, and Harry, without hesitation, provided a solution. Since that moment, Severus found his visits to Harry's office increasingly prolonged. The Slytherin students collectively believed that if not for curfews, Severus would likely never return to the dormitory, a sentiment that even Lucius teased him about, though he received no response in return. Initially, Severus had posed a troubling question to Harry, inquiring whether he believed that studying dark magic was inherently wrong or evil. Harry merely smiled faintly, as if struck by a thought, and responded, "Why do people deem dark magic as malevolent? Is it because it can lead to death? Not at all. A sufficiently powerful wizard can achieve that with a mere offensive spell. And when confronted by someone who may take your life, would you forego the opportunity to use dark magic to defeat them simply because it is considered evil? I believe no one would. Thus, how is evil defined? It seems that it is merely due to the fact that many spells within dark magic are excessively cruel and bloody, often wielded by individuals to satisfy their selfish desires. Therefore, I contend that spells themselves cannot be classified as evil or just. They are merely methods of inflicting harm, misused by those with ulterior motives. Remember, magic bears no inherent dichotomy of good and evil. Dark magic is merely a category within the broader spectrum of magic. What we must strive for is understanding and knowing how to counteract it. However, should one choose to wield it recklessly to trample upon the lives of others, then it becomes evil in their hands." As Harry expounded upon this perspective, transcending contemporary understanding, Severus' gaze brightened, for he was the first to realize that his affinity for dark magic did not render him an outcast. Severus pondered how fortunate he was to encounter such a remarkable individual. Perhaps all his previous luck had been spent awaiting this moment. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment washed over him. Harry soon noticed a change in Severus. Although he still bore his usual stoic demeanor, he began to exhibit more discernible emotional shifts, especially in Harry's presence. This development brought Harry immense satisfaction, for it signified that his efforts were positively influencing Severus's life. With this thought, Harry felt invigorated, ready to seize the day. Before long, summer arrived. Harry had yet to disclose to Severus that he had purchased a house near his own, intending to surprise him, along with Lily. Reflecting on Lily, Harry noted her growing closeness with James, wondering if he had inadvertently expedited Severus's exit from the picture. He felt no remorse, for regardless of circumstances, he was still destined to be born. Unlike the Christmas holidays, students were not permitted to remain at school during summer break. Severus reluctantly left Hogwarts, but felt a flicker of anticipation at the thought of Harry's promised surprise. However, upon standing at the threshold of his home, a place he had inhabited for over a decade, Severus experienced an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. The comforts of school had caused him to forget the pain associated with this abode. Eileen merely glanced up as Severus entered, her suffering having rendered her numb to what should have been a bright future. And him? Severus refrained from naming the individual, yet both understood. "You just got back. Hurry inside, or he'll return and beat you again," Eileen warned, causing old scars within Severus to throb anew. He did not rush inside but approached her instead, offering a bag filled with coins he had requested Harry to exchange at Gringotts. He was no longer the destitute wretch he once was. Eileen stared at the transformed boy before her, momentarily lost in thought. His once tattered, oversized garments had been replaced by a well-fitted robe, and the gaunt visage that had once betrayed hunger was now plump and healthy, thanks to Hogwarts's ample provisions. Most striking, however, was the change in Severus's eyes. Prior to attending Hogwarts, they had been devoid of life, only flickering with a hint of light in Lily's presence. Now, although his gaze remained cold, the profound despair that had once lain buried deep within was absent. A spark of clarity ignited within Eileen, and a pang of guilt washed over her for the child before her. Yet, her alternating feelings of love and fear for Tobias consumed her entirely, rendering her guilt insufficient to compel her to leave him for Severus's sake. Severus, well aware of his mother's true nature, paid little mind to her emotions but still cautioned her, "The money inside is what I earned at school. Hide it well, and do not let him discover it." With that, he entered his room without glancing back, surveying the cramped quarters. After a brief tidying, he retrieved his textbooks and began to write his essays. As a student, homework was inevitable, and just as he completed his assignment for potions, the door swung open with a resounding bang. "You little brat. Don't think you've grown wings just because you're at school. Hand over all the money you've been hiding. I need to buy some liquor." Tobias stumbled toward Severus. The sight of Tobias brandishing the very pouch of coins he had entrusted to Eileen sparked a wave of disappointment within Severus. It became painfully clear that he truly meant nothing to her. Even foreseeing the consequences of handing over the money, she had done so, revealing the depths of her character. As Tobias raised a fist against him, Severus made no attempt to evade. He merely shut his eyes, unwilling to let anyone witness the sorrow lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 24. The Invitation. He collapsed to the ground. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. Opening his eyes, he beheld Harry standing in the doorway. In that moment, Harry, illuminated against the light, left an indelible imprint upon Severus's heart. Eileen, suddenly awakened, rushed forward and stood protectively in front of Tobias, pleading with Harry. "Please, don't harm him. I beg you." Observing his mother's actions, Severus could not help but smirk bitterly, then closed his eyes and inwardly admonished himself. "Look, she will always place that person first. What are you still hoping for? Wake up to reality." Harry, noticing the sorrow that flickered in Severus's eyes, suddenly approached and enveloped him in a hug, believing that Severus could use this moment of comfort. Severus was taken aback. He had never been so close to anyone before, yet the sensation was oddly pleasant. However, he quickly withdrew from Harry's embrace. Despite the warmth of Harry's hold, he found it difficult to acclimate, for a Slytherin. Such Gryffindor-style consolation felt rather too intimate. Severus mused that if the professor were attending Hogwarts, he certainly would not be in Slytherin. "That lady," Harry began, a hint of anger in his tone. "I believe I made it abundantly clear before that neither as a mother nor as a witch should one allow harm to befall one's child. Severus, would you care to visit my home over the summer? I recently purchased a house not far from Spinner's End, and you would be my first guest. So, for the sake of the professor, would you please consider it?" Harry extended the invitation, initially intending only to inform Severus of his home's location, so that he could come over during the holidays. However, after witnessing the earlier scene, he thought that perhaps his home would be the best choice for Severus during the break. Anxious about whether Severus would accept, Harry was relieved when Severus replied, "Very well. It would be my honor, Professor Howard." Harry exhaled in relief. Severus had initially been reluctant to impose on Harry, yet upon hearing the latter's last words, he acquiesced. Reflecting on Harry's earlier mention of being alone at home, Severus felt that declining Harry's offer might cause him distress, akin to their previous encounter. Observing Harry's joyful reaction to his agreement, Severus wore an expression of knowing, which puzzled Harry, but nonetheless, he decided to assist Severus in gathering his belongings. Just as Severus was about to open his suitcase, he was interrupted by Tobias. There wasn't too much else to pack in the room. After organizing his completed assignments, Severus indicated to Harry that he was ready. Harry sought Erin's opinion. Though he intended to take Severus regardless of her response, he felt it was only polite to ask. Just moments after having confronted her husband, Harry thought to himself that he was indeed a considerate person. Before leaving, Severus handed Erin a pouch of coins, originally meant for his own meals. However, seeing Harry, he felt he might not need the money, so he gave it all to Erin. As he stepped out the door, he told Erin, "Please ensure to keep them safe. Of course, whether you heed this is up to you." Under Erin's watchful gaze, Severus departed from the stifling place. Turning to Erin, Harry remarked, "If you remain this obstinate, I cannot guarantee you will see Severus again." Noticing Erin's lack of reaction, Harry sighed and left. not wishing to be the villain. Yet if Erin maintained her current attitude, he would not allow Severus to return to this home. A witch, blinded by what she deemed love, incapable of protecting herself and her child. Harry truly pondered what it would take to awaken her from this delusion. Though it seemed she had no desire for such enlightenment, Severus followed Harry to his residence, which was merely a short distance from his own home. Upon gazing at the considerably larger house before him, he wondered if he would indeed be living here now. Harry opened the door and, noticing Severus standing in a daze, called out, "Come in. Isn't it too warm standing in the sun?" Snapped from his reverie, Severus moved toward Harry, wishing to express that it was quite warm and not hot at all, yet he remained silent. Once inside, Harry introduced Severus to the layout of the house, revealing which room was his bedroom and informing him that the remaining rooms were empty, allowing Severus to choose one as his own. After Severus selected a room, Harry suggested he unpack while he headed to the kitchen, as mealtime was approaching, and he felt a pang of hunger. Harry prepared a simple meal for the two of them, then called out to Severus from the doorway of his room to come eat. Severus entered the living room and was taken aback by the sight of the appetizing dishes laid out on the table. He hadn't expected someone like Harry, who appeared well off, to cook for himself. Noticing Severus's astonishment, Harry chuckled, "Don't worry, my cooking is edible and free of poison," though Severus felt a twinge of embarrassment. He masked it well. Both were clearly famished and enjoyed their meal, the atmosphere turning cozy. After they finished, Severus took the initiative to clear the dishes, feeling that he had already imposed enough on Harry, and he couldn't allow Harry to shoulder all the household chores alone. Harry observed Severus's efficient movements with raised eyebrows, but chose not to comment. If this made Severus more comfortable, then so be it, especially since they would be living together for the upcoming summer. Soon, night enveloped the sky, and Harry sat on the sofa in the living room, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes, which had grown weary from reading. The room was silent, save for himself. He glanced toward Severus's room, noticing the light spilling from beneath the door, then checked the time. Rising, he knocked softly on the door to remind Severus to get some rest before returning to his own bedroom. He contemplated the need to purchase some essentials for Severus the following day, having noticed that aside from a few robes, Severus had not packed a single ordinary garment, which was unacceptable. Additionally, since Harry had not been home in quite some time, the ingredients used for dinner that afternoon were from a hurried shopping trip he had made previously, necessitating another trip to stock up on food for the next few days. After completing his nighttime routine, Harry lay in bed, mentally cataloging the items he needed to buy. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavier, and soon he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Severus, having finished washing the dishes and exited the kitchen, spotted Harry seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. He chose not to disturb him and quietly retreated to his own room. As he lay in bed, Severus finally began to process the emotions that had been swirling within him since leaving home. It dawned on him that he had indeed departed from that place, and now he was residing in his professor's home, a reality he had never envisioned. Recalling how Harry had intervened to stop Tobias's fist, saving him once more, an inexplicable emotion welled within Severus. He thought to himself that he owed his professor a great deal, and in the future, he would strive to assist him in any way possible. Having filled his mind with self-encouragement, Severus retrieved the new potion recipe he had received from Lucius. The potion presented a challenge, one he had never brewed before, and he resolved to study it that very night. Severus contemplated in earnest the necessity of inquiring with Harry the following day to see if there might be a means for him to brew potions during the holiday. For students are forbidden to wield magic freely after departing from Hogwarts. The potion he was currently engaged in crafting required an infusion of magical energy to maintain its efficacy. Thus, Severus felt compelled to seek Harry's assistance in resolving this dilemma, firmly believing that Harry would undoubtedly possess a solution. Just as Severus was inscribing the key elements of the potion's formula onto parchment in preparation to consult other tomes, Harry knocked on his bedroom door, gently reminding him that the hour was growing late and urging him to retire for the night. Before Severus could rise to open the door, Harry departed, leaving Severus with a fleeting desire to peruse the potion-related texts he had borrowed previously. However, glancing at the time, he decided to heed Harry's advice and prepare for rest, reasoning that since Harry had taken the effort to remind him, it was only prudent to comply, especially given that he had only recently moved in. Chapter 25, Nurmengard. Taking advantage of the summer break, Harry resolved to visit Nurmengard, yet thoughts of Severus stirred a degree of concern within him. He felt it imperative to ensure that Severus's safety and well-being were secured during his absence. This predicament was of his own making. Previously, he had been preoccupied with preventing Severus from enduring further torment in that wretched household, and in his haste, he had neglected to consider the responsibilities he must fulfill. Now that Severus was under his roof, he bore the weight of that responsibility. On the second day following Severus's arrival, Harry took him on a shopping expedition, procuring an array of items, including necessities and sustenance. Harry even indulged Severus with a selection of snacks, although they appeared to be unappealing to him, ultimately finding their way into Harry's own stomach. Upon returning home, Severus expressed his desire to brew potions during the holiday, revealing the obstacles he faced. After listening intently to Severus's concerns, Harry deemed the solution straightforward, recalling the methods he had witnessed at the Black Estate. Coupled with the insights he had gleaned during his escapades with Sirius, he proceeded to cast a few enchantments around the house and arrange some alchemical supplies, assuring Severus that as long as he remained within the confines of his room, the ministry would be unable to detect his presence, thus allowing him to wield his wand freely. Severus's conundrum was thus resolved with remarkable ease, and as he beheld the effortless way in which Harry addressed an issue that had long plagued him, he felt acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Harry. In secret, Severus set a modest goal for himself. He aspired to exert sufficient effort so that one day he might grow as formidable as Harry, capable of navigating any situation with ease. Consequently, in the days that followed, Severus dedicated himself to a level of diligence surpassing his previous efforts, voraciously absorbing every morsel of knowledge within reach, exhibiting a discernible rate of growth that even caught Lucius's attention, but that is a tale for another time. Now, Severus faced a new dilemma. Harry informed him that he needed to step out for a while, apologizing for not considering the implications of bringing Severus back home. He explained that for the time being, Severus would be required to stay alone in the house. Harry reassured him that the house elves would attend to his meals, borrowed from Hogwarts, and all he needed to focus on was his safety. Thus, during Harry's absence, he was forbidden from brewing perilous potions or practicing dangerous spells. Severus assured Harry that he would refrain from engaging in any hazardous activities, then inquired whether he might invite Lily over to play. To this, Harry readily consented, even encouraging Severus to extend an invitation for Lily to visit, stating that he would not mind in the least. At hearing Harry's words, Severus's eyes sparkled with delight. The venue they often frequented was marred by the incessant presence of Lily's sister, who would lurk nearby, causing considerable annoyance. If he could invite Lily to his home, they could practice spells together in peace. After reiterating his concerns for Severus's safety, Harry departed from England, intent on resolving the matter as swiftly as possible, for he could not shake the unease of leaving Severus alone. Harry first secured lodgings at an inn, then consumed a polyjuice potion he had prepared in advance, soon transforming into the guise of an unremarkable middle-aged wizard. After acclimatizing himself to his altered appearance, he ventured out. He had been diligently gathering information regarding Grindelwald, yet the formidable nature of the latter's influence complicated his efforts. Although he managed to uncover some details, they were far from critical, leading Harry to contemplate abandoning his quest. Even now, as he found himself in Nurmengard, the forces under his command remained vigilant, with all his followers awaiting his return, thus making any information regarding them not easily attainable. However, just as Harry began to resign himself to the notion that he might not be able to persuade Grindelwald, he stumbled upon a piece of information that seemed almost miraculous, instilling him with newfound confidence regarding his plan. Harry apparat to the vicinity of Nurmengard, acutely aware that magical travel was restricted within its confines, likely a precaution to prevent Grindelwald's escape. It was evident to Harry that had Grindelwald not chosen to be imprisoned willingly, such a mere castle could not contain him. After all, he had constructed this fortress himself, and now it served as his prison. As he approached the entrance to Nurmengard, he was quickly noticed, and without any intention of concealing himself, Harry was soon ushered before Grindelwald. Gazing upon the man before him, whose visage bore the marks of age yet still retained traces of his youthful handsomeness, Harry could not help but think of Dumbledore. They must be of similar age, he mused, pondering whether Dumbledore's usual attire was meant to convey a sense of approachability to his students. Grindelwald, observing Harry's momentary distraction, felt a flicker of intrigue. Had he truly become so lacking in menace that this young man dared to entertain other thoughts in his presence? Fortunately, Harry quickly regained his composure. Acutely aware that the stakes were perilously high. "Be serious, Harry Potter," he admonished himself inwardly, recognizing that he was in the presence of the first Dark Lord and must proceed with utmost caution. "Esteemed Mr. Grindelwald, you may call me Aaron. I wish to discuss a collaboration with you, if you would be amenable." With that, Harry gestured for the others to leave the room. Grindelwald, perceiving Harry as no threat, found the situation amusing. His existence had been devoid of excitement since his incarceration, and it had been quite some time since a vibrant individual like Harry had graced his presence. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to indulge Harry's intentions. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed those present, leading Harry to believe that Grindelwald was indeed willing to remain confined. "Speak your mind. Let us see what terms you propose that might entice me to cooperate," Grindelwald said, reclining against the wall, the room's furnishings stark and minimal, consisting merely of a bed. Harry found it hard to believe that someone of Grindelwald's stature would reside in such simplicity, yet he recognized that it was not his place to question it. I have come across certain channels that suggest you are a seer, and I happen to possess some fragmented glimpses that may pique your interest. Observing Grindelwald's apparent indifference, Harry proceeded with his narrative, which concerned Albus Dumbledore. Upon hearing this name, Grindelwald instantly straightened in his seat. It had been a long while since he had encountered anything associated with that name. Harry was quite satisfied with Grindelwald's reaction, as it assured the success of his own plans. Of course, he would not divulge any further information regarding future events or reveal his identity. However, he could employ Dumbledore as bait, knowing that Grindelwald would eagerly take the hook. You are aware of certain matters. Do not attempt to deceive me, lest you discover that death is the only true mercy, Grindelwald warned, his tone laced with menace. Do not be so tense. I too learned of this by chance. For I do not wish for these events to transpire, which is why I sought your collaboration and assistance. What, precisely, pertains to Albus Dumbledore? Grindelwald inquired, focusing solely on that which intrigued him. It concerns Dumbledore's demise. At this revelation, Grindelwald's gaze turned dangerously sharp, as if he might extinguish Harry's life in the very next heartbeat. Yet Harry remained unperturbed. He feared not even death, and thus would not be cowed by mere threatening looks. After a prolonged silence, Grindelwald averted his gaze and began to speak slowly. Oh, but what assistance can I offer in my current state, when I am confined to this very threshold? Grindelwald feigned indifference once more. You are unable to leave, or rather, unwilling to depart. You are well aware of the distinction. As a condition of our collaboration, I shall divulge all that I know about Dumbledore. As a gesture of good faith, Harry was fully cognizant that Grindelwald did not truly care, for the shift in his expression upon hearing that statement betrayed his true feelings. Had it been a different matter, Grindelwald might have remained indifferent. However, Dumbledore was a different story. Since their last confrontation, Grindelwald had not laid eyes on him, nor had Dumbledore visited him even once. Due to certain circumstances, he could only glean information about Dumbledore from newspapers, rendering Harry's offer exceedingly tempting for Grindelwald. Is that all? What do you wish to gain? I must assess whether this collaboration is feasible. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I seek to leverage the influence of the saints to accomplish certain tasks and retrieve specific items. Harry articulated his ultimate objective. Indeed, this was the only course he could conceive, for he could not solicit Dumbledore's assistance. He understood Dumbledore too well and feared revealing any slip that might expose his identity. Therefore, the most audacious yet prudent strategy was to ally with Grindelwald, allowing him to achieve his goals while minimizing prolonged contact that might lead to exposure. What leads you to believe that I would agree to collaborate with you based solely on your ambiguous statements? Grindelwald queried. Because of Dumbledore. Do you not wish to see him again? Do you not desire to alter the outcome of his demise? Upon hearing this, Grindelwald's facade of indifference faltered, and though he maintained a stoic exterior, Harry detected the subtle changes in his breathing, indicating that his bait was indeed alluring. Apologizing silently to Dumbledore in his mind, Harry turned to Grindelwald and declared, If we cooperate, I shall reveal everything I know and work alongside you to find a solution. Oh, it appears that I cannot refuse this collaboration, regardless of the circumstances, Grindelwald remarked with a hint of amusement at Harry's resolute expression. You may refuse, but what transpires thereafter is beyond my control. Observing Harry's demeanor, Grindelwald found himself intrigued. Was he being threatened? He truly did not fear sending Harry to meet his end with a simple Avada Kedavra. Very well, I shall contemplate your request. Now, might you present a proper introduction? Mr. Chapter 26, The Formation of an Alliance. It turned out that the effects of the polyjuice potion had waned, revealing Harry's true appearance. However, with the prospect of a forthcoming alliance, Harry momentarily set aside his wariness, as he would eventually have to introduce himself. Good day, Mr. Grindelwald. I am Allison Howard, a recent graduate of Durmstrang and currently serving as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. Upon hearing Harry's introduction, Grindelwald regarded him with keen interest. A Hogwarts professor, how intriguing. He began to cultivate curiosity regarding Harry's intentions. So, what precisely do you wish to uncover, and what do you seek to find? Grindelwald inquired directly, eager for insight into Dumbledore's affairs. Patience, my matters can be addressed later. For now, let us discuss Dumbledore, as this is my earnestness, Harry replied, omitting many details and merely stating that he had learned of Dumbledore's impending death at the hands of Voldemort through fortuitous circumstances. It was evident that by omitting numerous details, Harry's narrative swiftly aroused Grindelwald's suspicions. Harry had been vague in some aspects, yet alarmingly precise regarding the details of Dumbledore's death, which would naturally provoke doubt. Harry understood the potential for misunderstanding, but was resolute in preserving his anonymity and refraining from divulging excessive information about future events. Thus, he could only assert that this was all he had come to know, while the more ambiguous details were also acquired by chance, as he possessed no prophetic abilities. As a seer, Grindelwald evidently possessed his own capabilities. After learning of the matters Harry had disclosed, he seemed to verify their authenticity, the outcome of which remained uncertain. However, judging by his demeanor, Harry surmised that all was likely well. When asked why he sought Grindelwald as assistance, Harry explained that upon discovering Dumbledore's fate at Voldemort's hands, he concluded that Grindelwald was the only one capable of standing against Voldemort. When Grindelwald questioned why he did not approach Dumbledore directly, Harry expressed his fear that Dumbledore would not believe him, and that any overt actions within the British wizarding community might alert Voldemort and lead to disastrous consequences. After hearing Harry's rationale, Grindelwald begrudgingly accepted it, recognizing that Harry was not lying, as these were events yet to unfold. A single misstep could result in Harry's demise at his hands. Moreover, recalling his earlier vague perceptions, he instinctively felt that Harry's words bore truth, thus intensifying his curiosity regarding the source of Harry's information. When a person risks their life for a purpose, it signifies that the objective they seek to achieve far surpasses the value of their own existence. Consequently, Grindelwald's interest in Harry's true intentions grew ever more profound. After Harry succinctly summarized the key elements of his disclosure, Grindelwald informed him that if he fulfilled certain conditions, he would mobilize his followers to assist Harry's endeavors. Without hesitation, Harry acquiesced, fully aware that his quest for aid would undoubtedly demand a price, a fact he accepted with clarity. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow at Harry's unequivocal agreement, choosing not to voice any further comments. Since Harry was now a professor at Hogwarts, he insisted that Harry provide regular reports regarding Dumbledore's affairs. Upon hearing Grindelwald's request, Harry hesitated for a moment but swiftly acquiesced, feeling no remorse for the impending betrayal of Dumbledore. After all, he rationalized, it was for the peace of the British wizarding community. Even if Dumbledore were to discover his actions, he could not justly blame Harry. Grindelwald had not specified the nature of the information he sought, so it was not as if Harry could monitor Dumbledore's every move as a professor. Thus, he concluded that the information he could provide would be limited, and he conveyed this to Grindelwald. Grindelwald was unconcerned. His intention was not to have Harry spy on Dumbledore, but rather to ascertain the latter's daily state of affairs, as all he currently had were the official reports found in the newspapers. After both parties had secured their desires, Harry remained in Nurmengard for nearly half a month, during which he and Grindelwald made numerous arrangements. Initially, both were cautious, testing each other's boundaries. Gradually, Grindelwald became increasingly astonished by Harry's erudition and strength, reflecting on how, at Harry's age, he had lacked such insight. Consequently, Grindelwald's regard for Harry deepened. What had begun as a quest for information about Dumbledore transformed into an admiration for Harry's formidable capabilities. Having such a powerful ally was far preferable to an enemy, and Grindelwald remained intrigued by the means through which Harry acquired his knowledge. Although Grindelwald could have sought to validate his perceptions independently, such probing would have resulted in severe repercussions, and given his current physical state, he might not survive the endeavor. As time passed, Harry consistently reshaped Grindelwald's understanding of him, while Grindelwald provided Harry with diverse perspectives that simplified previously daunting issues. On numerous occasions, Harry reflected on Grindelwald's brilliance, a luminary who could stand alongside Dumbledore in their time, and he understood why Grindelwald had become a lingering regret for Dumbledore. Grindelwald afforded Harry certain conveniences, allowing him to command the Saints to assist with tasks. Yet, even a formidable figure like Grindelwald had encountered dissent within the ranks of the Saints during his prolonged self-imposed imprisonment. Utilizing Harry's situation as a catalyst, Grindelwald addressed the discord among the Saints, making it known to all that their master was poised to return. Consequently, the Saints began to mobilize from within, their actions meticulously orchestrated by Grindelwald, such that no one noticed the transformations occurring within Nurmengard. Meanwhile, Harry seized the opportunity to persuade Grindelwald to cease his self-punishment, emphasizing that he possessed the means to live well. He was particularly concerned that, should their plans falter, his partner might perish before their objectives were realized. Grindelwald absorbed part of Harry's counsel. After all, following his rift with Dumbledore, he had found himself at a loss on how to confront his circumstances, leading to his self-destructive lifestyle. Harry further advised Grindelwald that to alter Dumbledore's fate, he must amass sufficient strength to confront Voldemort, and thus, he could no longer afford to languish in his current state. Harry was acutely aware of why Voldemort had so easily dispatched Grindelwald, and he sought to inspire Grindelwald to abandon his resignation toward death, which Harry viewed as an unacceptable notion. He articulated to Grindelwald that, in his perspective, Death was the choice of the weak, while the strong must forge their own opportunities for survival. Ultimately, once one chooses death, there can be no alteration of circumstances or protection of others. Understanding Harry's implications, Grindelwald heeded his advice, first transforming his living environment into one more conducive to wellness and subsequently undergoing a series of health assessments. When Harry departed, Grindelwald assured him that he would carefully tend to his health, as the results of his examinations had startled him. At this rate, he might encounter Merlin before Dumbledore. With matters in this regard resolved, the weight that had burdened Harry's heart was considerably lightened, as he finally witnessed the unfolding of positive developments. He mentally encouraged himself, acknowledging that the most challenging issue had been addressed, and now he could focus on arranging the remaining facets. Upon finally returning home, Harry yearned for a moment of respite. Although everything appeared peaceful on the surface, his nerves had remained taut, fearing that a single misstep could arouse suspicion. Now he felt liberated. After all, he was facing Grindelwald, who, despite his diminished vigor, was still a formidable presence, one of the original Dark Lords who stood alongside Dumbledore. Harry did not believe that Grindelwald's current demeanor accurately reflected his true capabilities. As Harry stepped outside, he was greeted by the sound of Lily's laughter from within. The joyous sound elicited an involuntary smile from him, and he glanced at the sky, feeling that the sunlight today was particularly warm, nearly melting his heart. Chapter 27. Spreading Rumors. Severus soon noticed Harry's return, and Lily also spotted him entering the house, beaming as she greeted him. "Good afternoon, Professor Howard. You've finally returned. I was beginning to doubt what Severus said about this being your home. Have you had lunch yet?" Harry graciously accepted Lily's enthusiastic greeting, smiling as he replied that he had merely been handling some matters and had brought back some gifts for them to see if they liked them. Lily was overjoyed to hear there were gifts for her, never having expected Harry to buy her something. She surrounded Harry, bombarding him with questions about where he had been and whether it had been enjoyable, followed by inquiries about the gifts he had brought. Severus stood by, unable to interject, watching Lily's animated questioning with an inexplicable sense of discontent. He pondered whether it was his own reluctance to see Lily grow too close to others that caused this feeling. Yet, witnessing Harry's evident delight at Lily's enthusiasm only deepened Severus's discomfort. He reminded himself that the professor naturally favored Lily, and there was little reason for him to feel perturbed. Noticing Severus's unusual demeanor, Harry approached him and inquired, "Mr. Snape, what troubles you? How have you been? You seem unwell." Upon hearing Harry's concern, Severus experienced an inexplicable calm wash over him. He couldn't quite fathom why, but he replied that he was indeed feeling well, attributing his well-being to Harry's arrangements. Relieved, Harry then revealed the gifts he had brought. For Lily, he selected an assortment of exquisite jewelry, reasoning that such sparkling adornments would be universally appealing to young women. As expected, Lily's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the jewelry. Though she already owned many pieces, no girl could ever have too many. She promptly expressed her gratitude to Harry and declared her delight at the gifts. The remaining gifts were those that Harry had bestowed upon Severus. In truth, Severus's heart brimmed with anticipation, yet his countenance remained stoically impassive, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern his true emotions at that moment. Harry unveiled the presents he had meticulously selected for Severus, which included rare potion ingredients seldom found within the British wizarding community, as well as a cauldron designed to assist in potion brewing, embellished with an alchemical array for stabilizing potions, an addition Harry had crafted himself. Upon seeing the replicated magical runes, Severus immediately recognized that this was yet another creation of Harry's. For a similar motif adorned the brooch Harry had previously gifted him. He had never encountered cauldrons equipped with alchemical arrays available for purchase. A warm feeling enveloped Severus's heart, for he had never known anyone to hold him in such regard. Once again, he felt the profound emotion of being valued through Harry's actions. In addition to these gifts, Harry had also procured a collection of books related to spells and potions, salvaged from Grindelwald's possessions. Severus's eyes nearly adhered to the pages as he absorbed the knowledge contained within. Observing the evident joy on both of their faces upon receiving the gifts, Harry could not help but reflect, "See, no one can refuse gifts offered by others." Under this bombardment of sweet gestures, he could scarcely believe that Severus's heart could still be as desolate as he remembered. He was determined to create moments of joy and happiness for him. Harry inwardly commended his own cleverness. Truly, he remained as astute as ever. Unbeknownst to Harry's thoughts, Severus continued to marvel at Harry's thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Lily eagerly adorned herself with the jewelry Harry had gifted her, showcasing its beauty to Severus, who readily complimented her. Time swiftly passed, and soon afternoon arrived. Lily reluctantly departed from Harry's home. After escorting her back, Severus returned promptly, as Harry had mentioned bringing some local delicacies for Lily to take home. reserving the remainder to enjoy after he returned her. Upon Lily's departure, the two of them seamlessly collaborated in preparing dinner. After Harry returned, the presence of a house elf was no longer required for delivering food. At the dining table, they both immersed themselves in their meals. Although conversation was sparse, the atmosphere was imbued with warmth. They quickly finished the prepared dishes, both thoroughly satisfied with the repast. Harry mused that it was truly the most relaxed meal he had enjoyed in days, while Severus felt a sense of joy at Harry's return. Though he had grown accustomed to dining alone, having Harry present made the food seem all the more delectable. The ensuing days unfolded in a serene, yet fulfilling rhythm, with both men busily engaged in their respective pursuits. Whenever a question arose, Harry would diligently guide Severus, who comprehended swiftly, requiring little effort on Harry's part. As mealtime approached, Harry would prepare their meals, and afterward, Severus would proactively wash the dishes, maintaining an impeccable order in their shared domestic life. Lily would occasionally visit Harry's home. Although Harry would sometimes take them out for casual outings, they predominantly remained indoors, engrossed in their studies, as both Lily and Severus had assignments to complete. This harmonious existence continued until the conclusion of summer break, when returning to school felt somewhat disorienting for both, particularly for Severus, who often sensed the absence of a companion at the dining table. Harry, tasked with fulfilling Grindelwald's previous requests, found himself consulting Dumbledore with greater frequency than before. Fortunately, Harry had already established a habit of seeking Dumbledore's counsel on various matters, rendering this new pattern less conspicuous. Meanwhile, within Nurmengard, the disciples began to undertake certain activities following Grindelwald's directives, albeit in a scattered and clandestine manner, evading the notice of various factions for the time being. To obfuscate their intentions, Harry refrained from requesting Grindelwald to seek solely protective spells. Instead, he sought a variety of healing and soul-related magic, prompting the disciples to delve into ancient sorcery. Recently, several long-established noble families received a plethora of invitations to gatherings, including those of fallen aristocrats with surviving heirs. This served as a signal, as those with a keen eye had begun to quietly monitor the situation. Gradually, whispers circulated within the aristocratic circles, with speculation that the individual within Nurmengard might be facing health issues. Otherwise, why would the disciples collectively seek out healing and protective artifacts? Human nature is inherently intrigued by the dissemination of seemingly dubious information, leading even Dumbledore, far away at Hogwarts, to catch wind of the rumors. Initially, Dumbledore was skeptical, but as the tales gained traction, he found himself increasingly uncertain, having not kept abreast of developments regarding Nurmengard for some time and not having seen its occupant in ages. Reflecting on Grindelwald's imprisonment there, Dumbledore felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. He occasionally pondered how their paths had diverged so drastically, yet he understood that fate had long since dictated their course. He contemplated whether he ought to visit Nurmengard, for if the rumors bore any truth, this could be their final encounter. However, he hesitated to confront his own feelings, fully aware of what he feared. Recently, Harry observed Dumbledore's distracted demeanor, even noticing that his usual fondness for desserts had waned. Concerned for his mentor's well-being, Harry paid closer attention and soon discerned the reasons behind Dumbledore's preoccupation. An idea sparked in Harry's mind. Perhaps he could orchestrate a situation that would compel Dumbledore to visit Nurmengard, believing that Grindelwald would be grateful for his intervention, thus facilitating their collaboration. Without delay, Harry penned a letter to Nurmengard. Though he harbored reservations about the safety of his plan, he recognized it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could not be missed. When Grindelwald received Harry's correspondence, he initially deemed the plan hasty. Yet, unable to suppress his own yearning, he ultimately decided to follow Harry's counsel. As he made arrangements, he contemplated that even if Albus were to discover his actions later and hold him accountable, the chance to see him once more would be worth it. Grindelwald felt that Albus had been exceedingly cruel, depriving him of even a single meeting over the years. This neglect had led him to allow his own body to deteriorate, for in his mind, death might be the most fitting conclusion. However, Harry's arrival had halted his self-destructive tendencies. He could not allow Albus to suffer while being fully aware of the impending consequences. Even if he would blame himself in the future, he resolved to act on this impulse. Following Harry's guidance, Grindelwald adjusted his approach, disseminating news of his declining health and impending demise, particularly aimed at the British community, before quietly awaiting the return of the person he yearned for. Upon learning of Grindelwald's latest developments, Harry couldn't help but smirk. He had merely suggested that Grindelwald feign illness, yet here he was, taking it to an extreme. Surely, Dumbledore would soon leave the school to attend to urgent matters. Harry silently wished Grindelwald good fortune, aware that such a ruse would be easily uncovered upon close observation, leaving him to wonder how it would ultimately unfold. For now, he decided to focus on his own affairs before concerning himself with anything else. as the new semester commenced. Whether due to maturation or some other reason, James had notably ceased to trouble Severus. Of course, Harry believed the primary reason was that he hardly encountered Severus during his free time. Harry commended his past actions, for he had indirectly averted a multitude of conflicts. Presently, James was wholly devoted to pursuing Lily, while Severus immersed himself in the meticulous study of potions. Through Harry's observations, it became apparent that James remained blissfully unaware of Remus's condition as a werewolf. Reflecting on that gentle, yet tragically fated man, Harry felt a pang of sympathy for the suffering Remus endured each month. Consequently, Severus, under Harry's persuasion, began the enhancement of the Wolf's Bane potion. Although perplexed by this endeavor, Severus complied, driven by his own interest in the potion. Most importantly, should he succeed in ameliorating the potion's side effects, or perhaps even resolving the monthly transformations of werewolves, it would undoubtedly elevate his reputation and status to unprecedented heights. Thus, Severus eagerly delved into the potion room Harry had prepared, embarking on a new round of potion research, to which Harry expressed his unwavering support as long as it did not incite conflict with James. Chapter 28. The Meeting. Since Grindelwald had disseminated news of his impending demise, he had not anticipated that, while waiting for Dumbledore, he would unearth a significant number of concealed traitors within the inner circle of saints. This unexpected revelation proved fortuitous for Grindelwald. After all, his prolonged seclusion had allowed time for certain individuals to cultivate unworthy thoughts. Once instability emerged, those uncertain souls who had previously associated with him might waver, thus providing a timely opportunity to cleanse his ranks. However, as days turned into weeks, the individuals he yearned to see remained elusive, prompting him to question the efficacy of this strategy. In pursuit of answers, he composed several letters to Harry, each echoing a similar inquiry regarding Dumbledore's whereabouts. Gazing at the pile of monotonous letters before him, Harry found himself at a loss for words. He had previously stated that he could not guarantee success, merely suggesting it as a trial. Now, it felt akin to shooting himself in the foot. Fortunately, Harry's headache did not linger long. Just as Grindelwald contemplated penning yet another letter, Harry's correspondents arrived, informing him that they would have to wait until after the Quidditch selection matches, compelling him to bide his time. Recently, Hogwarts students were particularly excited due to the impending Quidditch selection matches, especially those aspiring to join the Quidditch team. They practiced fervently on the pitch, brimming with enthusiasm as they prepared for the final competition. The Slytherin students, too, exhibited an uncommon level of enthusiasm. Against the backdrop of their excitement, Severus's composed demeanor appeared somewhat discordant. Observing Severus's tranquil presence in his office, Harry could not help but voice his curiosity. "Severus, do you truly possess no interest in Quidditch? It is such a captivating sport." Since Lily had visited Harry's home during the summer, she felt their titles for each other had become rather distant. Initially, she insisted that Harry refer to Severus as Sev, but Harry found himself unable to adjust, ultimately resorting to calling him by his formal title, Severus. Witnessing Harry's animated reaction to the mention of Quidditch, Severus became even more convinced of Harry's Gryffindor inclinations. "Allow me to remind you, Professor, that if I had the time to fly about on that wretched broomstick, I would have long since completed my potion. Furthermore," he mused, "such a foolish sport. Aside from sending those dim-witted fools racing to the hospital wing, I can fathom no other merit it possesses." Observing the precociousness of Severus's biting wit, Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Severus's future students, perhaps even himself, for not everyone could easily confront the venom of the basilisk. However, now listening to Severus inadvertently include him in his critique, Harry's feelings were rather complex, as he indeed found himself in the hospital wing for peculiar reasons following each Quidditch match. After making his point, Severus realized that Harry was, after all, an ardent Quidditch enthusiast, and a hint of embarrassment mixed with indignation flickered in his eyes. He was not entirely wrong. In his view, a sport that wasted time and endangered lives should never have been conceived. Given Severus's stance, Harry decided to abandon the topic, redirecting the conversation to a matter unrelated to Quidditch. "Have you made any progress on the Wolf's Bane potion we discussed? I recall you mentioning you had a few leads." Hearing Harry's abrupt shift in topic, Severus chose to feign ignorance. After all, he could not allow his professor to remain in an uncomfortable position. "Yes, I have examined the current formulation of the Wolf's Bane potion and discovered that several ingredients could be substituted with more potent alternatives. However, I am still uncertain about the precise proportions for their incorporation. Moreover, due to the mild toxicity of some components, I am apprehensive about potential adverse reactions. If only we could capture a werewolf for experimentation, I would then possess ample data to adjust the ratios." Harry, taken aback by Severus's suggestion of capturing a werewolf, felt a chill run down his spine. Given Severus's still somewhat diminutive stature, He doubted that he would fare well against a werewolf's claws. Such an idea was utterly terrifying. Should he inquire with Remus? However, approaching him directly might instill unease. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult Dumbledore first, as he had tacitly permitted Remus's presence at the school, which would likely yield better insight. Yet, fate had other plans. When Harry sought out Dumbledore, he found the headmaster informing Professor McGonagall of his impending absence, instructing her to alert him of any urgent matters, assuring her that he would return promptly. Upon receiving this news, Harry harbored suspicions, though he could not be entirely certain, as he was unaware of whether Dumbledore truly had pressing matters to attend to. Considering the conversation he intended to have, he decided to postpone it until Dumbledore's return, deeming it unnecessary to rush. Little did he realize that this very thought would lead to Severus finding himself in a perilous situation shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, in Nurmengard, just as Grindelwald was on the verge of relinquishing hope, a long-desired figure suddenly appeared before him, rendering Grindelwald momentarily speechless, as if the world around him had faded away. Although he had envisioned this moment countless times, the reality of Dumbledore standing before him left him momentarily flummoxed, staring blankly. Sensing Grindelwald's turmoil, Dumbledore subdued his own tumultuous emotions and spoke. "Gellert, it has been far too long." Those mere words jolted Grindelwald back to reality. He seemed uncertain whether he truly beheld this person or actually heard him speak. Hesitantly, Grindelwald responded, "It has indeed been a long time, Albus." In that moment, he became acutely aware of the fragility of the situation. How much time had passed? He could scarcely remember. However, fate has led me to encounter him once more. Though I now bear the title of a fallen prisoner, the mere fact that he is willing to visit me fills my heart with contentment. Dumbledore gazed at Grindelwald, whose frail appearance struck him with an array of complex emotions. For a moment, he failed to recognize the man before him. After exchanging greetings, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. In his memories, this man had once dazzled with radiant golden locks, now reduced to a tangle of dry grass, cascading down his back. The handsome visage he once knew had withered, and even the once proud stature now appeared somewhat hunched. Dumbledore felt disbelief settle in his heart. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span of time? The stark simplicity of the room, furnished with only a bed, deepened his conflicting emotions. Observing Dumbledore's sweeping gaze around the room, Grindelwald felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the room, which had recently transformed into a sanctuary following Harry's words, had returned to its former state due to their recent scheming. Otherwise, had Dumbledore arrived one day later to witness his dismal condition, he might have chosen to depart without a second glance. Yet now, there remained a glimmer of hope for Grindelwald. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, who remained oblivious to Grindelwald's internal machinations, the latter was lost in his own thoughts. He had previously encountered numerous opportunities to visit Nurmengard, yet each time, his own cowardice had compelled him to retreat before reaching the door. If only he had come sooner, perhaps things would not have escalated so early. Dumbledore, still in the dark, believed Grindelwald to be gravely ill, which burdened him with guilt. Regardless of their past rifts, Dumbledore felt that such matters paled in comparison to the fact that Grindelwald was nearing death. This thought gripped Dumbledore's heart like a vice, rendering his breath labored. Grindelwald observed Dumbledore's reaction with a pang of sorrow. Yet, if he were to disclose that he was not as ill as he appeared, it would likely mark their final encounter. For the sake of ultimate victory, Grindelwald reminded himself to remain calm, intending to consult Allison later that evening regarding his next steps. He was determined not to let cleverness lead to his own undoing, for the consequences would be far from what he desired. "You have finally come to see me. I feared I would never behold your presence again. I acknowledge my past wrongs, but would you grant me the solace of your company during these final moments?" Fulfilling a long-held wish. Witnessing the once vibrant Grindelwald now reduced to such a state, Dumbledore recognized that he bore a significant share of the blame. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to Grindelwald's request. The charade of being on the brink of death filled Grindelwald with secret glee. He understood that had Dumbledore not believed him to be near death, such a scenario would never have unfolded between them. Therefore, in the following days, Grindelwald diligently played the role of the waning, dying man, while Dumbledore, perhaps due to concern or some other reason, remained oblivious to his masquerade. After decades of silence, Nurmengard seemed to awaken, brimming with a newfound vitality. Chapter 29. Conflicts. Setting aside the temporary harmony at Nurmengard, Hogwarts had also been relatively uneventful of late. Aside from minor squabbles among students, significant occurrences were scarce. Moreover, due to Severus spending his days in Harry's office, James found it impossible to seek out trouble there, leading to a marked decrease in student brawls. Additionally, as Lily's interactions with Severus dwindled, James found himself in a state of perpetual excitement, much to the chagrin of Sirius, who grew weary of his peacock-like behavior. while Remus and Peter could only observe in silence. However, due to the lingering effects of Severus's prior actions, Lily maintained a less than favorable impression of James, making it difficult for him to win her over as easily as he had hoped. As Severus and Lily's meetings became less frequent, upon learning that Severus was concocting potions in Harry's office, Lily became a regular visitor, feeling quite at ease due to her frequent summer visits. Nevertheless, despite Lily's intelligence, she found herself at a loss when faced with Severus's prodigious talent in potion making, often feeling like an obstacle to his focused endeavors. The first time she heard him express disdain for her inability to keep up, Lily was taken aback, as was Harry. Yet, observing Severus's state at that moment, she chose not to engage in petty disputes, while Harry stifled his laughter from the sidelines. Despite this, Lily's enthusiasm waned considerably. After yet another instance of being criticized for her inability to follow along, she shot Severus a fierce glare, declaring that anyone who sought him out thereafter must be a fool. Watching their exchange, Harry found great amusement. He thought Lily was simply delightful. Thus, he joined her in reprimanding Severus, and satisfied, Lily departed from Harry's office. As soon as she stepped out, she was accosted by James, who had been waiting eagerly. With no classes on the weekend, he had ample time to seize the opportunity to spend quality moments with her. Meanwhile, James's friends unanimously agreed that his solitary vigil at the office door was conspicuously evident, and they felt it their duty to create a romantic atmosphere. Thus they ventured off to play. Initially, Lily's demeanor towards James was far from warm. Memories of his previous mistreatment of Severus resurfaced, and his inadequate apologies left her with little fondness for him. However, upon witnessing the pitiful look in his eyes, her heart softened. After all, James had not committed any further offenses against her lately, aside from his incessant attention. When James finally received Lily's consent to accompany her to the library, he was nearly beside himself with joy. This was the first time she had agreed to spend time alone with him, a moment he deemed exquisite. In that instant, he silently thanked his lucky stars that Sirius and the others had left early. Severus remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. In his current state, he was solely focused on the bubbling cauldron before him. Even Harry couldn't help but admire Severus's dedication. If only he had exhibited half of Severus's earnestness during his studies. He mused about what a formidable wizard he might have become. As Harry observed Severus, who remained oblivious to Lily's departure, he was unsure of what to say. Once Severus commenced potion brewing, he had a tendency to tune out the world around him. Just as Harry finally managed to catch Severus's attention, he was about to inform him that Lily had left when Severus, having lifted his gaze, immediately inquired about her whereabouts. Upon learning that Lily had stormed off in frustration, a look of confusion crossed Severus's face. He could not recall what he had done to provoke her anger. The intricacies of a woman's mind were truly elusive. Upon hearing Severus's soliloquy, Harry nearly choked on the water in his mouth. He gazed at Severus, who genuinely seemed at a loss for his own actions, and then vividly recounted what had transpired, leaving Severus utterly astonished. Severus was truly unaware of his behavior towards Lily, as he reflected back and realized he had no recollection of the incident whatsoever. However, now that Lily had stormed away in frustration, and given Harry's account that the situation did not seem overly dire, he resolved to apologize to her at their next encounter, prioritizing his potion making for the time being. Observing Severus, who had finally completed his brewing only to bury himself in work once more, Harry swiftly intervened. Severus, the gift I bestowed upon you was not intended to transform you into a mere automaton devoted solely to your studies. Set aside your potion ingredients and accompany me outside for a moment of respite. Noticing Severus's inclination to retort, Harry quickly added, I believe your current state requires adjustment. Moreover, this book will not vanish overnight, so come with me now. Faced with Harry's unwavering stance, Severus reluctantly acquiesced, acknowledging that he had indeed been overly anxious lately. His unease was not solely due to the unresolved issues with the Wolfsbane potion, but also because he was at a loss regarding the incomplete sections of the book, which compounded his sense of urgency. Harry led Severus to the tower, sharing that he often retreated there during times of trouble, as being overly tense was hardly beneficial. Sometimes, simply allowing oneself to relax could inspire solutions. He reassured Severus that he had already accomplished remarkable feats, as he had never encountered a second-year student capable of independently brewing such complex potions. Harry advised Severus, at times, one must not impose excessive pressure upon oneself. A certain degree of stress can foster growth. However, too much can be detrimental. When it is time to unwind, do not be overly hard on yourself. Harry then recounted tales from his own school days, carefully selecting anecdotes to share with Severus, mindful of the potential repercussions of divulging too much detail. When Severus inquired whether Durmstrang also imposed detention on its students, Harry realized he had perhaps revealed too much and opted for vagueness in his response. As he listened to Harry recount his past misadventures and subsequent detentions, Severus felt an intangible closeness forming between them. Gazing at the distant landscape, much of his earlier agitation regarding his potion's progress dissipated. After their moment of relaxation atop the tower, Severus gradually regained his composure. He could not allow Harry's efforts to be in vain. Under Harry's guidance, he recognized that there was no need for undue haste. Upon analysis, he concluded that the most probable cause of his current predicament lay in his insufficient knowledge to support the ongoing research. Thus, his paramount task was to diligently accumulate experience to address his shortcomings, while also seeking ample resources to further his understanding, necessitating a patient approach. After several days of observation, Harry noted that Severus no longer exhibited his previous state of anxiety, alleviating Harry's concerns. He had been apprehensive that Severus's impatience might lead to severe consequences. Once Severus was reassured, Harry turned his focus back to his own research. He had recently discovered a spell akin to a protective charm, though the conditions for its activation were somewhat incomplete. Due to its age, the parchment documenting it had suffered significant deterioration, rendering much of its content obscured. With no alternative, Harry sought assistance from Grindelwald. Harry had found the spell within a tome on dark magic, initially dismissing the book for its gruesome aura. However, in a stroke of serendipity, he had accidentally dislodged it, revealing the useful incantation. This coincidence led Harry to suspect some ulterior motive at play, but after consulting with other professors, he confirmed the authenticity of the book's contents, despite the missing segments remaining a mystery. In Nurmengard, even Grindelwald received Harry's correspondence. However, upon reviewing the content, he discovered he too was unfamiliar with such a spell. With Dumbledore still present in Nurmengard, Grindelwald found himself hindered in his endeavors. Consequently, he replied to Harry, indicating his lack of knowledge regarding the incantation, and suggested that Harry directly contact his subordinates, enabling them to mobilize their resources to assist in the search for information related to the spell. Relieved to no longer be fighting his battles alone, Harry appreciated the support of Grindelwald's followers, realizing how gratifying it was to delegate tasks rather than shoulder the burden alone. It was no wonder so many aspired to become Dark Lords. Given Severus's slow progress with potions, Harry's focus had recently shifted to the study of dark magic, an area he initially wished to keep hidden from Lily, as she had previously disapproved of his fascination with dark arts. However, as fate would have it, Lily discovered his studies once more, leading to yet another inevitable argument. Severus sought Harry's counsel, but to no avail. In Lily's perspective, dark magic represented the epitome of evil, and any engagement with it would inevitably transform the practitioner into a malevolent dark wizard. Even when Severus invoked Harry's reasoning, it bore no fruit, as Lily's black and white worldview left her unable to comprehend or accept such notions, rendering further discussion futile, a veritable impasse. Their discord was not solely rooted in Severus's interest in dark magic. Numerous ideological differences stemming from their respective environments contributed to their rift. Given the historically strained relations between their houses, even a brief interaction was fraught with extremists who harbored animosity towards anyone who deviated from their ideals. Beyond Severus's entanglement with Lily leading to malicious attacks from James, within Slytherin, some students began to question Severus's heritage, coupled with Lily's influence. Their skepticism gradually overshadowed their fear of Lucius's power. They believed Severus should not associate too closely with a Gryffindor, particularly given that Lily possessed no wizarding lineage, which emboldened certain blood purists within Slytherin to intensify their harassment of him. Although Severus initially managed to withstand their scrutiny, the incessant buzzing of flies became increasingly vexatious, and the weight of Lily's accusations began to wear on him. Simultaneously, Lily faced growing hostility from some Gryffindor girls, fueled by James's ostentatious behavior. They began to isolate her deliberately, as James's popularity, stemming from his lineage and appearance, provided them with a convenient excuse to target her. Overwhelmed, Lily found herself struggling to cope. Thus, the chasm between them deepened, exacerbated by the myriad of circumstances pulling them apart. Chapter 30, A Wordless Exchange. Previously, driven by a fleeting sense of guilt, Dumbledore acquiesced to Grindelwald's dying wish. Consequently, he visited Nurmengard daily, for he could not bear to be a man of broken promises. On the first day, Dumbledore rearranged the dismal living quarters, which had made him uncomfortable. He removed the inadequately warm bed and added a few tables and chairs, ensuring he would not be confined to conversing with Grindelwald while seated on the bed. Most importantly, he wished to prevent Grindelwald from enduring such a meager existence. Having witnessed it, he could not allow it to continue. Once he had tidied the room to his satisfaction, Dumbledore informed Grindelwald that he would return the following day before departing from Nurmengard. Clearly, the wards of Nurmengard had no effect on Dumbledore, Watching him vanish in an instant stirred a pang of reluctance in Grindelwald. Yet, recalling the arrangements he needed to make, he suppressed his emotions. Grindelwald wrote to Harry, informing him of Dumbledore's arrival at Nurmengard, and they deliberated over various strategies in the letter. Regardless of how they arranged things, a lie could never morph into truth, and meeting Merlin in such a short span was impossible. Grindelwald was acutely aware that Dumbledore's keen perception would not allow the ruse to last long, compelling him to prepare for the inevitable exposure of his deception, ensuring he was ready for any eventuality. As night fell, Grindelwald summoned his most trusted followers to discuss tactics, for in his current state of mind, he could hardly conceive of a useful strategy. Observing Grindelwald's distress, the followers were somewhat perplexed by the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, as devoted subordinates, they felt it their duty to alleviate their master's concerns. Throughout the night, they scarcely rested, yet due to the disparity in information, their suggestions, in Grindelwald's eyes, seemed worse than mere honesty. Thus, they spent considerable time in discussion, yet failed to arrive at any truly constructive advice, resulting in an all-nighter. Upon his timely arrival the following day, Dumbledore found Grindelwald lying in bed, looking more haggard than before due to lack of rest, dissipating some of Dumbledore's earlier doubts and suspicions. Initially, Dumbledore had been swayed by rumors, and his guilt had clouded his judgment, allowing him to be momentarily deceived by appearances. However, upon reflection, he began to sense disquiet. Although he had seldom paid attention to news from Nurmengard, he had not been entirely unprepared, knowing that the followers were perpetually yearning for their lord's return. Despite Grindelwald's prolonged confinement, his previous actions had never fully assuaged Dumbledore's concerns. After vigilant observation, Dumbledore had gradually relaxed his scrutiny of Nurmengard, yet the affairs of the wizarding world in England demanded his attention, leading him to neglect the situation there over the years. This did not signify a total abandonment of vigilance. His appointed agents continued to monitor Nurmengard. However, the absence of pertinent information had left Dumbledore perpetually suspicious. Initially, he had believed Grindelwald's condition, yet an inexplicable unease lingered within him. After prolonged contemplation, Dumbledore suddenly realized the source of his discomfort. Although Grindelwald appeared unwell, he sensed no dissipation of magical energy about him. Despite his evident frailty, it was merely superficial. There was none of the decay that accompanied a dying man. Dumbledore pondered this for a while before conceding defeat. His emotional turmoil, compounded by the fatigue of apparition, soon led him to seek rest, convinced that whatever schemes Grindelwald harbored would eventually come to light. However, observing Grindelwald's further deterioration in just one night left Dumbledore perplexed. Was he being overly suspicious, or was Grindelwald's disguise simply too impeccable? Unbeknownst to him, his unintentional dilution of suspicion heightened Grindelwald's anxiety. He yearned for Dumbledore to be less perceptive, granting him more time to strategize, while simultaneously desiring to see him. Years of longing, almost akin to obsession, reached a crescendo with Dumbledore's arrival. Grindelwald's heart clamored to retain him at all costs, driven by a frenzied desire to atone for past mistakes, regardless of the price. Dumbledore's presence did not alleviate his yearning. Rather, it unleashed the emotions he had suppressed, clamoring to break free from the confines of his heart. The weight of his emotions rendered Grindelwald breathless, exacerbating his weakness and melancholy, as if he were enveloped in shadows. Dumbledore silently observed Grindelwald, noting how he smiled warmly in his presence. Yet the unspoken emotions etched upon his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Dumbledore felt as though a gust of wind had swept through his heart. Emotions, insidious in nature, could infiltrate the fissures of one's soul unnoticed, taking root before one even realized it. Suddenly, Dumbledore found himself unwilling to entertain doubts. The veracity of the situation became inconsequential. Deep down, he was aware of Grindelwald's motives, which were not entirely foreign to him. Now that he was present, he resolved to discover Grindelwald's true intentions. Unaware of Dumbledore's shift in perspective, Grindelwald struggled to maintain his composure. He found it impossible to feign nonchalance before Dumbledore. Yet, when he recognized that he could only confront Dumbledore with a facade, an overwhelming sorrow surged from within, making him acutely aware of his previous transgressions. Dumbledore's sensitivity was remarkable. However, even as he sensed Grindelwald's sorrow, he could change nothing. Some events, once set in motion, offered no possibility of retreat. He understood that their relationship, present or future, could only remain adversarial. For whatever reason, they were not meant to intertwine again. Yet, compelled by a flicker of compassion, he had made the exception to come here. He comprehended that life seldom unfolded in accordance with one's desires. Even though he possessed many things unattainable to ordinary individuals, he had lost far more, including the person before him. The conclusion of their bond had been sealed long ago with Ariana's death, and now, he merely sought to bid farewell to the past. freeing his heart from torment. Dumbledore admonished himself silently. Once Grindelwald had gathered his emotions, he turned to Dumbledore and uttered the first words shared between them that day. Albus, I am truly glad you have come. Thus, this single utterance had exhausted Grindelwald's patience entirely. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet he was undeniably elated by Dumbledore's arrival. Dumbledore, upon hearing Grindelwald's words, did not respond immediately, as he too was uncertain of what to say. Between them lay not only the passage of time, but a multitude of unspoken barriers, leaving Dumbledore bewildered as to the appropriate reaction. Once, they had been intimately connected. Yet now they stood in silence, each yearning to express the myriad thoughts swirling in their hearts, yet unsure how to initiate the dialogue. In that moment, they could only gaze quietly at one another. It was as if Grindelwald could decipher the emotions in Dumbledore's eyes, prompting him to relinquish his facade. I am sorry. I should not have deceived you, but my longing to see you has been profound. I have waited an eternity for your visit, and I am at a loss as to how to make that possible again. As he beheld Dumbledore's serene gaze, Grindelwald felt an overwhelming urge to convey the depth of his longing over the years. The earlier rumors were not my intention. Initially, it was due to health issues. But the whispers of others made me realize that if I were to pass without seeing you once more, I would leave this world with my eyes forever unclosed. Al, we are no longer young. I do not wish to die with regrets in the time that remains, so I took matters into my own hands. Fortunately, I seized this opportunity. Otherwise, I fear you might never have graced me with your presence again. Listening to Grindelwald, Dumbledore did not refute his claims. Indeed, had it not been for this twist of fate, their paths might never have crossed again. Gellert, time does not erase certain truths. It merely sharpens their clarity in my mind. It is not that I do not wish to see you. Rather, I am unable to forgive myself. As Grindelwald regarded Dumbledore, he suddenly recognized that his companion's suffering surpassed his own. For all these years, he had remained imprisoned within his emotional confines, while Albus had similarly shackled himself with his own burdens. In that moment, Grindelwald harbored an intense loathing for his past self, questioning why he had inflicted such harm upon Dumbledore. Yet he understood that, even if given a second chance, he would likely repeat his mistakes, for his arrogance had blinded him to the loss of his most cherished possession, an irretrievable and despairing reality. Chapter 31. Letting Go of the Past. Dumbledore felt Grindelwald's pain deeply. However, this very empathy made it challenging for him to remain indifferent to his plight. Dumbledore believed he had moved past certain matters. Yet upon encountering this individual again, he realized how much he had deceived himself. The emotional wounds he carried were far from healed, and despite the weight of his responsibilities, he could not allow these unproductive feelings to sway or control him. Thus, the Albus Dumbledore seen by others was wise, extraordinarily gifted, and remarkably composed. He appeared to possess a profound understanding of all matters and faced every challenge with unwavering confidence. However, the true Dumbledore, following that fateful confrontation, had become an isolated soul. With Ariana gone, Aberforth vowing never to forgive, and even his former beloved confined within Nurmengard, he had, in that instant, lost everything. Dumbledore had never envisioned that one day his life would descend into such shadowy depths. The more he maintained a facade of brilliance, the more hollow and desolate he felt within, as if the world had relinquished all hope. He often pondered whether his current existence aligned with his true desires. Yet in the next breath, he resolutely reminded himself that everything he faced was a product of his own choices, leaving him no option but to forge ahead, unrepentant. Thus, Dumbledore garnered the admiration of many, celebrated for his seemingly extraordinary contributions, elevating him to a position of both reverence and trepidation. At this moment, Grindelwald found himself unable to blink, his gaze fixed upon Dumbledore. It had been an eternity since he had truly observed his owl, meticulously etching his likeness into his memory. Upon regaining his focus, Dumbledore was met with this unwavering stare from Grindelwald. Though he felt discomfort under such scrutiny, he extended a measure of understanding, given his own resolution. Since you have confessed, I have no grounds for further inquiry. I hope such occurrences do not repeat. Moreover, once I ascertain your well-being, I believe my presence here is no longer necessary. After uttering these words, Dumbledore intended to depart. He could not linger too long, lest the fragile walls he had so painstakingly constructed crumble without warning. Grindelwald, however, was determined not to let him leave so easily. Fortunately, he had altered the castle's enchantments overnight, ensuring that even Dumbledore could not depart at will. Dumbledore sensed this predicament, realizing that his recent attempt to apparate had failed. He cast a penetrating glance at Grindelwald, pondering his intentions. As if reading Dumbledore's thoughts, Grindelwald chuckled softly, provoking a fit of coughing from Dumbledore. Nevertheless, he steadied his weary form, approaching Dumbledore with a serious demeanor, locking eyes with him. Al, rest assured, I only wish for you to spend a little more time with me. There are no ulterior motives. Given my current state, I pose no threat to you. Grindelwald was acutely aware of Dumbledore's suspicions, yet he comprehended that should Dumbledore depart today unimpeded, their lives would forever remain separate. He was unwilling to allow this to transpire, for he no longer possessed the luxury of time to squander. Al, while I cannot fathom your thoughts, I genuinely regret my past actions. In your absence, I have spent each day in remorse for my deeds. We are no longer young. I do not wish for us to miss our chance due to previous errors. Al, please do not torment yourself further. Let us both find forgiveness. The past cannot be altered, but you must grant me the opportunity to rectify my mistakes. As Dumbledore listened to his words, a surge of anger erupted within him. He deemed Grindelwald's assertions utterly absurd. He was eager to observe how Grindelwald intended to amend his wrongs, and what means he would employ to do so. By what right? Dumbledore's voice, calm yet laced with fury, emerged from his lips, revealing the thoughts he had long harbored. By what right do you, Grindelwald, presume to act as you please? After I have lost everything and endured countless torments, only to hear you now speak of rectification? What gives you the audacity to utter such words so lightly? Grindelwald understood all too well that his past actions were irredeemable. Nonetheless, he clung to a sliver of hope. What if, moreover, in his current state, he had no choice but to take a gamble to achieve his desires? He was wagering on Dumbledore's remaining compassion for him, as well as on the notion that he still held a place in Dumbledore's heart. He acknowledged the despicable nature of this gamble. Yet for the sake of their potential future, he felt compelled to proceed in such a manner. However, upon hearing Dumbledore's doubts, Grindelwald felt a sudden jolt of panic. This was not the scenario he had envisioned, and events were not meant to unfold in this fashion. At that moment, he could think of nothing else. Al, it was not my intention to hurt you. If you still harbor resentment, then you ought to end my life right now. Otherwise, I refuse to let you depart from my side once more. Are you so certain that I will not kill you? Dumbledore loathed their mutual understanding. Aware of the thoughts lurking within Grindelwald's mind, just as Grindelwald was keenly aware of his own. Al, I do not seek to absolve myself. Rather, this experience has instilled within me an array of anxieties I had never before encountered. I had always believed that time was plentiful and that I would have ample opportunities to earn your forgiveness. However, I never considered the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, perhaps awakening one morning or evening to find I could no longer open my eyes. The mere thought of such a possibility sends me into a state of panic. I feel as though I am running out of time, and all I desperately wish for is to see you once more. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy. Before seeing you, I merely longed for a fleeting moment in your presence, but upon actually encountering you, I realized that a single moment was far from sufficient. I yearned to see you every moment of the remaining time. Grindelwald could no longer recall any of his previous strategies. He instinctively expressed his desires to Dumbledore, akin to a gambler hoping for fortune to smile upon him once again, awaiting his unique redemption. Dumbledore remained silent, his thoughts tumultuous. One side clamored for him to never forgive, while the other urged him to let go of the past. His resolve dissipated under the weight of these conflicting voices. Yet, having weathered many storms, Dumbledore quickly calmed his thoughts and arrived at a decision. Grindelwald had spoken a truth. They were no longer young, and the future held unpredictable moments that awaited them. In that moment, Dumbledore cast aside all constraints, yearning to listen to the voice within. Perhaps it was time to let go. The deceased cannot be reclaimed, and he would forever cherish their memory, but he must also live his own life. Gellert, perhaps some of your viewpoints hold merit. We have entered the twilight of our years. Time may be forgiving, yet it can also be merciless. Perhaps we should not be shackled by the past any longer. I believe we ought to strive to move forward. Grindelwald, taken aback by Dumbledore's words, stared at him in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. How could he have heard such a familiar yet strange phrase emanating from A.L.'s lips? Observing Grindelwald's dazed expression, Dumbledore felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. He acknowledged that the years had been profoundly painful, yet Grindelwald's heart had not fared any better. Life in Nurmengard was devoid of hope and shrouded in darkness, and Grindelwald had endured countless days within those walls. Their grievances had become too tangled to unravel, so perhaps it was best to leave them be. Sometimes, not everything required thorough examination. I no longer wish to dwell on the past. Perhaps in the time that remains, I should choose a more relaxed way of living. Al, is everything you say true? I did not mishear, did I? Does this mean you have forgiven me? Does this mean I can see you often? Seeing Grindelwald's eager demeanor, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. He had never witnessed Grindelwald in such a state. Perhaps he had truly missed out on too much, but thankfully, it was not too late. Not understanding why Dumbledore had suddenly begun to laugh, Grindelwald could only respond with a bewildered grin, and his somewhat silly expression prompted Dumbledore to abandon his attempt at hiding his laughter. as Dumbledore's laughter echoed. Grindelwald felt as though he had been transported back to a day many years prior, when he too had smiled at himself, enchanted by that very smile. A gust of wind brushed against his face, stirring the love within his heart. Suddenly, Grindelwald stepped forward and embraced Dumbledore, his eyes becoming moist in a place unseen by Dumbledore. At that moment, Grindelwald truly realized that he had finally attained his long-awaited redemption. Dumbledore gently patted Grindelwald's shoulder, signaling him to release his hold. But in this moment, how could Grindelwald comply? After so much effort to achieve his heart's desire, he was determined to reclaim all that he had lost, starting with this embrace. At that moment, Ermengarde was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, its rays filtering through the glass and casting a warm light upon the walls. The silhouettes of the two entwined figures appeared clearly upon the wall, with the slanting sunlight enveloping them, no longer dazzling, but still radiating warmth and brightness. Chapter 32. Encountering Difficulties. Through persistent efforts, Grindelwald successfully kept Dumbledore in Ermengarde, leading to a notably joyful existence for him lately. It was only after several days, prompted by his subordinates, that Harry recalled Grindelwald from the recesses of his mind. He responded to Harry, imparting some news. He first lavished praise upon Harry, crediting him for seizing the opportunity that led to his success. Of course, the anxieties and uncertainties he felt at the time were not something Harry needed to know. Next, he delivered some unfortunate news. He had received a response from the Saint, indicating that the spell Harry had been searching for had been lost to time, with its specifics now unknown. The primary reason lay in the fact that the spell's creator had vanished long ago, and no one knew his whereabouts. Thus, they were left to devise their own methods or consider abandoning the endeavor altogether. Upon learning of Grindelwald's reconciliation with Dumbledore, Harry initially found it hard to believe. However, as he read Grindelwald's response, brimming with barely contained pride, he became convinced. He had merely offered an immature suggestion, and yet it had yielded success. It seemed he truly was deserving of Merlin's gifts. However, upon reading the final message, Harry's brow furrowed. He had anticipated a lack of results, but the reality of it still left him feeling disheartened. Although the fusion portion of the Time Turner remained intact, Harry couldn't shake the worry that, at any moment, the intertwined magical runes and spells might revert to their original state, leaving him with no recourse. Feeling a sense of urgency, Harry promptly replied to Grindelwald, urging him to devise a solution while he attended to other matters. He would visit Ermengarde when time permitted, at which point they could discuss further. Casting the problem aside for Grindelwald to tackle, Harry began to mentally outline the timeline. Severus was currently in his second year, and Voldemort had yet to make any significant moves. First and foremost, it is of utmost importance to prevent Severus from joining the Death Eaters. Harry believes that any association with Voldemort is inherently detrimental, and since Voldemort is ultimately destined to fall, Severus must not be allowed to face the peril of imprisonment in Azkaban. Furthermore, regarding the prophecy, Harry contemplates that as long as he ensures no one overhears it on that fateful day, Voldemort will remain oblivious to his existence. If, by mischance, the information were to slip out, then the secret keeper cannot be replaced by Peter. This time, he will not allow Peter the opportunity to betray James and Lily. Naturally, should history repeat itself, he would take decisive action to eliminate this menace beforehand. However, if the situation escalates to the worst-case scenario, where his parents must confront Voldemort, he will exhaust every means to discover a method for their escape from the killing curse. Having briefly outlined his tasks, he realizes that the immediate priority is to find a way to keep his parents alive, as this is the most difficult and crucial step. After thoroughly searching the chamber's books, he finds no suitable solutions. The previously discovered incomplete spell was a serendipitous find, yet its fragmented nature renders it ineffective. All he can do now is to comb through the chamber's tomes once more, hoping to uncover any overlooked clues or useful information. Although this second search yields no significant discoveries, he does stumble upon a large magical array intended for architectural purposes. Upon seeing it, Harry instinctively feels that this array will prove valuable, so he promptly adds it to his collection for further study. Recently, Harry has observed Severus reverting to his obsessive workaholic state in his office, which perplexes Harry, as he thought Severus had heeded his advice. After persistent inquiries, Severus reveals that Lily discovered his studies in the dark arts, and she has not spoken to him for several days. Professor, why does Lily harbor such aversion to the dark arts? I told her what you shared with me, yet she insists I am merely making excuses. I am at a loss for how to communicate with her. Regarding your situation, I possess no definitive solutions. Lily has experienced so little. Her worldview is starkly black and white, making her inability to grasp my words entirely understandable. Observing Severus's evident frustration, Harry attempts to console him, though he is unsure of its efficacy. You must understand that no one can truly empathize with another. You cannot impose your values upon Lily. You both must gradually discover a path to mutual understanding, though it will undoubtedly be challenging. Furthermore, remember that Lily is a Gryffindor. If you persist in approaching her with your Slytherin mindset, the rift between you will only widen. What should I do, Professor? Severus inquires. First, recognize that conflicts among friends are normal. Do not resort to silence after a disagreement. Such behavior will only drive you further apart. What you need to do now is leave the office, seek out Lily, and clarify whether she is upset because you are studying the dark arts or because you concealed this from her. Isn't that the same thing? Severus questions. Not at all. If it is the former, then as long as you do not abandon your studies in the dark arts, the conflict will persist. If it is the latter, the crux of the issue lies in the deception, not in the study itself. Harry cleverly reframes the concept, fully aware that Lily's anger stems from the dark arts. Yet he believes it best for Severus to pose the question to her. Perhaps this will lead to a breakthrough. But Lily has always opposed my studying the dark arts. There is no room for negotiation here. So, Professor, do not attempt to comfort me. Perhaps in a few days, her anger will subside. Sensitive as he is, Severus perceives the veiled implications in Harry's words. He understands the root of the problem, yet, as Harry stated, there is no perfect resolution to this matter. Severus knows he will not relinquish his studies in the dark arts, not merely out of interest, but out of necessity to strengthen his abilities, especially in the face of increasing challenges within Slytherin. Severus recognizes that Harry has been quietly supporting him. On one occasion, after leaving the office, he realized he had forgotten something. Upon returning to retrieve it, he witnessed Harry conversing with Lucius, clearly observing Harry handing Lucius something. The following day, Severus distinctly sensed a shift in Lucius's attitude towards him, understanding that from the outset, Lucius's assistance stemmed from the benefits he received from Harry. Severus also realizes that given his initial status in Slytherin, a half-blood from the Muggle world, there was no way he could reside in the prefect's reserved dormitory, especially since he had not yet established any acquaintance with Lucius, who would not deign to offer him support without motivation. The misfortunes of his life have shaped Severus into a sensitive and insecure individual, yet upon discovering his wizarding identity, a subtle pride has also begun to intertwine with his insecurities. Thus, despite enduring various injustices, he can largely remain unaffected, finding solace solely in Lily, who adds a unique vibrancy to his existence. However, Harry's emergence disrupts the equilibrium within Severus's heart. For the first time, someone cares for him unconditionally, concerned for his well-being. Remembering his birthday and acknowledging his preferences, something even Lily fails to comprehend. In that moment, Severus feels as though a small hammer has chiseled an opening in his heart, allowing the sunlight to gradually seep in and warm his spirit. Suddenly, Severus senses that throughout his life, he may never encounter another person like Harry. Thus, Harry later perceives a change within Severus, though he cannot quite articulate it. At the very least, Severus has begun to exhibit emotions before him, shedding his previous perpetual mask of neutrality. Now, as Severus promptly identifies the flaws in Harry's reasoning, Harry finds himself at a loss for further guidance. Lily's character, much like her sunny disposition, is bright and cheerful, yet such brightness implies an intolerance for imperfections. Hence, Harry can only hope that, as Severus suggests, Lily will reconcile with him after her anger dissipates. Otherwise, the situation may become quite untenable. Fortunately, Lily does not seem inclined to sever ties with Severus. After a few days of tension, they return to being good friends. And Severus no longer spends his days obsessing over stagnant potion recipes. Observing their reconciliation, Harry turns to see James lurking in a corner. Pretending not to notice, he retreats to his office, mindful of his own responsibilities and choosing not to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. As the days swiftly passed, Harry found himself barely aware that Christmas had once again arrived. This time, Severus chose not to remain at school. Instead, he spent the entire Christmas holiday at Harry's home. Drawing from his previous experiences, Harry meticulously ensured that every gift he had prepared was accounted for. However, this year bore a distinct difference, for he received reciprocations from James and Sirius. Upon witnessing this, Severus's countenance shifted dramatically. He discreetly learned that Harry had sent gifts to both men the previous year and subsequently spent a restless night brooding in silence. It was only after Harry noticed Severus's unusual demeanor and pressed for an explanation that the truth emerged, leaving Harry both amused and exasperated. In a bid to placate his mentor, he cleverly fabricated a rationale, claiming that the gifts were intended to minimize conflicts between them and Severus, thus managing to deflect the matter. For Christmas, Harry presented Severus with the latest edition of a defensive two-piece set, which included an exquisite brooch and cufflinks, both refined in design yet aligned with Slytherin's aesthetic. Severus felt that since meeting Harry, his life had improved considerably. surpassing even his own expectations of happiness. As he lay in bed at night, he made a wish. If this were a dream, he hoped never to awaken from it. Little did Severus realize that no dream exists without an awakening. Chapter 33. Slow progress following the festive season. Harry resumed his busy schedule. While preparing gifts for Severus, he recognized a critical limitation in his previous understanding. Having long sought various means to avert the tragic fates of James and Lily, he was fixated on the notion that Lily had survived due to an ancient spell. This obsession drove him to find a similar enchantment to protect them. However, during the gift preparation, a thought struck him. Why not experiment with analogous alchemical items? By crafting alchemical objects akin to the brooch he gifted Severus, he could potentially achieve his goal. The gift to Severus was intended to shield him from curses and harmful objects. Thus, by altering the incantations and sigils, he wondered if a combination could counter the killing curse. In a surge of inspiration, Harry found ideas flooding his mind, compelling him to rise and seize parchment to record these thoughts before they vanished, lest he miss crucial insights. This realization marked a significant breakthrough for Harry. After enduring numerous setbacks, this fresh perspective invigorated him. In the days that followed, Severus continued to delve into the fragmented potion recipes and refine the wolfsbane potion in his spare time, oscillating between that and the study of dark magic. This back-and-forth exchange eventually sparked new ideas in potion formulation, dispelling his previous despondency and igniting a serious analytical endeavor. As Severus immersed himself in his research, Lily and Harry instinctively kept their distance, well aware that a preoccupied Severus was prone to scathing remarks, a skill honed through their own painful experiences. There was an occasion when Harry inadvertently disrupted Severus's brewing process, and in that moment, Harry felt as though the professor he remembered had momentarily possessed Severus. This scenario unfolded just as Lily arrived to consult Severus, and she too was taken aback by his intensity. From that day forth, whenever Severus became engrossed in potion making, they made a point to remain silent, wary of his sharp tongue. Consequently, Harry tidied up an abandoned classroom adjacent to his office, converting it into a makeshift workshop. With the protection afforded by the brooch and cufflinks he had gifted Severus, Harry chose to pursue his research there. This harmonious arrangement allowed Harry to focus intently on his various studies. Yet, the killing curse remained one of the unforgivable curses precisely because it directly targeted the soul, rendering it exceptionally formidable. After several fruitless attempts, Harry decided to begin dismantling the curse itself. He compiled methods to resist the killing curse, one of which was the love-based spell Lily had employed, though this was a life-for-life exchange and thus was swiftly dismissed. Another potential avenue involved wands with twin cores, like those of himself and Voldemort, as the nature of twin wands rendered their spells ineffective against one another. However, neither Lily nor James possessed such wands, making this method unfeasible. There were also Horcruxes, yet Voldemort's example loomed large in Harry's memory. He could never allow James and Lily to fragment their souls and become such abominations. As for the Elder Wand and the Phoenix, it dawned on Harry that the killing curse was not without countermeasures, but the conditions required to employ those methods were overwhelmingly difficult and offered scant assistance. Thus, he needed to consider alternative strategies. Gazing at yet another alchemical item that had explosively failed to withstand the potency of the curse, Harry fell into a deep contemplation. Why was this endeavor still unsuccessful? He had exhausted all conceivable sigils and spells, yet each attempt ended in failure. A wave of disappointment surged within him, and he mused that if only Hermione were present, her brilliance could surely illuminate a path forward. However, in the next moment, he cast aside such pessimism. If he could not achieve this alone, it was time to seek external aid. Speaking of Gellert Grindelwald, since reconciling past grievances with Albus Dumbledore, he eagerly awaited daily visits from the headmaster to Nurmengard, for his current status precluded him from leaving. Yet, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was burdened with numerous responsibilities, rendering him unable to fulfill Grindelwald's hope for daily visits. Furthermore, despite Dumbledore's declaration of forgiveness, the years of estrangement were not so easily brushed aside. Consequently, Dumbledore found himself struggling to adapt to their new dynamic, leaving Grindelwald unfulfilled in his expectations. Thus, their meetings occurred intermittently, and the duration of these encounters was not as extensive as Grindelwald had envisioned. Unsatisfied with this passive situation, he began to pen numerous letters to Harry, imploring him to devise solutions to improve his predicament. In Grindelwald's estimation, Harry's ingenuity far surpassed that of his own associates. Receiving a barrage of correspondence from Grindelwald, Harry felt exasperated. He was not omnipotent. Nevertheless, he realized that if he sought Grindelwald's assistance, he must indeed come up with a solution. After considerable contemplation, Harry finally replied to Grindelwald, suggesting that since their prior agreement stipulated that Grindelwald could not leave Nurmengard, then ensuring that the one departing was not Grindelwald would resolve the issue. Naturally, Harry underscored the necessity of informing Dumbledore beforehand to secure his approval, as he was uncertain of the consequences should Grindelwald appear unannounced before Dumbledore. Harry had devised a plan for Grindelwald. As for the execution, that was Grindelwald's affair, and Harry chose not to meddle. He needed to carefully strategize and determine how Grindelwald could assist him. The previous enchantments had made no progress, as they were far too ancient, and the wizarding world, having recently endured considerable upheaval, had seen many legacies severed, thus complicating matters further. Harry could only allow them to search and study at their own pace. Severus observed Harry's furrowed brow and inquired about the source of his distress, offering his assistance as he had no pressing matters at hand. It was evident that Severus had learned from Lily about her and Harry's life-preserving code. Although he found their naivete, particularly Harry's childishness for a professor, somewhat exasperating, he nonetheless conveyed his willingness to help. Harry naturally discerned Severus's underlying implications. He was indifferent to Lily's disclosure, for even though he was a professor, he still harbored a fear of Severus's sharp tongue. When Severus probed further, Harry's initial instinct was to decline, but then he recalled Severus's expertise and an idea sparked within him. Could potions perhaps fulfill his objectives? Thus, he posed the question, Severus, do you think there exists a potion that one could consume to evade the killing curse? Upon hearing Harry's query, Severus regarded him with a peculiar expression, perplexed by the thoughts that seemed to occupy Harry's mind. It was merely a potion. How could one expect it to counteract the killing curse? The moment the words left Harry's lips, he recognized his folly. He had been so engrossed in his studies that he had blurted out such a foolish question. Noticing Severus's patronizing gaze, Harry decided to remain silent. Nonetheless, Severus extracted from Harry's inquiry the essence of the challenge he faced. Are you seeking a means to mitigate the harm inflicted by the killing curse? Yes, but it appeared somewhat fanciful, considering his prior experiments had yielded no success. How could a single potion possibly resolve such a dire issue? Severus could not comprehend why Harry was fixated on this, as, in his view, the killing curse seemed rather removed from their current existence. Did the professor have an enemy? Was there someone who might cast such a curse upon him? Harry sometimes found himself admiring Severus's keen perception. It was no wonder he excelled as a double agent without exposing himself to Voldemort. This extraordinary acuity was indeed an innate gift. While reflecting on this, Harry deftly sidestepped Severus's inquiry, for he could hardly confess that it was intended for Voldemort. Of course not. You know I often indulge in peculiar research. This was merely a whimsical thought that crossed my mind. Since I had some free time, why not explore it? Who knows, it might yield success. Severus could see through Harry's facade. If it were merely a fleeting fancy, Harry would not be so troubled. Resolving to assist Harry in his research, Severus commenced his own study of the killing curse, even reaching out to Lucius to borrow rare tomes from his collection. Unbeknownst to Harry, Severus's actions were discreet, and thus both men diligently pursued their shared objective independently. Lucius, of course, readily acquiesced to Severus's request, recognizing Harry and Severus's talents in potion-making. Moreover, Severus's request was not at odds with the Malfoy family's interests. With graduation approaching, Lucius was quite occupied, yet he made time to assist Severus. That very day, he contacted his father to ensure the delivery of the relevant books Severus sought. Holding the texts in hand, Severus prepared a batch of sweetened potions, well aware that Lucius had previously lamented the unpleasant taste of potions, since Lucius had rendered him assistance. Severus deemed it only fair to reciprocate, spending time brewing this special batch, while informing Lucius that it would be a one-time favor. In Severus's view, dedicating such significant time merely to enhance a potion's palatability was hardly worthwhile. He considered it a gesture of gratitude, promising not to repeat the endeavor. However, rules are often meant to be broken, and in the days that followed, Severus found himself regretting his decision to offer the potions. He longed to return to that day and destroy the concoctions, thereby avoiding Lucius's persistent requests for further refined flavors. Yet, in this world, the phrase "if only I had known" is frequently uttered but seldom realized. Chapter 34. Respecting her choice, Harry felt as though time flew by in his research. He had the distinct impression that he had accomplished little, and before he knew it, summer had stealthily arrived. On the matter of holiday arrangements, Harry and Severus had long reached a consensus. Holidays were to be spent at Harry's home, while Severus would take the opportunity to visit Erin in Spinner's End and discreetly provide her with some funds while Tobias was absent. Even though she invariably handed the money over to Tobias for various reasons, Severus had long ceased to concern himself with it. He acted out of a sense of responsibility, wishing for her to have a better life, though he respected her reluctance to accept any further assistance. However, witnessing Erin's frail condition tugged at Severus's heart. Despite her shortcomings in certain aspects, she was still his mother, and he wished she could escape her torment and suffering. "Do you wish to leave?" If you desire it, I can help you depart, allowing you to start anew elsewhere. Yet, Erin remained silent, and Severus understood her refusal. In his view, it was absurd that she would sacrifice her life for what she referred to as love, or perhaps she simply refused to confront reality. Regardless of the reason, Erin remained steadfast in her belief that Tobias would return. Tobias is merely lost for the moment. I cannot abandon him. He has no one else left. I believe that as long as I stay by his side, he will come back. He truly will. Listening to Erin's self-deceiving words, Severus recognized that their conversation had reached its conclusion, and he could take his leave. As he walked away, Severus found himself laughing at his own actions. What was he doing? He had known full well what the outcome would be. Why had he posed such a foolish question? Still, he had wanted to test the waters, hoping that perhaps she still cared for him in some way. Yet reality had brutally shattered that hope. Returning home, Severus appeared particularly despondent. Harry, aware of Severus's recent visit, refrained from pressing him for details, opting instead to sit quietly beside him on the sofa. They remained in silence until Harry's hunger ultimately prompted the end of their stillness. Severus, in truth, had already relinquished all other emotions on his way back. However, upon his return, the sight of Harry's concerned expression sparked an inexplicable sense of grievance within him, leaving even Severus himself astonished by this sudden surge of feeling. Yet, in order to conceal this sentiment from Harry, Severus resorted to silence. Fortunately, Harry did not press him with questions. He simply chose to remain quietly by his side. The living room was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the rhythmic ticking of the clock. Gradually, Severus's heart began to mirror this cadence, becoming more serene and untroubled. A revelation struck him. Everyone possesses the autonomy to make their own choices. Thus, he would honor his mother's decision to choose Tobias. Sensing that Severus's mood had shifted away from its previous despondency, Harry ventured to ask, "Is there anything you would like to eat? I can prepare something for you." Severus recognized that Harry was attempting to accommodate him in light of earlier events, but he truly had no particular cravings, having never been finicky about food. Anything edible sufficed. Harry, clearly aware of Severus's mindset, merely sought to divert his attention, steering him away from unpleasant recollections. "Since you have no preferences, I happen to have some steaks I bought yesterday. I'll cook those for you. It seems you haven't yet tasted my steaks." Thus, Harry efficiently determined the evening's meal, suggesting that Severus retreat to his room to rest while he prepared dinner. However, Severus declined the offer, expressing, "Professor, please go about your tasks. I do not wish to retire just yet. I will remain here. Should you need assistance, simply call for me. I can hear you from this spot." "Very well. If you find yourself feeling bored, you might consider reading a book," Harry replied before turning towards the kitchen, eager to start cooking. For he wished to avoid serving the meal too late. The thought of potion ingredients sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hasten his movements. With remarkable speed, Harry prepared dinner for both of them. As they sat at the table, he observed Severus, who was diligently savoring his meal, and inquired, "How is it? Does it taste all right? It has been a while since I last cooked, and I feel a bit out of practice." "No, it is quite delicious," Severus replied after swallowing his mouthful. Although he held no particular standards regarding food, he could certainly discern quality. Soon, the meal concluded, and after washing the dishes as was his custom, Severus retreated to his room. The hour had grown late, and he resolved to attend to other matters the following day. It was time for him to rest. Chapter 35. A scheduled time. Meanwhile, Harry, having returned to his own room, busied himself by sending a letter to Grindelwald, proposing a time and place for their meeting. While awaiting a response, he perused materials he had been studying recently. Previously, due to an idea mentioned in Harry's letter, Grindelwald had promptly written to Dumbledore, and upon receiving his tacit approval, had joyfully transformed into a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair. Anyone familiar with Grindelwald would undoubtedly be taken aback by this appearance, for it bore a remarkable resemblance to his youthful self. Grindelwald had no desire to assume another's likeness. Yet in order to meet Dumbledore, he had to rely on his potions master to concoct a potion akin to a youth-restoring elixir. This potion functioned similarly to a de-aging potion, but offered a more prolonged effect. Reflecting on Harry's letter, Grindelwald found himself in complete agreement. The Grindelwald within Nurmengard was indeed an aged relic, whereas he now stood as a resplendent young man. How could that not be considered a transformation? When he presented himself before Dumbledore in this guise, he noticed a fleeting smile at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth, which vanished almost immediately. The young man, who had been observing Dumbledore intently, did not miss this expression. With a hint of grievance, he remarked, "So, Albus, you still prefer the youthful version of me? Had I known, I would not have let myself go. Now that I have lost my handsome visage, do you find me repugnant?" Dumbledore sighed inwardly. His joy at Grindelwald's presence was genuine, yet the latter's expression of grievance prompted him to refrain from offering explanations, indulging instead in a touch of mischief. "Gellert, What has prompted you to write to me so suddenly, and to devise such a scheme? This must surely be the handiwork of the same person who has been advising you. Dumbledore had long suspected that someone was guiding Grindelwald. Otherwise, given Grindelwald's nature, he would likely never have conceived such an idea. It was undeniable that, in the original course of events, the two had not seen one another until their final moments. Is Al upset? Grindelwald felt a flutter of anxiety within him. After all, his past actions had indeed been egregious, leaving him unsteady in Dumbledore's presence. Observing Grindelwald's demeanor, Dumbledore sighed. Gellert, you need not test me in this manner. Since I have already expressed my forgiveness, I shall not retract it. You know me well, so there is no need for you to alter yourself to please me. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald's gaze flickered, and he remained silent. His intentions had been deliberate. If showing vulnerability could maintain their current rapport, he would not object. He had long outgrown the need for rivalry. The years spent in Nurmengard had rendered his heart profoundly tranquil, yet desolate, with everything appearing equally mundane in his eyes. However, the once barren landscape had blossomed anew, the catalyst for this resurgence being Dumbledore. He understood that this was merely a fortunate opportunity he had been granted once more, and thus, he must cherish it. Albus, once the school break arrives, let us return to Godric's Hollow together and rebuild a home, commencing anew, shall we? At this, Dumbledore paused. Having not visited that place in quite some time, whether it was avoidance or a reluctance to confront the past, the memories tied to that location were too painful, leaving him momentarily hesitant. Grindelwald discerned his hesitation, aware of Dumbledore's concerns. Yet, some matters must be faced. They had missed too many opportunities, and he yearned to create cherished memories that belonged solely to the two of them. Grindelwald hoped that if they ever found themselves unable to move forward, lying in a chair reminiscing about the past, they would not only see pain and desolation in those memories, grateful that time was still on their side. Just as Grindelwald was about to conjure an excuse to avoid returning to Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore interrupted. Very well, let us go during the summer break. Really? You agreed? Grindelwald was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Indeed, I agreed, but it must wait until I have completed my current tasks, Dumbledore added. Grindelwald paid little heed to the latter part of Dumbledore's statement, preoccupied with considering potential new residences. Observing Grindelwald's evident distraction, Dumbledore decided to resume his work, knowing he had numerous tasks to attend to, unlike the fellow before him who seemed to have the luxury of idle thoughts. Meanwhile, Grindelwald had already settled into a brand new home that belonged solely to the two of them. Though the decor was simple, his heart brimmed with satisfaction, for it was a place filled with the presence of the one he loved. As Albus Dumbledore was momentarily away attending to some matters when Harry received the letter, Grindelwald seized the opportunity to respond to Harry without the need for stealth. In no time, he had determined the time and place for their meeting, and entrusted an owl with the message. While engrossed in his reading, Harry heard a persistent tapping at the window. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the owl carrying the letter. Hastily, he opened the window, though the wind was rather strong, and fearing that the parchment on his desk might be scattered, he opted to close the window instead. Observing the visibly irate owl confined outside, Harry chuckled softly. He had named it Little Way, and although it bore a striking resemblance to Hedwig, it was not her. Nonetheless, Harry indulged this new companion. He promptly retrieved the special owl treats he had prepared for Little Way, and witnessing its fervent consumption, Harry deemed his expenditure worthwhile. After unfolding the letter and noting the time and location pinned by Grindelwald, he proceeded to freshen up, realizing that time was of the essence, as he needed to rise early the next day to procure some essentials and provisions. Lying in bed, Harry mentally organized his schedule for the following day, and before he knew it, he slipped into a slumber. The stars twinkled brilliantly in the night sky, and the moonlight flowed gently, promising a splendid day ahead. Chapter 36, The Discussion. Once Harry had completed all his tasks, he briefed Severus, informing him of his imminent departure with a promise to return shortly, before heading out to the location Grindelwald had indicated in his letter. Upon arrival, Harry felt a sense of confusion. He recalled that this indeed was the junction of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, yet he could not discern the house Grindelwald had mentioned. Just as uncertainty began to envelop him, a voice emerged from behind. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Allison Howard?" Turning around, Harry saw no one at first, but then glanced down to discover a small child. After clarifying his identity, the child presented him with a tiny key, stating that a gentleman had instructed him to deliver it to Harry. As Harry received the key and attempted to inquire about the identity of the sender, the child darted away, leaving no opportunity for questions. Suddenly, Harry felt as though his stomach was ensnared, and the world around him spun disorientingly. It dawned on him that the child had given him a door key. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his footing, albeit feeling somewhat disheveled due to his earlier lack of preparation. TSK, that reaction won't do. If I were an enemy, you might have already met Merlin by now. And how dare you accept something from a stranger? Just as Harry began to feel somewhat steadier, a resonant voice, imbued with charisma, reached his ears. Turning towards the source, he beheld a striking young man with shoulder-length golden hair that shimmered like satin under the sunlight. Harry squinted against the brilliance, searching his memory, only to realize that this individual was unfamiliar to him. Sir, may I ask who you are? Although a suspicion lingered in Harry's mind, he still posed the question, for the disparity between them was too vast to ignore. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gellert Grindelwald. It has been a while, Mr. Howard. With his words, an undeniable aura of power enveloped Harry, and in that moment, he felt as if he were truly encountering Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord who had once single-handedly ignited the Wizarding War. The Grindelwald he had previously met in Nurmengard seemed like a aged lion, but the figure before him radiated strength and danger, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. Wow, Mr. Grindelwald. Have you discovered the secret to eternal youth? Harry, still incredulous at recognizing Grindelwald, could not shake the vivid memories of his former disheveled appearance. What's the matter? You seem unaccustomed to my new visage, Grindelwald quipped, an eyebrow raised in playful challenge. It's nothing, really. I just didn't expect your new appearance to be so striking. Harry replied, eliciting a genuine laugh from Grindelwald, for only Harry could voice such sentiments to him. Surveying their surroundings, Harry was certain that they were not in any part of Diagon Alley, as the area was desolate and void of life. Mr. Grindelwald, could you enlighten me as to where we are? He inquired while scrutinizing the unfamiliar landscape. This is merely a place I use for certain matters. Pay it no mind. I prefer not to appear in public to avoid causing a panic. Now, tell me, what pressing dilemma brings you to me? I had been researching methods to counteract or nullify the killing curse, but to no avail. I was hoping you might have some fresh insights to offer. Grindelwald listened with a mix of incredulity and intrigue. He had previously regarded Harry as merely inventive, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. What led you to contemplate such unconventional matters? Simply to avert certain dangers, Harry replied vaguely, mindful of the need to withhold information about the future. It pertains to Dumbledore's death, does it not? Grindelwald ventured, arriving at his conclusion. That could be one way to interpret it, Harry acknowledged, as the truth remained that Dumbledore had ultimately succumbed to the killing curse. For a fleeting moment, Grindelwald's mind went blank upon hearing Harry's admission. He had only speculated earlier about Dumbledore's potential demise, but he had not truly believed it, considering Albus's formidable strength. Initially, he had agreed to Harry's request merely as a means of amusement, not genuinely investing in the matter, as he was curious to see how Harry intended to utilize him. However, hearing the information that Harry revealed, Grindelwald felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself for not taking it seriously sooner and wasting precious time. Seemingly perceiving Grindelwald's inner turmoil, Harry offered reassurance. Fear not, there is still time. As long as you do not adopt the same indifferent attitude as before, all shall be well. After all, Harry had only sought to leverage Dumbledore's influence over Grindelwald to facilitate their collaboration, and he had sensed that Grindelwald did not fully trust him. Harry bore no resentment. His intention was simply to harness Grindelwald's power to ensure the success of his plans. If he could alter the course of events, then Dumbledore need not meet the grim fate that had originally awaited him. Upon hearing Harry's words, Grindelwald's gaze flickered with interest. It was evident that he had grasped the unspoken implications within Harry's statements. Perhaps there were matters yet unknown to him, but he was unconcerned. His sole focus was to ensure Dumbledore's safety, while everything else fell outside the purview of Grindelwald's considerations. Let us step inside and converse, for the sun is rather relentless. Grindelwald gestured for Harry to follow him. Harry then beheld Grindelwald conjuring an unknown object with a flourish, and before them materialized an ancient-looking manor. It dawned on Harry that this was the borrowed location Grindelwald had mentioned. He had initially presumed their discussions would unfold in the open wilderness. The owner of this estate has long departed. Prior to his passing, he sealed the manor and entrusted me with the token. Henceforth, this shall serve as our venue for deliberation, and I have no desire for Dumbledore to discover its existence. Grindelwald promptly retracted the name he usually employed for Dumbledore, pondering how outsiders could fathom his endearing moniker for Albus. Harry feigned ignorance to Grindelwald's near slip of the tongue, instead feigning earnest admiration for the manor's surroundings, which, due to neglect, was overrun with weeds and desolation, utterly devoid of life. Grindelwald led Harry through the derelict garden into the interior, where the rooms appeared to have been somewhat tidied, albeit still in disarray. The sitting room, at least, was fit for occupancy. Grindelwald awkwardly touched his nose, acknowledging that he had hastily chosen this place, leaving it in disarray. I shall instruct my subordinates to assign a couple of house elves here tomorrow to ensure a clean and comfortable environment for our future discussions. with a flick of his wand. Grindelwald cast a cleaning charm, rendering the room immaculate. Harry marveled at Grindelwald's profound mastery of magic and his precise control over it. Seated upon the sofa, Harry produced a parchment inscribed with his previous unsuccessful attempts and presented it to Grindelwald, articulating his concept. I previously crafted an alchemical item capable of shielding against minor spells and external harm using a combination of magical runes and incantations. However, I have yet to succeed in countering the killing curse with a similar approach. Why not experiment with special materials? I noticed you have been utilizing rather mundane substances in your endeavors, but you must understand that you aim to resist the killing curse, not merely spells of lesser potency, such as stupefy. Upon hearing Grindelwald's words, Harry felt a pang of foolishness. Indeed, he had been fixated on leveraging additional power for defense without considering the fundamental aspects. With this newfound perspective, Harry felt a surge of satisfaction regarding his choice of collaborator. Grindelwald's keen insight had rekindled his determination. What special materials might be available? I lack knowledge in this area, Harry confessed, having never contemplated such resources before. Many options exist. You might explore magical materials inherently possessing defensive properties, such as holly wood, or those with offensive attributes, like laurel wood. I will compile relevant information upon my return. Just keep an eye out for owls in the coming days. At the mention of holly wood, Harry instinctively touched his wand, feeling as though all elements were interconnected, with him as the one tasked to dismantle these intricate links. Have you explored any alternative methods? Grindelwald inquired. I considered employing ancient protective spells, but as you are aware, the one I sought is currently unavailable. Beyond that, I have no additional thoughts. Harry recounted his attempts to Grindelwald. Very well, I shall organize a dedicated team upon my return to tackle this matter. A solution will undoubtedly present itself. Whether Grindelwald spoke to reassure Harry or himself remained uncertain, but Harry nodded in agreement, recognizing that gradual experimentation was their only course. He resolved to conduct a thorough review upon his return, assessing what he may have overlooked. After concluding their discussions, Grindelwald informed Harry that he would soon be contacted by someone. For the time being, any matters should be directed through that intermediary, as he was currently residing with Dumbledore in Godric's Hollow, which posed certain inconveniences. Harry remained silent, suspecting Grindelwald was boasting, though his tone suggested otherwise. Shrugging it off, Harry thought it immaterial as long as there was someone to reach out to. Grindelwald revealed that the key he had previously given Harry was a two-way door key, allowing him to access the manor at will, returning to his original location upon reactivation, though exclusively for Harry's use. Upon learning this, Harry found the key immensely convenient for his return home, prompting him to inquire about its creation. Grindelwald explained the process but cautioned Harry that while the key was indeed practical, its crafting was intricate. He warned Harry that should any steps be mishandled, the key could become a means of random transportation, potentially jeopardizing the user's life. After hearing this, Harry dismissed the notion of using it to return home, recognizing he lacked the time to undertake such a task. After discussing various subsequent matters, Grindelwald announced his departure, citing that Dumbledore awaited his return for dinner. Harry rolled his eyes in playful defiance, retorting as if no one awaited him either, for he too had Severus waiting. Thus, the two immature souls parted ways, each with someone awaiting their return. Chapter 37, Hogsmeade, Part 1. The following day after Harry's return, he received a package of materials delivered by an owl, prompting him to marvel at Grindelwald's remarkable efficiency. After all, he was the Dark Lord. Upon establishing contact with Grindelwald's appointed liaison, Harry embarked on a bustling summer filled with activity. Other than an initial outing with Lily and Severus, he found little time to venture out again. Severus, in fact, seemed even busier than Harry himself. Despite Harry's inquiries yielding no answers, he chose not to pry further, respecting Severus's privacy. As for Lily, after her first visit to play with Severus, subsequent attempts to see them were met with the sight of their frenzied busyness, leading her to refrain from further visits to avoid disrupting them. A significant reason for Lily's absence at Harry's home was that James had inexplicably come to her house to play, accompanied by Sirius, who appeared to be reluctantly dragged along by James. Thus, the summer passed amidst their respective busyness, culminating in a substantial collection of parchment for Harry, a cabinet brimming with potion vials for Severus, and Lily's entanglement with James becoming less irksome than before. Soon, the Hogwarts Express resumed its operations. For the third-year students at Hogwarts, there was delightful news this term. With guardian consent and signatures, they were permitted to visit Hogsmeade Village on weekends. Hogsmeade, nestled near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was a village devoid of muggles, inhabited solely by wizards, truly a magical enclave. It featured various shops, and while it could not rival the splendor of Diagon Alley, it still offered numerous delightful attractions. Particularly enticing for the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts was Honeyduke's Sweet Shop, a veritable haven for confectionery enthusiasts. Even before their excursions commenced, many students had already mapped out their candy purchases in eager anticipation. As the new school year commenced, Harry made a special visit to Severus's home, where he had Aaron sign the consent form, an autograph Harry had longed for during his student years. It was imperative for him to prepare it in advance for Severus, although he initially contemplated probing Severus about the events that transpired at home with Aaron. He ultimately refrained upon observing Aaron's dazed state. He left her some money before departing. Upon being informed by Harry about the existence of such a place, Severus did not exhibit the keen interest Harry had anticipated. Doubting Severus's disinterest, Harry inquired if he wished to go, to which Severus retorted that he deemed such activities a mere waste of time, considering how many problems he could resolve in that span. Although Harry had already suspected this response, hearing it firsthand left him somewhat resigned. He could not fathom how Severus, despite his youth, carried himself with the demeanor of a man while past 50, seemingly indifferent to all things. Noticing Harry's exasperated expression, Severus amended his stance, suggesting they could revisit the idea on that day, perhaps taking a stroll. "Of course, I shall attend," Harry replied cheerfully, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. "We have all been busy throughout the holiday. It's the perfect opportunity to join in the festivities and have some fun." Yet, the expression of resignation now adorned Severus's face, as he grappled with the incongruity of a professor displaying more childish enthusiasm than a student, particularly when the primary purpose of the outing was to procure candy. Harry's hearty laughter echoed as he reveled in Severus's perplexity. It had become one of his great pleasures to witness Severus's changing expressions, even though success came only once in 10 attempts. After enduring a few of Harry's playful jests, Severus recognized this peculiar inclination of Harry's. Though he had little desire to indulge it, Harry was never one to surrender easily. "However, we must obtain parental consent, for I do not recall signing anything," Severus countered, devising yet another excuse for refusal. At that moment, he observed Harry retrieving a paper from his office desk, Aaron's consent form, already signed. Severus accepted the document from Harry with a tangle of emotions swirling within him. On the eve of the break, Lily approached Harry's office, inquiring if Severus wished to join them. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Lily's spirits lifted, and they agreed upon a time for him to find her. Finally, the day arrived when the passage to Hogsmeade opened, and students eagerly paired off to enjoy their time. After bidding farewell to Harry, Severus set off to find Lily, determined not to be late. However, as he neared her, he caught sight of that insufferable James lingering by her side, dark clouds gathering in his mind. Why was that wretched boy so persistently present? In that moment, Severus completely disregarded the fact that Lily and James belonged to the same house. He simply felt that encountering James anywhere was a stroke of bad luck, as if the boy were deliberately trying to vex him. Simultaneously, James noticed Severus amidst the crowd, flashing a taunting grin before whispering something to Lily. Though somewhat reluctant, she followed James away from their original spot. Witnessing this, Severus immediately pursued them. But the throng of students hindered his speed, and he could only watch as their figures grew increasingly distant until they vanished entirely. Realizing he could not catch up, Severus halted, suddenly devoid of any desire to venture to Hogsmeade. He berated himself for not arriving sooner, yet upon glancing at the time, he noted that the appointed hour with Lily had not yet arrived. It was all James's fault. Had he not hurried Lily away, Severus could have reached her in time. However, what truly gnawed at him was the fact that Lily had ultimately chosen to accompany James. Did she not realize the time was not yet upon them? Despite this, he attributed all blame to James. Unbeknownst to Severus, James was oblivious to his internal turmoil. Upon spotting Severus, he promptly tugged Lily away, disregarding her protests, particularly her reminder that Severus had not yet arrived. James was determined not to let Severus join them. Otherwise, his plans for a private moment with Lily would be thwarted. He had painstakingly earned even a modicum of Lily's goodwill over the holiday and could not afford to squander it. Citing her other friends waiting ahead, James suggested they would find Severus once they reached Hogsmeade, prompting Lily to reluctantly acquiesce. As they departed, James couldn't resist casting a provocative glance in Severus's direction. Thus, Severus stood there, lost in thought, feeling utterly out of place amidst the jubilant crowd. At that moment, Harry quietly approached his side, perceiving the unmistakable disappointment etched on Severus's face. Although Harry was unaware of the specifics, he surmised it was likely related to Lily. "Severus, are you still waiting for Lily?" Harry inquired, his words striking directly at Severus's sore spot. Upon hearing Harry's question, Severus's expression darkened further. "She has already departed with that arrogant fool. Though I certainly was not late." The hint of grievance in Severus's tone tugged at Harry's heart. He despised seeing Severus in distress, for all his efforts were aimed at ensuring Severus's happiness. understanding that James was the principal source of Severus's discontent. Harry knew he had to divert the conversation to alleviate the tension. What could he do? Should he confront James? Harry pondered helplessly. How about accompanying me to Honeyduke's? We could pick up some sweets to enjoy. I hear they have some new candies out. Let us go try them together. Severus, despite his current discontent, found himself unable to outright reject Harry's enthusiastic proposal. Consequently, he unwittingly followed Harry into Honeyduke's. Upon entering, the cacophony of noise assaulted their ears. As he surveyed the raucous crowd, Severus immediately regretted acquiescing to Harry's invitation. Indeed, one must face the consequences of their softer inclinations. He lamented that he should have opted to brew potions or delve into a book instead, for at least he wouldn't be standing here, compelled to endure the din of a throng clamoring for candy, which threatened to overwhelm his senses. Harry, noticing Severus's growing impatience shortly after their arrival, felt a pang of exasperation. Severus truly had no patience whatsoever. Thus, he hastily procured his desired sweets and led Severus back outside. Just as Severus was about to inquire where they were headed next, a group of students approached, setting off a fresh wave of irritation within him. James, flanked by Lily, was chattering incessantly, while Sirius and others followed closely, and a cluster of Gryffindor girls surrounded Lily, creating a bustling procession toward Honeyduke's. Lily was the first among the group to notice Severus and Harry. With a cheerful wave, she hurried over to them. "Good morning, Professor." After greeting Harry, Lily immediately began to interrogate Severus. "Severus, why didn't you come to find me this morning? I waited for you for quite some time." In the face of Lily's inquiry, Severus remained silent. How could he explain that he had indeed arrived, but was merely a step too late? Witnessing her depart with that insufferable fellow while he had not managed to catch up? Did he not care for his dignity? Upon seeing Severus's silence, Lily's irritation flared up. She did not intend to rebuke him. She merely sought an explanation for his absence. Harry, sensing the tension between them, promptly interjected on Severus's behalf. "Lily, Severus was just attending to some matters in my office. Besides, he wasn't late. By the time he arrived, you had already left." Realizing her mistake in misjudging Severus, Lily cast a glance at him and asked, "Did you really come to find me?" Observing Severus nod in response without uttering a word, her anger dissipated significantly. She simply wanted an explanation, and with that clarification in hand, there was no longer a reason for her to be upset. Watching the young girl's haughty demeanor, Severus silently chuckled to himself, though his expression remained impassive. Had it not been for Lily's familiarity with his usual demeanor, one might have thought he was upset. However, James was not as well acquainted with Severus as Lily was, and upon witnessing Severus's unexpressive face, he immediately began to defend Lily. "You disgusting toad, Lily didn't mean it. If it weren't for my persuasion, who knows how long you'd have made her wait. Are you blaming Lily now?" Upon hearing James's insulting taunts, Lily quickly chastised him. "You mustn't speak to Severus like that. He's not angry with me. This matter is none of your concern, so step aside." Seeing Lily's face flush with anger, James mentally added to his grievances against Severus. If it weren't for him, he would have been joyfully enjoying his time with Lily. James's mind began to conjure curses aimed at Severus. However, with Harry present, James refrained from resorting to physical confrontation this time, though he had already begun plotting his next act of revenge against Severus. If your brain were even a tad larger, you might realize that only a rabid dog could rival your behavior. Now, kindly take your repugnant face and remove yourself from my sight. Severus was no longer the timid first year he once was, and he had never backed down in the face of James. Therefore, he would not allow James to hurl insults at him without consequence, especially with Harry standing nearby. Harry sensed trouble brewing as soon as James opened his mouth, and his head began to throb. Observing James preparing to retaliate, he quickly intervened to halt their verbal sparring. "All right, gentlemen. Such a splendid day should not be wasted on trivial matters. Now, disperse and attend to your own affairs, immediately." Upon hearing Harry's command, both James and Severus hesitated, but the dangerous glint in Harry's eye persuaded them to comply. Seizing the moment while everyone was still processing the situation, James, disregarding Lily's protests, grabbed her and vanished from sight. "Professor, Lily and I will take our leave now. See you at school." Severus was nearly apoplectic with anger at James's audacity. He resolved that from that day forth, he would strike him every time they crossed paths, ensuring he would never have it easy. As for Harry, he was left to deal with the mess James had created. After dismissing the others, he led Severus to the 3 broomsticks. After ordering a butterbeer for himself, he chuckled at Severus's still irate demeanor. "All right, Severus, there's no need to remain angry. Since we're out having fun, let us enjoy ourselves a bit more. Try this new candy I bought from Honeyduke's and see if it suits your taste." Harry promptly shoved the sweets into Severus's hands. And though Severus initially bristled at the sugary offerings, he truly detested such cloyingly sweet confections. He could not remain upset. observing Severus's disdainful expression. Harry playfully popped a sour lollipop into his mouth, causing Severus to grimace, prompting Harry to burst into laughter, drawing the attention of those around them. Eventually, feeling embarrassed, Severus stood up and tugged at Harry to return to school. However, Harry was not about to yield to his wishes, and instead, he pulled Severus along, making their way through nearly all the shops in Hogsmeade before heading back. Harry bought a plethora of items for Severus during their shopping spree, though Severus resolutely declined. Harry acted as if he hadn't heard and insisted that these were gifts for accompanying him that day, frequently teasing Severus in the process. Unbeknownst to him, Severus's earlier displeasure had evaporated without a trace, leaving only a mix of exasperation at Harry's antics and an inexplicable flutter of emotion as he watched Harry's efforts to elicit joy from him. Though this feeling was swiftly brushed aside by Severus, the thoughts of youth are the simplest yet the most perplexing. Chapter 39, Turmoil. Upon returning to the office with Harry, Severus gazed at the cluttered desk, then raised his eyes to meet Harry's beaming grin. Rubbing his forehead, he often found himself questioning how the professor had managed to grow to such an age in one piece. Severus had long struggled to comprehend why Harry continued to care for him, helping him, even when he felt he could offer little in return, merely because of a welcome during the school year and his mother's counsel. "Professor, why do you treat me so kindly?" Severus finally voiced his lingering question. "Why?" Harry replied, perplexed. "Because you are Severus Snape. What's wrong? Are you upset again?" "It's not a big deal." Severus could scarcely fathom that Harry's response was starkly different from what he had anticipated. It was not due to his mother's request, nor because Harry lacked family, but simply because of him, because of Severus Snape himself. The sound of his own heart racing filled Severus's ears, and in that moment, he felt as though he had lost the ability to think, merely staring blankly at Harry as his lips moved, unable to hear the words that followed. After speaking for some time without receiving a reply from Severus, Harry initially thought Severus was once again lost in his own thoughts. However, he was taken aback to find Severus standing there, seemingly present yet detached, as if he had drifted elsewhere. Harry, noticing Severus's faraway gaze, felt a surge of irritation. He had spent so long trying to offer comfort, only to find the recipient had mentally wandered off. Unbeknownst to him, the current situation was entirely a consequence of his own words, and Severus was ensnared in his own reflections, unable to break free. Seizing the moment, Harry decided to play a little trick. He quietly approached Severus and suddenly shouted in his ear, "Severus, are you still with us?" Startled by the unexpected loudness, Severus instinctively recoiled, forgetting about the chair he had recently moved in. Just as he was about to topple over, Harry swiftly caught him. With a resounding thud, the chair toppled, and Severus found himself unexpectedly thrust into Harry's embrace due to the latter's excessive force. The suddenness of this embrace, coupled with his previous thoughts, caused Severus's face to flush a deep crimson. Initially, Harry reveled in the success of his prank, but soon he noticed Severus teetering towards the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Severus's wrist to prevent him from falling and injuring himself. However, in his eagerness, Harry applied too much force, resulting in Severus crashing into his chest, eliciting a sharp pain within Harry. His first thought was that Severus's head was remarkably hard, and he feared he might have sustained a bruise on his chest. Fortunately, he reassured himself that his physique was robust. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated by such a collision. Just as Harry was about to utter a word to Severus, the latter abruptly sprang away from him, flustered and hurriedly bidding farewell. Harry, taken aback, intended to mention the gifts he had procured for Severus, but the latter was already hastening out of the office. All that remained was the sight of Severus's flushed ears, leaving Harry standing there, perplexed. Scratching his head, Harry pondered the sudden departure of Severus, unable to comprehend why he had left so hastily without even taking his belongings. Was it something he said that Severus wished to avoid? Surely not. Perhaps Severus disliked the gifts he had chosen, compelling him to flee to evade the embarrassment of declining them? Yet, Harry distinctly recalled inquiring about Severus's preferences beforehand, and the gifts included numerous potion ingredients that Severus would surely not abandon. He surmised that Severus must have been reminded of something urgent. This incident soon faded from Harry's thoughts. Though he remained puzzled by Severus's abrupt exit, he reasoned that it was likely inconsequential. If he couldn't fathom it, then he would simply inquire the next day, with plans to take Severus on an outing and to be mindful of his emotions. Harry found the day to be more exhausting than grading nonsensical essays. Consequently, he retired early, for tomorrow would bring its own set of tasks. In stark contrast, Severus did not share Harry's calm demeanor. From the moment he collided into Harry's embrace, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, particularly as Harry's breath brushed against his ear, further entangling his already tumultuous thoughts. He found himself inexplicably averse to meeting Harry's gaze, and the emergence of this unfamiliar emotion left him feeling disconcerted prompting his hasty retreat. Once back in his dormitory, Severus lay on his bed, striving to achieve tranquility. He felt as though he were ailing, yet he had never experienced such symptoms before, leaving him baffled. In truth, he realized he needn't have departed so urgently that day. The atmosphere had unnerved him, as if something intangible had shifted. He scrutinized the matter but arrived at no conclusions. As Severus contemplated, he abruptly sat upright, recalling Harry's words, "Because you are Severus." This phrase began to echo in his mind, rekindling his previously suppressed heartbeat. He endeavored to calm himself, mulling over the situation for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, he attributed his peculiar state to Harry's statement, believing it was the source of his inexplicable joy, leading him to conclude that he had merely been overly elated. He recalled hearing that individuals tend to act uncontrollably when overwhelmed with happiness, and he recognized himself in such a state. Upon discovering this reasoning, he felt a surge of clarity wash over him. It was merely his fanciful thoughts that had led to his earlier turmoil. As long as he was not ill, he could find solace in that realization. Reflecting on Harry's kindness, yet feeling inadequate in his ability to reciprocate, Severus's thoughts drifted back to Harry's earlier inquiry regarding a method to counter the killing curse. Though the notion had seemed fantastical, he had nonetheless endeavored to explore it over the holiday, only to find himself making no progress and neglecting his prior research. Severus surmised that his limited knowledge was to blame, and he resolved to set new goals for himself and resume his efforts. Just as Severus believed he had sorted through his thoughts, fatigue enveloped him, a consequence of the day spent accompanying Harry. He had exceeded his physical limits and felt utterly drained. Recognizing that his current state was not conducive to further study, he decided to defer the remaining tasks until tomorrow. After a brief wash-up, he quickly succumbed to slumber. What had transpired seemed a trivial incident, soon becoming a fleeting memory for Severus. Yet, beneath the surface lay subtle ripples hinting that all was not as ordinary as it appeared. Though the wind may leave no trace, the seeds it disperses take root and eventually burgeon, destined to rise as towering trees. Chapter 40, Resolution. Despite Severus's self-reassurance, upon encountering Harry the following day, he felt an underlying awkwardness. However, as they engaged in potion brewing, all discomfort was swiftly cast aside. When Harry inquired about his sudden departure, Severus fabricated a casual excuse. Relieved that Harry's inquiry was merely superficial and not pursued further, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Recently, Severus had encountered some difficulties within Slytherin. With Lucius having graduated, certain imbeciles believed themselves emboldened, unaware that the current Severus was no longer someone they could provoke. Setting aside Severus's own prowess, Harry occasionally gifted him various experimental trinkets, rendering any petty skirmishes utterly futile and often leading to the adversary's own embarrassment. Moreover, under Harry's guidance, Severus's progress in the study of dark arts had accelerated dramatically. His current knowledge surpassed that of many adult wizards, let alone the students who had yet to graduate from Hogwarts. Those seeking to trouble Severus were typically disgraced nobles, clinging desperately to the remnants of their family's dignity while striving to validate their aristocratic status through blood purity and the exclusion of half-bloods. Yet, the bloodlines they held dear could not provide them with tangible benefits. They were consumed by the need to flaunt their lineage, but discerning eyes could easily perceive the truth. For the more one lacks something, the more fervently they cling to it. After dispatching yet another wave of provocateurs, the remaining Slytherins gradually fell silent. They had little choice, for they had just faced Severus's unilateral retaliation, only to be further punished by Harry with various restrictions and point deductions. Every individual who has faced detention in Harry's office has returned transformed, too intimidated to speak of their experiences. When questioned, they merely confessed their prior missteps, leaving Severus himself intrigued. As Harry has always refrained from divulging the specifics of their detentions to Severus, the matter has faded into oblivion over time. After all, the silence of those involved is remarkably steadfast, and their affairs are not particularly relevant to him. Harry's actions were not overly severe. He simply confiscated their wands prior to their detentions and compelled them to confront a boggart unarmed. Additionally, he cast a silencing charm around the office, rendering their cries inaudible to those outside. Even though Harry would later intervene, the prospect of repeatedly confronting one's deepest fears without any means of resolution is nothing short of harrowing. Harry repeatedly cautioned them against sharing their experiences with others, warning that any further trouble directed towards Severus would result in consequences far more dire than merely facing a boggart. Upon hearing his admonitions, a collective shiver ran through the group, and they promptly fell into line. Students of Slytherin now share a common understanding. Provoking Harry is a lesser evil compared to inciting Severus's ire. The former might result in a mere deduction of points, while the latter could lead to unknown detentions. At least until Severus graduates, it seems unlikely that any foolhardy individuals will dare to emerge. Even the mere thought of it is swiftly quelled by their peers. Consequently, the atmosphere within Slytherin has noticeably softened. Severus, touched by Harry's actions, found his emotions growing increasingly perplexing, particularly in Harry's presence. He felt compelled to intervene, and for a considerable period, he refrained from visiting Harry's office. When Harry inquired about his absence, Severus merely cited a lack of time, maintaining this excuse until he could suppress the peculiar feelings within him and return to a state of normalcy. Time flowed amidst Severus's convoluted emotions, and while Harry initially remained curious, he eventually grew accustomed to it. He surmised that Severus was merely experiencing a rebellious phase, yet he harbored no concern. After all, while other students might neglect their assignments or challenge their professors, Severus's rebellion manifested in simply visiting the office less frequently, which Harry interpreted as his attempt to unwind. With Harry's presence ensuring his safety, he felt assured. Before long, Severus reached his 5th year, during which he experienced a growth spurt, nearly matching Harry's height. For the first time, Harry found himself dissatisfied with his stature, fearing that soon he would be looking up at Severus. Severus, unfazed by Harry's grievances, had grown accustomed to them. Ever since his height began to approach that of Harry's, Harry had complained periodically. Harry, with a sense of righteous indignation, lamented that it was rather embarrassing for a professor to be shorter than his student. Severus, in jest, suggested that Harry seek advice from Professor Flitwick, which promptly silenced him. Nevertheless, Harry clandestinely began to gather various methods to enhance his height. Upon discovering Harry's endeavors, Severus chuckled for quite some time before reluctantly informing him that such methods were largely ineffective, and any temporary results could potentially yield adverse side effects. Thus, Harry was ultimately compelled to abandon his quest. During the elapsed time, Harry's research progressed at a snail's pace. Regardless of the materials or spells employed, the outcomes were consistently disheartening. Harry felt he was on the brink of madness, having accumulated a plethora of peculiar and bizarre alchemical items without making any substantial progress. Gellert Grindelwald seized the opportunity to tease him mercilessly, yet Harry had grown indifferent to the jibes. Since his escape from Nurmengard, Grindelwald had not returned, as it was comprised entirely of his followers. To this day, no one had realized that the first Dark Lord had long since fled. His current existence was marked by an unprecedented sense of ease. Occasionally, Grindelwald would stealthily slip into Hogwarts, a fact that Dumbledore turned a blind eye to, having consented to his release. In stark contrast, Harry was plagued by unease as time slipped away. Severus was nearing graduation, and without tangible progress, the implications could be dire. After a year of experimentation, Severus ultimately relinquished Harry's hypothesis, recognizing that potions alone could not yield such miraculous results. Reluctantly, he acknowledged his limitations. It was only later, by chance, that Harry overheard Severus inadvertently reveal that he had spent an entire year attempting to prove his theory, a realization that warmed Harry's heart. Harry reassured Severus that potions were not omnipotent solutions, urging him to shed any burdens of expectation and focus on his studies, especially with the impending OWLs on the horizon. Harry hoped that Severus would remain undistracted. In truth, Harry's concerns were unwarranted. Although Severus's grades were not stellar, he was more than capable of handling the examinations, as he dedicated all his time to studying. Harry was puzzled, however, as Severus gradually reduced his visits to Lily after his initial trip to Hogsmeade. At first, Harry did not notice, but as Severus increasingly occupied his office, the change became apparent. Harry tentatively inquired if Severus was upset with Lily, to which Severus denied, explaining that his research had reached a critical juncture, and he wished to remain focused. Furthermore, he noted that Lily had her own friends, and that he could not continually seek her out. Harry found this hard to believe, as he had always perceived Lily as significant to Severus. He began to suspect that there might be some discord between the two. However, after observing them, it appeared that there was no visible tension, and Harry decided to let it be. After all, it was not his place to intrude, provided that their actions did not threaten his safety. With Severus somewhat withdrawn, James became increasingly emboldened, his efforts to win Lily over gaining momentum, as he displayed remarkable persistence. The fruits of his labor became evident, as Lily began accepting his invitations, her previous aversion seemingly dissipating. Even Sirius was astonished by James's tenacity, frequently teasing him that if he channeled his pursuit of Lily into his studies, he would undoubtedly rank first in their year, although James's academic performance was already commendable. Thus, time ambled along, seemingly tranquil, yet who could guarantee that beneath the surface, tumultuous currents did not surge? Chapter 41, Anger. Recently, the atmosphere at Hogwarts has transformed into the idyllic scenario desired by all professors. The internal strife within Slytherin has quieted considerably, leading to a shift in the overall ambience of the school. The Gryffindor quartet has also refrained from causing trouble, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have remained their usual quiet selves. On a sunny weekend, Harry seized Severus by the arm, dragging him out of the office, convinced that if Severus did not bask in the sunlight soon, he would soon begin to mold. Severus, with such splendid weather, we ought to take a stroll. How many days has it been since you last stepped outside? Professor, I find myself devoid of any pressing matters. Why must I venture out? Besides, the potion I am currently concocting is of paramount importance. If I can ascertain which two potions are at odds, success will be within my grasp. Severus expressed his displeasure at Harry's insistence on his presence, reasoning that his sole purpose for being here was to complete the book. Could he not wait until he had succeeded before stepping outside? Just as Severus was about to retreat to his office, Harry vehemently protested. He had gone to great lengths to coax Severus out, and he was resolute that the professor could not return just yet. If you dare to go back today, I shall hide your chaotic potions. Just look at your complexion. Even a corpse appears more vibrant than you do. Seeing Harry's growing frustration, Severus sighed in resignation. He felt increasingly powerless against Harry's concerns, although his complexion was indeed pale. It was not as dire as Harry suggested. Yet, Severus recognized that returning to his office today was not an option. Thus, he decided to acquiesce to Harry's wishes to avoid further aggravating him. Very well, since you insist, let us take a stroll today. Upon hearing Severus's compliance, Harry's face brightened, as sunlight bathed him in a golden glow, and the gentle breeze tousled his hair, rendering him free-spirited and carefree. Severus found himself momentarily entranced, amused by Severus's dazed expression. Harry chuckled. Why do you look so bewildered? Think quickly about what we shall do today. It is a day of rest. Shall we perhaps visit Hogsmeade? Severus snapped back to reality upon hearing Harry's suggestion. He was uncertain why, since that peculiar emotional episode, he occasionally found himself in such a state. Perhaps he had simply been fatigued lately, he rationalized. Harry was indeed right. A little relaxation might prevent him from overthinking. Just as he was about to respond, Severus caught sight of a familiar figure approaching in the distance. Lily and James were walking together, laughing and conversing. The mere sight of James triggered an uncomfortable response in Severus. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for James soon sensed it, scanning the vicinity to locate the source of his discomfort, and his eyes landed on Severus. Immediately, a sense of vigilance washed over James. He presumed Severus was waiting for Lily and felt compelled to thwart his intentions. He seized Lily's arm and began to lead her in the opposite direction. However, preoccupied with guarding against Severus, James inadvertently gripped Lily's hand too tightly, prompting her to wince and pull away. This scene did not escape Severus's notice, who had been observing them from a distance. Severus hurried forward to intervene, already berating James in his mind for causing Lily pain. Today, he intended to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, as everyone was well aware of the unsavory thoughts that plagued his mind. James, incensed by Severus's protective maneuver that shielded Lily behind him, became enraged. You repulsive toad. Can't you see that Lily and I are together? Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. You, with your malevolent Slytherin nature, ought to remain hidden from sight rather than disrupt others' dates. You foolish imbecile, the only thing occupying your mind appears to be water. Is the sun too bright today, evaporating whatever little sense you possess? James's ire intensified with each word Severus uttered, and he resolved to teach him a lesson. He swiftly drew his wand. In an instant, Severus recognized James's intent and prepared to counterattack. Protego, Expelliarmus, Tarantaligra, Stupefy. A vibrant display of colors erupted from their wands as spells collided, but each managed to evade the other's magic, leading to a tense standoff. Harry observed the unfolding conflict, choosing not to intervene immediately, viewing it as an opportunity for Severus to engage in some physical exertion. However, he severely underestimated the depth of animosity between the two. Stupefy. As the duel raged on, Harry heard Severus utter a particularly potent incantation, causing his heart to race. He understood the spell's potential for harm, should James be struck by it. The consequences could be dire. Without hesitation, Harry sprang into action. Protego, Expelliarmus. The combat abruptly ceased, yet Severus's gaze fell upon Harry, holding his wand, igniting a tempest of fury within him, mingled with a hint of unacknowledged hurt. Professor, you would side with that foolish oaf against me? Very well, mark my words. I shall ensure you cannot evade me next time. The last remark was clearly directed at James. Without retrieving his wand from Harry's grasp, Severus turned and departed, leaving Harry with a sense of foreboding. However, he could not simply stand by and watch James get hurt. The ramifications of James being struck by Severus's spell would be catastrophic, especially considering the Potter family's esteemed lineage. Reflecting on Severus's expression as he left, Harry felt an uncharacteristic pang of guilt. He hadn't intended to side solely with James, yet he understood that it was too late for explanations. After hastily bidding farewell to Lily and James, he pursued Severus. To Harry's surprise, Severus moved swiftly. By the time Harry finished saying goodbye, Severus had vanished around a corner, leaving Harry trailing behind. Glancing at Severus's wand in his possession, Harry felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known it would come to this, he might have intervened sooner. Now, he had lost both Severus and the wand. Despite searching for an extended period, Harry found no trace of Severus. He was at a loss. He could not simply barge into Severus's quarters. Instead, he resolved to ponder how to mend the rift and placate Severus's anger. Chapter 42. Illness. Throughout the day, Harry saw no sign of Severus. For the first time, he comprehended the vastness of Hogwarts, as it seemed insurmountably large, rendering his search for Severus futile. Ultimately, he ventured to Severus's dormitory, only to be informed by other Slytherins that he had yet to return. Harry waited in the Great Hall, but Severus did not join for dinner. With no other options, Harry planned to intercept Severus before class the following day, knowing he could not skip lessons, and besides, his wand was still in hand. Before their potion class commenced the next day, Harry finally spotted Severus. However, upon witnessing Severus's pallor, his guilt was swiftly replaced by concern, for Severus appeared to be in a rather distressing state. At a mere glance, Harry could discern that Severus had undoubtedly endured a restless night, exacerbated by the frantic events of the preceding days that had already rendered his complexion pale. Now, in addition to his pallor, there lingered a sickly flush upon Severus's cheeks. The thought that he himself was the architect of Severus's current state gnawed Harry, filling him with an increasing sense of discomfort. Before he fully realized it, he had grasped Severus's arm and was leading him toward the hospital wing. Severus, however, was reluctant to accompany Harry, harboring a lingering resentment towards him for not seeking him out the previous day. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had been searching for him all day, only to find him elusive. Harry, concerned for Severus's well-being, feared that he might falter during class in his current condition. After exchanging a brief greeting with the tardy Professor Slughorn, he disregarded Severus's protests and pulled him away. Severus, you must not be obstinate. Your current state is ill-suited for attending class. Moreover, where were you hiding yesterday? I searched for you all day and did not see you. I even ventured to your dormitory, only to be informed by other students that you had not returned. Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus's resistance softened considerably as he recalled how, in a fit of anger, he had concealed himself in a secluded spot for the entirety of the afternoon, only returning just before curfew. I merely sought a quiet place to be alone, he retorted, and my affairs are of no concern to you. Just tend to that fool instead. Recognizing Severus's petulance, Harry understood that he needed to soothe him before addressing other matters. All right, Severus, let go of your anger. I was not aiding James against you yesterday. But have you considered the spell you employed? What repercussions might it have had if it had struck James? Severus halted abruptly, his expression darkening as he remained silent, staring at Harry, who was still holding on to him. Harry was startled by Severus's sudden stillness. When he turned to face him, Severus's pallid complexion remained. Yet the reddening around his eyes betrayed his true emotions. Harry intended to caution Severus that if James were to be harmed, his circumstances would become dire. But his words were misconstrued, leading Severus to believe he was being reproached for using dark magic against James. Mentioning James reignited the flames of Severus's ire, as he felt that the blame for the incident rested solely upon him, stemming from James's wrongdoings that had hurt Lily. The most painful aspect for Severus was Harry's use of a wand against him. Regardless of the reasons, he perceived this as a betrayal, especially on account of that fool James. The more Severus contemplated, the heavier his body felt, the pressure around him diminishing, and his complexion growing increasingly ashen until, abruptly, his vision darkened, plunging him into an abyss of obscurity. Harry, having noticed the redness around Severus's eyes, was about to speak when he saw Severus sway and then collapse backward. He rushed forward to catch the unconscious Severus, anxiously carrying him toward the hospital wing, all the while attempting to rouse him. Yet, even when he gently placed Severus on the bed in the hospital wing, there was no sign of him awakening. Panic seized Harry. He could not fathom why Severus had fainted, leaving him feeling helpless. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey arrived in the nick of time, allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief. Madame Pomfrey employed a diagnostic charm on Severus, and as she observed the wand emitting a crimson glow, her brow furrowed in concern. Harry's heart leapt into his throat at her expression. How could Severus have let himself deteriorate to this extent? The lack of sleep, severe exhaustion, and now a fever? Merlin, he was even experiencing magical instability, which could lead to a surge of uncontrolled magic. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, Harry felt a jolt of alarm. He had not realized Severus's condition was so dire. Had he known, he would have sought him out the previous night. Yet now, it was too late. Is he in danger? Harry asked, anxiety etched across his face. Not at the moment. But if he does not awaken after the potion reduces his fever, I cannot guarantee what may happen next." Harry gasped, horrified at the prospect of Severus remaining unconscious. Regret enveloped him. Had he intervened sooner, perhaps Severus would not be in this predicament. Madame Pomfrey, perceiving Harry's distress, clarified. "What I meant was that there is a slight chance of him remaining in a state of prolonged unconsciousness, but the likelihood is minimal, so do not fret." Harry shot Madame Pomfrey a reproachful glance, but she remained unfazed by his silent accusation, simply instructing him to ensure Severus finished the potion and to return once he regained consciousness. With that, she departed calmly. Observing Severus's pale visage, Harry hurriedly administered the potion Madame Pomfrey had left behind. As Severus's complexion gradually regained its color, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, especially after Madame Pomfrey's initially alarming remarks. Harry remained transfixed by Severus's face, noting how the man in the bed bore increasingly fewer resemblances to the Professor Snape of his memories. He felt a surge of joy at this transformation, as it signified that his efforts had borne fruit. The man from his memories had always appeared solitary, akin to a snow-capped mountain, eternally frigid and imposing. Harry had never witnessed him display a semblance of warmth. He seemed perpetually powerful, yet profoundly isolated, though Severus's expression remained stoic. Harry could discern shifts in his emotions through his eyes. Nowadays, Severus occasionally exhibited minor irritations, a stark contrast to his former self. Suddenly, Harry found himself feeling an unexpected pang of empathy. Due to his interventions over the years, Severus's experiences had not been as tragically bleak as in Harry's memories. It had been a long time since he had witnessed Severus in a state of vulnerability. A profound discomfort settled within Harry as he reflected on the events of the previous day. He realized he had acted thoughtlessly, primarily overlooking Severus's feelings due to his usual composure. Grateful that he had managed to take Severus away in time, he shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired otherwise. Just as Harry was lost in his tumultuous thoughts, Severus opened his eyes, and their gazes locked. The warmth in his heart surged momentarily upon seeing Harry's worried expression, but this warmth quickly turned cold as he recollected the circumstances. Harry immediately noticed Severus had awakened. Without hesitation, he leapt up to summon Madame Pomfrey, and upon her assurance that Severus was now stable and only required rest, Harry's worries began to dissipate. In that moment, Severus felt the remnants of his anger toward Harry dissipate. He recognized Harry's genuine concern for him, yet the shadow of James still lingered in his heart. Once Madame Pomfrey had finished her instructions and exited the room, Harry embraced the still tortured Severus tightly, who was wrestling with his conflicting emotions. "I'm truly sorry, Severus. It is entirely my fault for failing to consider your feelings. However, would you allow me to explain?" Harry's sudden movement startled Severus, who, feeling embarrassed after Harry's words, gently pushed him away. "Professor, let us converse, but please release me first." Noticing the faint blush that crept upon Severus's cheeks, Harry became aware of the gravity of his actions and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment himself. He hastily withdrew his grip and scratched his head. "I was in the wrong yesterday, but should James be harmed, the Potter family would not let you off lightly, particularly given that you resorted to dark magic, which complicates matters further." Of course, Harry had no intention of allowing James to come to harm, yet a trustworthy rationale was necessary, and much of what he asserted bore truth. Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus realized that Harry's concern was rooted in his predicament, devoid of any intent to cast blame. It dawned upon him that he had misjudged the situation, causing his gaze to waver. Understanding the shift in Severus's demeanor, Harry merely smiled and affectionately ruffled Severus's hair, choosing to remain silent as he returned Severus's wand. "Very well, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, you must now rest adequately. You haven't slept well, have you?" Severus pressed his lips together at Harry's inquiry, refraining from an answer. Harry, unconcerned, checked Severus's forehead for temperature, which was normal, before asking if there was anything he wished to eat, considering Severus had not had a proper meal in a day. Although lacking an appetite, Severus mentioned a few items he typically enjoyed, prompting Harry to suggest that Severus rest while he fetched some food from the kitchen. After ensuring Severus was comfortably tucked in, Harry made his way to the kitchen, where he encountered Lily, who had come to visit Severus as well. Harry encouraged her to join Severus in the infirmary while he prepared food before rejoining them. Upon reaching the infirmary's entrance with the meal, he overheard Lily's lively voice discussing the events of the previous day, though he did not catch the specifics. He pushed the door open and entered, causing the conversation to halt abruptly, with both Lily and Severus turning to regard him in unison, which elicited a delighted smile from Harry. "All right, let us first eat. We can discuss matters afterward. Lily, are you hungry? I brought extra for you as well." Gratefully accepting Harry's invitation, Lily agreed, and once they had all finished their meal, Harry turned to Severus. "Severus, how do you feel now? Is there any lingering discomfort?" Lily also regarded him with concern, and upon learning there were no further issues, Harry chose not to press further, deciding he would consult Madame Pomfrey later for any additional precautions. Noticing that Lily seemed to have more to say to Severus, Harry excused himself, instructing Severus to rest well, as he had afternoon classes but would return to check on him later. Severus opened his mouth as if to speak when Harry mentioned leaving but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After exiting, Harry sought out Madame Pomfrey, and upon confirming there were no significant concerns, he returned to his office to attend to some matters. Worrying for Severus's condition, Harry found it difficult to concentrate during his afternoon classes. Despite knowing there was no serious issue, he remained uneasy about Severus being alone in the infirmary. At long last, when the class concluded, Harry swiftly exited the classroom and headed toward the infirmary. On his way, he decided to return briefly to his office to gather a few items for Severus before proceeding to the infirmary. When he arrived, Severus remained asleep. After inquiring with Madame Pomfrey, he learned that Severus had experienced some discomfort in the afternoon and had fallen asleep after taking a potion. Harry felt a surge of concern. Yet Madame Pomfrey reassured him that this was a normal reaction, attributing it to Severus having overextended himself previously. She assured Harry that with another day of rest in the infirmary, Severus would be ready to resume classes the following day. After confirming Severus's condition with Madame Pomfrey, Harry settled into a chair beside Severus's bed, quietly observing him as he slept, pondering the items he had brought, uncertain if Severus would appreciate them. Severus, having succumbed to slumber after taking the potion, drifted into a series of disjointed dreams. Suddenly, he awoke to find Harry deep in thought. And again the peculiar feelings surged within him, which he expertly suppressed, maintaining a stoic exterior. "Professor, why are you here so early? I feel much improved. Madame Pomfrey mentioned I could return to classes tomorrow." Severus's words jolted Harry from his reverie, prompting him to produce the items he had brought from his office. Initially intended as Christmas gifts, but now offered as an attempt to soothe the little one due to his earlier missteps. As Severus observed the items Harry retrieved, he remained unaware of their significance. Previously, while brewing potions, Severus had realized his limited knowledge of certain rare potions, leading Harry to take note of this. The book in Harry's possession, which he had procured through Grindelwald's assistance, detailed many potions not currently available on the market, even providing information about their natural habitats. When Severus took the book from Harry and flipped through a few pages, his eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. "Professor, where did you find this book?" "I had asked Lucius to keep an eye out for it for quite some time without success." Harry felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing that Severus had sought Lucius's help first instead of his own. Yet he masked his feelings and subtly inquired about Severus's relationship with Lucius. "Lucius is perhaps my sole friend in Slytherin, as we have a collaborative relationship. He has assisted me with numerous troubles in the past, so our bond is relatively strong compared to others." Harry chose not to pursue the topic further and instead asked if Severus was still upset with him. In truth, Severus had already let go of his anger once Harry clarified the situation, so he promptly replied that he bore no ill will. The sight of Severus's response elicited a wide smile from Harry. As Severus gazed at Harry's beaming countenance, he reflected that even without an explanation, he would not harbor resentment for long. It would merely take a couple of days to move past it. Harry briefly stepped out to prepare dinner for Severus and remained with him until curfew, when he finally departed the infirmary. After Harry's exit, Severus regarded the book on the table, then snuggled under the covers, allowing a smile to escape him before drifting back to sleep. In this dream, there were no fragmented thoughts, only the sweet memory of Harry's smile. Chapter 44. Encounters with Danger. The following day, after Madame Pomfrey's examination, Severus accompanied Harry back to the office, as he would be able to return to classes the next day. Thus, Severus intended to spend the remainder of the day in Harry's office. However, upon discovering Severus's intentions, Harry promptly instructed him to return and rest. He informed Severus that Madame Pomfrey had advised him to take an additional day of recuperation. Consequently, Severus was swiftly escorted back to his dormitory by Harry. The following days passed in tranquility, yet Severus alone harbored a simmering resentment within, compelling him to seek an opportunity to vent his frustrations. He was unwilling to let the matter rest. Opportunities, after all, favor the prepared, and indeed, under Severus's vigilant scrutiny, he soon discerned that James and his companions seemed to harbor a clandestine secret. The quartet had been acting mysteriously of late, undoubtedly up to no good. Though Severus had forgiven Harry, he had not extended the same courtesy to James. Thus, irrespective of their intentions, he was resolute in thwarting their endeavors. Nevertheless, due to the book Harry had gifted him, Severus found his focus somewhat diverted, leaving him with no substantial progress after several days. Yet, he remained unperturbed, knowing that once he had completed his current tasks, he would have ample time to engage with them. Once he was free, he resumed his surveillance. One evening, as curfew approached, Severus spotted the furtive figures of James and his friends, and without hesitation, he trailed them, maintaining a discreet distance to avoid detection. However, perhaps due to the dim lighting and his own tension, Severus failed to notice that he was following only 3 individuals. Remus was absent from their midst. Soon, Severus observed that their path led toward the Whomping Willow, a fact that puzzled him, for the tree was notoriously violent and posed a significant danger to anyone approaching it. Severus felt trepidation toward the Whomping Willow, but his pent-up frustration caused him to overlook this concern, prompting him to continue his careful pursuit, casting an invisibility charm upon himself for good measure. As he focused on the trio ahead, Severus failed to notice that, with the passage of time, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a brilliant light. Most notably, it was a full moon. Meanwhile, Harry, who had intended to rest in his office, felt an inexplicable sense of unease that had begun to gnaw at him, rendering sleep elusive. In a bid to occupy himself, he rose and commenced grading essays. Severus soon found himself near the Whomping Willow, where he witnessed James pressing a certain spot on the tree, causing it to become still. Intrigued, he yearned to understand the reason behind this, but his primary concern remained to uncover the nature of their clandestine activities. Thus, he ventured into the Whomping Willow and discovered a hidden tunnel beneath it, leading to an unknown destination. Observing the figures of his quarry vanish into the passage, Severus followed suit, realizing that the corridor was quite lengthy. After some time, he encountered what appeared to be a door ahead. Unbeknownst to him, this passage led to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, and today's actions would become one of his greatest regrets. Once inside the Shrieking Shack, Severus quickly realized there were scant places to hide. Only a solitary table stood at the far end of the room. Fortunately, he had cast the invisibility charm, or he would have been discovered immediately. However, his concern over being detected dissipated when he beheld Remus Lupin, bound by iron chains in the corner of the room. Although Severus did not comprehend why Remus was restrained, he instinctively became alert. He swiftly concealed himself behind the table, ensuring that even if his charm faltered, he would not be easily detected, though the distance to the exit posed a significant inconvenience. As the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lupin, Severus understood the reason for his chains. Lupin's body began to undergo a rapid transformation in the lunar glow. The sound of cracking bones resonated, and his form shifted grotesquely. Fur quickly enveloped him, his face contorting, claws sharpening, and his eyes becoming bloodshot, glinting with a feral intensity. It dawned on Severus that Lupin was a werewolf. Terrified, he recognized that the current iteration of the werewolf possessed no semblance of rationality, compelling him to exit the shack post-haste. However, the only route to escape required passing by Lupin, and he hesitated to take that risk. Meanwhile, the trio Severus had been following transformed into their animal forms when Lupin began his metamorphosis, revealing to him why they had dared to accompany Lupin on a full moon despite knowing his condition. They had all mastered the enigmatic transformation. Once Lupin had fully transformed, his heightened senses detected the presence of a human, increasing his struggles against the chains that bound him. Unbeknownst to Severus, a small segment of the chain gradually loosened. Severus realized with dawning horror that Lupin appeared to be straining toward his direction, and his face turned pale as he contemplated the potential consequences of his actions today. If he were to be bitten, it would surely bring sorrow to his professor. Just as Severus sought an opportunity to flee, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In a surge of force, the chains that had previously been loosened snapped, and the liberated Lupin lunged toward Severus's hiding place. Severus, witnessing this, found it impossible to maintain his invisibility, and by the time James and the others noticed, it was too late. He could only watch as the massive form of Lupin bore down upon him, casting spells in a futile attempt to defend himself. All to little avail. The physical prowess of the werewolf rendered Severus's spells largely ineffective. His earlier attempts to defend himself were bolstered by the brooch Harry had given him. But soon, both the brooch and his other protective items shattered. As Lupin lunged at him once more, despair enveloped Severus, and he closed his eyes tightly. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Upon opening his eyes, he found Harry, who should have been resting in his office, standing protectively in front of him. As he beheld Harry's form, a surge of warmth flooded Severus's heart, yet he could scarcely dwell on these emotions as he intently observed Harry's actions. Surrounding Lupin were a large black dog and a stag, engaging him in a struggle, granting Severus and Harry a fleeting moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, Harry quickly turned and grasped Severus's hand, urging him toward the door. Just as they neared the exit, Lupin managed to shake off the dog and stag. In a split second, Harry caught sight of the werewolf barreling toward them. Without time for contemplation, he shoved Severus out the door, turning to face Lupin with his wand raised to fend off the impending assault. However, Harry found himself unable to resort to those ferocious spells against Lupin, leaving him somewhat at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, his magical prowess was profound. Even ordinary spells could yield significant effects. Yet Harry faced the dilemma of needing to ensure that his spells could thwart Lupin while simultaneously preventing any fatal harm to him. He was thus caught in a predicament. Chapter 45. Wounded. An ominous premonition gripped Severus when Harry suddenly threw himself forward, and indeed, the next moment he saw through Harry the completely uncontrollable Lupin lunging toward them. As it appeared that Lupin was about to sink his teeth into Harry, Severus's eyes widened in horror, but Harry's timely evasive maneuver brought him a moment of relief. With obstacles in his path, Harry could only use spells to delay Lupin's assault, but ordinary incantations had little effect on him. Thus, Harry urged Severus to leave, so he could focus solely on confronting Lupin. However, Severus was unwilling to abandon Harry. He felt compelled to stay and assist. Seeing this, Harry insisted that Severus should seek out Professor Dumbledore, assuring him not to worry about his own predicament. Reluctantly, Severus turned to find Dumbledore. In truth, Harry had already notified Dumbledore, and he was merely seeking an excuse to have Severus depart, having been unable to sleep in his office due to an uneasy feeling that something was amiss. As time wore on, his anxiety grew, as though foreboding something dreadful. While Harry's heart raced with trepidation, he sensed that the alchemical protections he had gifted Severus had all failed. Anxiously, he checked Severus's location and felt his blood run cold. Severus was now in the Shrieking Shack. Glancing at the moon outside, Harry's suspicions were confirmed. He could not fathom how Severus had ended up there, but he knew he must reach him quickly or risk catastrophe. As Harry prepared to rush out, a sudden thought struck him, and he conjured his Patronus to alert Dumbledore. He then dashed to retrieve the broomstick he had impulsively purchased, never imagining it would prove so useful. In no time, he soared toward Severus's location on the broom, branches slashing at his face and drawing blood, but he paid no heed to the pain, finally arriving just in time to save Severus. However, at the very moment Severus was about to escape, Lupin, seemingly provoked, disregarded Harry's spells and lunged forward, forcing Harry to shield himself with his own body. In an instant, blood gushed forth as Lupin's claws became drenched in Harry's blood, and the scent of it drove Lupin into a frenzied state. Seeing Harry wounded, Severus was seized by desperation. As he drew his wand to retaliate, a barrage of spells flew in from afar. Protego, a protective enchantment, swiftly restrained Lupin. It was none other than Dumbledore, who temporarily subdued Lupin, producing an unknown object which he hurled at him. The object transformed into ropes that ensnared Lupin, causing him to lose his balance and topple to the ground. Severus's mind went blank. He forgot his wizarding instincts and could only press his hands desperately against Harry's wounded chest, but it was futile. Blood continued to flow. He looked helplessly at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, taken aback, swiftly cast a spell to staunch Harry's bleeding. Though it was not a bite, he feared other potential repercussions, so he immediately levitated Harry to the hospital wing. Severus stumbled after Dumbledore, engulfed in profound remorse, blaming himself for Harry's injury. He wished only to return and choke the version of himself that had followed the others. As they journeyed to the hospital wing, Severus was beset by anxiety, wondering if Harry would blame him, though it was indeed his fault. The mere thought of Harry looking at him with disappointment made Severus's heart tremble. Though Harry felt faint from blood loss, he noticed Severus's distress. "Severus, don't worry, I'm fine." For now, seeing Harry in such a state still trying to comfort him stirred a tumult of emotions within Severus. He interrupted Harry, urging him to conserve his strength. "I understand. Please, do not speak. We will soon arrive at the hospital wing, and you will be all right." Madame Pomfrey had already received Dumbledore's message and, upon their arrival, immediately administered several potions to Harry, while providing Severus with some salve to apply to Harry's wounds. After a flurry of activity, Harry was gently placed on a bed in the hospital wing. As Severus gazed at Harry, who had succumbed to slumber, a wave of panic surged within him. He had nearly lost Harry due to his own folly. Severus delicately held Harry's unusually cold hand, filled with self-loathing. Had he not foolishly ignored his instincts and insisted on following the others, none of this would have transpired. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, mingling with bitterness that echoed his heart's turmoil. He dared not dwell on the events of the night. Had any aspect of it altered, he feared he could not bear the consequences. Overcome with dread, Severus clutched Harry's hand tightly, as though grasping a lifeline. The long-slumbering Harry stirred at this sudden pressure. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw Severus, silently weeping from guilt and worry. With great effort, he lifted his hand to wipe away Severus's tears, breaking the professor's spiraling thoughts of self-reproach. "Professor, you're awake. How do you feel? Is it painful? It's all my fault. Had it not been for my recklessness and ignorance, you wouldn't be injured. This is all on me. My obstinacy has led to this." Harry gently caressed Severus's head, silencing his subsequent words. He did not wish to hear Severus belittle himself. After all, it was not entirely Severus's fault. Harry now understood why Severus had gone to the Shrieking Shack that night. It was a consequence of his own neglect in considering Severus's feelings. Suddenly, Harry recalled his earlier intention to involve Lupin in the improvement of the Wolfsbane potion, which had been postponed due to his own reasons. Now it seemed, he was reaping what he had sown. This is not your fault, Severus. Do not blame yourself for this incident. Moreover, knowing you are unharmed brings me great joy. As Harry's words tumbled forth, Severus's pallid face flushed crimson, his heart racing erratically. He was no longer the naive child he once was. The atmosphere of Slytherin was already tainted by the excesses of its nobility, and given his status within Slytherin, it was not uncommon for others to seek his favor. In the depths of his heart, Severus had long harbored a tacit suspicion regarding his own feelings, yet he had always refrained from acknowledging them. However, Harry's words once again struck a chord within him, compelling Severus to finally concede that his emotions for Harry were indeed extraordinary. Harry's myriad expressions of concern and tenderness enveloped Severus like a spider's web, now fully woven, leaving him unable to escape, or perhaps he had never intended to flee at all. Chapter 46, Recuperation. Severus did not find solace in Harry's reassurances. Instead, the comfort only deepened his internal turmoil. It was my fault. Had I not insisted on trailing behind them, neglecting my vigilance, this would not have transpired. Harry, witnessing Severus's self-reproach, found himself at a loss for words. A fleeting memory surfaced, hinting at a similar incident from his past, one he had thought would not occur due to his intervention, thus he had dismissed it. Yet now he pondered, though the circumstances had changed, the outcome remained the same, stirring concerns about other memories. Would they, too, unfold in unforeseen ways, despite his involvement? Severus observed Harry, whose gaze had drifted into contemplation, and felt a pang of anxiety. What thoughts occupied the professor's mind? Was he reflecting on recent events? Would he truly not lay blame upon him? Severus's thoughts spiraled. Severus, hear me, Harry implored. Such incidents are universally unwelcome. Thankfully, no grave harm has befallen you. So do not linger on this matter. I bear you no resentment. Quite the contrary, I am genuinely relieved that you emerged unscathed. Upon hearing these words, Severus's heart, which had finally begun to steady, surged once more with agitation. Nevertheless, he wrestled with his emotions and, regaining a semblance of composure, inquired, Professor, how do you feel now? Should we summon Madame Pomfrey? Harry agreed. He believed it prudent to have Madame Pomfrey attend, for he could not rest easy with Severus in his current state. Before long, Madame Pomfrey arrived, surprised at Harry's swift recovery, yet she refrained from commenting. Perhaps youth facilitated such rapid healing. As she waved her wand to examine Harry, she noted, there are no significant issues, merely excessive blood loss. You will need to consume some restorative potions shortly. What on earth happened? How did a werewolf find its way into Hogwarts? Thankfully, you were not bitten. Otherwise, you would be at St. Mungo's now. For the next few days, ensure you rest and avoid any strenuous activity to prevent further tearing of your chest wound. And you, drink some calming potions later, otherwise, you might find yourself here as well. After addressing Harry's condition, she turned to Severus, cautioning him as well. It was only then that Harry noticed Severus's pallor, which indeed appeared troubling. Once Madame Pomfrey departed with the potions, Harry urged Severus to take his medicine, leading to an enveloping silence between them. Severus grappled with whether to broach a certain subject, but his musings were interrupted by the arrival of Dumbledore. Alison, I apologize for the circumstances. I will provide you both with an explanation soon. How are you faring? Dumbledore inquired. Oh, I'm quite well, Headmaster. I have sustained no major injuries. But Severus was considerably shaken by the incident, Harry replied. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Severus, and he swiftly grasped Harry's implication. Given Mr. Snape's distress, I shall overlook your violation of curfew this time, he stated. Harry looked at Dumbledore, incredulous. Is that all? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in response. What else should I do? Should I commend him for breaking school rules? Severus, unable to decipher the exchange between them, realized he had indeed breached curfew and felt a wave of relief wash over him when Dumbledore announced no repercussions would follow. Very well, Headmaster. Please refrain from further alarming Severus. I must take a leave of absence for the next few days, and I would appreciate your assistance in arranging my classes, Harry requested. Dumbledore readily agreed, yet he did not mention Remus's condition as a werewolf. Harry felt it prudent to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Soon, Dumbledore departed, instructing Harry to visit his office once he had recovered, hinting at matters yet to be discussed. Harry surmised the topic and nodded in agreement. After Dumbledore's exit, Severus turned to Harry, stating that Gryffindor, Lupin, is a werewolf. It was he who inflicted the wounds upon you yesterday. How could a werewolf be allowed to attend Hogwarts? It is exceedingly dangerous. Severus had long wished to share this revelation with Harry, to inquire whether he was aware of the situation and why the school would admit a student like Lupin. Severus, I do know a bit about this, though not extensively. It is indeed my oversight for not informing you sooner, and I hope you will not hold it against me. How could this possibly be your fault, Professor? Moreover, it was your timely arrival that saved me, Harry countered. Very well, let us consider the matter settled, and cease our internal blame and reproach. Furthermore, I ask that you keep Lupin's condition confidential. It involves many complexities. Since you have requested it, I assure you, I shall not divulge it, Severus replied. Though he remained reluctant to let Lupin off so easily, he feared that pressing the issue would distress Harry. Now, as we have agreed, you should return to your dormitory and rest. You have endured quite an ordeal, and it is late. You must sleep, Severus urged. Professor, I wish to remain in the infirmary with you. I cannot find peace otherwise, and there are resting accommodations here, Harry insisted. Seeing Severus's determination, Harry felt compelled to relent. It was indeed late, and he could not bear to let him return to the dormitory alone. Soon, the infirmary fell into a tranquil hush. Due to Harry's injury, Severus had missed classes for several days, his mind elsewhere. He had already absorbed much of the material from his textbooks, so his absence bore no significant consequences. He decided to take a leave of absence. Harry had intended to encourage Severus to return to rest, but as soon as he mentioned it, Severus fell silent, as though he had somehow reproached him. Reluctantly, Harry allowed Severus to remain in the infirmary. Severus could not shake the image of Harry being bitten by the werewolf from his mind. He needed to see Harry with his own eyes to find peace. The following day, Dumbledore sought out Severus with a straightforward request to maintain confidentiality regarding the recent events. Given that Severus had already reached an understanding with Harry, he readily assented, prompting Dumbledore to regard him with newfound appreciation. On his way back, Severus encountered Lily, who had come to check on Harry. Together, they made their way to the infirmary. Upon seeing Harry's wounds, Lily's tears flowed freely, and both Harry and Severus worked tirelessly to console her. In the following days, Lily diligently reported to the infirmary, and her mere presence infused the medical wing with a palpable vitality, for one could hardly expect Severus to enliven the atmosphere. As for Harry, he was left to obediently recline upon his sickbed, restricted by Severus from engaging in excessive movement. Throughout these days, Severus wrestled with the tumult of his emotions, pondering whether the sensations he experienced that fateful day were merely illusions born of shock and salvation. He found himself reflecting upon his past with Harry, and after several days of contemplation, Severus was compelled to acknowledge that he harbored a genuine affection for Harry. He admired Harry's gentleness, cherished his smile, and, most crucially, desired that Harry's goodness be exclusively his own. However, he resolved to defer any expressions of his feelings until after graduation. Given his current status, any confession would likely yield no reciprocation, and he was determined to avoid alarming the proverbial snake in the grass. Severus quietly calculated that he must subtly alter Harry's perception of him. Otherwise, if Harry continued to view him solely as his teacher, hope would remain elusive. He possessed ample time and patience to ensure that Harry grew accustomed to his presence, ultimately becoming unable to part from him. As a Slytherin, Severus believed that as long as the outcome aligned with his desires, the means of achieving it were of little consequence. Chapter 47, Lupin. After conversing with Severus, Dumbledore realized that Harry ought to be informed of certain truths. Seizing the opportunity while Severus was absent, he sought out Harry. Harry confessed to Dumbledore that he was aware of some aspects, albeit not extensively, as Lupin's monthly disappearances did not go unnoticed. Dumbledore marveled at Harry's astuteness, while Harry refrained from revealing the extent of his knowledge, instead opting for a careful concealment. Thus, Dumbledore relayed the entirety of Lupin's situation to Harry. Upon hearing Dumbledore's revelations, Harry pledged to keep the secret and expressed that he bore no ill will toward Lupin, urging Dumbledore not to worry, for he would assist in preserving the past's confidentiality. Satisfied, Dumbledore departed. The matter soon faded from view. Under the deliberate secrecy maintained by Dumbledore and Harry, alongside Severus's discretion, the other students remained oblivious, merely presuming that Harry's absence from classes was due to his illness. During Harry's convalescence in the infirmary, a steady stream of students visited him, for he was quite popular among his peers, particularly the girls, who expressed deep concern and brought an array of gifts. Harry found it difficult to decline their kindness, responding with a constant smile. Meanwhile, Severus watched with a countenance darkened by irritation, though Harry, surrounded by a throng of girls, remained oblivious to Severus's displeasure. At the moment when Severus's patience reached its limit, the students finally departed, allowing Harry to notice Severus's grim demeanor. Assuming Severus was merely fatigued, Harry suggested that he return to rest, claiming that he was nearly recovered. Severus sighed inwardly at Harry's obliviousness, What was he doing? Had he not vowed to be patient? After all, those students were merely visiting their professor, a trivial matter. Severus gritted his teeth in self-reassurance. Recognizing that remaining in his current state was unwise, he acquiesced to Harry's suggestion and returned to his quarters. The Slytherin students were startled by Severus's frosty expression, whispering among themselves, uncertain of who had provoked their formidable instructor. No sooner had Severus departed than James and his companions arrived at the infirmary with Lupin. Upon seeing them, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was grateful he had sent Severus away to rest, for he could only imagine the chaos that might have ensued had their paths crossed. Lupin appeared pallid, the toll of his transformation evident, and Harry contemplated that it might be time to resume his research on the modified Wolfsbane potion. As Lupin and the others approached Harry, trepidation gripped him. He dared not meet Harry's gaze, instead lowering his head, consumed by anxiety. "Professor, I am deeply sorry. This situation is entirely my fault. I never anticipated it would cause you harm. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness. But I implore you to keep my predicament confidential. I understand this request may seem selfish, but I genuinely wish to continue my studies at Hogwarts. I would accept any form of compensation you might demand." In truth, Dumbledore had already reassured Lupin before his visit, informing him that Harry would not hold him accountable and would assist in maintaining his secret. Nevertheless, this matter was of profound significance to Lupin, compelling him to seek Harry's forgiveness in person. He recognized that his actions stemmed from a desire for assurance, fully aware that this was a rather despicable motivation. Yet he felt he had no other choice, for he could not envision life beyond Hogwarts. Harry, upon hearing Lupin's words, felt a pang of empathy. He understood the weight of Lupin's struggles. Despite being genuinely hurt by Lupin's actions, Harry could not bring himself to chastise him, for the fault lay not with him. "Mr. Lupin, I regret that we must meet under such circumstances. Headmaster Dumbledore has already spoken with me, and I have made my stance clear. This matter is not your fault, and you need not carry any psychological burden. As your professor, it is my duty to protect my students, and you are one of mine. Thus, I assure you that I will not allow any distressing circumstances to arise." Upon hearing Harry's words, Lupin's eyes welled with tears. It dawned upon him that Harry was aware of his inner turmoil, yet still offered him assurances. Since becoming a werewolf, he had seldom encountered kindness, particularly from someone like Harry, who remained gentle even after suffering from his actions. Looking at his friends beside him and then at the caring gaze of Harry, Lupin could no longer contain his tears, overwhelmed by the weight of his burdens, which had forced him to live in constant trepidation. Ever since Fenrir Greyback had bitten him in childhood, Lupin had not experienced true joy. He had been deprived of friends, and his parents had been compelled to live in seclusion due to his condition. Despite their efforts, Lupin had become a werewolf. When he learned he could attend Hogwarts, his heart had soared with elation, but his differences from others compelled him to safeguard his secret with utmost caution. Upon entering Gryffindor, Lupin finally found friendship, and in a desperate bid to protect his companions, he concealed his identity as best he could. Although he was eventually discovered, he was fortunate that his friends did not abandon him. Through their collective efforts, they undertook the study of a Nimigus transformation for his sake and succeeded, during which time Lupin felt a glimmer of fortune. However, this respite was short-lived, as calamity soon struck. Upon realizing the gravity of his actions, Lupin was gripped by terror, fearing expulsion not only for having his secret revealed, but also for having harmed a professor. In that moment, his only thought was that his fate was sealed. However, Dumbledore persuaded him not to be so pessimistic, and with the encouragement of James and the others nearby, Lupin gradually calmed down. Dumbledore assured him that nothing would happen, urging him to put his mind at ease. He then informed Lupin that Harry would not hold him accountable, yet Lupin remained troubled. After all, he was the one who had harmed Harry, which is why he mustered the courage to visit the infirmary. Although he could have come 2 days earlier, his frail condition delayed him, and as soon as he regained the ability to move independently, he sought out Harry, eager to apologize in person and seek forgiveness. At that moment, the heavy burden on Lupin's heart finally lifted, and the emotions he had suppressed for days came flooding forth, leaving the staff in the infirmary feeling a mix of sorrow for him. Ultimately, it was Harry who offered comforting words to Lupin, and after glancing at the time, he instructed the others to leave. Before they departed, Harry reassured Lupin once more that his secret would remain safeguarded, to which Lupin expressed his gratitude before they exited. Harry lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, contemplating that he needed to have a serious discussion with Severus, as the improvement of the Wolfsbane potion would depend on him. Chapter 48. The Wolfsbane Potion. After finally receiving Madame Pomfrey's permission, Harry left the infirmary, feeling as though he had almost become stagnant during his confinement. Upon returning to his office, he promptly dragged Severus out for a stroll, basking in the sunlight for a while. Observing the unusually cheerful Harry illuminated by the sun, A hidden satisfaction blossomed within Severus, prompting him to sternly instruct Harry to return and rest, for he had just emerged from the infirmary and should not overexert himself. Harry, seeing Severus's serious demeanor, found himself at a loss. Sometimes he felt their roles had reversed, yet since Severus himself had no objections, he refrained from voicing any concerns. Back in his office, Harry contemplated how to broach the subject that would elicit cooperation from Severus without inciting his ire. However, this was inherently a challenging task, and unsurprisingly, the moment he brought it up, Severus regarded him with incredulity. Wow, my professor is truly a paragon of kindness. Is there anyone else in this world who can so easily forgive those who have wronged him, while simultaneously considering their concerns with such clarity? Harry nervously scratched his head at Severus's sarcastic remarks, fully aware that things would not proceed smoothly, yet he underestimated the depth of Severus's concern over the matter. What Harry failed to understand was that Severus's vehement reaction stemmed not merely from his own feelings. Severus, please allow me to explain. Go ahead, speak your mind. I am curious to see how today your eloquence will turn white into black and death into life, my illustrious and magnanimous Professor Howard. Severus felt his anger surging, recalling how he had begrudgingly agreed to help Harry keep the matter confidential, recognizing that he too bore some fault in the situation, thus enduring the silent resentment. Yet, what he had just heard from Harry's lips was utterly baffling. How could he ask him to continue improving the Wolfsbane potion while involving the very Lupin who had harmed him? While it was true that Lupin's transformation into a werewolf was not his fault, neither was it Severus's, and he could not fathom Harry's mindset in proposing such a thing. Was it simply because Lupin was a friend of James? The thought of Harry's concern for others ignited a fire within Severus, compelling him to fixate on Harry, eager to hear what he would say next. Severus, consider this. The reason you halted your research was due to the lack of a werewolf's cooperation. Now that an opportunity presents itself, why not seize it? Moreover, if you successfully improve the Wolfsbane potion, imagine the accolades you will receive. Wouldn't that alleviate your frustrations? Harry earnestly articulated the benefits this endeavor would bring to Severus, and although he had initially been angry, the tone of Harry's words, so clearly aimed at his welfare, extinguished the flames of his ire. Is what you say true? Is it solely because this endeavor would benefit me, and not for any other reason? Severus inquired, his voice dry and devoid of emotion. Absolutely. Think about it. When else could you find a willing werewolf to assist you with potion testing? Furthermore, should you succeed, the advantages you gain will far exceed your expectations. Upon hearing Harry's reassurances, Severus felt his agitation dissipate. He had indeed been somewhat impulsive. However, Harry's words could not help but lead to misunderstandings, especially since he had been the first to request that Severus keep the matter a secret after it occurred. But Professor, how can you guarantee that Lupin will be willing to help me test the potion? Given the initial formula's uncertainties, who can predict the side effects? Severus, you need not worry about that. I will persuade Lupin to participate. As for the potion, I trust you will not encounter any issues. Oh, do you truly have such faith in me, Professor? Of course. After all, you are a prodigy in potion making. Harry thought to himself that Severus was destined to be the youngest master of potions. If he could not trust him, whom could he trust? Severus, oblivious to Harry's internal musings, sensed the unwavering trust and affirmation in Harry's voice. Such unreserved confidence delighted Severus, causing him to slightly narrow his eyes. Yet, he quickly reverted to his usual stoic demeanor, contemplating the feasibility of Harry's proposal. Certainly, success in this endeavor would yield immense benefits, but he could never shake off the guilt over Harry's injuries. Had it not been for his own recklessness that day, Harry would not have screamed in alarm to save himself, and had it not been for Lupin's concealment of his werewolf nature, Harry would never have been harmed. Severus understood that he was merely displacing his anger, but the fact remained that Harry had been injured, and this matter had been brushed aside so lightly. He had not even heard of any disciplinary action taken against those responsible. With this in mind, Severus was struck by a sudden thought. It was time to act. And now was the moment to test his acting skills. Professor, I would like to know how the school intends to address this situation, Severus inquired slowly. The outcome? What outcome? Is this not a matter of the past? Is it? Professor, is that truly how you perceive it? Even though I nearly lost my life, all I received in return was a light dismissal of the matter? Severus had initially intended to acquiesce, but upon reconsideration, this was an opportunity presented to him by Harry, and he could not afford to squander it. No, Severus, do not misunderstand. Harry hastily attempted to clarify after hearing Severus's feigned dissatisfaction, only to be interrupted. Whether or not I have misunderstood is of little consequence, Professor. I simply wish for you to consider my feelings first in any future matters. If you can do that, then this issue will be resolved for me. Harry readily agreed, as it seemed a trivial request, yet he remained unaware that some matters begin with small concessions, gradually become habitual, and ultimately penetrate the very marrow of one's being. They then commenced a discussion centered around the wolfsbane potion, with Harry primarily seeking to ascertain the progress Severus had made in his research so that he could have a solid basis when addressing Lupin about the matter. Severus elaborated in detail to Harry about the extent of his research on wolfsbane potion, with the current focus being on determining the precise quantities and ratios of several potion ingredients. Provided that Lupin was willing to cooperate, this data should be resolved swiftly. The following day, after hearing Severus's words, Harry sought out Lupin. Upon learning that the ultimate goal of the potion's enhancement was to prevent werewolves from transforming during the full moon, allowing them to retain their human form, Lupin was immediately intrigued. Harry then relayed the approximate progress Severus had made on the potion's modification, and upon understanding that finalizing the ingredient quantities would lead to completion, Lupin readily agreed, stating he would do anything to assist Severus in his experiment if it meant success. Lupin, have you truly considered this? You must understand that during the testing of the potion, unforeseen circumstances may arise, and your condition could worsen, Harry cautioned. Professor, I have made my decision. Regardless of success or failure, I will voice no complaints. Besides, my situation is already dire. How could it possibly become worse? Lupin replied resolutely. Harry fell into a long silence upon hearing Lupin's words. He was acutely aware of Lupin's suffering, but could not genuinely empathize with it. All he could do was strive to assist him in escaping his current predicament. He believed that the enhancement of the wolfsbane potion would indeed succeed. He was merely expediting the process a little. However, Harry was unaware that all matters in this world were already marked with a price, and once sold, no responsibility was taken. Chapter 49, Successful Modification. After discussing matters with Lupin, Harry made his way to the headmaster's office, where he unexpectedly encountered Grindelwald. Observing the unnatural expression on Dumbledore's face, Harry chose to remain silent. Initially, he feigned ignorance of Grindelwald, and after Dumbledore introduced him under a false identity, Grindelwald was promptly dismissed by Dumbledore, casting a fierce glare at Harry from a hidden corner, blaming him for causing Albus to signal for his departure. Harry certainly noticed Grindelwald's glare, but could he be blamed? He had pressing matters to discuss with Dumbledore, unlike that old charlatan who merely loitered about. Once Grindelwald had left, Harry shared Lupin's situation with Dumbledore, who wholeheartedly supported the endeavor. Satisfied with the response he received, Harry departed, but not far from the headmaster's office. He caught sight of a shadow darting into the room at an alarming speed. With a slight roll of his eyes, he proceeded to seek out Severus. What a splendid day it was, full of sunshine and the melody of birdsong. Inside the headmaster's office, Grindelwald was expressing his dissatisfaction to Dumbledore. What is it that must be discussed behind my back? Must you signal for me to leave with your eyes? Am I truly so repugnant? Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose, unable to comprehend how a person could undergo such a drastic transformation in such a short span of time. He had previously thought that his own leniency was warranted, but it now appeared that the phrase taking advantage of one's kindness was tailor-made for this individual. Gale, you are of considerable age. Kindly refrain from speaking in such a sarcastic tone. We had pressing matters to discuss, Dumbledore rebuked. Ah, now you disdain my age? What pressing matters could possibly be beyond my ears? Grindelwald retorted, inciting laughter from Dumbledore in exasperation. How had this man become so brazen? Dumbledore pondered where his own judgment had faltered in the past. Gale, do enlighten me on why you have sought me today. And for goodness sake, speak normally. Without that tone, Dumbledore insisted. Grindelwald, sensing Dumbledore's warning, quickly composed himself. He had no desire to be expelled from the office, nor to be denied access for several days thereafter. I have heard from the saints that a remarkable figure has recently emerged in the British wizarding world, purportedly a descendant of Slytherin. The title certainly sounds intimidating, he remarked. Dumbledore recognized immediately whom Grindelwald referred to, realizing that Tom's actions were gaining momentum, to the point that even the saints had caught wind of it. Just a lost soul, nothing more. What else have your people heard? Is there a reward for my efforts in uncovering this information for you? As he observed Grindelwald, Dumbledore lowered his gaze to continue perusing the documents in his hands. He could easily acquire news about Tom himself, and he had no intention of allowing this man to leverage the opportunity for some so-called reward. After all, this was a school, and he could hardly afford to lose face. Recalling the cabinet filled with specially made shrinking potions, Dumbledore felt a surge of irritation. He wondered if the saints had disbanded, for how else could this rogue continue to linger before him? Grindelwald, sensing the need to retreat, began to share the information he had gathered from the saints before Dumbledore's temper could boil over. After updating Dumbledore, Harry returned to his office, awaiting Severus's arrival to relay the news so he could commence his preparations. When Severus arrived after class, Harry broached the subject. Severus, unperturbed by Harry's words, began to contemplate how best to accommodate his werewolf friend. Though he had agreed to assist in enhancing the wolfsbane potion, it was the potion's efficacy that mattered most. The taste was a trivial concern for someone devoted to potion making. Thus, the arduous journey of Lupin's trials with the potion commenced. Each sip felt as if he had been struck by the potion itself. It was utterly repugnant. Yet, with each iteration, he began to notice gradual improvements. And so he remained silent. Severus was certainly aware of the potion's taste, but he felt powerless. In his pursuit of enabling the werewolf to maintain his human form during the full moon, he had explored numerous methods, enduring countless failures. Initially, it was Harry's persuasion that led him to engage with the wolfsbane potion, but as he delved deeper, his own ambitions began to take shape. If he could successfully modify the potion, his status would undoubtedly rise. Severus mused that his professor was sometimes too naive. Genuinely believing that he had agreed to help modify the potion out of a sense of honor, it was merely a reflection of his own aspirations. Once he grasped his true intentions, Severus began plotting, only to find that Harry unwittingly presented him with the opportunity before he could even initiate his plans. With a smirk at the thought of Harry feeling indebted over this matter, Severus chuckled internally, wondering if his professor was prepared for what was to come. As he would gradually begin to occupy Harry's thoughts until his desires were fulfilled, Severus dedicated considerable effort to this endeavor. Harry frequently witnessed him toiling tirelessly over the potion, even narrowly escaping poisoning in the hospital wing once due to a toxic concoction he had been working on. Seeing Severus so consumed by his request filled Harry with a sense of guilt, as he comprehended just how challenging the enhancement of the wolfsbane potion truly was. During this period, Harry was exceedingly attentive to Severus, striving to accommodate any requests he made, feeling compelled to contribute in some manner lest his conscience weigh heavily upon him. Moreover, after Severus once lost track of time in his fervent work, Harry expanded his own room's space and added another bed to provide Severus with a place to rest. At first, Severus was reluctant, expressing to Harry that such an arrangement would disturb his rest. However, Harry swiftly made a decisive declaration, asserting that there was no significant inconvenience for either of them. To alleviate Severus's concerns, Harry adorned both beds with canopies, reassuring him, and thus, Severus began to rest on that bed intermittently. Initially, Harry found it somewhat unsettling, having not shared a room with anyone for many years. Yet, during his time at Gryffindor, he had shared a dormitory with 3 others, and Severus had a commendable sleeping habit that would not disrupt him. Soon, he acclimatized to the arrangement. Thanks to Severus's diligent efforts, the wolfsbane potion was swiftly improved. In truth, Severus had already conducted extensive research, but he lacked the core data to substantiate his hypotheses. With Remus's involvement, Severus rapidly acquired the essential information he sought. Remarkably, in the month following the successful modification, Remus experienced his first full moon without transforming since becoming a werewolf. After taking the potion, he lost consciousness, only to awaken the next morning. As he lay in his dormitory bed, the realization struck him that he had peacefully navigated the previous night, and he was overcome with tears of joy. He no longer had to fear the full moon. The years of trepidation had rendered him taciturn, but from that day forth, he was a man capable of envisioning a future. James and the others, witnessing Remus's emotional state, rushed to embrace him tightly, offering words of comfort until he gradually calmed down. Surrounded by his friends, an unprecedented radiant smile illuminated Remus's face, sparkling with joy. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of flowers, invigorating the senses. Chapter 50, Alliances and Tests. Since Severus successfully improved the wolfsbane potion, James had ceased to trouble him as frequently. However, Harry believed the root cause lay with Lily, for she had finally become James's girlfriend after his persistent courtship. Initially, upon hearing the news, Harry harbored concerns for Severus, as he had always perceived Severus to have harbored feelings for Lily. Yet, observing Severus's demeanor, Harry could find no trace of sorrow. Convinced that Severus must be experiencing profound sadness, Harry recalled that individuals under extreme emotional duress often display a lack of extraneous feelings. Thus, during that period, Harry approached Severus with utmost caution. Severus, of course, was not oblivious to Harry's unusual behavior. He initially intended to clarify the situation, but upon reflection, he recognized it as an opportune moment to seek comfort, thereby successfully garnering Harry's attentive care. Soon after, Severus was awarded the second-class Order of Merlin for his improvements to the wolfsbane potion, and the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association announced his membership, catapulting Severus into the spotlight as a renowned potion master. The Daily Prophet covered this development extensively for several consecutive days, and within Slytherin, any prior negative remarks about Severus swiftly vanished. Upon learning of this news, Voldemort became intrigued. A genius potion master could serve as a formidable asset if he were to join the Death Eaters. Consequently, Lucius naturally received this task. As a Malfoy, Lucius was not one to forego an opportunity to make an impression before the Dark Lord. Though he had graduated, he maintained correspondence with Severus, and he was confident in his approach. Lucius believed that Severus would not refuse such an opportunity, as few individuals garnered the Dark Lord's attention. After inquiring about Severus's availability, they arranged to meet during the holidays. Harry, of course, was aware of Lucius's invitation, having seen Severus's response when he casually inquired. Severus had mentioned that Lucius wished to meet him, seemingly to discuss something of importance. Upon hearing Lucius's name, alarm bells rang in Harry's mind. As he suddenly recalled a significant detail, it was Lucius who had recommended Severus to Voldemort upon his graduation. "Do you know what Lucius wants to discuss with you?" Harry asked tentatively. "I do not know. Perhaps he wants me to concoct another fruit-flavored potion for him." With a mind so steeped in such matters, it is difficult to conceive of any other reason for his summons, Severus replied. Harry did not entirely agree with Severus's assessment. Recognizing that Lucius had become a Death Eater and would undoubtedly seek to leverage his genius potion master for Voldemort's benefit. Nonetheless, he decided to gauge Severus's current disposition. "Severus, may I ask you something?" "Of course, Professor. What is your opinion of Voldemort? Are you referring to the self-proclaimed heir of Slytherin?" "Indeed. Would you consider joining him? Are you suggesting that Lucius's invitation might be at the behest of this Dark Lord?" "Perhaps. It is merely speculation, considering your illustrious reputation as a genius potion master." Harry had always admired Severus's keen insight, and this instance was no exception. Severus gently shook his head upon hearing Harry's words, realizing that his professor was perpetually attempting to provoke various reactions from him. "How shall I put it? He certainly sounds formidable, yet why must I join them? I have no interest in their endeavors. Moreover, I would much prefer to remain by your side than serve under that Dark Lord." Harry was taken aback by the significance he held in Severus's eyes. Though it was possible Severus had said it merely to appease him, Harry found solace in those words. However, he quickly recalled that Severus had once been intent on following Voldemort after graduation. With this prior knowledge, Harry could not afford to relax. He had nurtured Severus for years, not to cultivate an exceptional Death Eater for Voldemort. "I hope you remember my words today, Severus. Do not join the ranks of the Death Eaters. This is my only request. I refuse to witness such a vile mark upon your arm. You must remember that." Severus, observing Harry's sudden seriousness, readily acquiesced. He had never intended to join the Death Eaters. He aspired to pursue Harry after graduation. Furthermore, with Harry's strong aversion to the idea, he was even less inclined to do so. He had set his sights on the position of Professor Slughorn, after which he could remain close to Harry. For distance would hinder his plans. He had meticulously plotted his course, for his ultimate aim was to win Harry's heart. Harry regarded Severus's expression, uncertain of his true intentions. Nonetheless, as long as he was present, Voldemort would not succeed in branding his mark upon Severus's arm. He would remain vigilant, ensuring that Severus did not stray from the right path. Soon, the appointed time for Lucius and Severus's meeting arrived. Before Severus departed, Harry reiterated his countless warnings, imploring him not to acquiesce to any of Lucius's demands. Severus, witnessing Harry's earnestness, could only nod in agreement. The midday sun cast a drowsy haze, and Lucius, seated by the window, spotted Severus approaching from a distance. He immediately rose to greet him at the door, for it had been quite a while since he last saw his junior, who had come bearing a mission today. "Long time no see, Severus. How have you been?" "Much the same. Speak plainly, what brings you here today?" "You know I dislike beating about the bush, Lucius." "Ah, you remain as forthright as ever," Lucius shrugged, unconcerned by Severus's tone. He was well acquainted with Severus's disposition from their school days and had grown accustomed to his manner of speaking. "I am here primarily to extend an invitation for you to join us, Severus. Our master holds you in high regard, and I trust you would not decline such an honor, would you?" Severus, surprised by the accuracy of Harry's earlier comments, realized he would have to disappoint Lucius today. He had no desire to be cast out by Harry. "Lucius, I believe I must decline for now. I have yet to graduate, and my future plans require further contemplation. As for joining you, that discussion can wait until after my graduation." Lucius did not expect Severus to refuse, yet he discerned that there remained an opportunity, interpreting Severus's response as an attempt to increase his bargaining power. After all, the more valuable he appeared, the more his master would esteem him. Severus was merely cautious not to close the door too firmly, lest he provoke the Dark Lord and find himself in a precarious situation. Unbeknownst to him, Lucius had already concocted justifications in his mind. "Very well, it is your choice, and I shall respect it. After all, you are my friend." Lucius cast a knowing glance at Severus before deftly shifting the conversation to other matters. Severus, puzzled by Lucius's gaze, chose to disregard it, content as long as Lucius conveyed his message. As for future matters, he deemed it best to postpone the discussion. although Lucius did not achieve his objective. The conversation concluded harmoniously. A Malfoy would never jeopardize a relationship with a rising star like the potion's master over such trivialities. And Lucius could always concoct an excuse to extricate himself from the task at hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two departed. For Lucius had to return to report, while Severus needed to hurry back. He could not allow his professor to worry. Chapter 51, The Graduation Ball, Part 1. Upon returning, Lucius recast Severus's stance in his own words, and thus the version that reached Voldemort was that Severus believed his current abilities were insufficient to serve the Dark Lord, asserting that he would be qualified only after graduation. Voldemort was pleased with this response, and Lucius felt a surge of satisfaction at his master's approval. Ultimately, while he had not fulfilled the task at hand, the outcome was still quite favorable. Lucius was unafraid of his deception being uncovered. He understood well that Voldemort would not delve deeply into the matter, as it had merely been an impulsive assignment. At the very least, he had made Voldemort aware of Severus's admiration for him. This incident was soon forgotten by all, as it held little significance for Severus. As for Voldemort, he had no shortage of talent under his command, and Lucius certainly would not make it a topic of habitual discussion. When Severus returned, Harry scrutinized him with great concern, thoroughly inspecting his arms, fearing that Severus might return marked with the Dark Mark and declare himself a proud Death Eater. It was only after checking both of Severus's arms and finding nothing amiss that Harry breathed a sigh of relief, settling onto the sofa. Severus observed Harry's reaction, wanting to laugh, yet restraining himself, finding Harry's worry rather endearing. Nonetheless, he maintained a neutral tone as he spoke. "Professor, I have turned down Lucius's invitation. You can rest easy now." Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Severus's words, as if they implied he did not trust him. However, since Severus had declined, Harry refrained from further comment. Time passed, and under Severus's deliberate orchestration, Harry's life became increasingly intertwined with Severus's presence, to which Harry had grown accustomed. Before long, Severus was nearing graduation. Over the past few years, he had successfully established himself as a sought-after potions master within the British wizarding community, collaborating with Lucius to open a potion shop. Since Severus's refusal of Voldemort's invitation, Lucius had begun nurturing certain thoughts. After all, Severus had previously cooperated with his family. He was merely bringing that collaboration into the open. Severus was initially non-committal regarding Lucius's proposal, as he would only be providing potions, leaving other matters to others. As long as he did not incur losses, he saw no reason to refuse. However, Harry remained wary of the partnership with Lucius and cautioned him to exercise caution. Severus, of course, heeded Harry's advice. If his professor urged him to be careful, he could not simply acquiesce without thought. Thus, Lucius, who had been elated, soon found himself presented with a slew of conditions from Severus that necessitated concessions on his part. The terms Severus proposed were just within the realm of what Lucius could accept, indicating that his junior had indeed matured significantly over the years. When Severus shared the newly drafted terms with Harry, Harry found it hard to believe, for Malfoys were notoriously focused on profit. To relinquish such gains seemed contrary to their established nature. Severus, noticing Harry's skepticism, explained that the favorable terms stemmed from the personal rapport between Lucius and himself, thus necessitating some convolutions in the arrangement. Harry's understanding of certain matters was limited, and Severus would not willingly divulge more, for knowing too much could prove detrimental. Before long, Severus had successfully passed his newts, and now he faced the final event of his student life, the upcoming ball, a celebration of graduation. In the week leading up to the ball, certain individuals from Slytherin began to stir restlessly, for with Severus's current standing, aligning themselves with him could spell rejuvenation for some fallen noble families. After having dispelled what felt like countless love potions affixed to gifts, Severus sought refuge in Harry's office. As he had no classes to attend and decided to make it his temporary haven, Harry found himself in a state of exasperation as the gifts were sent anonymously, making it impossible to ascertain responsibility. Although Severus, as a potions master, would be immune to such tricks, Harry still agreed to Severus's request for safety's sake. Since Severus established a resting place in the office, Slytherin's dormitory had become little more than a formality, as Severus essentially transformed Harry's office into his own quarters. Harry had mentioned this numerous times, but Severus always had an excuse, whether it was late-night research, a recent creative block needing Harry's reassurance, or simply a failed potion that left him unwilling to be alone. Over the years, Harry observed Severus as he emotionlessly concocted various excuses to avoid returning to the dormitory. Initially, Harry teased Severus, commenting on how he seemed to be growing increasingly delicate. However, as time passed, he grew weary of engaging with him. Severus, on the other hand, felt quite pleased with Harry's demeanor, for Harry's gradual concessions would eventually embed themselves as habitual memories. This way, he could slowly ensnare Harry, rendering him unable to escape. Severus, hiding in my office indefinitely is not a sustainable solution. After all, you must attend the ball and eventually invite a partner, lest you be mocked for attending alone. Harry remarked. Are you genuinely concerned about this matter, Professor? Severus countered, redirecting the inquiry back to Harry. Of course. I've watched you grow up with great care. If I don't worry, who will? Then rest assured, I am no longer that vulnerable Severus who could be easily bullied. As Severus spoke, he casually draped an arm over Harry's shoulders and settled onto the sofa, leaning languidly against him. Noting the sharpness in Severus's words, Harry lifted his gaze to scrutinize the young man before him. He realized that Severus had long outgrown the frail figure from his memories. Now, he stood tall with long limbs, his pallor a result of years spent away from sunlight. Harry's earlier concerns manifested when he noticed that Severus had reached a height comparable to his own by their 6th year, and now he towered over Harry. Although not overtly muscular, Severus's physique was well-proportioned, particularly his broad shoulders, which exuded a sense of security. His obsidian eyes sparkled with a brilliance Harry had never witnessed before, and beneath a prominent nose lay perpetually pressed lips, emanating an aura that discouraged approach. In that moment, Harry realized that Severus was no longer the child requiring his protection. He felt an acute awareness of Severus's transformation, a realization that had eluded him until now due to Severus's constant presence. Severus, keenly aware of Harry's shifting gaze, recognized that this reaction was a result of his deliberate efforts. Otherwise, he would remain viewed merely as a child in Harry's eyes, a notion he could not abide. Chapter 52, The Graduation Ball, Part 2. At that moment, Severus's presence had undergone a profound shift in Harry's perception. Uncertain of the cause, Harry suddenly felt the distance between them had become uncomfortably close, igniting a sense of unease within him. Observing Harry's change in demeanor, Severus's gaze darkened slightly. Although he had initially harbored little hope for his plan, it now appeared to be bearing fruit. Professor, I have devised a solution that will not only resolve this predicament, but also allow me to remain here until the ball commences. Harry pondered for a while, struggling to deduce what Severus's remedy could be. Could it be that he already had a desired partner in mind? The thought prompted Harry to instinctively dismiss his discomfort and voice his curiosity. What clever solution do you propose? Do share. Severus noted Harry's evasive glance and reminded himself to be patient. They had ample time ahead. As long as you accompany me as my partner, all issues will be resolved. Won't they? It is both convenient and efficient. Me? Your partner? Severus, do you truly understand what you are suggesting? Is there a problem, Professor? This isn't merely about willingness, Harry retorted, unable to glean the information he sought from Severus's perpetually stoic expression. He never anticipated that Severus's solution would entail him acting as his dance partner. Severus, observing Harry's reaction, remained impassive and continued, Professor, this is an excellent plan. I have no one else I wish to invite, and it would be rather troublesome to do so. It would be far simpler to attend with you. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Upon hearing that Severus had no one else in mind, Harry suddenly recalled Lily. He realized that ever since Lily and James had become a couple, Severus had seldom sought her out. Had he been wounded, sealing his heart away in the process? Lost in thought, Harry failed to respond, and Severus, noticing Harry's distracted demeanor, pinched his cheek. Professor, I am asking you a question. Yet you seem to be lost in your own world. I am not. Stop making baseless accusations. And how many times must I say it? Do not pinch my face. I am your professor, and such behavior could lead to point deductions. Severus quickly withdrew his hand, reverting to his previous expressionless demeanor as he reiterated his question. Initially, Harry was resistant to the idea, feeling it strange for two males to attend a ball together. However, Severus was not about to let this opportunity slip away. This was not just an ordinary ball. He intended to gradually make it clear to Harry that he was no longer merely his student, nor the child he once thought he was. Ultimately, under Severus's insistence, Harry found himself compelled to acquiesce to Severus's request. It seemed to have become a habit. Whatever Severus sought to achieve, Harry invariably yielded in the end. Upon hearing Harry's agreement, Severus coughed lightly, covering the upturn of his lips with his hand. For he needed to conceal his emotions lest Harry reconsider. Now that Harry had accepted the invitation to the ball, he could not remain in the office idly. After all, he had yet to prepare his attire, and Severus's robes also needed to be arranged in advance. Furthermore, he wondered whether Severus could dance. This thought piqued Harry's curiosity, as he had never previously considered Severus in this light. Without hesitation, he inquired, Severus, if we are to attend the ball, do you know how to dance? Severus regarded Harry, clearly unaware that private gatherings at Slytherin House often included dances. Although he had never participated himself, he had learned the basics of dance as a form of social etiquette under Lucius's supervision. However, could Severus admit to Harry that he could dance? The answer was obvious. Thus, Harry assumed the role of an impromptu dance instructor. Yet, when it came to assigning dance steps, he found himself in a quandary. Should he teach Severus the male steps or the female ones? Severus, oblivious to Harry's inner turmoil, simply asked what he was contemplating. Harry candidly explained his dilemma, prompting Severus to reflect on the matter, but ultimately deferring the decision to Harry. Whatever you decide, Professor. As long as I am dancing with you, I am content. So there is no need for concern. However, upon hearing Severus's words, Harry felt even more conflicted. He was accustomed to dancing the male steps, but did not wish to impose the female steps on Severus. Severus, perceiving Harry's ongoing indecision, was unwilling to let him fret over such trivialities. Professor, let us go with the male steps. After all, I am just starting to learn. It matters not what style we choose. Harry felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing Severus's words, recognizing that he was attempting to alleviate his discomfort. Consequently, Harry finally resolved to teach Severus the male steps. Severus smiled faintly at Harry's decision and fell silent. In due course, Harry took Severus to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to order a set of formal attire for both of them. He had initially intended to consult Lily, but was informed by Severus that they needn't concern themselves with Lily's dress. Harry suddenly realized that James and Lily had been together for quite some time. Thus, it was undoubtedly James who was responsible for Lily's gown. Nonetheless, he still inquired Lily about it, and, upon receiving the expected response, chose to let the matter rest. Severus, however, felt a twinge of discomfort when Harry questioned Lily. Over the years, Harry had been exceptionally kind to him, but he had also shown great affection towards Lily and even to James and the others. Sometimes, Severus found himself questioning whether, in Harry's eyes, every student was entitled to his care, though he and T observed Harry extending the same warmth to anyone beyond that circle. On one occasion, Severus had subtly probed Harry, asking if he treated each student with the same kindness he afforded him. Harry immediately denied it, providing Severus with a modicum of comfort. When Severus mentioned James and the others, Harry merely attributed his special treatment to his connection with Lily, explaining that James was Lily's boyfriend. Lupin had contributed to Severus's potion improvements, and Sirius was a close friend of both James and Lupin. Severus seized upon a flaw in Harry's reasoning, noting that he had omitted Peter from his list. However, the flicker of hatred and disdain that crossed Harry's eyes at the mere mention of Peter was unmistakable to Severus. Although Harry rationalized that Peter's presence was too negligible to be remembered, Severus found it hard to believe. Yet, he decided not to press the issue further as it didn't seem significant. As Severus observed Harry intently selecting the style of the gown, he reminded himself not to rush. After all, they had already graduated, and soon these individuals would no longer be in their lives. The most pressing concern at present was the upcoming ball. Severus had already spoken to Dumbledore following his examination success, and Dumbledore assured him that, provided he did not change his mind after graduation, he would become the potions master at Hogwarts in the next term. Professor Slughorn was elated upon hearing this news, as he had long desired a reprieve but hadn't found a suitable successor until Severus had presented himself. Naturally, he promptly submitted his resignation to Dumbledore. While watching the oblivious Harry, Severus began to concoct a plan in his mind. My dear Professor, are you prepared? It is time to cast my net. And I hope you will be ensnared swiftly, lest I resort to more cunning measures. Chapter 53, The Graduation Ball, Part 3. As Harry finalized the gown design with Madame Malkin and prepared to seek Severus's opinion, he inadvertently locked eyes with Severus, who had not yet masked his emotions. Taken aback by the possessiveness flickering in Severus's gaze, Harry hesitated. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, Severus had composed himself and inquired about Harry's selection. Harry dismissed the incident, attributing it to his own misinterpretation, convinced that Severus could not possibly exhibit such a demeanor toward him. Once Severus redirected Harry's attention, he sighed with relief, grateful that Harry had not discerned his emotional turmoil. Otherwise, the ensuing events could have become problematic. Madame Malkin handed the catalogue to Severus for a clearer view of Harry's chosen gown style, to which Severus expressed no objection. Ultimately, Harry made the final decision, and after agreeing on a time with Madame Malkin, the two departed. As they exited the shop, Harry suddenly recalled the scene from their first year when Severus had escorted both him and Lily to Diagon Alley. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "Back then, when I first brought you and Lily here, you were so indifferent to me. Your demeanor was quite frosty." Severus remained silent, well aware that Harry was about to commence his daily performance. Sure enough, when Harry noted Severus's lack of response, he continued, "How could such a small person exhibit such a stark contrast in attitude towards Lily and me? I was quite hurt, thinking you despised me." Severus, who had been quietly listening, interjected softly, "No, how could I ever dislike you?" However, his voice was too faint for Harry to hear. "Severus, what did you say?" "Nothing. I merely suggested we should hasten our departure. We have matters to attend to. What else is there to do that I am unaware of? Harry inquired, puzzled. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided to follow Severus, curious about what the matter might be, unbeknownst to him that Severus was merely changing the subject. After retrieving the gown, their sole task became for Harry to instruct Severus prior to the ball. Thus, in the days leading up to the event, Harry conducted intensive training sessions with Severus. Harry felt an odd sensation whenever he taught Severus, as if Severus's breath brushed against his earlobe, a discomfort that he attributed to his own imagination. However, seeing Severus's earnest expression, he concluded he was likely overthinking it. Severus observed Harry's diligent efforts to instruct him, a smile subtly forming in his eyes. His professor always took such care in his pursuits, which only strengthened his resolve to hold on tighter. As Harry continued to explain the movements, he suddenly felt an intense gaze fixed upon him. Scanning the vicinity, he found no source for the scrutiny and ultimately dismissed it, chalking it up to his imagination. Though convinced he had slept soundly the previous night, today felt peculiar. Noticing Harry's distraction, Severus asked, "Professor, is there something amiss with my movements?" "Oh no. Your form is impeccable. It's just that I have an inexplicable feeling that someone is watching us, though it seems there is no one there." Severus, maintaining his composure, discreetly averted his gaze and replied, "Perhaps you're simply fatigued. Why don't you take a brief respite? I believe I have grasped the movements well enough. We can practice them in full later and conclude today's training." After some contemplation, Harry agreed, feeling that Severus had nearly mastered the technique. Following a brief rest, they successfully wrapped up the day's training, and the mysterious gaze that had unsettled Harry did not return. Thus, Harry successfully taught Severus before the ball, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment. After all, Severus had learned swiftly and executed the movements splendidly. Harry attributed all of this to his own teaching prowess, internally commending himself. "Well done, Harry." The ball commenced smoothly, with this year's graduates entering the hall in succession, accompanied by their partners, all resplendent in their attire, illuminating the hall with their brilliance. Lower year students had also arrived early. Although it was a graduation ball, all students and faculty were welcome, leading to a considerable turnout. The moment Harry and Severus stepped into the hall together, holding arms, a hush fell over the crowd, and whispers soon erupted among the students. Watching this unfolding scene with resignation, Harry had anticipated such a reaction and initially intended for Severus to enter solo, planning to join once the ball officially commenced. However, Severus had resolutely refused. "Professor, you cannot let me enter alone. It would be quite embarrassing." As Harry gazed at Severus, who spoke with a stoic expression devoid of emotion, he nearly succumbed to believing Severus's words. Yet, despite Harry's reluctance, the outcome was all too apparent. Observing the students and professors whispering and stealing glances at them, Harry felt a familiar ache beginning to throb in his head. He chastised himself for his softness, but fortunately, Lily's arrival provided a much-needed reprieve. "Professor, you've come as well." Lily's cheerful voice resonated from behind. Turning, Harry beheld Lily, radiant and sprinting towards them. Today, she was dressed exquisitely, and as Harry admired his vibrant mother, an unsettling fear blossomed within him. Would he truly succeed in ensuring their survival? Ever vigilant, Severus noticed the shift in Harry's demeanor. Although he was unaware of the cause, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulders. "Professor, are you feeling unwell?" Harry, coming back to himself, caught sight of Severus's concerned expression. He hadn't registered Severus's gesture and merely replied that he was fine, perhaps just momentarily distracted. Harry promptly adjusted his demeanor, regardless of what lay ahead. He needed to focus on completing today's task successfully. Seeing Harry regain his composure, Severus refrained from further inquiry, yet he did not withdraw his arm from Harry's shoulder. As Lily approached, she was greeted by the sight of Severus with his arm around Harry, both of them leaning in and whispering to one another. An idea flitted through Lily's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Nevertheless, Severus's posture was indeed conducive to misinterpretation. "Professor, how is it that you and Severus arrived together? Did you not bring a dance partner?" As Lily posed her question, James, trailing closely behind, joined her. Harry, noting the somewhat awkward position between them as Lily approached, signaled for Severus to release him and turned to greet her. "Lily, why are you running so fast?" Harry stammered, nearly uttering a name that should not be spoken in such company. It seemed that this gentleman was nearing graduation. With a mind retaining little of significance, otherwise he would not be asking such absurd questions, Severus remarked with a wry smile directed at James. Considering the special nature of the evening, Severus opted not to engage in conflict with James. Despite his confusion regarding Lily's choice of partner, he chose to respect her decision. After all, only Lily could manage that foolish young man. As he contemplated this, he observed Harry, who was stifling laughter, a hint of amusement glimmering in Severus's eyes. Moreover, for the sake of tonight's ball, his professor had gone to great lengths for him. He could not allow that dimwit to ruin the evening. Harry, noticing the look Severus cast his way, responded with a beaming smile, causing Severus to suppress the emotions bubbling within him. He found himself impatiently awaiting the unfolding of the evening. Chapter 54, A Perfect Conclusion. Just as James prepared to retort, Harry interjected, with graduation just around the corner. I hope you all can enjoy this ball tonight. So, gentlemen, shall we pause this pointless quarrel? Although addressed to all, Harry's gaze was primarily fixed on James, aiming to quell his combative father, lest the night devolve into chaos. James, feeling the weight of Harry's gaze, looked rather aggrieved. Just as he was about to speak, Lily's gaze drifted over, prompting him to break into a grin. Of course, Professor, here's to a delightful evening for us all. No sooner had James finished his sentence than Lily tugged him aside, instructing him to find Sirius while she exchanged a few words with the professor and Severus. Initially reluctant to leave, James bolted as Lily raised her hand, eager to avoid her wrath. Harry doubled over in laughter at James's hasty retreat, determined to relive that moment through the pensive later. Severus, observing Harry's amusement, found his own mood darkening. How could his professor smile so broadly at that fool? He instinctively positioned himself to obstruct James's exit. Professor, where are your dance partners? Lily persisted, having not received an answer earlier, and soon uncovered the truth. Oh, Severus asked me to be his partner for the evening. As I had no one in mind to invite, I thought it would suffice. It will be over soon enough. Harry replied, oblivious to the fleeting emotion in Severus's eyes. A peculiar sense of dissonance arose within Lily. She was aware that many Slytherin students vied for the opportunity to dance with Severus. However, she decided it was none of her concern. Perhaps they simply found the prospect too troublesome. Ever since she began dating James, Severus had often claimed that he would be a distraction, thus withdrawing from her life. Yet, she sensed the reasons were more complex. After she had voiced her opposition to Severus's study of dark arts, she felt his gradual distancing. Initially dismissing it, but eventually realizing the validity of her concerns. Once, Lily had inquired about the reason for his withdrawal, to which Severus had replied, the reason is inconsequential. Since you have made your choice, I can only wish you well. Severus understood that he and Lily were ultimately from different worlds. Any further entanglement would only lead to mutual destruction. He had discovered a light within himself, rendering him less fixated on the flicker of light that had once been Lily. Lily felt a pang of disappointment at Severus's distance. After all, he was her best friend. But with his words lingering in the air, she found herself at a loss, unable to respond, and so she let it rest for the moment. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. I will seek out James now. Goodbye, Professor Severus. Lily concealed her emotions as she bid farewell to Harry and the others, turning to make her way towards James. Watching Lily depart, Harry quickly glanced at Severus. Relieved to see his demeanor unaffected, he feared that Severus might feel a twinge of sadness at the sight of Lily with James. However, observing Severus's expression, Harry realized he had overthought the matter. Severus appeared to have come to terms with it, and Harry felt reassured. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself enveloped by Severus's arm. It dawned on him that the ball had commenced without his notice, and he was compelled to move in sync with Severus's lead. Professor, were you about to say something? Severus's lips brushed against Harry's ear as he inquired softly. The once youthful clarity of his voice had matured into a deep, magnetic timbre that was utterly captivating. However, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort at Severus's breath against his ear. He subtly tilted his head, distancing himself from Severus's proximity, and assured him that there was nothing to discuss. Severus, naturally aware of Harry's movements, had deliberately provoked this reaction and was not about to let him escape so easily. Tightening his grip around Harry's waist, he caught Harry off guard, causing him to stumble into Severus's embrace. Severus immediately placed his hands on Harry's waist upon witnessing the situation. Professor, are you all right? Someone passed by just now, and I feared you might be knocked into, so I pulled you back. Upon hearing Severus's words, Harry waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. However, he couldn't help but notice that the warmth of Severus's hands felt somewhat excessive, prompting him to gently tug at Severus's grip. Severus instantly retracted his hand, for there was no rush in the moment. Harry sensed a peculiar tension lingering between them. Thus he released Severus's grip. Just as the music concluded, the crowd began to disperse momentarily before the next dance, compelling Harry to distance himself from Severus. Are you tired, Professor? Severus narrowed his eyes slightly at Harry's actions, wondering if he sensed something amiss. No. I simply feel a bit warm and wish to step outside for some fresh air. Then allow me to accompany you, Professor. The crowd here is rather overwhelming. Without waiting for Harry to decline, Severus grasped Harry's arm, leading him away from the hall. Once outside, they strolled leisurely down the corridor. How are you feeling today, Severus? What are your plans after graduation? Harry, keenly aware of the awkward atmosphere, sought to divert the conversation, feeling an overwhelming urge to flee from the peculiarities of Severus that evening. I'm quite happy today, as I have the professor by my side. Will you continue to accompany me in the future? The dreadful dialogue ignited an odd sensation in Harry's heart. Haha. You haven't mentioned what you wish to pursue after graduation. He could only clumsily shift the topic, sensing that something was amiss with Severus's earlier statement. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint the issue. Hasn't Professor Dumbledore informed you yet? I will assume the role of potions master at Hogwarts next semester, as Professor Slughorn wishes to retire. Oh, I see. Congratulations. While Harry felt no genuine surprise, he managed to feign a modicum of enthusiasm. Yet he was somewhat confused, recalling that Severus had initially applied for this very position himself. Nonetheless, with so many changes afoot, Harry decided not to dwell on it. After a while, they returned to the Great Hall until the ball concluded. Harry declined Severus's invitation to accompany him back to his office, sensing that something was off with Severus that evening. His instincts urged him to maintain distance. Thus, Severus's final plans were thwarted, and he raised an eyebrow at Harry's retreating figure as he made his way to the office. Perhaps he had indeed become a tad too self-satisfied today, but there would be plenty of time ahead. The process mattered little as long as the outcome aligned with his desires. Severus turned, gradually merging with the darkness, the corridor behind him eerily vacant, silent, and enigmatic. Chapter 55, The Potions Master. In the days that followed, Severus monopolized nearly all of Harry's holiday under the pretense of being uncertain how to teach his course. Consequently, Harry lamented that Severus's ascension to the role of professor was proving to be more exhausting than his own experience. The holiday swiftly evaporated amidst Harry's incessant grumbling. And due to Severus's newfound status, they now commuted to school together. As Severus had taken over all of Professor Slughorn's duties, it was only natural for him to become the head of Slytherin House. Since Severus's office was located in the dungeons, it was somewhat distant from Harry's office. Severus proposed that Harry relocate his office next door, given the abundance of vacant rooms. However, Harry declined the suggestion, feeling that Severus had grown increasingly peculiar since the ball. Therefore, he made a concerted effort to keep his distance whenever Severus was unoccupied, sensing that trouble might arise otherwise. Due to Harry's keen intuition, he began to unconsciously evade Severus's advances. Noticing this subtle shift, Severus refrained from pressing too hard, for he had ample time to plot. On the first day of school, Harry had no classes but was curious about Severus's inaugural lecture. He stealthily approached the classroom door to observe, eager to see if Severus would mirror his past teaching demeanor. After surreptitiously watching the entire lesson, Harry concluded that Severus remained the formidable, fearsome king of the dungeons. While the current Severus seemed somewhat inexperienced, his ability to unleash venom had already begun to evolve, unlike Harry's memories of Severus's cold, indiscriminate assaults on students. The present Severus adeptly pinpointed errors before unleashing his piercing gaze, followed by a targeted and devastating critique. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at the student who trembled, vacant-eyed, after being chastised for not paying attention, silently wishing for Merlin's protection, before discreetly slipping away while Severus remained oblivious. In truth, Severus had noticed Harry's presence shortly after the lesson commenced, yet he chose to remain silent, curious to see Harry's intentions. As a result, he observed Harry attentively throughout the class, only for him to leave afterward. Severus was aware that Harry had been avoiding him lately, yet he couldn't help but worry, causing his expression to grow increasingly serious while the students in the classroom dared not utter a sound. Unbeknownst to Harry, Severus's thoughts were consumed with concern as he walked back to his office, shivering at the recollection of the icy words Severus had uttered earlier. Had he encountered this version of Severus, he likely would have wept copiously. Harry mused that the Severus of his memories would only reprimand him, while the current Severus might very well bring about his demise. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the dreadful notion from his mind. It was indeed quite terrifying. Soon, lunchtime arrived. As Harry settled into his usual spot, he spotted Severus making his way to the staff table. He intended to invite Severus to sit beside him, only to be taken aback when Severus bypassed him to occupy a seat at the far end. Harry remained momentarily stunned as Severus took his seat, and when the food finally appeared, he felt an undeniable sense of disappointment watching Severus eat his lunch at a leisurely pace. He couldn't fathom why he felt such disillusionment, nor could he comprehend why Severus had ignored him. Surely, he hadn't angered Severus recently? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was it possible that his recent avoidance had upset Severus? But he hadn't intended to do so. The changes in Severus had been utterly bizarre. Gazing at his plate, Harry found his appetite waning, and after hastily consuming a few bites, he departed the great hall for his office, while Severus, who had been observing Harry, secretly smirked. Severus pondered, Ah, my dear professor. Being needed can indeed become an addiction. Suddenly being ignored can be rather unpleasant, can it not? I must allow you to experience a taste of my own feelings of grievance, lest you remain oblivious to my plight. In the following days, Severus refrained from visiting Harry in his office, until Harry finally cornered him after class. Severus, why haven't you been coming to my office to brew potions lately? Are you upset with me? Severus regarded Harry without a word, first retrieving his wand to lock the classroom door, before pulling Harry into a face-to-face seat and finally speaking. Professor, have you forgotten? I now have my own office, so it is unlikely that I will continue to intrude upon you. Moreover, does it matter to you whether I am angry or not? Harry immediately blurted out, of course it matters, upon hearing Severus' words. Taken aback by his own response, Harry found that Severus did not afford him the opportunity to ponder. If it is indeed important, why then do you deliberately avoid me? If I have erred, you could simply inform me. Yet, you have distanced yourself without divulging anything, which saddens me greatly, my professor. I have not intentionally evaded you. It is merely that I have been rather overwhelmed with matters lately. Yes, too many matters, which has caused me to somewhat neglect you. I assure you, it will not happen again. Oh, I cannot place my trust in such verbal assurances. After all, you, professor, are quite adept at charming others. Severus, seemingly indifferent as he gazed at his fingers, kept his peripheral vision fixed on Harry. Noticing Severus' response, Harry immediately began contemplating what method could be employed to secure such an assurance. Due to Severus' unwavering presence day after day, Harry had grown accustomed to their companionship. Thus, Severus' abrupt disappearance from his life felt profoundly disconcerting. However, after much contemplation, Harry could not devise a suitable assurance, and Severus, perceiving Harry's predicament, offered a solution. In light of your evident discomfort, allow me to propose a suggestion. Should such a situation arise again, you must unconditionally agree to fulfill any one of my requests. An arbitrary, unconditional request. What say you, my professor? Upon hearing Severus' condition, Harry readily consented, believing that Severus would likely demand nothing more than rare potion ingredients or unique potion recipes, which he could manage with a little extra effort. Observing Harry's ease in acquiescing, a flicker of amusement glimmered in Severus' eyes. What shall I do, my professor? By indulging my demands, you may inadvertently foster my avarice, ultimately leaving me quite depleted. Chapter 56, The Wedding. Recently, the students attending potions class discovered with astonishment that their professor had undergone a transformation. Although he still expressed disdain for their foolishness throughout the lesson, his words were no longer as cutting as they had been at the beginning of the term. As the Gryffindor Lions, who received special attention, had the most to say, they previously felt as if their professor might soon send them to meet Merlin. However, now, they simply wished to return home to their mothers. Ever since Harry assured Severus that he would no longer deliberately avoid him, Severus had become less frequently present than before. Yet, Harry felt a lingering suspicion that Severus was secretly scheming something unbeknownst to him. In truth, Severus had been too occupied to seek out Harry lately. Previously, he had partnered with Lucius to open a potion shop, a venture that had gone unnoticed while he was still a student. However, now that he had become a professor at Hogwarts, everything had changed. When Voldemort had summoned Lucius to recruit him, Severus had declined. Yet recently, it seemed someone had mentioned Severus to Voldemort again, prompting Lucius to resume frequent contact, endeavoring to persuade him to become a Death Eater. Although Severus had once more rejected Voldemort's invitation, Lucius' insinuations suggested that Voldemort's actions were becoming increasingly aggressive, and his temperament was growing more brutal. This situation might not unfold as smoothly as it had previously. After reflecting on Lucius' words for a considerable time, Severus realized he must prepare himself, for he desired a lasting future with Harry and could not allow anyone to jeopardize it. While everything seemed to proceed in an orderly fashion, Harry received the news of Lily and James' impending wedding. Both he and Severus had received an invitation from Lily, and that evening, Harry was so exhilarated that he could not even sleep. He was to attend his parents' wedding, a truly wondrous and fantastical event. Thank you, Merlin. The following day, Harry began to urge Severus to assist him in preparing a wedding gift for Lily. Although Severus struggled to comprehend Harry's fervent enthusiasm, he complied with Harry's instructions, not wishing to allow Harry to toil alone. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, Lily's wedding gifts were freshly crafted. Harry prepared a protective charm for both Lily and James. While it could not shield against lethal curses like the Killing Curse, it could ward off the majority of spells. Furthermore, Severus prepared some potions for Lily, elixirs of a quality rarely found in the marketplace, though James' gift was not within his consideration. Soon, the day of Lily's wedding arrived. As Harry beheld the couple exchanging vows amidst a throng of well-wishers, tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision. He reached up, feeling the wetness on his cheeks. Severus, taken aback by Harry's tears, was rarely witness to such a display of emotion from him. Unsure of the reason behind Harry's weeping, he voiced his concern. "Professor, are you unwell?" Upon hearing Severus' inquiry, Harry quickly wiped his tears and explained that he was merely overwhelmed with emotion. Though Severus remained skeptical, he refrained from pressing further. As Harry watched Lily and James embrace with joy, he silently vowed to do everything in his power to ensure their survival, even if it meant sacrificing his own life to protect them. This time, he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. "Mom and Dad, you must be happy. I will guard you fiercely. No one shall separate us again." Severus, observing Harry's expression, felt a sense of unease wash over him. He could not discern Harry's thoughts, but the sensation was unsettling, as if Harry might vanish before his very eyes. Unconsciously, Severus reached out, grasping Harry's hand, and only when he held it tightly did his heart find some semblance of peace. Harry, interrupted from his reverie by Severus' action, attempted to pull away but found himself unsuccessful. "Severus, what are you doing? There are so many people here. You must let go of my hand." Seeing Harry's furrowed brow, Severus reluctantly released his grip. As Harry noticed Severus' prompt compliance, an inexplicable sensation coursed through him, but his attention swiftly shifted back to Lily and James. "Professor Severus, I am so delighted that you could attend my wedding." Lily joyfully approached the two of them, and Harry and Severus presented their carefully prepared gifts. "Wow, is this the gift you prepared? I love it, thank you both." Lily looked radiant on her special day. "I hope you will continue to be as happy and joyful as you are today." Harry offered his heartfelt wishes. "Congratulations, Lily," Severus said in his typically blunt manner, as he was not adept at bestowing blessings. Lily, amused by Severus' demeanor, laughed softly. "Severus, you remain unchanged. Now, I must go see what James is up to. I'll catch up with you later." Spotting James waving to her from a distance, Lily bid farewell to the two of them and hurried away. Harry watched her retreating figure, lost in thought, for quite a while before finally looking up at the sky and exhaling gently. "Severus, after the wedding, I may have other matters to attend to, so you should return home first." Severus observed Harry in silence, sensing an unusual emotional turmoil emanating from him. Although he could not discern the cause, he respected Harry's wish for privacy and refrained from inquiring further. Before long, the wedding concluded, and guests exchanged farewells before departing. Harry took a moment to bid adieu to Lily and James, acutely aware that this parting might stretch into an indefinite future. He gazed deeply at the couple, attempting to reassure himself, yet a wave of reluctance and sorrow surged within him. While Lily and James were oblivious to the intensity of Harry's gaze, they did not dwell on it, and soon Harry had taken his leave, walking out alongside Severus. As they exited, Harry informed Severus that he would return shortly and urged him to depart first. Severus cast a glance at Harry before turning away, deciding to await his return at home. During the wedding, Harry had caught a glimpse of Grindelwald's figure, which ignited memories of a prior message from Grindelwald hinting at potential developments concerning his own affairs. Having discreetly notified Grindelwald, Harry resolved to head to the manor to await his arrival. Chapter 57, The Receipt of News. As Harry arrived, Grindelwald followed closely behind. "You previously mentioned that the saint had received news regarding that spell. What is the situation?" Harry inquired directly, eager to avoid any unnecessary delays. "It appears that the agents we dispatched have reported that the spell you discovered has indeed garnered attention," Grindelwald explained hesitantly. Noticing Grindelwald's reluctance, Harry pressed, "But what is it? Spare me the suspense. Is it good news or bad?" "Both, I suppose. The good news is that they seem to have located the heir of the spell's creator. The bad news, however, is that fully activating the protective spell requires the blood of a loved one of the protected." Upon hearing this, Harry's thoughts immediately turned to his own blood, realizing it could serve that very purpose. Grindelwald, witnessing Harry's burgeoning excitement, doused his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. "Do not rejoice too soon. If it merely required blood, I wouldn't have labeled it as bad news." "Is there a further condition?" Harry inquired, now aware that a solution existed to safeguard Lily and James. No matter how arduous the requirements, he was determined to comply. "Activation necessitates a medium, which I have procured. However, this medium must be steeped in the fresh blood of the initiator for 49 days. Most critically, after the spell takes effect, the individual providing the blood will be cursed, the specific nature of which remains unknown." Without a moment's hesitation, Harry declared, "Provide me with the medium you mentioned." Grindelwald attempted to dissuade him. "There may be alternatives. This spell has been lost to time due to its exorbitant cost, thus dissuading anyone from taking the risk, and no one knows the nature of the curse." Harry, looking at Grindelwald with sincerity, expressed his gratitude. "Rest assured, I will not resort to this unless absolutely necessary. I have no desire to meet Merlin just yet." Grindelwald felt a sense of relief at Harry's words. He had suspected Harry possessed knowledge beyond what he had disclosed, and despite numerous attempts to delve into Harry's mind, all had failed. Over the years, he had come to understand that this young man harbored many secrets, yet the truth had become less significant as long as Al was by his side. He felt capable of protecting him. Regarding Harry's affairs, he chose to remain uninvolved, respecting the privacy that each individual is entitled to. He was grateful to Harry, for it was his presence that had allowed him to take that crucial step. The mere thought of Dumbledore brought a smile to Grindelwald's face. His Al was perfect in every way, albeit a bit obstinate. But that was inconsequential. They had ample time ahead of them. Harry found Grindelwald's demeanor increasingly difficult to bear and rolled his eyes. Did you bring the items? If not, ensure they arrive promptly. And please, refrain from displaying such disconcerting expressions in my presence. They are rather repulsive. As he spoke, he feigned the act of retching, prompting Grindelwald to dismiss his antics. You are merely envious. Well, I shall not prolong our conversation. I will ensure the items are delivered to you, along with the method. Just ensure you do not require my assistance in cleaning up any mess. Harry grew weary of the exchange, rising to leave. That will suffice. I must go. There are others awaiting my return. With a casual wave, he activated the Flu network. By the time he returned home, twilight had descended. Upon entering, he found Severus seated on the sofa in the dimly lit living room, the golden light casting a halo around him. Harry suddenly mused that perhaps such a life could be idyllic, but then he chided himself inwardly. Harry Potter, what are you thinking? This is but a fleeting moment. Do not lose sight of your purpose. Hearing the door, Severus turned to see Harry standing in the entrance, his expression clouded and lost in thought. Professor, you have returned. Is there anything you wish to eat? I can prepare something now. Over the years, their domestic life had remained largely unchanged. Severus had learned to prepare simple meals, cooking for himself when Harry was away. Initially, Harry often criticized Severus's culinary skills, yet Severus took pride in his efforts. Oh, no need to fuss over me. Have you not eaten yet? Harry inquired, rolling up his sleeves. I wish to wait for your return to dine together, Severus replied, his gaze lingering on Harry's hands with a hint of contemplation. I'll prepare something. What would you like? Harry moved toward the kitchen. Anything prepared by the professor will suffice. Severus replied. Very well, then wait just a moment. It will be ready shortly. After uttering this, the room fell into a brief silence, soon broken by the clattering sounds from the kitchen. Severus sat quietly in the living room, observing Harry as he cooked. As the evening progressed, Harry opted not to prepare anything too heavy, and after they swiftly concluded their dinner, he inquired whether Severus had any places he wished to visit. Noting that he might be preoccupied for some time, Severus reassured Harry not to worry, as he had a batch of orders to attend to, and Lucius had matters he wished to discuss with him. Thus, they both settled into their respective routines. The next day, Harry received the item, which appeared to be an ordinary piece of metal. However, when he dripped his blood onto it, it was swiftly absorbed. Following the instructions on the parchment, he prepared sufficient blood and submerged the metal piece, feeling the effects of blood loss render his complexion pale. He quickly consumed a pre-prepared restorative potion, determined to keep Severus unaware of his condition. Thus began Harry's daily ritual of bloodletting, preparing for the eventuality that should all else fail, this would be his final gambit. Recently, Severus, preoccupied with Lucius's affairs, had not paid close attention to Harry's activities. Under Harry's careful concealment, he remained oblivious to Harry's increasingly pallid appearance. Despite the assistance of the restorative potion, the rapid loss of blood was taking its toll on Harry. Harry had anticipated a mundane holiday, yet unexpectedly, within less than 10 days, he received harrowing news concerning Severus. Upon learning this, he hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the information to Severus. Regrettably, Harry did not linger in turmoil for too long, for Severus had already learned of the news. Chapter 58, The Grim Tidings. Lucius had been enduring a particularly arduous period lately, as Voldemort's temperament had inexplicably become exceedingly inscrutable and increasingly brutal. Recently, he had developed a penchant for employing torturous spells, such as the Cruciatus Curse, to torment his subordinates. Severus, I require your assistance. Only you can aid me in this matter, Lucius implored, contemplating Severus's foresight. Did you foresee this predicament, which is why you chose not to join the Death Eaters? In response to Lucius's curiosity, Severus exhibited a palpable impatience. Do you have nothing better to occupy your mind with than such trivial inquiries? If you have something to convey, do so swiftly. My time is precious. Very well, Lucius relented. Lately, our master has taken to frequently employing the Cruciatus Curse upon us. You understand the torment that spell inflicts. Therefore I require a calming potion, and I hope you can brew it yourself to ensure its efficacy. Oh, has the Dark Lord finally lost his sanity? It is fortunate that I was never interested in your affairs. Otherwise, I would find myself among the tormented as well, Severus replied with a malicious glee. Lucius, seeing Severus's unabashed mockery, felt a sense of resignation. Who could have predicted that circumstances would deteriorate to such an extent? Nevertheless, Severus, do not rejoice too soon. Given the current situation, you will inevitably find yourself ensnared. Severus was acutely aware of this, yet he would not remain passive. If you have a moment, may I borrow your dark mark? Are you seeking to research a means of removal? Lucius quickly surmised Severus's intentions. Severus merely raised an eyebrow, for he could not afford to wait until he was forcibly branded before contemplating solutions. Self-preservation necessitated proactive measures. He had never been one to be easily manipulated. After agreeing to each other's requests, Severus departed, hastening back to concoct potions for his friend. He feared that should Lucius succumb to the torture, he might take his own life. As Severus traversed the path home, he overheard the hushed whispers of passers-by. Have you heard? That man who often drank himself into a stupor and abused his wife and children seems to have met his end. Not just him. I heard his wife has also passed away, but we don't know what has become of the children. Wasn't it said that the children had gone far away for schooling? Upon hearing these words, Severus quickened his pace, for he suspected he knew whom they were speaking of, though he was reluctant to confirm it. Meanwhile, Harry, running low on blood-replenishing potions, had intended to venture out for supplies, but the sound of sirens nearby piqued his curiosity. Since this area was inhabited by muggles, the sound was not unusual, yet he felt compelled to investigate. As he approached the gathering crowd, the scene grew increasingly familiar, culminating at Spinner's End, right outside Severus's residence. Harry observed individuals entering and exiting the house, recording something. Inquiring of a nearby bystander, he learned that Tobias had drunkenly lost control the previous night, inadvertently injuring Eileen, who subsequently bled excessively and succumbed to shock. Had she received timely medical attention, she may have survived. However, Tobias had disregarded her plight, leaving to spend money, only to be discovered drowned in the river that morning. When the police arrived, they found that Eileen had already ceased to breathe. Upon hearing this, Harry felt no overwhelming emotions. He merely reflected that this was Eileen's choice, and she could not blame anyone else. Yet, at that moment, he thought of Severus. Should he inform him of these events? In light of such tragic occurrences, Harry could no longer bear the thought of leaving. He returned home directly and sat on the sofa, contemplating how to minimize the impact of this news on Severus. Just as Harry wrestled with his thoughts, Severus entered, and upon seeing Harry's expression, he understood immediately. He asked, "Professor, you are aware, are you not?" In that moment, Harry found himself at a loss for words. The significance of his knowledge seemed trivial compared to how Severus had come to know. "Severus, where did you hear this?" Harry inquired, rising to approach Severus, who still lingered at the threshold. Seeing Harry's cautious demeanor, Severus was unsure of what expression to wear. He longed to admit he had heard it from others, yet his lips parted in silence. Harry, moved by Severus's bewilderment, stepped forward and embraced him. "It is all right. You have me. If you wish to cry, you may do so. No one else is here to witness." Severus remained silent and motionless, allowing Harry to hold him, as though ensnared by a spell. He attempted to lift his arms to return the embrace, but they felt unbearably heavy, rendering even such a simple action impossible. Harry, uncertain how to comfort him, pondered desperately over what to say. Just then, Severus withdrew from his embrace and took Harry's hand, guiding him to the living room. Once seated on the sofa, Severus asked if Harry understood what had transpired. Harry recounted everything he had learned from others. After a prolonged silence, Severus suddenly chuckled softly. "Professor, it seems I have stumbled upon a jest, a wizard murdered by a muggle. Ah, her love was truly grand." Harry gazed at Severus. Concern etched upon his features. "Do not jest like that, Severus. If you feel the need to cry, allow yourself to do so. Do not bottle it up, all right?" Feeling the weight of Harry's gaze, Severus began to regain clarity. He had been adrift since hearing those words, yet was he not supposed to feel relieved? What remained in that household aside from a father who knew only how to drink and strike, and a mother who never learned to resist? Oh, and of course, there was the unloved child. That home had ceased to be a home long ago, and through countless beatings and insults, he had come to understand that some individuals do not deserve the sanctuary of a family. Yet, the more Severus pondered, the larger the void within him grew. He truly no longer needed to return to that house, nor worry about the woman's safety. From this day forth, he was utterly alone. In truth, he felt more bewildered than anything else. While sadness lingered, over the years, he had severed ties with that household. He recognized that no one within that home had cared for him in ages, yet in the moment of true loss, he discovered that a part of him still harbored expectations. However, from this point onward, such expectations would remain buried deep within his heart, for the one who might respond to them was no longer present. Chapter 59, Comfort and Companionship. Harry regarded Severus, his head bowed, with a mix of concern and sorrow. He was unaware of when the Tobias couple had passed, but knowing he was by Severus's side, he resolved not to allow him to grieve alone. Gently, he patted Severus on the shoulder. In truth, This may also be a form of relief for your mother. Such a hopeless existence. Day after day, this outcome may indeed have been her own choice. As Harry meticulously reflected upon the information he had just received, he became acutely aware of a significant contradiction. They all claimed that Eileen had succumbed to shock due to excessive blood loss from her injuries. However, he distinctly recalled that Severus had left her with ample potions. Motivated by his concern for her well-being. Based solely on this detail, Harry concluded that Eileen must have lost her will to live. He was uncertain of the circumstances that had led her to relinquish her thirst for existence. But he was resolute in his determination to help Severus emerge from the shadows of this ordeal. In truth, Severus understood Harry's sentiments. He was not as devastated as Harry presumed. He simply found himself at a loss for words. Severus felt an unsettling numbness within, devoid of sorrow, and, even more so, devoid of hope. His grief had long dissipated after enduring repeated betrayals, and hope had never been a fixture in his life. Yet, as he instinctively glanced at Harry, whose face bore a look of concern, he recognized that his hope resided there, in Harry. Suddenly, Severus enveloped Harry in a fierce embrace, starkly contrasting the previous comforting gesture from Harry. This embrace was imbued with an aggressive possessiveness. Harry, startled by the abruptness of Severus's actions, instinctively patted Severus's back, feeling a twinge of discomfort but choosing to be accommodating, given the peculiar circumstances. Severus closed his eyes, fearing that opening them would reveal the madness lurking beneath the surface to Harry. He had lost everything, and now, his singular desire was to possess Harry. He could not afford to fail. Severus had contemplated confessing his feelings, yet he deemed the moment unsuitable. He feared that articulating his emotions might extinguish even his last flicker of hope. He harbored a vague intuition that, regardless of his actions, as long as they were not excessively egregious, Harry would forgive him. Yet, he could not gamble with his emotions. He dared not take that risk. Thus, he admonished himself to remain composed and concealed, for should Harry distance himself, Severus could not guarantee he would refrain from committing irrevocable acts. Very well, I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but it has transpired. Together, we shall face it. Let us bid them farewell and ensure no regrets linger. As Harry spoke, he gestured for Severus to release him, feeling an impending sense of suffocation. Reluctantly, Severus subdued his emotions to a level undetectable by Harry before letting go. Though he was loath to part, he recognized Harry's discomfort and commanded himself to relinquish his hold. Will you accompany me, Professor? Severus had regained his composure. Since the events had unfolded, further discussion was futile. He saw this as an opportunity to seek tangible comfort from Harry. Of course, rest assured. I will be by your side throughout. Noticing Severus's return to silence had dissipated, Harry began to discuss the matters they needed to address next. Other issues could be resolved later. Their immediate priority was to claim the bodies of Eileen and Tobias and select a burial site. After consulting Severus's opinion, they deliberated on the location before setting out to retrieve Eileen and Tobias's remains. When Harry inquired about holding a funeral, Severus declined, stating that a simple farewell between the two of them would suffice. Even if a funeral were to be arranged, he was uncertain whom to invite, given that Tobias and Eileen had severed all ties with others during their lives. Thus, they proceeded with the necessary paperwork, eventually being led to the resting forms of Eileen and Tobias. Professor, this is the most harmonious I have seen them in a long while, Harry mused, noting the absence of frenzied complaints or drunken distortions in their features, nor the anxiety and submissiveness that once characterized Eileen. How ironic it was. Severus had thought himself devoid of emotions, yet upon seeing their faces, he became acutely aware of the resentment that lay buried within. Indeed, how could he not resent them? How could he not harbor hatred? If they did not love him, why had they chosen to bring him into existence? Everything was unrelated to him. Yet he was forced to bear the consequences. How unjust. But he had no choice in the matter. After casting a final glance at them, Severus averted his gaze, resolving that, from this day forth, they would vanish from his life until his mind no longer retained memories of them. Then, it would truly be a final farewell. Once all arrangements were complete, the responsible parties transported the two bodies to the designated burial site. Harry observed Severus, who maintained a facade of tranquility. Yet Harry could sense the underlying sorrow within him. He knew that Severus was not as indifferent as he appeared. He noticed the veins in Severus's hands bulging from the tension of his grip. Gently, Harry pried Severus's fingers apart, revealing wounds from his own nails digging into his palms. Professor, it is time for us to leave. Darkness will soon descend. Father, mother, this time it is truly goodbye. Severus gripped Harry's hand in return and promptly exited the cemetery. He had done what needed to be done. At the very least, they were free from mutual torment. As for himself, he would return, rest, and await the dawn of a new day. Thus, Harry was led home by Severus. only realizing as they reached the door that he quickly withdrew his hand from Severus's grasp, suppressing a flicker of unease within him. Severus, observing Harry's retraction, said nothing, silently entering the house. Harry felt an unsettling premonition. Was it his actions that had caused Severus to feel troubled once more? The thought of having potentially dampened Severus's spirits made Harry wish to chastise himself. It was merely a handhold. Severus was in need of comfort, and now he had potentially made matters worse. Outside the door, Harry was filled with regret, while Severus, already inside, contemplated his own hand, perhaps considering the next steps in his plan. Chapter 60, Together in Slumber. After mentally reproaching himself, Harry entered the house, finding Severus quietly seated in the living room. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you right away," Harry inquired cautiously. "Professor, do you also harbor disdain for me now?" The room was dim, and Harry could barely discern Severus's expression. "How could you think such a thing? I could never despise you. Then why did you pull away from my hand earlier? Was it because you disliked my touch?" "Not at all. Severus, let me explain. It was merely to open the door. Otherwise, it would have been quite inconvenient." Harry almost congratulated himself for his cleverness. "Oh, I see. Then next time, you must not let go of my hand. Otherwise, I shall feel quite disheartened." Severus, well aware of Harry's tendency to evade responsibility, feigned ignorance of Harry's deflection, taking advantage of the situation, as Harry unwittingly fell into his trap. "Very well. I promise I shall not do so again." Although he sensed something amiss, Harry's priority was to uplift Severus's spirits, so he nodded in agreement to whatever Severus said. When Harry finally regained his senses, it was already too late. He had acquiesced to Severus's request. Thus, the importance of thinking twice before acting must always be remembered, lest one finds themselves regretting decisions with no chance for redemption. Upon hearing Harry's enthusiastic agreement, Severus mused that this was Harry's own choice, and thus he could not be blamed for taking advantage of the situation. After all, a person's boundaries are often diminished through repeated compromises. Following their conversation, Harry headed to the kitchen, both of them having labored throughout the day and now feeling quite famished. Severus joined him in preparing the ingredients, and by the time they finished their meal and tidied up, it was already rather late. Just as Harry was about to retreat to his room for some rest, Severus suddenly grasped his hand. Harry looked at Severus in confusion, only to hear him say, "Professor, I do not wish to be alone tonight. May I sleep with you?" Harry was taken aback by Severus's unexpected request, momentarily speechless before stammering, "You mean, together? Tonight?" Upon observing Severus's unhesitating nod, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. However, considering Severus's circumstances, he hesitated to refuse outright, fearing that an inadvertent rejection might further dampen Severus's spirits. Ultimately, Harry capitulated. Yet he reiterated to Severus that it would be just for this night. What he failed to consider was that once a door is opened, what begins as an exception may easily become a frequent occurrence, ultimately evolving into a habit. That night, Harry initially struggled to sleep, unaccustomed to sharing a bed with another. However, he eventually succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber in the latter half of the night. Severus, on the other hand, remained awake, though unlike Harry. His emotions were tumultuous. The person he desired lay beside him, stirring feelings that were difficult to contain. He sensed Harry's discomfort, yet he was determined to help him adjust. After all, how else could their relationship progress? Eventually, when Harry could no longer resist sleep, Severus took notice. With his eyes wide open, he stared into the darkness, gradually acclimatizing to the dimness. The moonlight filtered softly through the curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room, allowing Severus to unabashedly gaze at Harry's peaceful form. He extended his hand, tracing the contours of Harry's cheek, an unsettling fervor lurking in the depths of his gaze. Yet the solitary awake individual felt no sense of wrongness in this moment. "Professor, when will you realize my feelings for you? I am eager to uncover the truth, yet I fear the outcome may not align with my desires. Should that be the case, I would be driven to madness." Severus's voice, heavy with unrestrained affection, revealed that he was deeply ensnared, yet he harbored no intention of struggling against it. He wished to pull Harry into his depths, yet feared losing him in the process, leaving him in a state of conflict and torment. He dreaded the day when he might be unable to suppress his emotions and ruin everything, yet he clung to hope, believing that the reality might not be as dire as he imagined. This tug-of-war threatened to drive him to the brink of insanity. "Professor, I pray to Merlin. No matter the cost, I shall possess you. Love me, my dear professor." Severus reverently pressed a gentle kiss to Harry's forehead, then, content, embraced him and drifted into a profound slumber. The following morning, Harry was jolted awake by a suffocating sensation, only to discover that Severus had tightly wrapped his arm around him, explaining the reason for his struggle to breathe. Soon, embarrassment washed over Harry. as their current position had him entirely ensconced in Severus's embrace, leading to some rather natural physiological reactions that rendered him utterly flustered. He contemplated extricating himself from Severus's grasp, yet feared disturbing him. Conversely, if he did not act, the impending awakening of Severus would prove equally awkward. Just as Harry was about to rouse Severus, he heard the latter's voice. "Good morning, Professor. Did you sleep well last night?" Severus's voice, still husky from sleep, coupled with their intimate positioning, sent a warm breath against Harry's ear, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Severus noticed this reaction and chuckled softly, his unique timbre making the sound undeniably enticing. "My dear Professor, you are quite sensitive. Your ears have turned crimson." Harry was momentarily taken aback by Severus's teasing, nearly springing from the bed, but found himself thwarted by Severus's arms still resting upon him, resulting in an unexpected tumble onto Severus's chest. "Severus, let me go. I suddenly recalled that I have pressing matters to attend to today." Harry stammered in a fluster, startled by the turn of events. Severus recognized the importance of tempering the situation, lest it escalate further. "Professor, you truly are a delicate one, unable to take a joke. Had I not caught you, you might have tumbled right off." As Severus returned to his usual calm demeanor, Harry pondered whether his reaction had indeed been excessive. Nevertheless, recalling the earlier events compelled him to hastily exit the bedroom, seeking solitude to regain his composure. Severus watched Harry's retreating figure and murmured softly, "You cannot escape, Professor." Chapter 61, The Demand. Influenced by the morning's incident, Harry spent the entire day evading Severus. Noticing Harry's demeanor, Severus remained unperturbed. After all, this evasion was merely temporary, and the reckoning would come in due time. Due to Harry's attitude, Severus refrained from overtly pursuing him, yet he kept a watchful eye on Harry's every move, which soon led to a troubling discovery. During lunchtime, Harry excused himself, claiming he had not rested well the previous night and needed some time alone, urging Severus not to disturb him. However, shortly after Harry retreated to his room, Severus detected a strong metallic scent wafting from Harry's bedroom. Severus's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed to Harry's door, flinging it open with such force that it collided violently with the wall, producing a loud bang. Startled by the noise, Harry, who was in the midst of his daily bloodletting ritual, turned to find Severus entering the room. Alarm etched across his features as he noticed Harry slicing into his wrist, blood flowing into a container. "Professor, what are you doing?" Severus exclaimed, horrified. "Surely, I could not have gone too far today. There is no need for self-harm." Harry, caught off guard, felt a surge of panic but attempted to maintain his composure. "Oh, you mean this? It's just for a research project that requires fresh blood. I assure you, it's perfectly safe, and I have blood replenishment potions prepared, so there is no need for concern." Severus was simultaneously infuriated and incredulous at Harry's nonchalant demeanor. What kind of research necessitated such self-inflicted harm? Observing Harry's practiced movements, it was evident that this was not a new practice. Severus chastised himself for his recent negligence, attributing it to his preoccupation with Lucius's affairs, and resolved that the next potion he prepared for Harry would be less palatable than usual. Had Lucius been aware of the circumstances, he would undoubtedly have cried foul. However, the opportunity eluded him. Thus, with a heart full of joy, Lucius headed home with the calming potion that Severus had prepared for him. Yet, upon his first sip, Lucius nearly abandoned all notions of noble decorum and let forth a string of expletives, for the concoction was simply dreadful. "What sort of research necessitates fresh blood? Professor, you wouldn't be dabbling in something perilous, would you?" "Of course not. It's merely a rather challenging study. Do not overthink it. If it were dangerous, would I risk myself?" Severus pondered Harry's words before conceding that Harry had a penchant for peculiar experiments. This time was likely no different. However, he thought, the professor could very well use my blood. That way, he would spare himself the agony of self-harm. Hearing Severus's unhesitating suggestion, Harry felt a pang of emotion, though he knew he could not let Severus discover this matter. Thus, he promptly ceased the act of drawing blood. "No need for that. I am almost finished, and it must be the same person's blood. So, you needn't worry. Attend to your own affairs," he urged, eager to dismiss Severus. With Severus's interruption, the required quantity was still far from sufficient, and Harry fretted over how he could proceed with Severus lingering nearby. Fortunately, Severus remembered his promise to Lucius and reluctantly retreated to the potion brewing room Harry had prepared for him at home. Once Severus departed, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, cast a concealment charm about him, and resumed his task. Soon, his complexion paled once more, prompting him to swiftly consume the blood-replenishing potion. Just as he swallowed the potion and his face had yet to regain its color, Severus knocked at the door. Harry slapped his face and stepped outside. "Professor, I just prepared a vial of blood replenisher. The ones bought outside do not match the efficacy of mine. Also, Please refrain from conducting such hazardous experiments in the future. If you truly require blood, you may seek me out, but you must not harm yourself again." After handing Harry the potion bottle, Severus cautioned him, as he could not bear to see Harry injured once more, lest it cause him heartache. Accepting the potion specifically prepared for him by Severus, Harry felt a warm glow within, realizing that the years he invested had not been in vain. He had not raised Severus without merit. He attributed everything to Severus's sense of gratitude, while Severus remained oblivious to Harry's thoughts, and for a moment, their atmosphere was harmonious. Soon, Severus returned to his tasks, preparing the calming potion for Lucius. Harry, on the other hand, truly took the opportunity to catch up on sleep. Having gone to bed late the previous night and recently lost a significant amount of blood, although he had the replenishing potion, he still felt somewhat dizzy. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and due to Harry's prolonged slumber, he awoke to find darkness enveloping the sky. Upon exiting his bedroom, he discovered Severus in the living room, having prepared a meal and waiting for him. "Professor, you're awake. Quickly, wash up and eat. I've just finished cooking." As Severus saw Harry heading to wash up, he hurriedly dispelled the warming charm, not wanting Harry to discover his ruse. However, Harry, upon taking his first bite, immediately recognized the temperature of the food could not possibly be just right. After dinner, Harry proceeded to wash the dishes, and once he finished and returned, he found the living room empty. Assuming Severus had retired to his room for the night, he thought little of it. However, upon entering his own bedroom, he was startled to find Severus lying on his bed, the very person he believed had gone to rest. "Severus, why are you sleeping in my bed again? Did we not agree it was just for last night?" Harry was keen to avoid a repeat of the morning's events. "Professor, you deceived me." "What do you mean by that?" Harry was perplexed. He could not fathom what he had lied about. "You said you would no longer deliberately avoid me, yet today, you have broken that promise. Therefore, I have a request, and you cannot refuse." Upon hearing Severus's words, Harry felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Yet he had already spoken. There was no turning back. "Speak, what is your request?" "For the remainder of the holiday, I wish to sleep with you." Initially, Harry's instinct was to refuse, but under Severus's expectant gaze, he relented. Thus, Severus successfully moved into Harry's bedroom. As for the next holiday, Severus was confident that solutions would outnumber the difficulties. Chapter 62, Discovery. Thanks to Harry's own promise, Severus had managed to secure the chance to sleep alongside him, albeit only for the remaining days of the holiday. Yet Severus was content. However, Harry found himself less than satisfied, feeling that ever since he agreed to Severus's request, events had begun to spiral out of control, from the awkwardness of their mornings to Severus's demeanor. Contemplating Severus's unusual attitude, Harry sensed something was amiss. Yet other than the morning's oddities, Severus exhibited no other signs of change, leaving Harry utterly bewildered. Regardless of his distress, Harry knew he could not backtrack on his promise. He cursed his own softness at that moment. Soon, Harry faced another shock. He could not fathom how events had taken an unexpected turn. With Severus's persistent presence, Harry had gradually grown accustomed to having him around, and the unique scent of potions that clung to Severus became a subconscious comfort. However, on the eve of the new school year, while Harry had drifted into slumber, he inexplicably awoke, sensing movement from Severus behind him. Realizing Severus was still awake, Harry quickly closed his eyes, feigning sleep, intending to surprise Severus. However, before he could make a move, he felt himself being pulled into an embrace. Bewildered, Harry wondered what Severus was up to, only to be startled further when he felt a soft kiss against his ear. Harry's eyes widened in shock. But the darkness of the room and his position away from Severus concealed his awakening. Severus, oblivious to Harry's unusual reaction, was grappling with his emotions as the end of the holiday drew near. He found himself reluctant to part with the precious moments they had shared. And as he gazed at the indistinct figure in the dark, he could only hold Harry tighter. Leaning down, he whispered into Harry's ear, "What am I to do with you? I yearn to confess my feelings, yet if I do, will I risk losing you forever? I cannot bear to envision a life devoid of you." Harry, petrified by Severus's actions and the fervor in his words, remained motionless, desperate for a solution. He could not allow himself to be discovered awake, as he had no idea how to navigate the situation should he be found out. Severus appeared to envision Harry's departure from his life, and in that instant, he tightened his embrace. "I shall not permit such a thing to transpire. Since you have intruded upon my existence, you must bear the consequences." At that moment, Harry comprehended the unusual behavior exhibited by Severus. Yet understanding did not alter the trajectory of events. Harry felt the familiar ache of his scar beginning to throb anew. Lost in his own thoughts, Severus remained oblivious to the stiffening form in his arms, murmuring softly, "Professor, I love you. Good night, sweet dreams." After tenderly kissing Harry's hair once more, Severus gradually succumbed to slumber. Harry, too apprehensive to even exhale, feared being discovered by Severus. Fortunately, the latter soon drifted into a deep sleep. Conflicted emotions swirled within Harry. Initially, his singular desire was to see Severus happy, yet it now seemed that his every action had led to an unforeseen deviation. Harry remained perplexed as to how Severus could harbor feelings for him. He believed he had done nothing to incite such misunderstandings. Even upon realizing Severus's affections, Harry remained utterly astonished. Yet, unbeknownst to him, despite the tumult of surprise and self-doubt that ensued, he felt neither disdain nor aversion. Even when Severus had kissed him, Harry had been merely astonished, not particularly resistant. That night, Harry scarcely slept. The following day, Severus observed Harry's dark circles with confusion, while Harry, feeling somewhat guilty, fabricated an excuse, claiming he had been plagued by nightmares. Severus remained non-committal regarding Harry's explanation, but that evening, Harry received a potion crafted by Severus to induce dreamless sleep. Gazing at the potion in his hand with a complex expression, Harry acknowledged that he truly needed it that night. Otherwise, he could not guarantee he would not suffer from insomnia again. Having previously failed to recognize Severus's feelings, Harry now scrutinized Severus's every gesture, berating himself for his own foolishness in failing to notice such overt signs. Since becoming aware of the situation, Harry's perspective had shifted. He began to pay increased attention to Severus, dedicating more focus to him in a single day than he had in the previous week. Harry had long since realized that Severus was no longer a child, though he had never truly acknowledged these changes until now, gaining a clearer understanding of Severus's evolution. Observing how Severus prioritized even the smallest matters concerning him, Harry found himself recalling Severus's words from that night, and with his heart now laden with trepidation. Each interaction with Severus felt increasingly awkward. Severus noticed the transformation in Harry, though uncertain of which of his actions had caused it. However, given Harry's current demeanor, Severus suspected that Harry had uncovered something. Initially anxious, Severus soon cast aside his unease, feeling a sense of anticipation for the day Harry would confront him. He was eager to know how Harry would choose to proceed. Yet, this did not imply that Severus would readily accept any outcome. He knew he must prepare himself, refusing to leave the situation to fate, for some matters must be actively pursued. Meanwhile, Harry's emotional state had grown increasingly turbulent. Since he had become aware of Severus's feelings, he pondered whether he should seek an opportunity to clarify matters with him, yet he was at a loss for how to initiate the conversation. Chapter 63, The Quandary. Harry gazed at Severus's figure, wishing countless times to articulate his thoughts, yet each attempt met with failure. Days passed, and soon the start of term arrived. The two returned to Hogwarts, where everything appeared unchanged since their break. Yet Harry understood that certain things had irrevocably shifted. On the first day of term, Harry lay in his common room, suddenly unable to sleep, sensing something was amiss. He soon realized he was experiencing insomnia, perhaps due to not having taken the dreamless potion that night. Venturing from his office, he ascended to the tower, observing the silent expanse of Hogwarts. Leaning against the wall in stillness, he found himself lost in a fog of confusion, unable to untangle his thoughts. The moon illuminated the night sky with an exceptional brightness, yet it failed to penetrate the depths of Harry's heart. He grappled with the nature of his relationship with Severus. Severus loved him. What did that mean for him? Amused by his own indecision, Harry found himself trapped in this dilemma. He contemplated a direct rejection, yet instinctively recoiled from the notion. But if he did not reject, what then? Would he have to embrace this burgeoning affection? Thus began Harry's introspection. Consequently, Harry's focus on Severus intensified, yet Severus's demeanor left Harry perplexed. He even began to suspect that the events of that night had been mere figments of his imagination. Upon returning to school, Severus indeed noticed Harry observing him as he had in previous days, so he continued to subtly guide Harry's gaze, revealing all that he wished Harry to know. Severus was uncertain of Harry's thoughts, but since Harry seemed intent on discovering something from him, he viewed it as an opportunity. Yet, Severus was also apprehensive. He feared that Harry was merely waiting for the right moment to reject him for reasons he could not accept, ultimately distancing himself. Severus, however, would not allow this to happen. Thus, since the start of term, Severus altered his approach toward Harry, refraining from visiting him in his office and offering only a polite greeting when their paths crossed in the corridors. Even the other faculty and students speculated that the two had quarreled. Initially, Harry felt little concern, even finding Severus's deliberate distance somewhat convenient, believing it to be a momentary impulse that would soon pass. However, as days turned into weeks, Harry grew increasingly aware of a hollow sensation within him. He could not deny that his recent state was far from normal. He fell into a peculiar pattern. Crowds did little to alleviate his discomfort. But whenever he found himself alone, an inexplicable sense of loss would wash over him, beginning to disrupt his daily life. Gradually, Harry's restlessness intensified, leading him to believe he must be unwell. He visited Madame Pomfrey, yet after a series of examinations, she found no issues. Confounded, Harry was left to ponder how his body could be free of ailments while he felt so lethargic. He queried Madame Pomfrey repeatedly, only to be unceremoniously ushered from the infirmary. Standing in the corridor, Harry struggled to comprehend how he had been dismissed. Had he truly questioned her medical expertise merely by inquiring about his health? The complexities of a woman's mind were indeed inscrutable. Professor, what a coincidence to see you in the infirmary. Just as Harry was lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice reached his ears, accompanied by a scent that brought him a sense of calm amidst his recent turmoil, though reluctant to turn and acknowledge him. Severus was not one to let Harry slip away unnoticed after days of absence. He felt entitled to some recompense for his patience. As Harry hesitated, Severus boldly stepped around him to stand directly opposite, orchestrating this encounter rather than leaving it to chance, for how else could Harry consistently find him in the corridors? Severus was determined not to fade from Harry's memory, yet he couldn't approach him directly, thus resorting to these orchestrated meetings to affirm his presence. Observing Harry's reaction, Severus felt reassured that his efforts had not been in vain. Why isn't the professor acknowledging me? Have I somehow upset him? Harry pondered, gazing at Severus with trepidation, a pang of guilt striking him for his own part in this dynamic. Oh, I was lost in thought and didn't hear you. What brings you to the infirmary? Are you unwell? Harry assumed Severus must be ill to be here, but Severus merely shook his head and revealed the potion he held, indicating that he was there to deliver it. Sometimes, concern can lead to confusion. Harry failed to realize that even if Severus were indeed ailing, he could manage on his own, being a master of potions. Severus, too, understood this truth, his gaze softening slightly. What have you been busy with lately, Professor? I've been preoccupied preparing a batch of potions and Haven Tea had the chance to visit you. I assume you Haven Tea sought me out either. Listening to Severus seemingly justify his absence, Harry suddenly gained insight, studying Severus as if newly acquainted. I've also been rather busy. Let us discuss it once I'm free in a few days, he said, uncertain of his feelings, preferring to sidestep the matter for now. Severus, however, was not one to easily acquiesce, having made a special effort to corner Harry today by preparing the necessary potions for the infirmary overnight, all to carve out time for this encounter. Well, Professor, do you have time later? May I come to your office? I've just finished my tasks for today. Using his obligations as an excuse to decline, Harry felt the need to reflect deeply on his current state. Recalling Severus's earlier explanations and the subtle shifts in his emotions, Harry sensed something troubling brewing within him. Chapter 64, Unease. Severus was not one to concede defeat easily. Despite Harry's claim of being busy, he hadn't explicitly stated that he couldn't visit him after today. Thus, the following day, Severus went to Harry's office to find him. Harry's schedule was particularly full that day, having covered a class for Professor Sprout. By the time he finally returned to his office, he felt utterly drained. Yet, he found solace in this exhaustion, for such a level of busyness prevented him from spiraling into his own thoughts. As he settled into his chair, he suddenly thought he heard a voice. Professor, are you inside? I need to speak with you. In a daze, he imagined he heard Severus's voice. He dismissed it as mere delusion, remembering he had mentioned being busy yesterday, thus Severus would likely not come to his office. Severus found it peculiar that he hadn't heard Harry's response, for his arranged students had informed him that Harry had returned to his office. He had not anticipated that his voice would be mistaken for an auditory hallucination, and Harry remained absorbed in his own reflections, oblivious to Severus's presence. Harry pondered whether outright rejecting Severus might free him from his worries. After reflecting on his recent state, he felt uncertain. It was only after encountering Severus yesterday that he had begun to grasp the source of his recent unrest. Nevertheless, he fought against the urge to accept that he had grown accustomed to life with Severus, as another voice in his mind mocked his self-deception. He had to admit that after so many years of their companionship, he had likely become reliant on Severus's presence, and the thought of a future without him was disheartening. Yet, Harry still could not bring himself to acknowledge that he might have feelings for Severus. After all, he had always believed he regarded Severus as merely a student. As Harry wrestled with his thoughts, Severus unexpectedly entered the room. So, the professor is indeed here, but why is he ignoring me? Harry jumped at Severus's sudden voice, having been lost in contemplation, completely unaware of Severus's entrance. What brings you here so suddenly? I mentioned yesterday that I had matters to attend to. Severus countered. Just because I had business yesterday doesn't mean I do today. Harry, let us talk. Harry interpreted this as an indication that Severus might wish to confront him about something, causing a whirlwind of anxiety within him. He had yet to determine how he would respond. The resolve he once felt began to wane. Professor, why do you look so tense? I merely wanted to inquire about your visit to the infirmary yesterday. "I didn't have the chance to ask then. Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing Severus's words of concern, Harry let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't the confrontation he had feared. Yet, the subsequent statement from Severus sent his heart racing again. "I haven't had the chance to visit you lately. Have you missed me?" "I certainly think of you every day." Harry found himself at a loss for how to react, grappling with the implications of Severus's words. It seemed evident that Severus wished to be forthright, given his candid admission. Severus found Harry's shifting expressions amusing. He merely wished to remain in Harry's thoughts. Observing Harry's reactions, Severus felt a flicker of hope. He recognized that Harry had instinctively begun to view him as more than just a professor. For no one would blush and falter simply because their student drew near. Yet, Severus knew that he could not base his conclusions solely on these observations. The complexities of affection often eluded even those who felt it firsthand, and human emotions are both the simplest and the most intricate of phenomena. Sometimes, individuals fall deeply in love for the most trivial of reasons, while at other times, the myriad complexities cloud their true feelings. As was evident in Harry's current state, a situation far from straightforward. Years of habitual behavior had woven themselves into the very fabric of Harry's being. Even if he were unwilling to acknowledge it, his instinctive responses betrayed him. He did not recoil from Severus's touch, nor did he feel aversion. Indeed, Harry had previously contemplated how he might react if someone were to perform the same actions upon him. Yet, before he could conjure a vivid image, he was already beset by a wave of physiological discomfort, leading him to believe that he might resort to a curse that would obliterate his adversary. "What is it, Professor?" "This is something I recently learned from a first year." He mentioned the importance of promptly expressing care and affection to those around us, as it brings joy to them. "Yet, your reaction does not seem to reflect happiness. Am I perhaps mistaken in my learning?" Harry was nearly paralyzed by Severus's grave demeanor, for he had anticipated facing a harrowing decision today, only to encounter this instead. "No, I am quite pleased. I was merely preoccupied with thoughts of today's lesson. Hence my delayed response." "Ah, as long as you are happy, Professor. So have you thought of me?" "Haha, well, of course I have." At this moment, Harry felt an overwhelming urge for Severus to depart swiftly. If this continued, he might inadvertently reveal his true feelings, leading to an uncontrollable progression of events. Severus, recognizing Harry's state, understood it was time to grant him some space. After all, even a cornered rabbit could bite, and Harry was far from a docile bunny. "Since you seem to have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. I initially thought you were unwell, which prompted my visit. But now it seems you are quite well. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your rest." Harry stood momentarily stunned by Severus's formal and earnest response. So, was this truly what it had come to? He had approached merely to check on his health, and was now departing? Harry harbored suspicions that Severus was toying with him, yet he possessed no evidence. He watched as Severus exited the office without a backward glance. What was the purpose of his visit? Harry's mind echoed in despair. Chapter 65. Refusal. Since Severus's last departure from Harry's office, their interactions had reverted to their initial state at the start of the term. However, Harry's sentiments were markedly different this time. He felt the profound impact Severus had on him, recognizing a stirring within his heart. He found it inconceivable to imagine himself rejecting Severus. Yet he was uncertain whether this was rooted in habit or genuine affection. Caught in this emotional quagmire, Harry was at a loss as to how to discern his feelings for Severus clearly. Just as he was ensnared in this emotional vortex, an event transpired that illuminated his heart while simultaneously plunging him into deep despair. On that day, as Harry prepared to leave his office for class, he suddenly felt a disorienting haze envelop him, as though he were on the brink of dissolving into nothingness, a sensation emanating from the very core of his being. Panic surged within him as he struggled to regain his composure. After a considerable time, the feeling began to wane. An idea struck him, and he nearly lunged forward, trembling hands retrieving the time-turner he had concealed in the corner. As anticipated, the previously dormant runes and spells stirred with the slightest hint of change. Though subtle, Harry had ingrained their forms into his very bones over the years, rendering them impossible to overlook. A faint hypothesis began to form in his mind. He quickly checked the time, and, indeed, it aligned with his calculations. However, a profound sense of reluctance washed over him, and he found himself powerless to resolve it. Thus, the day passed with Harry feeling like a mere shell of himself, though he had foreseen such a day arriving. The reality of its approach revealed an unexpected longing for his current existence. Severus, initially waiting for Harry to relent, felt a sudden foreboding upon seeing him in the great hall, prompting him to abandon his patience. That very night, he found himself at Harry's office door. The hour late, and the room enveloped in silence. Uncertain whether Harry was awake, Severus had scarcely begun to assess the situation when the office door unexpectedly swung open. "Is that you, Severus?" If you have matters to discuss, please enter. Harry's calm tone stirred a sense of panic within Severus. Regretting his decision to visit, he nevertheless steeled himself and stepped inside. Harry sat behind his desk, suppressing the sorrow within as he gazed at Severus. Since Severus's last visit to the office, Harry had meticulously contemplated his feelings for him, yet now he found himself incapable of responding. In truth, upon realizing his predicament, the first person who came to mind was not his longed-for parents, but rather the tall, handsome young man before him. Harry chided himself for his late realization, yet he felt fortunate for his previous lack of awareness. The situation had not yet spiraled beyond repair, and he sensed it was time to reach a resolution. Severus, you harbor feelings for me, do you not? Harry stated rather than inquired, which made Severus acutely aware that his emotions had been laid bare. Indeed, Professor, I do. However, light cannot encompass the depth of my feelings. To be precise, I love you. Severus licked his dry lips, resolutely voicing the emotions he had long concealed. Harry shut his eyes momentarily, forcing himself to utter the painful words, but I do not share your feelings, Severus. I regard you solely as my student, thus rendering any possibility between us impossible. With great effort, he articulated these hurtful words, feeling as though no one could be more tragic than himself, having only just recognized his true feelings, yet the reality forbade him from revealing even a fragment of his heart. Severus watched Harry's lips move, but his ears had ceased to function. He felt the palpable shift in Harry's demeanor, and based on his observations, such a situation was unfathomable. Why, Professor, you must provide me with a reason, one that would allow me to relinquish hope. Severus felt as though his heart was shattering. He refused to believe that Harry was entirely indifferent to him. He could not accept that the connection he had felt was merely an illusion, and thus he stubbornly sought an explanation. There is no reason. Disinterest is disinterest, devoid of justification. Harry's heart had grown numb. He was uncertain of his fate. Yet regardless of how he envisioned it, he must not allow Severus to sink deeper into despair. Severus's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could not accept Harry's words. Yearning to confront him, yet he was bound by a spell, forced to gaze at Harry with sorrowful eyes. If my previous actions led to any misunderstandings, I sincerely apologize. However, we are simply incompatible. Dislike is dislike, and it would be prudent to clarify this sooner rather than later. A misunderstanding indeed. Professor, did you perceive me as a mere jest? Did you take pleasure in watching me succumb to my feelings for you? Severus's frustration flared. I distinctly sensed that you harbored feelings for me in return. You are deceiving me, are you not? You misinterpreted the signs, for from the very beginning, I have never entertained any feelings towards you beyond that of a teacher and student. Harry was acutely aware that his words were undoubtedly piercing Severus's heart. However, he felt compelled to speak plainly. How could he expect Severus to trust him otherwise? Harry wished to shield him from a greater future anguish regarding something that was evidently hopeless. Yet, Harry underestimated the significance of his presence in Severus's life. He believed this was merely an impulsive phase of youthful confusion, thinking that once he clarified his stance, everything would conclude. He forgot that the human heart is the most inscrutable of enigmas. Inappropriate feelings? Within your heart, are my sentiments for you truly so ill-timed and unsuitable? Severus observed Harry's resolute demeanor with profound sorrow, but in the next moment, he distinctly perceived the fleeting sadness in Harry's eyes, which calmed him instantly. It seemed there were matters unbeknownst to him at play. Harry, misinterpreting Severus's expression, assumed his words had made an impact. Suppressing his own sorrow, he lifted the paralysis charm. Yet Severus merely cast a steady gaze at him before exiting the office. Harry appeared composed as he sat in his chair, but his heart brimmed with melancholy and reluctance. Yet he felt he had no other choice. Chapter 66. The Truth Serum. Severus strode through the corridor with a stormy countenance, his black robes billowing dramatically with each step. Every student who glimpsed him instinctively stepped aside, creating a striking scene. At this moment, Severus cared for nothing. His mind replayed the image of Harry's rejection and the ephemeral sadness that had graced his features. He believed it could not merely be a figment of his imagination. Something must have compelled Harry to refuse him. What could that be? Severus, unwilling to resign himself to reality, was not one to retreat in the face of adversity. The person he desired could not be so easily dismissed due to a simple rejection. His objective was to uncover the truth behind the matter. And if the outcome proved unfavorable, he possessed myriad ways to sway Harry's heart once more. After all, one should not underestimate the capabilities of a master potioneer. Upon returning to his office, he gazed at the potions within the cabinet, and a perilous idea suddenly struck him. What if he intervened? Severus quickly reined in his rationality. He wished to win Harry's affection, not to end up despised by him. Having abandoned those dangerous thoughts, Severus's gaze fell upon the truth serum in the cabinet. And an idea took shape. Since Harry was reluctant to speak, he would assist him. In the following days, Severus maintained his usual teaching routine, while Harry, burdened by a myriad of worries, became increasingly troubled. Severus, observing this, felt a pang of compassion. One afternoon, he brought the truth serum to Harry's office. Arriving just as Harry had yet to return, he discreetly added the serum to Harry's cup of water, determined to extract an answer from him today. He settled quietly on the sofa, awaiting Harry's return. Severus did not have to wait long. Soon, Harry entered, frowning as he pushed open the office door. Upon spotting Severus seated on the sofa, he halted abruptly, his intentions momentarily thwarted. Severus felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight, but maintained an air of indifference as he spoke. "Professor, I have matters to discuss with you. Though you have rejected me, I trust that does not preclude me from seeking your counsel." "Of course, what is it?" Harry feigned calmness as he moved behind his desk, his hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. "Well, recently the infirmary has required a substantial quantity of potions. However, as you know, I have other orders to manage. Might I trouble you to expedite this batch of potions?" Severus fabricated this excuse purely to buy time, knowing the infirmary's needs were not as dire as he claimed, and Harry would not pursue the matter further. I should be rather busy in the coming days, haha." Harry's anxiety was palpable as he picked up the cup for a sip, failing to notice the faint, triumphant smirk on Severus's lips. Almost immediately, Harry felt a wave of disorientation wash over him as Severus shifted the conversation to more personal inquiries. "Professor, were your words of rejection that day genuine?" Harry yearned to declare that all he had said was true, yet his mouth seemed to betray him, spilling forth his innermost thoughts uncontrollably. "Of course not. I merely spoke those words to dissuade you." The moment those words escaped him, Harry's heart raced in turmoil, while Severus's spirit began to soar with anticipation. Nevertheless, he knew he needed to extract one crucial answer. "Then, Professor, do you harbor feelings for me?" Indeed, at this confession, Severus could no longer suppress his elation. He crossed the desk and enveloped Harry in an embrace. "I knew you felt the same." Caught in a euphoric haze, Severus failed to notice the profound sadness etched upon Harry's visage. He continued to pose questions. "Why did you lie before? Was there a reason?" Severus expected to receive a swift reply, but after a prolonged silence, Harry remained unresponsive. Severus's brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that the truth serum had failed? That seemed implausible, as he had meticulously chosen it. While waiting for Harry's response, Severus suddenly felt Harry's body grow limp, nearly slipping from his grasp. He quickly caught hold of Harry's garment, only to discover a crimson stain blooming at the corner of Harry's mouth. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Professor?" Severus called out incredulously, but received no reply. Panic surged within him as he swiftly lifted Harry and raced toward the infirmary, bewildered by the turn of events. Severus's mind was in disarray. He could not comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. He had only added the truth serum, but then he recalled his final question. Realizing the potential cause of Harry's condition, Severus cursed his recklessness. He should have devised a more careful plan. Yet, this had seemed the most effective method to ascertain why Harry had rejected him. Upon reaching the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was taken aback. She could not fathom why Harry often found himself in need of medical attention. Observing the unfortunate young man, she sighed and began her examination. After a series of assessments, Madame Pomfrey informed Severus that Harry's unconsciousness was primarily due to a shock to his soul, though she could not discern the specifics. She cautioned him that such occurrences must not be allowed to transpire again, as they were perilous. Severus readily agreed, and once Madame Pomfrey had cast healing spells and departed, he struck his own face forcefully, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints across his cheek. "I am sorry, Professor. Once again, this misfortune has befallen you because of me. I truly apologize. But I felt I had no other recourse. I do not wish to be apart from you, yet it is clear you cannot divulge the truth." Severus was engulfed in guilt, but now that the situation had unfolded, he could only wait patiently for Harry to awaken. Thankfully, the potions crafted by Severus were effective, and soon, Harry began to stir, slowly opening his eyes. Severus, who had been intently observing Harry, immediately noticed as Harry cautiously approached him, initiating a cascade of apologies. How could Harry bear to hold him accountable when the lingering imprint of a slap still marred Severus's visage? Moreover, this entire affair stemmed from Harry's own deception. He gently patted Severus on the shoulder, assuring him that he was unharmed. Yet, Severus could not absolve himself of the guilt, even though a slight sense of relief washed over him at the knowledge that Harry was not angered. In the medical wing, Harry, with a throbbing headache, gazed at the dejected Severus, whose guilt was palpable. Despite Harry's insistence that he bore no resentment, Severus was adamant that the incident had transpired solely due to his actions, and he would take responsibility for it. Harry understood the nature of that responsibility and recognized the root of the issue, but considering his current circumstances, he knew that Severus's hopes were destined to be in vain. That very day, Harry felt a gradual disintegration of his soul. He calculated the timing in his mind and realized it coincided with Lily's pregnancy, leading to a natural unfolding of events. Harry comprehended that as this world's Harry Potter matured, his soul would grow increasingly frail, likely culminating in his disappearance on the very day of his birth. He was uncertain whether he would vanish entirely or return to his original world. Nonetheless, either outcome would spell tragedy in light of the present situation. He could not allow Severus to become further entangled in a fate he was aware he could not share. However, gazing into Severus's resolute expression, Harry understood that this matter would not easily resolve itself. As if to confirm his thoughts, the next moment bore witness to Severus's unwavering determination. "Professor, surely you recall what you uttered before your unconsciousness?" Severus was evidently unwilling to let Harry evade the issue. This was his final opportunity. If he did not seize this moment to confront Harry, Severus feared that with time, complications would only multiply. Upon hearing Severus's words, Harry recalled the earlier incident and suddenly realized, "You actually administered a truth serum to me in secret." Severus's eyes darted around nervously. "But you cannot blame me for that. It was you, Professor, who deceived me first." Harry found himself amused by Severus's audacious yet unfounded bravado. It seemed that, in the end, the fault lay with him. He distinctly remembered a time when Severus had not been this way. Who had led him astray? Severus, observing Harry's demeanor, grew increasingly convinced of the validity of the assertions he had read in that book. He needed to press his advantage and ensure Harry did not seize any incriminating evidence against him. He had to transform the situation from defensive to offensive, refusing to back down. "Professor, I no longer wish to know your reasons for deceiving me previously, but if you harbor feelings for me, why can we not be together? I am no longer your student, so you need not carry any psychological burden." This was the reason Severus had suppressed his feelings until after graduation. Had they still been in school, his confidence would not have been so robust, and he had confirmed that Harry reciprocated his feelings. "Severus, you must understand that liking someone does not necessitate being together," and, the more Severus listened, the more he sensed a discord in Harry's words. He quickly interrupted. "But mutual affection can lead to a relationship. Your scenario does not apply to our situation." Seeing Severus's obstinate demeanor, Harry felt exasperated. He could not disclose to Severus the limited time he had left, leading to a deadlock. Severus believed that since they both cherished one another, they ought to be together. While Harry, for his own reasons, could not acquiesce, yet he was unable to elucidate those reasons. Thus, they found themselves back at the beginning. "But, there are no buts, Professor. Either you agree to be with me today, or you provide a valid reason for your refusal. No fabrications. The effects of your potion have not yet waned." Listening to Severus's seemingly threatening words, Harry could hardly believe it. Was this truly the Severus he remembered? He began to suspect that the man before him might be an impostor under the influence of a potion. With such doubts, Harry uttered his inquiry. "You cannot be Severus. Who are you, and where have you hidden him?" Severus was instantly amused by Harry's words. "Professor, this is hardly appropriate. I merely seek an answer. Provide me with a satisfactory response, and I shall have no further inquiries." Harry thought it easy for Severus to say he merely wanted an answer. But how could he provide one? An idea struck him, albeit one that was cruel to Severus. Yet, he felt that failing to act would be even more so. "Very well, I agree to be with you." "Professor, you cannot say that without clarifying." "Repeat it, I did not hear clearly." Severus had intended to caution Harry against trying to deceive him, but before he could finish, he heard Harry utter the words he had longed to hear. Still, he feared that his anticipation had conjured a mirage, so he inquired once more. Harry, clearly teasing, replied, "Didn't he hear clearly? Well then, perhaps someone is reluctant to be with me after all." No sooner had he spoken than Severus pounced on him, pinning him to the bed. Severus wished to hide his current disarray from Harry, enveloping him in a tight embrace, relishing the sensation of Harry's presence within his arms. "How fortunate I am, Professor. Are you perhaps a gift from Merlin himself?" To Severus's murmured words, Harry replied, "Perhaps that is indeed the case." Then they were met with the sound of Severus's laughter. A sound Harry had never before encountered. He could not quite articulate it, but it was evident that the owner of that laughter was genuinely joyful. "Severus, are you happy?" "Happy? I have never felt as ecstatic as I do now." "Then might you consider getting off me? I truly cannot breathe." The joyous atmosphere abruptly halted as Severus propped himself up, casting a mildly disdainful look at Harry. "Professor, you truly possess a talent for ruining the mood." Harry burst into laughter, prompting Severus to join in. As he observed Harry's laughing eyes, a thought crossed Severus's mind. Seizing the moment while Harry was distracted, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips against the ones he had yearned for. Harry's eyes widened in shock, and Severus swiftly covered Harry's eyes. "Do not lose focus, Professor. Learn to savor the moment." With that, Severus deepened the kiss, experiencing a sensation even better than he had imagined. Just as he began to immerse himself entirely, Harry pushed him away. "Do you wish to suffocate me?" Observing Harry's expression, Severus sighed, realizing he had a long journey ahead of him. Meanwhile, Harry watched Severus's helpless demeanor, silently wishing for Severus's happiness in the limited time he had left. But he hoped Severus would not resent him when that time came. Chapter 68. Gratefulness. Ever since Harry agreed to be with Severus, the immediate beneficiaries were the students of Hogwarts, who, for the first time, beheld a genuine smile devoid of sarcasm on their potions professor's face. By Merlin's beard. What a rare sight that was. Recently, the discussions among the students and faculty of Hogwarts have predominantly revolved around Severus. The students have been speculating about the peculiar behavior exhibited by Severus, while some professors in the know exchange knowing smiles with Harry, causing him considerable anxiety during meals. "Severus, could you not act so uncharacteristically? Now even Professor McGonagall has taken to teasing me," Harry mused, recalling his encounter with McGonagall in the corridor, her gaze filled with amusement. He wished he could simply vanish on the spot. The entire situation was profoundly embarrassing. Severus, however, remained unfazed. In fact, he relished the idea of everyone being aware of their circumstances, fully cognizant of the number of students who coveted Harry, given his formidable yet humble nature. Particularly during lessons when he exuded an irresistible charm. He genuinely feared that someone might attempt to usurp Harry from him. What does it matter? Is it not the case that the professors do not intend to publicly acknowledge our relationship? Hearing the slight note of grievance in Severus's voice, Harry felt a pang of sympathy, despite knowing he was merely feigning. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to their dynamic and wished to shield Severus from any trivial distress. Yet, considering his own decision, Harry believed it prudent for as few people as possible to be privy to their affair. "Not at all. I merely find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. As long as we are well together, does it not suffice to disregard the opinions of outsiders?" Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus's demeanor softened. He did not require universal acknowledgement. Yet he was undeniably elated. He had finally realized his long-held desire, and such happiness deserved to be celebrated. Reflecting on the letter he had penned to Lucius to boast about his newfound joy, Severus inconspicuously rubbed his nose, aware that his impulsive actions somewhat contradicted his usual persona. Nonetheless, he resolved that this would be a singular occurrence. He had obtained the most precious treasure in the world and would not allow anything to induce such a lapse in decorum again. "Professor, may I stay in your office tonight? I assure you we shall occupy separate beds, causing no disturbance to one another." Observing Harry's apparent inclination to decline, Severus swiftly added a reassurance. After a moment's contemplation, Harry acquiesced, fearing what Severus might do if he refused. He was simply disinclined to expose Severus's ruse. Aware that the day he had unexpectedly fainted, Severus had inadvertently left behind a potion he had meticulously concocted for Harry in his office. Harry had discovered this upon returning to his office, initially believing it to be an ordinary potion that Severus had carelessly dropped. However, just as he was about to open it, Severus had arrived in the nick of time to prevent him. Although Harry harbored suspicions, he allowed Severus to take the potion away, reasoning that since he had agreed to be with Severus, the potion's effects would presumably not concern him. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at him. Perhaps the potion's successful brewing was a challenge, and Severus had not been particularly cautious. Eventually, Harry surreptitiously acquired the vial. When Severus had taken the potion away, Harry discreetly marked it, contemplating that if Severus disposed of it, his curiosity would dissipate. To his astonishment, Severus had casually placed it in a cupboard, albeit in the depths of it. Seizing the opportunity while Severus was teaching, Harry stealthily obtained the potion. Though he did not take the entire vial, merely pouring a modest amount into a bottle he had prepared, lest he draw attention to himself. He meticulously studied the potion and even sought the expertise of a potion master from St. Mungo's for validation. The conclusions derived from his investigation left Harry feeling relieved. He was grateful he had agreed to be with Severus, for the consequences could have been dire had he not. Harry had to concede that Severus's preparations were remarkably thorough, to the point that it made his scalp tingle with apprehension. The potion, as it turned out, bore similarities to a love potion but was far more potent. The potion master had indicated it was likely a newly improved version of the traditional love potion, unlike the previous iteration, which would allow the user to regain their senses once discontinued, as exemplified by Voldemort's mother. This particular potion required administration once a month, and by the 7th month, the user would become irrevocably infatuated with the potion's provider. The mere thought of experiencing such a fate sent a shiver down Harry's spine. For the following days, he regarded Severus with a hint of scrutiny, pondering when he had transformed into this version of himself. Although Severus found Harry's gaze somewhat unsettling, he dismissed it. After all, There were times when he had no inkling of what thoughts occupied Harry's mind, and even if he did, they could be incomprehensible. Before long, Christmas arrived. This year, Harry and Severus planned to celebrate at home, having procured a Christmas tree and adorned it with numerous small gifts. In keeping with his usual antics, Harry added a variety of prank items, intending to lure Severus into opening them, which promised to be quite entertaining. Severus had long since noticed Harry's antics. Yet he merely stood quietly, watching Harry with an indulgent expression. As long as Harry was happy, he would comply, fearing that otherwise, Harry's enjoyment would be diminished. Harry had also prepared an assortment of snacks, including various candies from Honeydukes, with his favorite being the bubblegum-blowing bubblegum. That evening, he blew countless bubbles, casting a spell to make them float in midair, creating a delightful spectacle. As for Severus, he complied with Harry's every request, as Harry enthusiastically prepared an array of food. Though it was only the two of them, Harry was particularly meticulous for various reasons, fearing he might overlook something. He had even prepared a lengthy scroll of parchment days in advance to record all the necessary preparations. Severus assumed Harry's efforts were in celebration of their relationship, and thus appeared quite eager. Thus began the Christmas that belonged solely to Harry and Severus, the first they shared together, while Severus continued to dream of all the future Christmases that would belong to them. Chapter 69, Christmas Gifts. On Christmas Day, a heavy snowfall blanketed the surroundings, creating a picturesque scene. Harry and Severus sat together in the living room, gazing through the window at the gently falling snow, with Harry leaning against Severus, completely at ease. The warmth from the fireplace filled the room, and the windows fogged up due to the temperature difference. Harry idly fiddled with Severus's fingers while Severus looked at him with a warm smile. After a moment of this cozy scene, Harry broke the silence. Severus, let us open our presents. I am quite curious about what gifts we shall receive this year. In response to Harry's excitement, Severus appeared less enthusiastic, preferring to remain nestled on the sofa rather than waste time unwrapping what he deemed trivial items. However, Severus's indifference did little to dampen Harry's enthusiasm as he dove into the pile of gifts, reveling in the joy of unboxing. The first gift he unwrapped was from Severus, who always wrapped his presents in the same style, leading Harry to suspect he simply found it too tedious to use varied wrapping paper. Harry had previously expressed his opinions on this matter, feeling that Severus was being rather dismissive. However, Severus insisted that such wrapping would allow Harry to recognize his gift at first glance. What Severus did not disclose was that only gifts meant for Harry would be wrapped in this manner. Harry reluctantly accepted Severus's explanation. After all, what could he do? Severus would not change his mind, and Harry merely made a token effort to voice his suggestion. As he unwrapped the package, Harry was met with this year's gift from Severus, but there was also a velvet box, which left him quite puzzled. In previous years, the gifts had always been an assortment of potions, yet this year seemed different. Harry glanced at the dark green box, silently signaling Severus for clarification. But Severus ignored his gaze and simply watched Harry, waiting for him to open the box himself. When Harry saw that Severus was not going to give anything away, he reluctantly opened the box, and his expression turned complex upon discovering 2 rings nestled within. Severus observed Harry's reaction, feeling a pang of anxiety when he sensed that Harry might not desire them. In that moment, he felt a rush of panic, only to see Harry's eyes welling with tears. Before Severus could voice his thoughts, Harry spoke up. I'm so sorry, Severus. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. Hearing that Harry did not dislike the gift alleviated Severus's earlier tension. He had feared that Harry might reject not the gift itself, but the significance it represented. Then, Professor, can I assume that we can publicly acknowledge our relationship? Severus looked at Harry with delight, but Harry felt a twinge of sadness at the sight of Severus's happiness. Yet, for the sake of his own plans, he had to be the bearer of bad news. I'm afraid that's not quite possible yet, Severus. Could we wait a little longer until I'm ready to make it public? Harry felt like a deceiver, but at that moment, delaying was his only option. Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus fell silent for an instant, but he quickly regained his composure, understanding that Harry likely had other concerns. Nonetheless, he had already committed to being with Harry. The question of public acknowledgement seemed less significant now. Suppressing his disappointment, Severus offered comfort to Harry. There's no need to apologize. It was my eagerness that led us here. Seeing the disappointment in Severus's eyes pained Harry, but he felt powerless. Managing a small circle of confidants was manageable, but anything larger would be problematic. Therefore, he chose to disregard Severus's emotions. Feeling indebted to Severus, Harry made a concerted effort to accommodate him in the following days, which slightly improved Severus's previously dismal mood. Observing Harry's demeanor, Severus silently acknowledged that, regardless of the reasons, they were together now, and it was too late for regrets. Even if Harry were to change his mind in the future, Severus believed he could find a way to win him back. As Harry displayed a hint of hesitation due to his lack of confidence, Severus felt a surge of desire. Though they were now together, their time spent in each other's company was limited due to their school obligations. After the holidays, Harry still slept alone, and Severus could not tolerate this. Today presented a perfect opportunity, and Severus thought this was an opportunity he could not let slip by. However, he refrained from immediately voicing his desires, knowing that he was not the one at fault. This opportunity required a more strategic approach. As Harry unwrapped gifts, Severus wore an enigmatic smile. Avoiding Severus's gaze due to the earlier events, Harry unwittingly allowed Severus to achieve his goal effortlessly. "Professor, what shall we do after the gifts are unwrapped?" Harry, compelled by Severus's voice, turned to face him, though he still felt a bit shy. Not wanting the evening to be overshadowed by guilt, Severus took the initiative to steer the conversation. The atmosphere in the room gradually returned to its previous warmth as Harry expressed curiosity about the gifts Severus had received. Severus, noting the sparkle in Harry's eyes, felt a mix of exasperation and affection, yet he dutifully began to unwrap his own pile of gifts. In truth, apart from Harry's gift, the rest of the presents held little significance for Severus. However, as Harry wished to see, he mustered his energy to indulge Harry's curiosity regarding the tedious trinkets sent by the aristocrats. After unearthing an array of gaudy items from Severus's gifts, Harry inquired whether Slytherins always prioritized the monetary value of gifts over their practicality. What could Severus say? Slytherins had never gifted based on the recipient's needs, but rather to serve their own interests, often selecting items that showcased their status. Thus, the Christmas evening passed amid their playful banter. Chapter 70. Joyful Times. Soon, the heavy snowfall blanketed the courtyard, transforming it into a picturesque winter wonderland. Harry, captivated by the scene, had never taken such notice before, so he pulled Severus to the window to admire it for a while. However, after some time, Harry grew bored and began to unwrap the Christmas surprise eggs he had prepared, eyeing Severus mischievously, while Severus chose to feign ignorance. Before long, Harry regretted his actions. As an unexpected surprise, a foul-smelling egg had somehow infiltrated his collection. Just as he was reveling in Severus's misfortune, he was suddenly hit with the odor, and the situation quickly soured. Although Harry managed to clean the area swiftly, the stench rapidly permeated the living room. Left with no choice, Harry opened a window to let in the cold, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Severus, witnessing Harry's reaction, sighed. "Let us see if you'll be so mischievous again. It seems you've reaped what you sowed." Faced with Severus's teasing, Harry had no retort. He had brought this upon himself and could not counter. However, that did not mean he would not find a way to retaliate later. Soon, the unpleasant scent dissipated, but the living room felt frigid. Harry suggested they retreat to the bedroom, as it was late and time for rest. Severus did not contest this, but his actions made it clear what he desired. Harry, unable to refuse again after having just done so, acquiesced. Thus, Severus happily nestled into Harry's warm bed. Harry paused for a moment, taken aback by Severus's smooth demeanor, before shaking his head. "Hurry up and get up, wash up first." Hearing Harry's urging, Severus reluctantly returned to his own room, as his belongings were still there. However, he soon packed everything up and moved it into Harry's room, to which Harry could only turn a blind eye. Soon, both had completed their ablutions. Overwhelmed by excitement, Harry found himself devoid of any trace of drowsiness. Noticing that Severus showed no inclination to rest, Harry retrieved a book and leaned against the headboard to read. Severus lay silently on the bed, his gaze fixed upon Harry. Before long, Harry succumbed to Severus's intense scrutiny. Placing the book back on the table and turning to face him. "Could you please refrain from staring at me like that? If you're tired, you ought to sleep. I can dim the lights a bit." Severus paid no heed to Harry's words. Instead, he swiftly pulled Harry closer and continued to gaze at him. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Severus's watchful eyes, Harry asked, "Is it the light that keeps you awake? Should I turn it off?" Severus, exasperated by Harry's obliviousness, could hardly believe the other was acting so dense. Without further ado, he deftly shifted their positions, gazing at Harry illuminated by the soft glow. Severus's eyes brimmed with a deep affection that bordered on overwhelming. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss upon Harry's lips, relishing the way Harry's face flushed a vibrant crimson. Severus couldn't help but chuckle at how easily his professor blushed. Leaning closer, he whispered in Harry's ear, "Professor, may I continue?" Upon sensing Harry's barely perceptible nod and witnessing his tightly shut eyes, Severus felt a rush of excitement, but tempered it with caution. He had to be careful, for his inexperience in such matters could lead to unintended harm to his beloved professor, and he could not bear the thought of that. With deliberate slowness, Severus began to unbutton Harry's sleepwear. Each simple motion, drawn out by Severus's intent, became imbued with a charged intimacy. Frustration mounted within Harry as he felt Severus's fingers graze his skin, tormenting him with tantalizing slowness. Eventually, he cast aside his shyness and resolved to teach this rogue a lesson, refusing to let him carry on with such audacity. Observing Harry's proactive demeanor, Severus raised an eyebrow and ceased his movements, watching what Harry would do next. To his surprise, Harry suddenly pushed him away and wrapped himself in the blanket. Preparing to sleep, Severus was left momentarily stunned, realizing he had perhaps gone too far in his playful torment. Recognizing his folly, he began to apologize softly for his behavior. Harry, not wishing to make things difficult for Severus, understood that such interactions were merely a normal exchange between lovers. Yet, he had felt Severus had crossed a line, and thus he felt justified in teasing him. Once Severus had apologized, Harry naturally forgave him. Seeing the playful smirk on Harry's face, Severus understood that Harry was teasing him on purpose. However, he could only blame himself for the situation. Harry's expression of exasperation morphed into genuine laughter, and Severus gazed at him with fondness, appreciating his professor's vibrant spirit. As long as Harry was happy, he would do anything. With the atmosphere so lively, Severus stroked his chin, deciding to heighten Harry's joy even further. He swiftly silenced Harry's laughter with a kiss, though Harry protested with muffled sounds. It was clear that his objections fell on deaf ears. Severus had no intention of wasting such precious time watching Harry display his laughter for all to see. Thus, the mood took a decidedly more adult turn, with Severus igniting passion in every corner of the room. As Harry succumbed to the depths of pleasure, he couldn't help but think to himself about the skillful movements Severus displayed, wondering how he had honed such expertise. Outside, the snow had ceased falling, and the moon peeked through thick clouds, casting a shimmering glow upon the snowy ground. However, as if scorched by the fervor within the room, the moon quickly retreated behind the clouds, revealing only a sliver of its brilliance. Perhaps it was a result of prolonged restraint. But Harry's voice was nearly hoarse by the time Severus, under Harry's gentle coercion, concluded his fervent endeavors. Soon, the two found themselves entwined in a deep slumber. At that moment, the moon emerged once more from the clouds, its light cautiously filtering through the curtains into the room, yet the two slumbering figures paid it no mind. And the moon continued its diligent watch. Chapter 71, An Appointment. The following day, before Severus had even opened his eyes, he was unceremoniously kicked to the floor by Harry. He glanced at Harry, who wore an innocent expression, and Harry's irritation flared. His back felt as though it belonged to someone else entirely. "You scoundrel! You are to sleep in your own room tonight, and not set foot in mine again." Severus would not comply, but noting Harry's current state, he wished to avoid further escalating his anger, so he merely responded with vague acquiescence. Harry, observing Severus's poker face and his petulant demeanor, felt a strong urge to deliver a sound thrashing. However, his body informed him that such vigorous action was not feasible at the moment. Noticing Harry's condition, Severus quietly retreated to his room, returning with several vials of potions. After Harry consumed them, he felt significantly better and decided to act upon his earlier thoughts. After all, Gryffindors were known for their decisiveness. Severus watched with amusement as Harry flailed about, realizing that he had indeed gone too far the previous night. Yet, he couldn't entirely blame himself. It was hardly easy to remain composed in such moments. Observing Severus's unapologetic demeanor, Harry begrudgingly returned to bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blankets, choosing to ignore him. Although the potions had alleviated his physical discomfort, he felt the need for more rest. Severus quietly exited the room, returning to his own quarters to freshen up before preparing breakfast for Harry. By the time Harry awoke again, it was nearly noon. After washing up, he entered the living room to find a meticulously arranged breakfast awaiting him, with Severus comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Severus, and Harry couldn't help but admit that this version of Severus was undeniably captivating. He found himself momentarily entranced until Severus turned to meet his gaze. Severus rose and approached Harry, leaning in to bestow a casual kiss upon him. "Good morning, Kiss. My professor." Harry snapped back to reality, glaring at Severus before pushing him aside and heading for the table, his hunger making itself known. Severus followed closely behind, quietly inquiring if Harry was still feeling unwell. Harry ignored Severus's questions, muttering under his breath about his discomfort, attributing it all to Severus's actions. "Shut your mouth. I'm about to eat and have no time for you." Severus, recognizing his own culpability, retreated to the sofa to await Harry's return. Before long, Harry finished the delicious meal on his plate, prompting Severus to swiftly rise and clear the dishes. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Severus's fluid motions, thinking to himself that he wished he had acted sooner. Only now did he seem to feel remorse. In truth, Harry had already forgiven him. He merely intended to tease Severus a little and observe his reactions. Severus, fully aware of Harry's intentions, chose to indulge him, as he had no desire to return to his own room that night. Through Severus's earnest efforts, he officially moved into Harry's bedroom, promptly transforming his former quarters into a study. Harry rolled his eyes at this development but chose to remain silent. After all, what could he possibly say? As the holiday drew to a close, Harry calculated the time and decided to venture out. He had arranged to meet Lily and James, for there was a matter that needed to be settled promptly, after which he could enjoy a tranquil time with Severus. Lily was quite taken aback when she received Harry's invitation. Although they had maintained correspondence, their busy lives had resulted in minimal face-to-face interactions. Thus, Harry's request felt rather unusual to her. However, it had been quite some time since she last saw Harry, and soon the three of them agreed on a time to meet at the location mentioned in Harry's letter. Upon their arrival, Harry exchanged a few casual words with them, but an unexpected incident occurred during their conversation. The proprietor, while serving their meals, accidentally stumbled, causing shards of a plate to fly up and cut Lily and James. Fortunately, the injuries were minor, and the owner, full of apologies, waived all their expenses for the day as compensation. Unbeknownst to Lily and James, Harry and the proprietor had exchanged a discreet glance. It turned out that this establishment was owned by one of Grindelwald's followers, a place Harry typically used for clandestine communications. He had prepared a means to collect the necessary blood earlier. He merely required the blood of his protectors now. In the wizarding world, blood is as significant as hair, and requesting it without cause could lead to misunderstandings. Thus he orchestrated the incident. Lily and James's failure to notice the subtle manipulation was due to Harry's careful planning. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to avoid a single shard. Although Lily harbored some doubts, she was quickly captivated by Harry's words. "Don't you have any good news to share with me?" Upon hearing this, Lily immediately thought of her pregnancy and joyfully recounted the amusing predicaments James found himself in due to her condition. James protested from the side, but his objections were in vain. As Harry observed the two of them, their faces alight with joy, he could not help but feel a deep sense of longing and sorrow concealed within him. However, neither Lily nor James noticed, for Harry concealed his emotions remarkably well, and their focus remained solely on the child growing within Lily. As Harry contemplated the forthcoming prophecy and his preparations, he realized the need to organize his thoughts upon returning home to avoid any oversights. Thus, he spent time with them until the sun began to set. Filled with reluctance, Harry bid farewell to Lily and James, reminding himself that separation was inevitable. He silently urged himself to ensure they sensed no hint of his internal conflict. It seemed Lily sensed something amiss, for just before departing, she suddenly embraced Harry, and then she and James left. Watching their retreating figures, Harry stood motionless for a moment before turning back toward the establishment. He was uncertain of what awaited him next, but regardless of what it was, he knew he had to face it. Thinking of Severus, who awaited him at home, Harry understood the urgency of his return. Lingering too long would surely provoke Severus's ire. Chapter 72. A late return. As an apology, the proprietor had prepared everything Harry needed well in advance. Grabbing the vial containing the blood of the two, Harry departed, aware that it was late and nearly dark. He recalled Severus's parting words, reminding him to return home for dinner. Harry quickly apparat to his doorstep, adjusted his clothing, and quietly opened the door, only to find Severus standing with crossed arms at the entrance. A smile immediately brightened Harry's face. "Hey, Severus, what a coincidence. Are you heading out?" Seeing Harry's comically guilty expression, Severus's initial irritation at Harry's tardiness dissipated into reluctant acceptance. After shooting Harry a disapproving glance, he turned and entered the house. "Let me see what could possibly keep our diligent professor so busy until nearly nightfall. If memory serves, Hogwarts is not yet in session. So who could my professor possibly be meeting with in private?" Harry recalled his earlier claim of returning swiftly and felt a surge of guilt. "Well, I happened to run into an acquaintance and ended up chatting for a bit." "Oh, and what a lengthy conversation it must have been. What kind of acquaintance could make my professor forget entirely about the dinner I was waiting for at home?" Faced with Severus's sardonic tone, Harry found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He would have preferred a straightforward argument rather than enduring Severus's sharp remarks. "All right, Severus, please don't be angry. I truly was delayed, but I brought you a gift. Let me know if you like it." With that, Harry produced a bouquet of sunlit orchids, which he had purchased from the apothecary while waiting for Lily and James. Unlike ordinary flowers that withered and were discarded after a few days, these could be used in potion making, and Harry felt quite pleased with his own cleverness. Upon seeing the orchids in Harry's hand, Severus was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It was his first realization that potion ingredients could serve such a purpose, and he appreciated Harry's thoughtful gesture. "You anticipated that you would provoke my ire today and prepared this gift of atonement in advance, didn't you, my professor?" "That is not quite accurate, Severus. I bought this before I knew I would be late." so it cannot be deemed a gift of apology, merely a carefully chosen surprise. Very well. Let us hurry inside and prepare for dinner. And I must say, I do quite like the gift. Severus accepted the orchids and strode quickly inside. Upon hearing Severus's words, Harry understood that he was no longer angry, and he cheerfully followed him into the house, knowing that Severus could never truly hold a grudge against him. Once inside, Harry observed the feast Severus had prepared and immediately comprehended why Severus had been upset earlier. Severus had gone to great lengths to prepare many of Harry's favorite dishes, and the meticulous presentation revealed the time and effort he had invested in the meal. As this realization washed over him, Harry felt a pang of guilt despite his genuine delay. He approached Severus with heartfelt remorse and embraced him. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have returned so late. Upon turning to face Harry's guilt-ridden expression, Severus's heart softened, though that did not preclude him from exploiting Harry's feelings of remorse for his own gain. He cupped Harry's face and bestowed upon him a lingering kiss, whispering words laced with implication. Since you feel so guilty, you must make it up to me tonight. Harry was taken aback by Severus's unexpected words, and his guilt evaporated, replaced by annoyance. Why did Severus always manage to steer every conversation toward that subject? Then you might as well continue to blame me, as it indeed was my fault, and your refusal to forgive me is entirely justified. Harry pushed Severus away and responded with a stoic expression. Severus, amused by the exchange, turned and walked toward the dining table. All right, we can discuss this later. For now, come eat. Severus was indifferent to Harry's performance. After all, he always managed to achieve his objectives, and Harry's futile resistance merely added an element of amusement. Harry felt utterly defeated by Severus's ever-thickening skin, unable to comprehend why, since their union, Severus seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. This left Harry in a constant state of bewilderment. At times, he genuinely suspected that the Severus before him might be an imposter, and he felt he had evidence to support his theory. Yet, with no one to advocate for him, he found himself powerless, forced to endure the whims of this pretender. Severus, upon observing the expression on Harry's face, recognized that his partner had once again succumbed to fanciful thoughts, filling him with a profound sense of helplessness. He now realized that his previous perception of Harry as immensely strong and reliable might have been clouded by an unwavering filter of affection. The two of them silently critiqued each other in their minds before sharing a knowing smile and commencing their meal. It must be said that Severus's culinary skills had improved remarkably, and Harry found immense satisfaction in the meal. Once they finished dining and Harry had tidied everything away, he took Severus's hand and led him out for a stroll. Despite the night having fallen, Harry felt uncomfortably full and wished to avoid concocting a potion, opting instead for a leisurely walk to settle his stomach. Severus, the moon looks exceptionally beautiful tonight, Harry remarked, attempting to initiate conversation. Severus, ever the supportive partner, promptly responded. Indeed, it is quite lovely. As Severus gazed at Harry's face, softened in the moonlight, he found himself momentarily uncertain whether he was referring to the moon or the man before him. When Harry turned to meet Severus's focused gaze, he felt as if he were enchanted by the light in Severus's eyes, slowly inching closer. Eventually, it became unclear who initiated it, but they found themselves locked in a kiss. The moonlight shone brilliantly at that moment, casting their shadows upon the ground, making it seem as though they were inseparable. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart. Harry lowered his head, his mind racing with thoughts, blaming the enchanting moonlight for his inability to restrain himself, adamantly insisting it was not due to the charm of the man before him. Severus, believing that Harry had once again grown bashful, said nothing. Instead, taking Harry's hand once more as they wandered aimlessly forward, the moonlight enveloping them in a gentle embrace.